Welcome back, Legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter gained a game system and ruled the wizarding world? Here's a quick glimpse. Harry's life changes forever when he gains a mysterious game system that lets him grow stronger with every challenge. With quests, rewards, and abilities beyond normal magic, Harry quickly rises above his peers and sets out to reshape the wizarding world according to his own rules. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Harry Potter was a brilliant runner after all. Come here, Potter. Right now, he was getting in his fair share of practice running from his overstuffed pumpkin of a cousin Duddykins, Dursley, a rather obese boy who looked like he could drape his many flaps of stomach fat over his hips and never need to wear any pants again. Well, one could call it running, but it was more of a slow jogging, or perhaps even a lazy ambling. Considering the massive bulk that Dudley sported, the youngest of the Dursleys would have trouble outrunning a dead snail. Harry grinned at Dudley, taunting him, and took off running towards the park in the Surrey area. It was there that he was caught in an ambush. Dudley's friend and Harry's co-tormentor Piers Polkiss was waiting for his victim near the park gates. Harry, instead of panicking, dashed right towards Piers. Swiftly dodging the punch Piers threw at him, he rushed into the park and started running in earnest. If Dudley had brought Piers, then the rest of his gang would be nearby. And while Harry was fast, he wasn't fast enough to escape an all-out ambush by the entire Duddykins army. Sure enough, all but a few moments later, Malcolm, Reggie and the rest of the gang had him surrounded. Dudley jogged over to his caged prey, panting heavily. We got you now, Potter," Dudley said in between heaving breaths. They cracked their knuckles and prepared to pummel Harry with punches when suddenly, a familiar voice cracked across the near-empty playground. "What is going on here?" Harry turned towards the direction of the voice and groaned when he recognized the source. It was their chemistry teacher, Ms. Rommel. The tall and rather strict-looking teacher was a master of reprimanding and punishing students, yet while in class, she spoke with a voice so devoid of enthusiasm that to Harry it seemed as if she had given up on life and, like most teachers in the day's economy, was hoping for a quick and painless death. She would have been sad to look at, had she not been so utterly terrifying. "Mr. Dudley Dursley," she snapped, and the little knot in Harry's stomach uncoiled a little. The she-devil wasn't here for him. Slowly, he shuffled along towards the nearest cover, a swing set, hoping to hide out the storm and leave unharmed. "I come to your home for a teacher's visit, Ms. Rommel continued, only to find that not only did you not inform your parents about my coming, but also that you're fooling around and hassling people in parks. And you, Mr. Polkiss, rest assured your parents will be getting a visit from me about this. The rest of you can count yourself in for that as well. Now scram." They all stood frozen on their spots. Scram. The entire gang disappeared from the park in seconds, running as fast as they could. With the rest of her targets gone, she turned to look at Harry, who was slowly trying to get away unnoticed. "And you, Mr. Potter, come here," Harry sighed. His desperate attempt at what he assumed was a sideways moonwalk was all in vain. He sighed, before he walked over to her. "Yes ma'am." "Come," she said, surprising Harry with her quiet tone, "I will drop you off at your house." A bit wary of what was to come, since teachers taking special notice of Harry had never quite ended well, he started walking towards number 4 Privet Drive with the strict teacher walking by his side. Through the corner of his eyes, he caught her staring at his forehead. Harry's hand went up automatically and self-consciously brushed against his scar. Ms. Rommel seemed to catch herself and looked away. Perhaps she was wondering how he got such an oddly specific lightning bolt-shaped scar, Harry thought. "Have you prepared for the test on the historical and archaeological evidence of the origin of modern chemistry?" she asked after walking in silence for about 5 minutes. No ma'am," he truthfully replied. He rarely studied for any test these days, since the Dursleys had a tendency to get pissy any time he outscored Dudley. She set him with a piercing look. "I expect better of you, Mr. Potter. Haven't you understood how important these so-called history lessons, as your classmates have taken to calling them, are to your future education?" Harry shrugged. "I'm sorry, Ms. Rommel, but weren't we supposed to do the periodic table last class? It's going to be in the finals and if I don't score well then Aunt Petunia won't be very happy about it." Ms. Rommel shook her head, and keeping her gaze on the street in front of her, spoke, "Exams aren't everything, Mr. Potter. History teaches us many things. Roman paintings discovered in the 1600s tell us that people then believed in dragons and somehow had knowledge of reptilian biology that the Western world hadn't discovered till the late 1900s. People who believed in alchemy, like the French Nicolas Flamel, inspired most of the modern nuclear chemistry we see today in our lives. That is why we need to learn about these stories, Mr. Potter, to understand where we come from, and what stories influenced the great people who built our world." Harry stayed quiet, but it was fairly obvious to anyone watching that he wasn't so sure about that. "But Ms. Rommel," Harry said, gaining a little bit of confidence in his voice, "these are just stories. Fairy tales. Don't be too sure, Mr. Potter." At that very moment, two entities, one male and one female entirely undetectable to the world around them, were idly following the student-teacher duo. Just as Ms. Rommel finished her ominous warning, the man clicked his fingers, and the world around them slowed down to a standstill. The birds froze mid-flight, and the leaves falling from the trees stilled in midair. Time itself crawled to a stop, holding everyone but the two mysterious entities completely frozen. The two entities made their way over to the boy frozen beside his teacher. The man looked him over curiously. "He doesn't look as bad as we had thought he would," he commented. The woman flicked her hand. Various parts of the boy's body lit up yellow in their vision. Dozens of broken bones, damaged nerves, excessive blunt force trauma, lack of appropriate nutrition. Looks can be deceiving. "Indeed," the man muttered, retracting his previous statement. He gave another flick and the yellow light vanished, replaced by a pulsating blue aura around the boy's head. The man closed his eyes as he cocked his head to the right as if listening to what the pulsating light had to say to him, before with a wave of his hand, he made the light disappear. I sensed various issues in the mental structure in his mind. "He's incredibly close to breaking," the man said quietly. "He has the enormous weight of his destiny to uphold. And those broken shoulders will not be able to carry them," the woman stated with absolute certainty. "Then fix them," the man said fiercely, "fix him. We are not to interfere in the activities of wizard kind. Anymore," the woman warned, "you know the rules." "We made the rules," the man insisted. "Which is why we cannot break them. The others will not take well to hypocrisy. The others will not take well to utter and complete annihilation either," the man angrily snapped. "It's either this or doing nothing." The woman seemed to have wanted to debate the point even more but held herself. Instead, she said, "We will have to fix his mind. His mind is his greatest tool, but it's broken, and on the brink of falling off the edge. His guardians fear him. And that mindless fear of those who they believe to be better than them gives rise to hatred. Blinded by that hatred, they do this to him. Coupled with what happened to him on the night he was orphaned. Well, I'm not surprised that his mind is in the condition that it is," noted the man somberly. "We will need something to hold it together and keep it from breaking." Easily done, the man snapped his fingers, and Harry's head was enveloped in a luminescent red membrane, which then sunk into his brain. "You should not have done that," the woman admonished disapprovingly. "That ability is dangerous. Even we won't be able to control his mind now, and someone with magic that powerful being out of our control will not sit well with the others. The boy needed it. It'll keep the dangerous memories away and hold his psyche together. The others won't know about this. And there are ways to control a man other than to control his mind." "Oh really? So enlighten me," the woman snapped, waving her hand, trying to undo whatever the man had done, and failing. "Addiction." The woman froze. "Keep talking. We give the boy power, and then we get him addicted to that power. So deeply and inherently addicted that he would be willing to give his own life to not lose his power. That, not some primitive carrot and stick method that the others will suggest, is what will ensure his loyalty. So your solution to keeping a powerful being under control is to give it more power. Hand him an even more powerful weapon. Genius really," the woman mocked. "No, not a weapon," said the man, "something more. Something that will be all-consuming. Something that will alter his very perception of the reality around him." "So what you are thinking of?" "Indeed." The man answered the unasked question, before raising his hand, which was now holding a glowing orb fully composed of a gently pulsating fractal light. The woman hesitated for a second before she nodded, and the orb of light lifted from the man's hand, just as invisible to the world around it as the entities that summoned it, spinning and bathing its surroundings in a gentle rhythmic purple as it slowly descended down into Harry, permanently altering his true nature beyond anything that mankind or wizard kind could ever even comprehend. Within the blink of an eye, the two entities vanished from their spots, and time resumed its normal flow. Harry's head suddenly spiked with a sudden burst of unimaginable pain, and his knees almost buckled under him. But before he could even get his hand up to his head, the pain disappeared just as instantaneously as it had come. Frowning, Harry massaged his head, wondering what in the world that pain was. "Is there anything wrong, Mr. Potter?" Ms. Rommel asked, noticing his frown. No, ma'am. I'm fine," he replied. And so they went off to number 4, where Ms. Rommel gave Harry a generic speech about bullying and adults and responsibility that went into Harry's one ear and flew right out of the other before she turned around and walked off to who knows where. After staring at his teachers steadily disappearing back for a few more seconds, Harry had headed into number 4 to no doubt face his aunt's reprimands. Completely oblivious to what he had become. The rest of the day passed in a whirlwind of chores and and by the time he had finished up all his chores and was putting away all the silverware that the Dursleys for some reason insisted on eating with, Harry was more tired than he had ever been after a regular day of work. So he stole a few slices of bread from the fridge and devoured one of them before he jumped onto the half-broken cot in his cupboard and fell straight asleep. As he drifted into the realm of sleep, a ringing bell rang in his ears, but he was too far gone to wake up and see what it was. The next day, after an unusually peaceful night of sleep, Harry blearily opened his eyes and stretched his arms as well as he could in the very limited space that he had. Feeling very refreshed, Harry yawned, before he suddenly caught sight of what was in front of him. He blinked. And he blinked again. A translucent blue box hovered about a foot away from his head. There was some text in it. "You have slept in your own bed, HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured." Harry blearily looked at the glowing screen before he reached out to touch it, and the box disappeared instantly. Had that actually happened? No, it couldn't have. It was probably the light from the cracks of the air vent of the cupboard or something. He didn't have his glasses on, so he must have imagined it or something like that. Maybe it was just his head telling him to stop staring at Dudley playing video games. He'd have to make sure not to mention this in front of his uncle or aunt, lest they finally get an excuse to dump him at some electroshock-happy mental hospital. Shaking his head, Harry absent-mindedly moved to get off the bed and, like the truly graceful little beast he was, slammed his head right into the low roof of the cupboard in the process. Ping! He clearly heard, and this time, he clearly knew that it was definitely not his imagination. He had definitely heard that. He rubbed his eyes and put on his glasses, before he stared disbelievingly at what was floating in the air in front of him. Skill created. Skill. Physical endurance, LV1, 5%. Your body's durability increased and you take less damage. 3% less damage from physical attacks. The text was immune to relative displacement, Harry concluded, as he moved his head about and saw the text remain unmoving in relation to his head. That it was intangible was something he discovered the moment he tried to touch it, only to see his hand go through the screen, leaving nothing but some barely visible ripples. What in the? Harry thought to himself, thoroughly puzzled out of his mind. His mind sifted through ideas and discarded them at an incredible rate, and he found no possible explanation to how in the world could any of this crazy stuff be happening. Whatever it was, it looked real, felt real, and was very much like a game screen he'd seen in one of Dudley's old game sets. Harry took a deep breath and let it out, calming himself. Think about this logically, Harry, he told himself, if this is a game, there would be commands. And if there were commands, then there would be some sort of way to enter those commands. He didn't have some keyboard or controller to input those commands, and touch seemed to do nothing but move it around, so it had to be something else. Write it on the ground. Make weird hand motions. Voice control. Deciding to try out the least crazy one of his hypothetical theories, he then opened his eyes and with all his determination, intoned, main menu. Nothing. Character sheet. Nothing. Status. Suddenly, a box appeared before him, and it read, Harry Potter. Health minus 100/100ths. Mana 50/50. The Gamer. Title none. LEVEL 2 Express 3400ths. Race. STR2. Vid 1 plus 2 equals 3. Dex 2 plus 2 equals 4. Int minus 1. Wis minus 1. Luke minus 3. Points 0. MONEY 0 pounds per 0 G0 S0 K. Harry Potter is the son of Lily Potter, and he has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. Has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry hates the Dursleys. Status. Giving Harry plus 2 Vit, plus 2 Dex and the ability to. Harry stared at the floating screen for another split second, before whatever strange little cocktail of curiosity and willpower that was holding him together in this strange and lucid dream snapped, and the green-eyed boy fell back down into his cot fully unconscious. The next morning Harry slowly came back to the land of the living. As the darkness slowly drifted away from in front of his eyes, his ears were filled by the unrelenting and increasingly loud banging of his cupboard door. Just as Harry had struggled to his feet and opened the door, his aunt's lovely and melodious voice pierced his sensitive ears. "Get up, you ungrateful brat. Go upstairs, change out of those filthy clothes and get to the kitchen. You have 5 minutes, or I'll let Vernon have his way and lock you in the cupboard for the next 3 days." Petunia Dursley threatened said as she dragged Harry out of the cupboard and onto his feet. "Dudley wants hotcakes and Vernon needs his tea." Harry blinked and stared at the floating box above Petunia's head. "What are you looking at, boy? Get to it," she snapped. Harry looked at Petunia and then shook his head before shakily replying, I'm sorry, Aunt Petunia. I think I must have just hit my head while waking up." Petunia looked at him with a dirty frown for a second before she squinted into the cupboard. "Well, I suppose you are getting a little too big for this thing now," she grumbled before she walked off into the kitchen. Harry, after that odd encounter, made a beeline straight for the bathroom and stared at his reflection in the mirror, desperately trying to calm himself down from this state of utter terror that he was in. On his way upstairs he had seen Dudley in his room with a floating box above his head just as Aunt Petunia had, and with some trepidation asked him if he'd heard any noises in the night. Like a bell, he had specified, the kind in video games that go, ping. Dudley had scratched his chin and looked away from his Sega, one of the many things Harry was jealous of Dudley for, and replied, "Ping. No. Have you hit your head or something? Maybe I should tell Mum and Dad. They'll make sure you end up in some loony bin far away." With a self-satisfied grin, he had waddled off downstairs, and Harry had shaken his head, wondering why he had even bothered asking. Pulling his mind back into the moment, he looked back into his reflection's eyes and took a deep breath, pushing down all his fear into the depths of his mind. Bottling up one's emotions wasn't a particularly hard art to master, especially for a pre-teen, and soon a veil of complete calmness fell on his mind. "All right, I shouldn't panic. I need to think through this logically," he thought to himself. One thing was for sure. Last night's dream wasn't a dream. And if it wasn't a dream, it had to have been some sort of hallucination. It certainly wasn't a bad explanation, Harry decided. It could be some sort of drugs, or even one of those weird mushrooms, causing his hallucinations. Perhaps they had somehow made his way into his food or water, or perhaps they had been airborne. It was possible. Definitely possible. A strange image of a man wearing a cinema projector on his head suddenly flashed into Harry's mind, and bemusedly, Harry took a moment to consider the strange idea that something could actually be projecting a screen in front of him. But as soon as that thought made it into his mind, he immediately dismissed it. Aunt Petunia and Dudley hadn't noticed anything on him, nor any projections. Another strange thought floated into his mind. He could see those boxes clearly without his glasses, and that implied only one thing. That he wasn't seeing something real. That whatever was happening, it was happening inside his mind. An odd, almost insane thought drifted to the front of his mind. One that had occurred to him last night, but that he had discarded in the heat of the moment. My life is a game. No, he thought with a rising amount of panic. These strange, weird out of ordinary ideas that he was thinking of, they were not something that he would have thought of by himself. He was a fairly reasonable kid and this was too far out for him to have thought up on his own. Something was definitely influencing his mind. Drugs, he thought with a spike of panic, it has to be drugs. Thankfully, there was a quick and easy way of testing that. Being Harry in the Dursley house meant you only got to eat and drink the bare minimum needed to survive. That meant he could easily check everything that he had consumed in the last few days. Quickly pulling on fresh clothes, Harry ran down the stairs and into the kitchen, where he opened the fridge and grabbed the remaining few loaves of bread that were remaining from the package he had stolen from last night. They were the only thing he had eaten in the last 3 days, and if there was anything in his body that had gotten in there with his mouth, it would have been through these. Checking to see that Dudley, who was seated at the table, wasn't looking, he crumbled the bread into dust, dropped it into Dudley's juice, and used a spoon to stir it in. He then took it over and handed it to Dudley. The boy took it, gave it a dainty little sniff, tossed a smirk towards Harry, and downed the entire GL before letting out a loud burp. He then jumped off the chair and waddled off upstairs. Throughout it all, Harry watched him with keen eyes. Nothing. No reaction at all. This, combined with the fact that the rest of the house drank the same water as him, ruled out his little theory of drugs. Harry stilled, and his mind went into overdrive, completely of his control, making all the connections for him. The gamer under his name last night, the status screens, the text he'd seen above Aunt Petunia's head, and the lack of anything else that seemed even a close enough probable reason for his condition. It all left him with only one possible explanation: he could cling on to his current situation. It wasn't ideal and he wasn't anywhere near convinced, but it was all he had. When you have eliminated the impossible, he muttered to himself, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. On his way downstairs, Harry slipped into Dudley's second bedroom. After a good amount of ruffling around in the dust and old toys, he found what he was looking for. A small booklet about the role-playing board game things that Dudley used to play with Piers Polkiss before he first got his computer. He quickly stuffed it into his pocket and rushed downstairs, fearful of his uncle's wrath. As he absent-mindedly cooked breakfast for his relatives, Harry had some time to give some calm thought to his situation. Since he had decided to settle on this gamer theory, for lack of a better term, for his condition until he had a better idea of what was going on, he had a plethora of questions that he needed to ponder upon. Had he been like this all his life, or had something turned him this way? Strange things had always happened around him, something he had always thought was the reason his relatives liked to call him a freak, but turning Mrs. Coleswig Blue had nothing on this full-blown reality reboot thing. Despite that, Harry couldn't help but think that there was a relation between the two. And perhaps there was, because after all, in most cases the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. For thinking about this new ability in relation with Occam's razor in mind, you have gained +1 whiz. Harry blinked. Really? He thought, it is that simple. And what in the world is Occam's razor? Just to make sure, Harry intoned once again, status, and there it was, on his profile's list of statistics. WIS2. Matter over mind, Harry muttered bemusedly. Reality was shaping his character in the game, and the game was giving his traits in real life a quantified presence. It was as if someone had put a new operating system on him. Harry promptly decided to give it a test, and after a quick look at his uncle to make sure he wasn't looking, tossed and flipped the hotcake he was making. For performing amateur chef theatrics with a poorly made hotcake, you have gained +1 dex. Harry grinned and quickly gave it another go, flipping the hotcake. Nothing. Maybe he hadn't done it right. Frowning, he gave the pancake yet another flip. Nothing again. It didn't take him much longer to conclude that the stat upgrades must be getting harder and harder to get the more of them he got. Thinking it best to play it safe, he quickly finished up and served breakfast before shoving a piece of toast into his pocket for himself and heading off to the garden to finish up his chores. Status, he whispered to himself as he started weeding the rose bushes. Harry Potter. Health -100 100ths. Mana 50/50. The Gamer. Title None. Level 2 Express 3400ths. Race. STR2. Vid 1 + 2 = 3. Dex 3 + 2 = 5. Int -1. WIS2. Luke -3.0. MONEY 0 pounds per 0 G0S0K. It was all very confusing, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was bad. The positive side effects of this were already quite obvious to him. He could literally measure his skill and strength in numbers and fine-tune himself to focus on necessary aspects of his life. That thought alone bore infinite potential. Harry grinned at that thought and quickly looked down the sheet at his stats, at which point his grin slipped right off his face and into the manure he was shoveling into the bush bed. To be entirely fair, he thought, he hadn't ever seen anyone else's numbers, so had nothing to compare it with, but it all just looked a little bit pathetic. His strength was a 2, his vitality was at a base of 1, but for some reason was a 3 now. His dexterity was similar to vitality, since it was 3 as a base stat, but was now 5. The only thing that was good was his luck, which was at a 3 by default. And his intelligence and wisdom were atrocious by and in themselves. It all made no sense to him. He always thought his strength was his intelligence and that he had the worst luck of anyone he knew. Deciding not to question it too much, he opened up the booklet he'd nicked and quickly read through it. However, with exception to some things about skills and perks, he couldn't find many things that seemed like they were very useful. He quickly grew frustrated with it and stuffed it back into his pocket. It took a few seconds, but once the frustration had left him, Harry wondered if there were actually any skills or something similar that was a part of the game. Hoping that the game still had its voice command thing going for it, Harry called out, "Skills." Just then a box appeared before him, showing 3 different sections. Harry clicked one and a red box popped out. A gamer's mind, passive dynamic. Allows the user to calmly and logically think things through. Allows peaceful state of mind, immune to psychological status and effects. Harry could have yelled with relief. He knew it. There was something influencing his mind. Maybe it wasn't as malicious as some weird drugs, but that didn't change the fact that he was right. It certainly explained why he was being so calm about all this. He wasn't necessarily a person who lacked inner calm, but the way facts and events were easily fitting together in his mind was extremely unnatural and not like him. Before this, he would freak out about the fact that he could always regrow his hair when it was cut, but due to this skill, he felt calm and collected in the face of all this life-changing stuff, which was quite welcome. Harry then went back and saw the other 2 skills he had. A gamer's body, passive static. Grants the user a body that allows the user to live the real world like a game. Skill, physical endurance, LV.1, 10%. Your body's durability increased and you take less damage. 3% less damage from physical attacks. Harry read and reread the gamer's body skill. If what it was saying was true, then his earlier metaphor of this feeling like a new operating system of himself probably had more weight than he had first imagined. Pausing to take a look at his levels in the skills, Harry frowned. He wasn't very good in these areas either. He was going to have to find out some stuff about how this all worked and do a lot of leveling up if he wanted to get any. No, Harry suddenly thought. He didn't know what this whole thing was, and the fact that it was influencing his mind combined with the fact that his first thought was to jump right into the grind of things in this game was an incredibly suspicious thing to happen. Perhaps the best thing to do was to not do anything. Yet somehow, even as he thought it, the thought and its accompanying wariness were fading from his mind, and it vanished the moment a sudden ping rang in his ears. Ping. Quest alert. Find someone to teach you about video games so you can be good at your life, which is now a video game. Rewards. 50 XP. Yes, no. Harry read it. 50 XP. That would take him a real notch up towards a level up. With a grin, he quickly pressed yes, earlier doubts forgotten. He suddenly paused as another question popped into his head. Where did the quest come from? Did it come from himself, or was there a game master out there reading his thoughts and making things up for him to do? Harry wondered about that and then decided to try a little experiment of sorts. If it was his own aspirations and thoughts that made his quests, then if he concentrated hard enough, he could make his own quest. So he took a deep breath and focused on the most absurd thought he could think of. All of a sudden, ping, no bloody way, he muttered as he read the quest in front of him. Quest alert. Turn the Dursleys into sperm whales. Rewards. 100 XP. Yes, no. Harry quickly pressed no and sighed to himself. It seemed like he was the one setting the goals and deciding on the quests, although it seemed like someone else determined the rewards for completing his quests. It was all just too confusing. Ping. For learning about the game mechanics and figuring out how quests work somewhat, you have gained 1 int. Harry blinked before he pulled up his status screen and there it was. INT2. He was starting to see a pattern with the stats now. Wise decisions seemed to make him wiser and learning new things made him smarter. If he had to wager, he would put his money on exercise making him stronger and a healthier diet making his vitality go up. He was blanking on ideas for luck though. It seemed strange that such a random thing could be quantified into a simple number. Harry wiped all the boxes away and cleared his head trying to think. Something strange was up with this whole game, something that he was missing because he knew so little about games in general. Shaking his head and pushing those thoughts to the back of his mind, Harry patted down the soil around the stem of the bush he was working on and turned to look at the clock through the window. With a sharp jolt of panic, he realized that he was running late for class. Crap, Harry thought as he dashed into the house and into his cupboard. As he was hurriedly putting on his uniform, a sudden ping distracted him, much to his annoyance. Ping. Quest alert. You're late. Get to Clon time. Reward. 20 XP. Failure. Detention. Less reputation with everyone in class. Yes, no. Harry frowned as he immediately pressed yes and focused on getting ready. Quickly, he finished his bath, put on his well-worn street Gregory's uniform and rushed out of number 4 Privet Drive, dashing off in the direction of his school, cursing the game for making him late. Little did he know, being late had saved his life. Harry turned the street corner, fully intent on running full speed into the school and slipping into the class, finding one of the other kids who played games and get as much information about role-playing games from them as possible, thus completing the quest and get closer to leveling up. But all those ideas instantly vanished from his mind the moment he took in the sight in front of him. The entire street was empty, unnaturally so. Not even the usually bustling shops around the end of the pathways had anyone in them, and the always busy sidewalks full of late students and class bunkers were completely devoid of life. No one was there, no one except the 3 figures standing in a circle in front of the school's main gate. No, not 3, Harry realized as he approached quietly, trying not to draw attention to himself. There was a 4th, smaller form lying on the ground, someone familiar. It was too small to be Dudley, and too tall and lanky to be anyone from his gang, but Harry had definitely seen before. Whoever it was, the rather sickeningly large puddle of red liquid surrounding him, blood, Harry realized with a lurch in his stomach, didn't bode well for him. Murderers. The word flashed in Harry's mind of his own volition, and instantly his face drained of all color. Not now, he thought to himself. Now wasn't the time for wild theories. Maybe they were just trying to help. But either way, he needed to find out what was going on. Ping. Quest alert. Find out what is going on. Reward. 100 XP. Failure. The trio will learn you know about them and will take care of it. Yes, no. Not taking long to read the quest and press yes, Harry swiftly rushed closer to them. As soon as he could, he ducked behind a telephone pole and started listening. Their voices were starting to reach his ears. His wounds, a man's gravelly voice asked grimly, will they heal? They should, said another man with a much younger voice. It's not a spell I've seen before, but it looks like a bunch of normal deep wounds. Nothing our expert here can't handle. Isn't that right, Em? Yes, came the clipped reply from a woman's voice. Harry audibly gasped. It wasn't just any woman. Harry knew that voice quite well from countless hours of nonsensical chemistry lectures. It was Ms. Rommel. And unfortunately for him, his gasp didn't go unnoticed. Did you hear that? He heard the man ask, and he froze. This had never happened to him before. Sure, he tended to find himself in strange situations quite often, but this was a bit too grim even for me. Who is it? Come out or we will be forced to shoot. Ms. Rommel's voice warned, and Harry broke out of his stupor. He knew better than to think she wasn't serious. After a few seconds of hesitating, he finally made up his mind. Taking a deep breath and holding his hands up like he had seen in those old cop movies, he walked out from behind the telephone pole. All 3 of the figures were standing around the fallen boy protectively, shielding him as they pointed sticks with glowing tips at Harry. Har Mr. Potter. Ms. Rommel said in relief, catching herself halfway through saying his first name. Harry paused. She never called anyone by anything other than their surname. And then he looked up at the floating box above her head. Emmeline Vance Order of the Phoenix. LV-20. Harry stared at it in shock. Ms. Rommel wasn't who she said she was. Instead of just a cranky old teacher, she was an incredibly high-leveled person. And judging from what he had seen of the game so far, a high level almost universally meant danger. Which meant that the two men standing behind her were just as dangerous if not more. Boris Magian Order of the Phoenix. LV-22. And Sullivan Jones Order of the Phoenix. LV-42. And above the injured kid lying on the floor. Gordon Jack Game Lover. LV-4. Harry could have soiled his pants had he known what level 42 meant in terms of the game, but since he had nothing to compare it with other than his own age's levels, he could do nothing but feel a healthy dose of fear and respect settle into his mind. Warily, he approached the trio, who were holding up and pointing strange polished sticks at him. Upon seeing his face, they all lowered their sticks. Harry frowned in confusion. Had he stumbled into some sort of midday cult ritual? Mr. Potter, are you all right there? Ms. Rommel asked, seeming uncharacteristically relieved to see him. Unable to form words in his confused state, he simply nodded. One of the men, the younger one, walked over to him and waved his stick over Harry's head, muttering inaudibly, before he turned to Ms. Rommel and nodded. Good, the older man said gruffly, we were about to head out and look for you. Figured the attacker would try and come for you next after he missed you this time. Harry's eyes widened. Me. He half screamed half squeaked, this was supposed to happen to me. Sully. You are out of line. Ms. Rommel angrily snapped at the older man, but Harry was having none of it. He had stayed quiet long enough, and today's bizarre events were starting to wear thin on his patience. Now hold on a second. What is going on here? What happened to Gordon? Who are these people? And who is after me? Calm down, Harry, the younger man said. Sully was just kidding. No one is after you. Your friend will be just fine in just a moment. You don't have to worry at all. Fine, Harry said incredulously, looking at the deep cuts littered across Gordon's still, unmoving body. From what angle does that look fine to you sickos? Ms. Rommel had had enough. Mr. Potter, that will be enough out of you. If you want to see your friend live, you will be quiet and let us heal him. If not, then you are free to do whatever you want. But I swear in the name of all that is holy that if you act out while I am trying to save this boy's life, I will have your hide. That did the trick. Harry stopped, and hesitantly nodded. With a curt tip of her head, Ms. Rommel turned around and dropped to her knees, pulling out that strange stick from her pocket and waving it over Gordon's body. Harry watched with wide eyes as the muscle and sinew restitched itself and the skin slowly closed over all the cuts on his body, utterly fascinated and terrified at the exact same time. Behind them, the two men were having a conversation of their own. How in the world did he see us? Didn't your Confundus work? Right. It worked perfectly. He shouldn't be able to see us right now. I don't know what is happening. Must be something related to the protections. Or maybe accidental magic. Their murmurings continued, but Harry tuned them out. None of what they were talking about made sense to him anyway. A few minutes later, with one final wave and flick of the stick, the tears in Gordon's clothes restitched themselves. Ms. Rommel turned towards Harry and smiled at his gobsmacked look, before turning to Boris, the younger man, and saying, "Get the boys to their class. You know what to do." Boris nodded, but Harry was having none of it. Hold on a minute. I'm not going anywhere until you tell me what happened here and how you were able to do all those things and heal Gordon like that. Boris sighed, before kneeling down to look Harry in the eyes. Harry, I know you are confused and I know you are scared, but I need you to come with me. All you need to know right now is that a bad man attacked your friend, and we will catch him in no time. Your friend will be just fine. He was treated by one of the Auror's best. Soon it will be like none of this ever happened. I promise. Harry was about to ask something, but he hesitated. He was well aware that they were humoring him, and that if they wanted, they could knock him out and make him do what they wanted easily. Knowing the futility of his situation, he nodded. Boris smiled, before getting up to his feet and picking Gordon up onto his shoulder. Best not to levitate him while I'm maintaining the Confundus he said, and Harry nodded, despite having no idea what he was talking about. As they walked towards the school building, snippets of conversation floated towards them from behind. It will be like nothing happened, the older man scoffed, except that it won't. Potter will forget, sure, but this wasn't a message to him. It's a message to us. Someone managed to nearly kill him. Despite all of us and Dumbledore's protections, someone managed to get close enough for this to happen. Do you need more reason to realize that we should take the child back to our world? Screw the old man and his plans. It's not our choice to make, Harry heard Ms. Rommel say just as they walked out of earshot. Boris helped Harry up the stairs, down the long corridor, and into his classroom. Much to Harry's shock, when they walked into the fully in swing class, none of the children or even the teacher seemed to even notice them. It was as if the three of them were invisible to the rest of the class. Boris took him and sat him down in his usual seat, which Harry realized with a chill that this stranger already knew, then sat Gordon down at his desk and positioned him as if he was sleeping before walking over to Harry and kneeling down next to him, strange stick in hand. Harry, I am going to do a simple little trick. It'll make you forget all of this. It'll be like all of this never happened. Would you like that? Not knowing what to say to the strange man with extraordinary and dangerous abilities that terrified him, Harry simply nodded. With a smile, the man pointed his stick at him and intoned, "Obliviate." A blinding flash of light filled Harry's vision and simultaneously his head filled with pain, and when he regained his bearings, the man was gone. He sat there, wide-eyed until a ping sounded in his ears. Ping. Quest success. You're late, dunghead. Get to clone time. Reward. 20 XP. Ping. Quest completed. Find out what is going on. Reward. 100 XP. Harry almost scoffed out loud. He didn't have a shred of an idea about what was going on. The only thing he knew was that Gamer's mind had probably just saved him from whatever this man had planned to do to his memories, and for that, he was grateful. Harry then spent the rest of the day trying, and failing to pay attention in class. He could only think about all the strange things that had happened since this morning. His life was a game and his teacher was a cult psycho. It was a wild time. He had even pinched himself quite painfully a few times just to make sure he wasn't dreaming. By lunchtime, Harry was fed up with himself for overthinking the thing too much. So, he instead decided to focus on his next quest, intent on finding someone who knew a lot about video games. A memory of that morning floated into his mind once again, and this time for once, it was a useful bit of information. The title of the boy that had been hurt was Game Lover. If there ever was a more obvious clue as to who he was supposed to talk to, Harry had never seen it. Hence, he quickly looked around the clan and found Gordon, who had been ranting to his friends about the teacher punishing him for sleeping in class. Harry knew that the punishment was the fault of that Boris person, but he wasn't stupid enough to open his mouth, especially when one of those three people was one of his teachers. Gordon Jack Game Lover. LV3. Harry got up from his seat and walked over to the brown-haired boy, absently noticing that he was a level lower than he had been before. "Excuse me, Gordon," Harry said, tapping him on the shoulder. Gordon turned and looked at him in surprise. "Harry. What do you want?" Harry fiddled with his sleeve nervously. "Well, Gordon, I was thinking, you're pretty into role-playing games, right?" Gordon looked at Harry with a frown, almost as if he was suspicious that Harry was here to make fun of him, before slowly nodding. "Yeah, I DM from time to time." "Well," Harry asked, "I was wondering whether you could help me out with a game I started playing." "Really? What kind of game?" Gordon asked, interest peaked and all traces of suspicion gone from his eyes. "Well, it's kind of like an adventure game. The hero wakes up and has to do quests and all, he finds himself in, let's call it the magic world. I was wondering whether you could help me do better by giving me clues and such." Ping. Skill created. Lying, LV1, 20%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 2% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Harry frowned. The 2% thing was a rip-off. Harry knew he was a better liar than that. He lied successfully to the Dursleys all the time. This game is rigged, he thought angrily. Luckily though, it seemed that Gordon had bought the lie. He nodded and thought about it for a minute before saying, "Okay, so what are the hero's stats?" Harry recalled them from memory and then told them out loud to Gordon. "Well, there is a plus point to the low stats," Gordon said, leaving Harry surprised. "This means you can choose to improve whatever stat you want. Meaning you can make your own character." "What do you mean?" "Well, usually in games there are classes. You improve the stat that helps you for each class. For example, a warrior will require an improvement on STR, Dex and Vit while ignoring the rest. Harry nodded, understanding that clearly, but what about int, wis, and luck? Isn't that a disadvantage? Gordon shrugged, true, but most players don't care. So what are the best ways to improve stats? Well, that would be to do things that would improve them, like say for STR you should make the character lift heavy stuff, for VIT you should make him run a lot. Things like that. Harry then connected the dots, so let's say character thought a lot about ideas and such, would that increase his wis? Well, theoretically yes, I suppose. But that's not possible since game characters can't think. The best way to improve wis would be to solve puzzles. Reading books would improve int, but other than that I don't really know of any other ways. What about stat points? How do I get those? You get those as you evolve Harry, but you've got to be careful so that you never use them. Then what am I supposed to do? He asked, wondering what the point of them was. Save them for a later date, since for now, it is easier to train each stat by doing some work. For example, since your game character has an int of 2, if he simply reads a book or two he should automatically gain a stat point if int. Harry's eyes widened, seriously. Yeah, but if int was higher, let's say 30 or something, he would have to read 100 books just for 1 extra stat points. You see where I'm going with this? Harry nodded, grateful, yes I do. You are saying that it will be difficult later on to obtain stat points and to do so now by doing menial tasks. Yup. Thank you so much, Gordon. This helped me a lot. Ping. Quest completed. Find someone to teach you about video games so you can be good at your life, which is now a video game. Rewards. 50 XP. Express 200 400ths. Gordon nodded at his thanks as Harry waved the window away and added, just don't forget to always save and have plenty of health potions in your inventory. Inventory. Harry asked out loud, and suddenly a brown box appeared in front of him, causing Harry to jump in surprise. Quickly regaining his composure, he looked around to check whether anyone was looking at him. Finding no one, Harry studied the new box carefully. It was labeled inventory, and it had several empty boxes. Harry slowly walked to his desk and sat down with the inventory box in front of him. He took out an eraser and then pressed it against the box, pushing it forward. Golden ripples spread across the box, and the eraser disappeared from Harry's hands and reappeared in the inventory, labeled eraser. Harry smiled. The ideas were already starting to churn in his head. That night Harry could hardly stop himself from looking over his stats time and again, agonizingly staring at his lackluster numbers and atrocious levels, bitterly noting that he would need to improve on them all. The game was reflecting reality, and the reality was that Harry was in atrocious condition for his age. The inventory was pretty amazing though. So far, he had put several things inside it for safekeeping. Whatever little sum of cash that he had stolen from Uncle Vernon's pocket through the years now appeared on his status page as a number. Money minus £50 per 0G0S0K. Curious about how the game would identify currency, he tried asking for francs and to his utmost surprise, he pulled out a note from the French currency. Curious about the G, S, and K in his money stats, he asked for Gs and waited. The minutes passed and nothing seemed to drop out of thin air. Shrugging at this, Harry marveled at this nifty little thing he had discovered. Dozens of times he had heard Uncle Vernon moan about the atrocious conversion fees they had to pay every time they took a trip abroad, and while Harry didn't quite understand the economic implications of free cross-currency conversion, he knew that he had found free access to something that cost a fair amount of money. And that was enough to put a smile on his face. A few hours later, having read and reread every screen he could pull up in his game, Harry laid down on his bed and as he often did to lull himself to sleep, started counting grains of wood on his roof. Ping. By observing your surroundings you have created a skill. Observe LV1 10%. By observing a target one will get information about said object. LV1 max HP, MP and info. Harry paused a second to read the box before closing it with a wave. He'd gained a new skill, and it was clear that what he needed to do now was to figure out how in the world was he supposed to go about using it. Observe. Maybe it worked if he stared at something for a long time, Harry thought and proceeded to stare intently at the roof of his cupboard. It took him 5 whole minutes of looking like an utter buffoon to decide that perhaps that wasn't the best way to go about it. It listened to my voice before, Harry mused, maybe it'll do it again. Observe, he slowly whispered, having decided that the voice thing made sense. Much to his pleasant surprise, a box popped open in front of him. The cupboard under the stairs. This is the room of Harry Potter, where the Dursleys keep him to make sure he doesn't spread his. To them, Harry's smile disappeared. There it was again, that question mark. There sure seemed to be a lot of question marks in his life, things that he didn't know, things that even the game didn't seem to want to reveal to him. He wiped the box away with a frown. What could he possibly have that made the Dursleys hate him? Some disease. Maybe he was haunted. Was it something related to his gamer abilities? Something related to that magic cult thing Ms. Rommel did. Even this new skill, observe, refused to tell him what that reason was. It was almost as if it wanted him to find out himself. Harry paused. Perhaps that was it. He was the hero of his own game and this was his quest. To discover who he was and where he belonged. To grow stronger. To find out who his parents were. Maybe that was his mission. And just as the thought passed through his mind, something interesting happened. Ping. Quest alert. Find where you belong. Reward. Find out about all your abilities. 1000 EXP. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Harry froze. It was almost as if a stone had stuck itself in his throat. In his young age, it took a minute for him to realize what it was. Fear. He was scared of dying. Especially now, when he was on the brink of knowing so much more about himself. The word, death, at this moment scared him more than anything he had ever thought would scare him before. And it was at that moment he realized another thing. He didn't want his life to end like this. He didn't want to die as Harry Potter, the boy that everyone hated and did just so in his class. He wanted to be something more. Something beyond his pathetic beginnings. Something great. And to achieve that, he needed to get over his fear, risk his life, and find out who he was. A strange little phrase that Ms. Rommel had read out in claw a few weeks ago made his way to the front of his mind, sounding oddly appropriate at the moment. Sic parvis magna. Greatness from small beginnings. And gulping down that stone in his throat, Harry took a deep breath and pressed yes. The next morning was Sunday, and as soon as Harry woke up, he quickly started weeding the garden, intent on finishing up his chores as fast as possible and finding new ways of leveling up a few of his stats. As he moved on towards the edge of the garden, engrossed in his thoughts as he was, he didn't notice as his hand brushed against a small smooth rock with some strange marks on it. What he did notice very clearly, was when his eyesight started flashing red and a red box popped up showing his mana bar as it started falling rapidly. 0.5.4.3.2.1.0. Before he could even pull together the mental strength to formulate an actual thought, Harry promptly fell down to his knees and blacked out. For the longest while, there was nothing. Then there was darkness. And then there was light. When Harry woke up from his unplanned vacation from the land of the living, his welcome wasn't quite as pleasant as he had expected. A blinding headache threatened to split his head in half, and the bright light filtering into his squinted eyes wasn't helping. For a moment he wondered if there was some higher power out there playing a sick joke by making him wake up with a headache every day, but the thought was soon wiped from his mind when he noticed the flashing red screen in front of him. Mana minus 2/50. He tried to raise his hand to wipe away the window, but instead managed to give himself a nasty surprise as he pulled on the saline tubes connected to the needles that were in his arm. Surprised and a little queasy, he turned to look around at the room he was in. It was a sterile place, clean to the point of obsession and furnished with a couple of chairs, his bed, a metal table, and a rather old television. With some trepidation, Harry recognized the seal of St. Brutus General Hospital on the wall in front of his bed. He remembered it on account having visited quite a few times before on account of injuries like a broken arm, fractured bones, and other cuts and bruises that Dudley managed to, accidentally, end up giving him. This wasn't good. Last he remembered, he had passed out in his garden, presumably due to excessive mana drainage, and his relatives must have brought him all the way out here. Wasting their time with his own problems was a surefire way to get himself starved for the week. A nurse, Nurse Jane, judging from the box floating above her head, entered the room. Upon seeing him awake, she gave him a small smile. "All awake now, Harry?" she asked, picking up a board hanging on the end of his bed and making a few notes and ticks. Upon seeing him nod, she said, "We've called your uncle to pick you up. They should be here any minute now. Please be careful to make sure that you don't work outside in the sun for so long, Harry." You were all dehydrated and burning up when you were brought in. She chided. Harry absently nodded as he looked around the room, catching sight of the calendar. His eyes widened. This was worse than he could have ever imagined. He had been here for 2 whole days. The nurse saw what he was staring at and spoke while she unhooked all the tubes from his arm and held a tuft of cotton wool over the punctures. Your uncle and a neighbor of yours figure something her name was brought you in on Sunday. As I said, you were entirely dehydrated and burning up with a high fever. Almost made the doctor put you into intensive care. But rest assured, you are fine now. Take care of yourself a bit more and keep drinking water regularly and you'll be right as rain in no time. Harry sat up and smiled at her as she left and continued the inspection of his room. Finding nothing more interesting to look at, he leaned back into his bed and was about to close his eyes when he suddenly caught sight of his aunt walking in his direction out of the window. With a sigh, Harry got up, knowing that they would be leaving quickly. He put on his clothes and got out of the room to walk over to her. Together, they walked in complete silence to the reception desk where Aunt Petunia signed some papers and quickly walked off towards the familiar Chevette standing in front of the hospital, Harry in tow. As they got closer to the car, Harry saw Dudley inside the car and wondered for a brief moment why his entire family had come to pick him up from the hospital. It was a seriously out-of-character thing for them to do. It was when he finally noticed the heaping pile of presents in the back seat that he realized what day it was. It was Dudley's birthday. Aunt Petunia opened the front door and got in. Harry didn't bother. He knew what was coming. Walking over to the driver's side, he leaned down to hear what his Uncle Vernon had rolled his window open to say. Now listen, here boy, he started, very obviously miffed at Harry. We had plans to go to the zoo for Dudley's birthday, but being the jealous little brat that you are, you had to go and faint right in the front lawn. But just because Miss Fig made us bring you here doesn't mean we will let you spoil our Duddydum's special day. No, we won't, I tell you. Vernon angrily declared as he fished out his wallet and handed Harry a few bills. Make your way home. No stealing food or spending money on anything other than the fare, or it's straight to the cupboard with you. Now go. With those words, the Dursleys drove off, leaving a very confused 10-year-old behind. Harry stood there gaping after the rapidly disappearing car. His relatives were truly one of a kind. He slowly tore his eyes off the fast-vanishing car and looked down at his hands. This was the first sum of money that the Dursleys had ever given him. Ever. And he didn't know whether to be happy or sad about it. After a few more seconds, when Gamer's mind had just asserted itself and smoothed his brain processes, suddenly, a brown box appeared in his sight and threw him into a state of panic again. Ping! Shield of Lily acquired as a permanent perk. Sol grants 20 to all stats against all magicals with ill intent. Will nullify completely when Harry reaches the age 17. Represents the pure unconditional protective nature of a mother's love. Such is the power of Lily's sacrifice of her life for Harry. Tears escaped Harry's eyes as he read about his mother. It didn't matter that he didn't know what the game meant by her sacrifice. It didn't matter that he was confused as all hell. It didn't matter that he had been lied to his whole life by the only people he could call family. None of it mattered. The only thing that mattered was that his mother wasn't a no-good drunk who had gotten herself killed in a car accident. She had sacrificed herself to protect her son. And that, above anything else, mattered. Anger, joy, relief, regret, and sorrow gripped his heart wave after wave as he read over the description again and again. And as tears escaped his eyes, he made a vow to himself right then and there. He vowed that he would honor his mum's sacrifice, that he would be the very best he could be, and that he would make his mum proud. And he vowed that he would make the Dursleys pay. Harry had never had what parents around the world would call a diverse upbringing. Being stuck in a cupboard for most of his early life wasn't particularly conducive to meeting new people and making new friends. As such, he had never really been exposed to many cultures around the world. So it was hardly surprising that being allowed to travel through London, one of the world's hottest travel destinations, was going to be quite an experience for the young Potter. Harry was having the time of his life, using observe on every random stranger on the streets and marveling at their own unique stories and traits and levels. He had never even known that so many different names even existed. One stormy-eyed stranger even had the name Jupiter Optimus Maximus. It was the name of an actual Roman god, Harry noted enviously. He wistfully thought of the many amazing and colorful names he could have had instead of just Harry, and kept on walking lazily down the footpath. There was no hurry, since the Dursleys were known to take their sweet time on their days out, especially with Dudley whining at them to buy more presents. After a lot of observing and sneakily spying on people without their knowledge. Ping. Through constant use a skill has level up. Observe LV2, 40%. By observing a target one will get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats and info. Harry had been pleasantly surprised by how good it felt to level up a skill, and it was that pleasant feeling that made him drift towards his next destination. Well, that feeling and one other thing. Those people, the 3 people he had encountered in front of a dying Gordon in that dream-like event that morning, they weren't normal. They had abilities and powers that defied belief, hiding from others and healing ungodly wounds almost as if they were performing miracles. Almost as if they were performing magic. He needed to know more about them, and in the process find out what in the world was trying to kill him. The image of the way Gordon lay crumpled on the ground in a pool of his own blood repeatedly flashed in front of his mind. Harry sure as all hell didn't want to end up like that. But how was he supposed to ask anyone for help when no one would believe him? That left him with only one option. One place where, like Miss Rommel had told him in that playground, in stories and myth he could perhaps find some truth. And so off he went, to the London Library. As he walked past the scowling librarian and into the chamber proper, he couldn't help but be intimidated by the sheer vastness of the knowledge contained in the rows upon rows of bookshelves that stood tall in front of him. Taking a deep breath, he told himself to relax. Even if I don't find many answers, at least I'm sure to get my int leveled up a bit, he thought. The first few books he picked up were based on the last memory he had before blacking out. All he remembered was the blurry image of a stone with some strange markings on them, so he picked up 3 books from the ancient languages section and headed over to the reading tables with them. Luckily, it didn't take him more than a couple more trips to the bookshelves to strike gold. As Harry walked around the bookshelves to pick up his 4th batch of books, a strange, thin little book caught his eyes. On its spine were engraved symbols and squiggles that looked eerily similar to the ones he remembered on the stone. Frowning, he went over and looked at the spine of the book. Ancient languages of the rare kind. The book seemed to contain lots of knowledge about old languages like Ancient Greek, Old Norse, Latin, Sanskrit and even some Scandinavian runes. Harry sat down in the library with the book in front of him. He was pretty sure that reading the book would also help his int along with helping solve the mystery of the stone. Taking Gordon's advice to heart, he started focusing on the book, hoping to build up his stats in the process. It was boring, and it was certainly not the best thing to do with this extremely rare Dursley-free day, but it was what needed to happen. It was difficult though. The words blurred and danced around on the page, and he could never really get them to focus in front of his eyes. Eventually, rather tired, he gave up on the reading for a while and started looking at pictures that were printed in the books. But just then, he came upon a picture of an ancient Mesopotamian parchment filled with squiggly lines written on it. It seemed old, really old, and just as Harry was about to look away the words started to change and suddenly Harry could understand them. He frowned, wondering if this was something related to Gamer's mind. It hadn't mentioned being able to do anything with languages in its description though, so it seemed unlikely that it was the reason behind his sudden understanding of what the tablet seemed to call the Parseltongue, the language of SS. It spoke of how it was once the language of gods and how it eventually came to be scorned by all of wizard kind. Wait a minute, wizardkind, Harry thought disbelievingly. Was that what his chemistry teacher was? A wizard? Was he a wizard too? It would certainly be a crazy theory, but no crazier than all that had happened to him throughout the last few days. Even the Shield of Lily description mentioned it. Maybe he had a connection with those myths he kept hearing about, and maybe it had something to do with magic. Ping. For thinking things through and arriving at a logical conclusion you gained +1 whiz. Harry blinked and quickly wiped it away. That was confirmation. He was either a wizard or related to one. Harry quickly spent the next hour fully immersed in the book, trying to learn anything he could. He was thirsty for all knowledge that could be found in it, although it didn't make it any less funny to see what people thought the Parseltongue parchments meant. Like the time they mistook the word castle for some oddly flexible yoga position. Soon, he got confirmation that his time was well spent, through a couple of notifications. Ping. By reading books about another language you have gained 1 int. Ping. By reading a manuscript and understanding it completely you have gained 2 skills. Language, Parseltongue, LV Max. You have a perfect understanding of Parseltongue. Language, Modern English, LV2, 34%. You have poor English reading skills, you can talk it, but can't walk it. Reading level -1, -60% misunderstanding what you read. Harry scratched his head, this was a problem. While some sort of strange magic gave him a perfect understanding of this, Parseltongue, his English wasn't in that great of a shape. He could talk English just fine, but he had always had an issue with reading it. Books always got so blurry when he tried to read. Pictures were okay, but the text being all but a gray blob wasn't exactly conducive to a reading session. Whatever the reason behind it was, he needed to get better at English first before reading any book. Harry quickly went over to the basic English sections and took out easy books and began reading. Grinding. That was what he was doing. Focusing on leveling up a skill with all his effort and intent led to a quick increase in level growth, and as the blobs of gray slowly became more and more focused and eventually morphed into letters he could understand. After finishing his 4th English book of the day, Harry opened up his skill list and selected English. Language, Modern English, LV2, 80%. You have poor English reading skills, you can talk it, but can't walk it. Reading grade level -1, -60% misunderstanding what you read. It was 34% before but it had grown to 80%. That meant it was working. Harry then quickly started to grind. He was being given a way to eliminate one of his greatest weaknesses on a day free of Dursleys and chores. He couldn't be happier to take the chance with all his might. By mid-noon, Harry had progressed to reading Conan Doyle stories, which were notoriously long but seemed to have a knack for increasing his English levels due to their smart writing. Language, Modern English, LV5, 40%. You have poor English reading skills, you can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level 4. -45% misunderstanding what you read. Harry smiled and closed the last book he was reading. Other than the Dursleys, his messed up reading was one of the main reasons he was always merely average in the class, and he was more than happy to be rid of it. As far as he could see, his understanding improved by a rate of 5%, meaning at level 14 or so he would finally be rid of his problem forever. Soon after, Harry ended his grinding for the day and left, as the library was closing for lunchtime. After spending some time ambling through the street, Harry saw a small garden S slithering across the street as it angrily hissed at the pedestrians that kept almost trampling it. Except to Harry, it seemed as if the S wasn't merely hissing, it was speaking English, some extremely English, but English nonetheless. Harry's eyes widened when a small green window popped up in his corner of vision telling him that his Parseltongue skill was active. He quickly weaved through the crowd over to the S and picked it up gently. The S didn't seem to be too pleased with that development. Put me down, you grubby son of a maggot-lodged scum bucket. I will rip off your slimy little two-legged nose and shove it up your lily-white butt, you little myth-backed moron. I have contacts in high places. The Prime Minister's Garden SS are my friends. I could have you thrown in a ditch with a flick of my tail. I will make you rue the day you picked me up, you dim-witted little twit. Language, Harry interrupted the S as he took it to a nearby alleyway. You speak, the S said, seemed a little shocked. I do, Harry said bemusedly as he set the S down away from the trampling traffic of people on the other side of the street. Then you should understand perfectly when I tell you to bugger off, you little wimp. King S speakers thinking themselves to be the king of reptiles for being able to talk like proper SS. The S spat as it slithered off into a hole. Harry paused for a minute to scratch his head at what just happened, wondering if he should have been offended, before shrugging it off and continuing on his journey back home, swiftly dissolving into the crowd. Harry reached the neighborhood near Privet Drive to find it burning with sweltering heat. Looking around, he saw that all the shops were closed and there was no place to find shade. Deciding that he wasn't feeling like fainting and taking yet another trip to the hospital, Harry made up his mind and headed towards the park. He quickly found a secluded spot near a corner shaded by the thick trees and sat down on the bench after making sure no one was looking at him. He couldn't help but marvel at how peaceful it was without all the people in it. Closing his eyes, he let himself be immersed in the sounds of the animals, who were in the park seeking shade from the sun just like he was. He slowly let himself relax a bit, and finally, after a long time, Harry felt at peace. Ping! Oh, what now? He angrily snapped and sat up to look at the strange new window that had opened up in front of him. You have entered the wards of Privet Drive. Due to home turf you have gained a boost. 1000 HP. 1000 megapixels. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Harry blinked confusedly as he read and reread the box, only to find himself repeatedly wondering what in the world was going on with him. This couldn't be normal, not even if he was a wizard like he had earlier theorized. There was no way that staying nearby one's home could give anyone that much power. Pier Polkis didn't turn into Superman when he ran home to mommy. So what was doing this to him? Frustrated, Harry brought up his profile and looked at the various question marks that were scattered around it. Race. Harry Potter is the son of Lily Potter and he has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry loves his mother, and hates the Dursleys. The race was scary. He was human, wasn't he? What else could he be? A wizard? Was he some sort of freak or something like his aunt and uncle always told him? Harry looked at the question mark over his father's name and over his race. The strange ability he got when in Privet Drive, the Parseltongue stuff he could read, and the weird stuff that happened around him all the time. What could it all mean? Come on, Harry, you must be able to think of a reason. Harry remembered Ms. Rommel saying that to him in his classes. She always did seem to believe in him before she turned to weird magical death cults. A wizard, that couldn't be it, could it? Harry sighed and gave up on it for the moment. The heat was too much right now and he wasn't in the mood for a mental breakdown. He shelved his thoughts for later perusal that night in his cupboard and started using Observe on the strangers walking by just to grind his skill when suddenly Lady Luck seemed to smile on him. Daedalus Diggle. LV 28. HP 1500 MP 2000 Race Wizard. STR 15. Vit 15. Dex 10. Int 22. Wis 20. Luke 10. Daedalus Diggle is a member of the Council of Magical Sports and the Order of Phoenix. He, along with Emmeline Vance, is assigned to protect Harry in case any dark wizards come after him. He is assigned to look after Harry by the Order and will do so until told otherwise. He is in love with his wife and has 3 children. Harry's eyes widened. It was true. Wizards were real. That was the answer. But what did that mean? Did this Diggle guy live like those wizards in stories? With pointy hats and brooms? And what was that Order of the Phoenix thing that was the title of Ms. Rommel? So was it an organization of some sort? What was going on? And what did it mean if that was true? It did make sense. Why else would some wizards be here other than to protect him, another wizard just like them? Ms. Rommel, Vance did join the school a few days after Harry arrived. Then Harry's eyes widened suddenly as it hit him like a wave on an ocean. His dad and mum must have been wizard and girl wizard. Which? And they certainly didn't die in a car accident. This explained it all. This was his answer, but he still had doubts creeping into his mind. Surely not. Surely this is just the stuff of legends and stories. Surely this couldn't be real, he thought. Ms. Rommel narrowed her eyes. Don't be too sure, Mr. Potter. Ping. Due to you using your head and thinking things through and fitting all the pieces of the puzzles together, you have gained 1 wis. Ping. Quest completed. Find out who you are. Reward. Find out about all your abilities. 1000 EXP. Ping. You have gained 2 levels. Eyes widening, Harry then quickly pulled his stats up and was shocked at what he saw. Harry Potter. Health 1200 due to home turf. Mana 1100 due to home turf. The Gamer. Title The Boy Who Lived. 20 STR, 20 Vit, 20 Dex, while in home turf. Level 4 Express 0 1200ths. Race Wizard. STR2 plus 20 equals 22. Vit 1 plus 20 equals 21. Dex 3 plus 20 equals 23. Int minus 3. Wis 4. Luke minus 3. Points 10. MONEY 500G0S0K. Harry Potter is a wizard, the son of Lily Potter and He has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His magic has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry hates the Dursleys. Status Wizard, giving Harry 2 VIT, 2 Dex and the ability to control magic, talk to SS, control his appearance and look cool. Holy shit, Harry muttered in wonder. His HP and MP were off the charts. All this for just being in Privet Drive. And his STR, Dex, VIT were all in the 20s. This proved it, he was a wizard. He clicked the new title he got, The Boy Who Lived, and saw that the bonuses were only when he was in home turf, in Privet Drive, which while rare, still gave him a huge boost. Suddenly, Harry realized that while he'd been thinking, the purple-shirted wizard had walked off. He quickly jumped to his feet and walked out of the park, glad to see a glimpse of the purple shirt in the distance. Destiny had given him a chance to learn his truth, and he wasn't about to give it up without a fight. He took a deep breath and then started pumping his legs into the floor, sprinting as fast as he could. Harry focused and regulated his breath to preserve his stamina. Gamer's mind came into effect, calming him down as he expertly dodged bystanders with his newfound home turf Dex boost. Harry Potter was good at running after all. And now he knew why. Ping. Skill created. Sprinting, LV5, 40%. Your speed in sprinting is that of an average sprinter minus 8 miles an hour. Harry looked at that, fumbling slightly mid-run, and frowned. Amongst the skills he had expected to gain, he had expected his sprinting to be a lot higher level than that. Dismissing it, he kept running, and since he was trying not to be detected, he kept running in a random zigzag pattern along the streets, taking cover behind as many pedestrians and obstacles as he could to maximize his cover and do a cheeky bit of grinding in the process. Throughout it all, he kept trying to move faster and faster. Ping, 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 ping. The pings kept on coming, but Harry ignored them all. He needed to go faster, since the man had turned from the side street they were in onto the main road and Harry was about to lose sight of him. He needed to get faster or he would lose the only thing that could get him answers. With that in mind, Harry scanned the street for any path that he could use to avoid the traffic and still keep an eye on his target. Nothing. There were no biplanes and nor were there any little pathways between buildings he could sneak through. There was no way he could follow him on ground. The only way to go was up. He caught sight of a steel bar jutting out of the side of a half-constructed building that ran along the main road. Using his newfound Dex boost, Harry ran full speed straight towards the wall and jumped, grabbing hold of the bar. Almost instinctively, he swung his weight around, letting go of the bar mid-swing, only to catch hold of a window rail. With each push and jump, he climbed the building, aided by his home turf STR and DEX. Reveling in his newfound power, he grabbed hold of a ledge above the topmost window and pulled himself up, his muscles slightly protesting under the strain they were put under. He then shimmied along the ledge till he reached a small jutting out brick on which he gained some footing. Just as he had stabilized himself and was taking a breather, he felt the brick start to give way under his weight. Eyes widening, he braced himself and with all his might jumped, grasping at anything he could find. Luckily, his hands found the edge of the roof and with a grimace, he pulled himself onto it. And just in time, it seemed. Ping. You have exited the wards of Privet Drive. All home turf boosts negated. Harry thanked whichever god it was that was looking after him before he saw the screen that had been floating in front of him all this time. Sprinting, LV10, 30%. Your speed in sprinting is that of an advanced sprinter 15 miles an hour. Well, at least there's that, Harry thought as he started moving on, marking Daedalus Diggle from his vantage point path along the rooftops of the closely packed buildings. He tried to avoid the eyes of anyone who could have thought him suspicious and tried to use Gamer's mind to judge where the man was going. Harry knew enough of London to tell that they were heading towards Greater London, but he wasn't intimately familiar with the area. He quickly dropped down to the lower roof of the next building and was about to run ahead when he suddenly caught sight of Diggle entering a small pretty shop that, strangely enough, most people on the footpath seemed to be avoiding. Harry quickly entered the rooftop entrance to the stairwell of the building he was on and ran down the stairs and out onto the street, only to see Diggle disappear behind a curtain around the back of the shop through the shop's window. Harry ran across the street and entered the shop, pulling forth his innocent, lost child, guise, and quietly walked to the backside, wondering why the lady at the counter didn't stop him, only to stop short himself as he saw the scene in front of him. A row of people were lining up in front of a fireplace that seemed to burn green fire for some reason. Just as he was about to wonder why, much to Harry's shock, an old gentleman entered the fire. And despite his misgivings, the fire didn't even burn his clothes. The old man simply yelled, "Aventoval!" And the fire seemed to engulf him. When the flames receded, he had disappeared. Harry was floored. But soon enough, Gamer's mind asserted itself, and he pulled himself together and used Observe on the fireplace. Flow Fireplace. A fireplace connected to the Flow network. It is a mode of transportation in the wizarding world in which a wizard or witch goes from one place to another by standing in the emerald green flames and saying the name of the place very clearly. Bloody hell! Harry muttered, wide-eyed. Wizards traveled through fire. That is so cool. He looked around but he couldn't find Diggle. Just as he was starting to get distressed, he saw a lady collecting some silver coins from the people before they stepped in. A plan formed in his mind. He walked over to the lady, a Miss Becklew according to the box floating above her, and spoke in a childish voice. "Excuse me, mish. My uncle just went into the flow and he shade that I could come on my own if I wished cause I am a grown-up now. Be you but I forgot what to say when I'm in the fire." Quote, in normal situations, a usual 11 years old might not have succeeded in this amateurish deception, but Harry's small stature worked in his favor. The lady seemed to almost melt over his glasses and wide green eyes as she cooed over him as she asked, "Ah. Do you remember your uncle's name, little man?" "Deded Dudlush Diggle," Harry said, adding a stutter for effect. At the moment, he was frankly surprised at his own acting skills. Daedalus, he did mention his nephew was coming over. The woman muttered as she checked the paper she was holding for the name. "Charing Cross little man, think you can remember that?" she asked, and Harry nodded. "Yes, good. Now go stand in the line and go through when your turn comes." "Got that. Now scoot," she said with a smile. Harry walked towards the end of the line and tried not to feel bad about lying to the nice lady. He didn't quite succeed. Ping. Skill leveled up. Lying, LV2, 30%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 10% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. He was getting better at lying and he didn't know how to feel about it. On one hand, he was improving a skill, and on the other hand, he was improving lying. Deciding to look on the bright side, Harry waved away the screen and started reading the various signs all around the room. Much to his surprise, ping, ping, language, modern English, LV7, 40%. You have poor English reading skills, you can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade LEVEL 6. Minus 35% in understanding what you read. He frowned. That was quite odd. Why did he level up so quickly when all he did was read a few signs? Perhaps there was some kind of magic involved. Or perhaps his own game was more forgiving in a location filled with wizards. Harry sighed. It could be just random luck for all he knew. Deciding to not look a gift horse in the mouth, he fell into line and waited. His turn came soon, and Harry, more nervous than he expected, stepped into the flickering green flames and squeezing his eyes shut, yelled his destination loudly. The flames flared up around him, and the last thing he knew before the tickling fire whooshed him away was the amused snickers of the people in line behind him. He passed through an ethereal black space with many green specks of light whizzing by him as he headed towards one particular spot of light that grew and grew and grew until it enveloped his entire world. With a loud bang, he shot out of a fireplace and landed face first on the floor. He quickly picked himself up, tried smoothing his hair and looked around, trying to spot Diggle. Soon enough, he spotted him on the opposite side of the road in a shop, browsing through the shelves. Ducking by the other patrons in this new shop he found himself in, he went out into Charing Cross Road and sat down on the steps of a nearby shop that was closed, waiting for Diggle to come out. It didn't take him long to get bored of staring at Diggle. To amuse himself, he started playing with his inventory. He didn't have much money, just £50, but he had plans to fix that. The money would help him move about and come to London more, and that in turn would lead to more skills and powers revealing themselves and making him more powerful. Perhaps he could find some quests would allow him to get some cash or something if that was even possible. Just then the stone Harry had been fiddling with fell from his hands. But before it could clatter onto the ground, the inventory that he had left open underneath caught it. Harry paused and considered the implications. This could be incredibly useful. If his inventory could catch stones without him having to individually put them in, then maybe it could capture something more dangerous. Maybe even bullets. His inventory box could possibly be the most powerful tool in his arsenal. Harry was curious about his powers, out of all which his inventory stumped him the most. What exactly happened to the stuff he put in there? Where did it go? He definitely needed to know. So Harry took out a loaf of bread that he had stashed in the inventory 2 days ago. Much to his surprise, it was just as fresh as it was the day he put it in there. That meant that the inventory box was a type of stasis field. Anything in it was frozen in time, something that could be very, very useful. Harry was almost drooling imagining it. Hot food whenever he wanted. For Harry, to whom starvation was an intimate friend, this was huge. Ping. Due to your experimentation, you have found a loophole in the system. Your int is raised by 1. Harry smiled at this and looked back at Diggle. He needed to move since Diggle had paid at the counter and was coming out of the shop. Ping. Quest alert. Follow Diggle without getting caught. Reward. 50 Express. 10G. Failure. Cupboard. Ignorance of self. Yes, no. It was a no-brainer. He was already doing it anyway. Harry quickly pressed yes and crossed the road, tailing Diggle, sticking to the shadows and trying not to get noticed. Each time he felt that Diggle had even an inkling of an idea that he was being followed, Harry quickly ducked into an alleyway out of sight. Staying careful, Harry slowly started decreasing the distance between them. Ping. What now? He hissed through his teeth. Skill created. Sneaking, LV1 20%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 10% chance of not getting caught. 10% chance of a critical strike. That seemed very useful, Harry decided. He swiped the screen away and saw Diggle looking around with a frown on his face. Harry stilled, realizing that Daedalus sensed someone following him. Thinking quickly, he quickly walked past him, overtaking him and ducking into the next side alley, before looking back to see what he was doing. He might have been sneaky, but 10% was still 10% after all. He was bound to fail sometime. Daedalus pulled out a stick with his right hand just like the one Vance and the others had, a magic wand, and was discreetly waving it at the area behind him while looking around. After a few tense seconds, he started walking again, apparently satisfied with his inspection. He passed Harry's alley without noticing him, and with a sigh of relief, he walked out of the alley and started following the purple-shirted man again. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV2 10%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 15% chance of not getting caught. 15% chance of a critical strike. Nice, he thought and hung back and followed Diggle at a discreet distance, mingling with the crowd and sticking to the shadows. And so he tailed Daedalus Diggle all the way along the Charing Cross Road, where the stout man entered a dingy-looking pub, which the rusty sign called the Leaky Cauldron, which, much like those flow shops, most people seemed to avoid entirely. Their eyes seemed to gloss over it and onto the next store whenever they looked at it. Warily, Harry followed him and looked through the stained and dirty GL windows of the pub and saw the patrons greet him as he vanished towards the back of the pub. Ping. Quest success. Follow Diggle without getting caught. Reward. 50 Express. 10G. Information. Harry swiped it away. He didn't have time to look at it now. He didn't dare go inside. He was 10 after all, and a pub full of drunk men was not the best place to be for someone like him. So he stood outside the pub and waited for him to come out, since he couldn't observe anyone through the GL no matter how hard he tried. Or so he intended to do, until a man walked out of the pub, opening the door for a fleeting moment, letting the conversation inside spill out. His gamer's mind separated all the voices, and with crystal clear clarity, he heard. "How are you, Arch? A bottle of fire whiskey, Tom. The Ministry is taking a big fat dump on all over wizards and witches ever. Lily Potter's son coming to Hogwarts this year, isn't he, Mattel?" The woman's voice was cut off as the door closed. Harry was shocked to a standstill. He looked around, knowing that he couldn't open the door himself. He desperately hoped for something, anything to open the door. Suddenly, a strong breeze came and blew open the door as a brown screen popped up. Ping. New skill discovered. You have discovered your skill as a magical. Accidental Magic LV1, 43%. Allows you to control your magic in short sporadic bursts. You can try to use it in any way you wish, but it may not obey your every command. Cost -20 megapixels per minute. 30% chance of Harry using a randomly selected magical ability when in a situation of great distress. Harry couldn't care less at that moment. I tell ya Gemma, James and his friends were big troublemakers in my day. If little Harry is anything like him. True that, though he cleaned up pretty nicely when he got together with Lily. That woman could clean up anybody. True Spitfire she was. I heard from Minerva that poor Harry is growing up with muggles. The boy who lived. Muggles. The poor lad. Must be hard for him. Lily was a good mother to him for the time he had her. Her eyes used to light up like though. Harry used a foot to keep the door open and remained outside that dingy pub till sunset, thoughts of Mr. Diggle all forgotten. He stood there, mindless of the pain in his legs as he listened to the patrons talk about his parents and magic and their school times, soaking in all he could about his mother and father and the life that he never had. Despite the tears streaming down his face, it was the happiest day of his entire life. With an angry frown on his face, Harry stood in the garden at the spot near the rose bush where he had fainted on Sunday. After reaching home much later than he had planned the previous day, resulting in the Dursleys arriving earlier than him, Aunt Petunia had promptly grounded him, given him a list of chores to make up for the days he was gone, and told him to clean up the mess that Dudley's party had caused. It wasn't ideal, but what was he supposed to do? Leave early from the only place that he had ever gotten any real knowledge about his parents from. It said something about his situation that drunk patrons in a run-down pub in central London were better at being kind to him than his own Aunt Petunia without even knowing that they were being kind to him. But chores were fine by Harry so long as they got his family out of his hair, since all he really wanted to do was get to the garden and find out what had hurt him that day. And after the last day's revelation, he decided, a little monotony would not go unappreciated. Thus, he spent most of his morning out in the garden searching through the GR around the area, trying to find that stone marked with strange little squiggles that had knocked him out and drained his mana. Yet no matter how much he searched, he was unable to find it. Sighing with resignation after a while of searching, he went about getting ready for school. Class, to him, was as monotonous as always, but after the previous day's hijinks, he could finally read and collect information at a fast enough rate for him to keep up with the stuff that was being taught. So, as a pleasant surprise at the end of the first half of classes, he got a ping from the game. Due to you paying attention in class, for the first bloody time, you have gained 1 int. Harry was rather pleased with himself for getting those extra stat points and the fact that he had actually managed to read with relative ease throughout the day. His English reading skills now only affected him by -35%, meaning that he understood 65% of what was being taught. It also meant that he wouldn't have to go over the day's work in his cupboard again just to understand it, which opened up another couple of hours of free time for him. Free time he could use to discover his skills and grind them. Soon, lunchtime rolled around, and Harry decided to test out his new powers. So far he knew of only one skill he got for being a wizard, Accidental Magic, whose success rate seemed pretty accidental. There were still some other powers, like talking to SS, which he had done. The talking thing seemed to be pretty cut and dry. He had max levels in Parseltongue, so he didn't have any need to grind that particular skill. And even if he wanted to, he doubted any would stay alive in the inter-neighbor garden warfare that reigned in Privet Drive. So that left him with Accidental Magic as the only thing he could practice. Making sure that no one was looking at him, Harry stood up and walked over to a hidden-off part of the playground, taking cover behind the small section of the school wall that jutted out into the grounds, secluding that little spot as just the place to be if you wanted to be alone. Sitting down on the floor, he took a deep breath as centered himself, closed his eyes, and focused on the feeling of desperation he had felt when he'd last done his Accidental Magic. He'd wanted to hear more about his mother so badly, he would have done anything for more, and the wind had responded. Gamer's mind flawlessly recalled to the forefront to his mind that unyielding desire to make something happen. For the longest while there was nothing, but Harry suddenly felt a knot tying up in the pit of his stomach and his hand felt warm. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at his palm. A tiny blue flame fluttered gently over his palm, flickering and shivering at even the slightest of movements. A small breeze seemed to pass, quickly snuffing out the flame. But it couldn't snuff out the wide grin on Harry's face. Far from being discouraged at the measly nature of his feat, he was overjoyed. Magic was real. Magic was his friend. He quickly refocused and tried to replicate the feeling in his belly, this time calling to the forefront of his mind the feeling of flames washing over his skin from the time he had flow traveled. This time, his whole arm lit up on fire, yet it didn't burn him. He felt the fire flickering and dancing warm around his arms, like a happy little puppy bouncing around him waiting to be told what to do. He felt his gamer's mind take note of how it felt to use his magic, saving it for later use. He knew it'd be easier the next time he did it. Suddenly, he felt quite aware of the sweat forming on his brow. He panted as he brought out his status page and clicked on MP. This was the first skill he had that required MP and he didn't want to run out. Not after his fainting spell the last time. Mana minus 681,100, 1000 due to home turf. Regeneration 10% per minute. Harry's eyes widened as he remembered about his home turf boost. It looked like he could practice to his heart's content as long as he stayed inside a range around Privet Drive. But then he frowned, noting disappointedly his regeneration rate was pathetic. It was to be expected since his WIS was only 4. However, if he was caught off guard by someone, especially someone who wanted to kill him like Ms. Rommel had mentioned, outside Privet Drive, he would be a goner. No, he had to get better and improve his base stats. Through the next bout of practicing, Harry learned a few things more about his powers and statistics. Each indicated something or the other about his current state of being. Str his physical strength, obviously. Vit his endurance and defense 25 HP per level for 10 Vit. Dex his athleticism and precision 10% HP regen per level for 10 Dex. Int mana storage rate and memory 25 megapixels per level for 10 int. WIS mana recovery and mana scene 10% MP regen level for 10 WIS. Luke luck. And so far he only had the base stats at STR2, Vit 1, Dex -3, Int -5, WIS 4, Luke -3, which, if he compared to that Daedalus Diggle guy, was next to nothing. This was why Harry needed to grind. He did have 10 points that he could spend, but like Gordon said, he needed to save those for a rainy day. One more time, he thought to himself, and gathered mana into his arms, this time with much more ease than before, and then spoke with a grin, flame on. He expected a fireball forming in his hands, and maybe even a level up screen for his magic. Hence, he was quite surprised when a nearby trash can turned neon pink and blasted into the air, upturning midway down to the ground and dumping all its contents on Harry's head. 30% random. Right. A fair amount of practicing later, Harry collapsed to the ground, having exhausted all of his mana. Mana -0.01. The recovery time for him would a total of 8 minutes since his recovery rate was 10%, meaning 10 megapixels was being restored per minute. He did wonder why he wasn't fainting at 0 megapixels like he had on Sunday. It must be something related to that stone that knocked me out, he mused. After a couple of minutes of rest, Harry got up and was about to get back to his class, when he saw Dudley and his gang of delinquent bullies coming towards him with grins on their faces. Harry knew that nothing good was going to come out of this. While he could take those idiots out easily with his increased stats, he knew that if Dudley tattled on him, he would be starving for days locked up in his cupboard, and he wanted to avoid that at all costs. So turning on his heels, Harry ran. The playground monitor was off snoring on a bench on the playground, so he didn't notice the bullies and their target run out of the school campus. Not wanting to give away his abilities, he purposefully ran slower than he could, but that only meant that Dudley and his gang could keep up with him. Soon, they chased him into an alleyway nearby the school. Harry realized he was cornered when he saw the dead end. He couldn't see any ledges or supports he could to climb and escape. Without much of a way out, he started to feel the panic seeping into his mind. How was he supposed to find out more about his parents while locked in a cupboard? How could he search for that stone? How would he grind his skills? No, calm down, he told himself. There has to be some way out, he thought as he used Gamer's mind to focus on solving the problem. Meanwhile, Dudley and his minions were closing in on him, cracking their fists menacingly. "So you thought you could just ruin my birthday and get off with it?" Dudley asked angrily. "I'll give you what's coming to you, freak." "I'm not getting off, Dudley," Harry replied, utterly calm on the outside. "Aunt Petunia is making me do all the chores in the house. And it is not as if I wanted to faint while working in the sun." "Enough talk, Big D. Let's do this." Piers apparently had had enough. With a dirty look at Harry, he pulled out a switchblade and started walking towards Harry. "Whoa. Hold on, mate." Piers. Dennis didn't seem to be so sure about the plan once he saw the knife. "Where did you get that knife, man?" "My dad gave it to me before he left for the army. Said his trainer gave it to him." "Pretty cool, huh?" Piers said proudly. The rest of the gang was starting to hesitate, and Malcolm decided to voice his apprehension. "I don't know, man, what if he tells on us?" "Nah, not likely. And if he does, I'll just get Mum to handle him." Dudley reassured them with a grin. They seemed mollified with that as wide grins spread over their faces, and they too joined Piers in advancing towards Harry and cutting off any escape routes. Harry looked around desperately, trying to find something. There had to be a way out. There had to be something he could use. The desperation was truly starting to set in, when suddenly, a knot formed his stomach. He stumbled as he twisted, and the next thing he knew everything went black. He was pressed very hard from all directions. He could not breathe. There were iron bands tightening around his eyeballs were being forced back into his head, his eardrums were being pushed deeper into his skull. He felt like he had been dragged through a keyhole as his vision then reoriented itself. "Huh," Harry muttered, looking around confused and dazed. He was on the roof of the school building. Looking down the ledge into the alleyway he was just in, he saw Dudley and his friends staring at the spot he was in with shock. "What in the world just happened?" Harry whispered. "Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Accidental magic LV2 3%. Allows you to control your magic in short sporadic bursts. You can try to use it in any way you wish, but it may not obey your every command. 24% chance of Harry using a randomly selected magical ability within a situation of great distress. Cost -20 megapixels per minute. Ping. New skill discovered. You have discovered a new magical skill by accidental magic. Apparition LV1 54%. Destination, determination, and deliberation. Apparition is a magical method of transportation and is basically the magical action of traveling by having the user focus on the desired location in their mind. It is by far the fastest way to get to one's desired destination, but is tricky to pull off correctly and disastrous if botched up. Cost -80 megapixels per use. Oh, Harry muttered as he read through the description. He was quite lucky he didn't botch it, as the description put it. But this was an amazing skill. Harry was marveling at the jackpot he'd hit when he heard numerous pops near the entrance of the school. He turned around and caught sight of two men appearing out of nowhere. Eyes widening, he quickly ducked behind a chimney to see what was going on. Luckily, they seemed to be just as callous about lowering their voices around people as the last set of wizards he had encountered in his school. He could hear them clearly as they spoke. "All right, Stevens, get to it. It's an easy job, just a bunch of kids. Even the playground monitor guy is sleeping. I want to see you handle yourself well. Blending in with muggles is a useful skill. Keep your training in mind, and don't forget that field tests like this will determine your future as an obliviator. Now, are you ready to begin?" "Yes, sir," Stevens said as he pulled out his wand. "Good. Be careful with the kids. Erase only as much as necessary, they'll chalk the rest up to their imagination. And don't bother finding the source. It was probably some muggle-born getting scared or something." The older-looking man, a Jonathan Mertickle who had an astounding level of 38, said. Harry watched silently as Stevens quickly pointed his wand at each of the kids one by one and intoned, "Obliviate." The kids each then stilled for a brief second, and then went about playing like nothing had ever happened. "This is the same thing that man, Miss Romel's friend from that day said after he said all that stuff about me not remembering anything that had happened," Harry remembered with vindication. He knew that the magic had something to do with erasing memories. But then he stilled. So did that mean that weird stuff like this had always happened around him, and every time it had, someone had come and erased his memories? Harry felt a bit sick at the thought. The two men soon finished their memory erasing and met back up near the gates again. Good job, kid. Now let's get back to the ministry. Bagman owes me some Quidditch League passes. Wanna tag along? Heck yeah, boss. The younger man said enthusiastically as they both turned on the spot and vanished. Harry had barely started to understand what he'd just witnessed when he heard the CL bell ring. Quickly checking and seeing all of his classmates on the field, Harry dropped down onto the ledge of his classroom window, and with some effort, climbed into the classroom. Checking that no one had seen him, he quickly went and sat down in his seat. As he doodled on his notebook during class, he thought about what he had seen, arriving at a conclusion. Wizards seemed to have a very neat and efficient system that they used to cover stuff up in case someone, child or otherwise, did magic out in public. That seemed to be how they hid their existence from the rest of the world. And that meant that he couldn't just use up large amounts of magic out in public without someone somewhere knowing about it and coming for him. One thing was for sure. He was being watched in ways he couldn't even comprehend. Throughout the remaining school time and on the way back home, Harry had maintained a tiny flickering flame in his hand, constantly changing its color to make sure that his skills were being constantly honed and bettered. There was a lot to be improved about his accidental magic skill before he could use it as well as he intended to, but level ups would certainly help him get there. Ping. Due to constant usage, a skill has evolved. Accidental Magic LV4 30%. Allows you to control your magic in short sporadic bursts. You can try to use it in any way you wish, but it may not obey your every command. 12% chance of Harry using a randomly selected magical ability when in a situation of great distress. Cost -20 megapixels per minute. He'd gotten 2 level ups by the end of his walk. And the factor of randomness in the use of his skill was going down. Harry smiled. He finally knew how he was going to grow stronger. Practicing day after day, one step at a time, strength would come to him. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen when the randomness factor would reach 0. Just as he was getting close to home, another notification gave him a pleasant surprise. Ping. Due to constant usage of mana and constant mana regeneration, 1 to int and whiz. This seemed to be only getting better and better. It seemed as if studying and making wise choices weren't the only ways to train int and whiz. Seeing Aunt Petunia frowning at him through the window, Harry decided that standing in the middle of the road while smiling at thin air wasn't a very normal thing to do, and went into the house, intending to start on the dinner. Outside, hidden from the outside world by the veil of an invisibility cloak, a pallid frail man in tattered black robes watched him with hungry eyes. That night, as his punishment, Harry's uncle had told him that he was to have no dinner. However, having learned some seriously world-altering truths throughout the course of the last few days, Harry was in no mood to listen to their self-aggrandizing drivel. He promptly flipped them off from under the kitchen counter, stole most of the dinner leftovers by stuffing them into his inventory, and just because he was feeling extra vengeful towards his aunt for lying to him about his mother, polished their silverware with his own spit. Judging that to be enough revenge for the one night, Harry went and shut himself in his cupboard. He had no plans to sleep that night. He had a stone to find after all. That night, it was time to test out his new apparition skill. Focusing long and hard on the Dursley garden, and just like he had done with all his magic till then, focusing incredibly hard on his desire to make the apparition happen, he drew on his mana. Feeling his mana slowly envelope his body, Harry turned on his spot just like he had seen those wizards do, and hoping to all heavens that he would stay silent, apparated. If Harry felt that it was slower this time, and even somewhat a bit more comfortable, he was right. Picking up on his desire for silence, his magic had deliberately slowed his apparition down. When apparating, a wizard left behind him a vacuum of space unoccupied by air. Hence, when the process happened incredibly fast, there would be a bunch of air rushing into the space, trying to fill in the vacated space, and much like in the case of Muggle fighter jets, cause a loud pop similar to a localized sonic boom. Furthermore, in a vacuum, there would be no air pressure to counter human blood pressure, which was the reason why the wizard's blood pressure would try to burst him open like an astronaut without a spacesuit in space. Summed up, all that would make for a rather painful ride. However, Harry's slow apparition allowed air to slowly take over the space he vacated, thus removing the sound and the vacuum attributes of normal apparition, making his ride a much quieter and smoother one. Thus, it was hardly surprising that once Harry landed, he immediately heard a ping. Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Silent Apparition LV2 64%. Destination, Determination and Deliberation. Apparition is a magical method of transportation and is basically the magical action of traveling by having the user focus on a desired location in their mind. It is by far the fastest way to get to one's desired destination, but is tricky to pull off correctly and disastrous if botched up. Cost -70 megapixels per use. Bloody hell. Harry couldn't help but curse under his breath. His gamer's mind abilities were working in conjunction to boost his learning speed like all hell. This apparition jump had not only turned his apparition silent and leveled it up, but it had also decreased the amount of mana it used. After a moment of gaping, Harry waved it away and started searching for the cause of his fainting again, this time taking a different approach. Magic. If the stone was magic and he was magic, then maybe he could summon it. The logic behind it was iffy, but the logic behind his entire life had been blown to trash since the last few days, so it was worth a try. He tried accidental magic, but it didn't quite work as well as expected, so Harry decided that maybe spells were what he needed to give his magic that extra boost. Whoosh, Harry whispered as he tried to use his mana to pull the stone out of hiding. Come to me, you thingamajiger. Alakazam. Accidentalis magicus. Wiggle wiggle wiggle. Unfortunately, Harry's attempts at finding some sort of secret summoning spell were unsuccessful, and soon he was forced to resort back to scrounging through the bushes and groping for some clues. As he was just about to give up, his eyes caught sight of the pile of grand leaves that sat unassumingly near the back fence of the garden. Near instantly, his gamer's mind made a set of connections in a truly Sherlockian fashion. Once he'd have passed out on Sunday, his aunt would have probably been the first one to find him. She would have certainly seen him holding on to or touching the stone, and either afraid or repulsed as usual by anything unusual, she would have tossed it into a nearby pile of garbage. A pile of garbage that hadn't yet been cleaned up, since he hadn't been there since the last few days. It was scary how much his relatives depended on him just to maintain a normal living standard. Emboldened by his new theory, he renewed his search efforts, starting with the trash bin in front of the house. Not finding anything there, he turned to the leaf pile near the back of the garden. After ruffling through it for a while, he finally struck gold. His hand brushed again onto a smooth surface, and Harry's vision suddenly flashed red. He panicked for a moment, afraid that he was going to pout again, until he realized that his mana wasn't falling. Warily, he looked at what he was touching. It was the same stone he remembered, except now he sort of recognized that the squiggly lines is some of the runes he had read about in the book, ancient languages of the rare kind. He used Observe on it. Lily Potter's Blood Wardstone. Mana. 5,000,000. Ancient Wardstone modified to use Lily Potter's blood to protect those bearing her blood. Center and Anchor of Surrey Wards. Multiplies supplied power by 50,000 to support the protective spells anchored to it. Choose one of the following perks. Forever Protected. You will gain a permanent private ward, giving you home turf boost. Home Sweet Home. Number 4 Privet Drive will gain a permanent ward, protecting it from any adverse influences until you turn 17. Current choice. Home Sweet Home. Mother of God. Harry muttered, eyes white as tennis balls as he looked at the wildly large amount of mana stored in that stone. His eyes darted down the description to the last line, and his brow folded into a frown. That just wouldn't do. No magic of his was going to be used in protecting the Dursleys. If there was one thing he was sure of, that was it. Immediately, he changed the perk choice. 3 words summed up his choice pretty well. Screw the Dursleys. Wardstone acquired as a perk. Grants 1000 HP and 1000 MP when activated it at the cost of -25 megapixels per minute. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. 20 STR, 20 Vit, 20 Dex. This was going to be one of his most useful perks. Harry just knew it. The stone dissolved into his hands as his boosts faded, awaiting his activation command. Just then Harry caught sight of Mrs. Monroe of number 8, looking out of her window. She was known by most as the most paranoid harpy of the neighborhood. Wary to use the apparition skill again, quickly Harry activated his skill, Sneaking. He quietly walked into his house, thankful for having remembered to open the door, closed it behind him, and went into his bed, unaware of the devastating mistake he had just made. Outside, the frail man who had been hidden under a tree outside the house across the road from Harry's was awoken from his nap by a sudden buzz in his hand. All day long, he had been waiting to find a chance opening in the Dursley home wards so that he could get into the house and finish what his master had started all those years ago. With an angry grunt, he woke up, careful not to let a leg or arm slip out from underneath the invisibility cloak he was using as his blanket. He lifted his hand to his face to look at what had awoken him. It was his wand. Ever since he had gotten to Privet Drive and started keeping an eye on the youngest Potter, the glowing orange light on his wand's tip had been telling him that if he dared step up to the Potter's house, he would be incinerated into fine dust. Except that light was gone, replaced by a gentle green orb pulsating away happily. He could only gape at it with wide eyes. How had this happened? How had the wards guarding Potter gone down? The rustling of the GR from the direction of number 4 made him look away from his wand to see what was going on. A crouched Potter slowly sneaked up to the front door of the house, and then promptly slipped into the house before closing the door carefully. It's Potter, the kid somehow managed to break his own wards. He realized with a start, and a wide grin spread across his face. Irony was a beautiful thing. A giddy sort of laughter filled the entire street, and Mrs. Monroe looked around curiously, wondering where it was coming from. Harry woke up with the same blue box over his head that he'd had the previous morning. Ping. You have slept in your own bed, HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. He swiped it away, walked out of his cupboard, and looked around with a yawn. The time was 7 in the morning. Just early enough to finish his chores before school. Stretching a bit to free up his muscles, Harry headed upstairs and took a shower, before heading into the kitchen and starting to work on the breakfast. After making 30 hotcakes, just about enough to fill Dudley and Vernon for a few hours, he changed into his uniform and grabbed his bag. Suddenly though, he stopped himself. The hotcakes, there was an opportunity there. Since no one else was awake, Harry quickly pulled out the batter and started making more hotcakes. In addition to that, he quickly pulled out a bottle of maple syrup from the carton full of the stuff that they kept around for Dudley, knowing they would never miss it. He made a stack of hotcakes before he opened up his inventory and dragged the box over his newly made stack. He slowly lowered it down the stack. Much to his elation, they all slowly disappeared into the box before the food then reappeared in the inventory in a box. Grinning, Harry quickly loaded in as many pancakes as he could. Finally, Harry closed his inventory after storing 20 hotcakes in it. He then grabbed 2 more and put them on his plate to eat, headed over to a corner of the room, and started to quickly devour his breakfast. "Morning, freak," came an ugly voice. Harry sighed and turned, and there he was, beeping in all the light and life from his surroundings. Dudley sneered at Harry. "Sod off to your mum, Dudders." Harry replied flippantly without looking at him. "At least I have parents," Dudley said, after spending a moment processing Harry's statement, and walked away. It shouldn't have hurt him. Harry was used to the insults. He was used to the Dursleys telling him he was an orphan, and that was the first thing anyone, stranger or otherwise, would use to insult him. He should have been used to it by now, but he wasn't. At least he knew the Dursleys had been lying to him all along. That hate made a fantastic suppression of the sadness. He quietly looked down at his meal and quickly began to eat, before, on a whim, he used Observe on his hotcakes. Hotcakes. Food. Restores 30 HP, 10 megapixels. Harry's eyes widened at that. He placed a hand behind his back and burned a flame for a few minutes to use up some mana, hoping all along that the Dursleys wouldn't notice. He then quickly ate a full hotcake and pulled up his mana bar. Sure enough. Health minus 200 200ths. Mana minus 100 100ths. It was amazing, the way reality was so integrated with his game. Even food affected magic and mana. Perhaps somewhere out there he would one day find food that could restore 100% of his mana and health. It would be an amazing find for sure. Harry made a mental note of that for his future and then quickly spent the rest of his breakfast using Observe on everything around him, hoping to level it up quickly. The more information he could get from observing his enemies, the better he could be prepared for whatever this crazy new world would throw at him. Soon after. Ping, ping. Through constant use, a skill has level up. Observe LV4, 40%. By observing a target, one will get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats and info. Sweet, thought Harry as he quickly left the kitchen to get ready for the school. A few minutes later, just when he had left the premises of number 4, he suddenly felt an unpleasant tingle run down his spine. Suddenly, his throat dried up, and he froze. Every instinct in his body screamed danger. Ping! By detecting bloodlust you have gained a new skill. Detect bloodlust, LV1, 20%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 20 feet and will tell origin. Origin of BL Amicus Caro wants to kill you. Harry's eyes widened, before immediately composed himself and looked around. It wouldn't do to alert whomever it was that wished to kill him that Harry was aware of their presence. This, Amicus Caro, whoever it was, must have been the one coming after him. The same person who had almost killed Gordon. The same person Ms. Rommel and those other wizards seemed so worried about. Harry's eyes scanned every bit of the neighborhood, and even with Gamer's mind looking for any possible abnormalities in its alerted state, Harry almost didn't spot the rippling spot underneath the shadows of Mrs. Monroe's tree. Almost. Trying to remain as inconspicuous as he could, Harry looked intently at the faint ripple, which had almost instantly stilled when he had laid his eyes on it, and whispered under his breath, "Observe. Amicus Caro Death Eater. Level 39. HP minus 3900 3900. MP 2600 2600. Race Wizard. STR 21. Vit 20. Dex 18. Int 28. Wis 20. Luke 9. Amicus Caro is a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort, who is a powerful dark wizard and blood purist, and does his bidding. He has been searching for Harry Potter to get revenge for his master's defeat. He wishes to kill Harry, and hates Muggles with all his passion. There are a lot of words in there that I don't know the meaning of, Harry thought to himself. But a few of the words he did understand quite clearly. This invisible man, whoever it was, wanted to kill Harry for some sort of revenge. The other thing he knew the meaning of was the incredibly high stats and level that he had. With the rate at which he had been gaining skills lately, it would probably be a safe bet that someone at a level of 39 probably knew an incredible amount of magic and skills. He also knew one last thing. The best thing to do in a situation where he was so hopelessly outclassed and outmatched, was to get the ever-living F.K. out of there. And so he hightailed it out of Privet Drive and off to school, where he sat fidgeting in class, feeling a dose of fear every single time something seemed to move or seemed out of order. There was no catching an invisible man coming, so the best he could do was be prepared. He only felt himself ease a little bit once Ms. Rommel's CL rolled around. Curious about her, he used his new and improved Observe to take a look at her statistics. Emmeline Vance, Order of the Phoenix. LV 20. HP 1500 1500. MP 2000 2000. Race Witch. STR 15. Vit 15. Dex 10. Int 20. Wis 20. Luke 10. Emmeline Vance is a member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the Order of Phoenix. She along with Daedalus Diggle are assigned to protect Harry in case any dark wizards come after him. She is assigned to look after Harry by the Ministry and will do so until told otherwise. She is a master of stealth and dueling. She is single and likes to mingle. Harry blinked once, then twice. His teachers say, life was more information than he asked for, but at least he'd made sure that she was strong enough to take that invisible man on in a fair fight. In the language period though, his inner turmoil was helped by a fairly large number of English level ups, leaving him at language, modern English, LV 14, 30%. You had poor English reading skills, you can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level high school. You will understand exactly what you read. The level ups in this much wanted skill helped calm him down, and by the final period, Gamer's mind had taken hold of his panic, and he'd come to terms with what he would do when he inevitably returned back to Privet Drive. Harry took to developing a plan to protect himself, one that didn't involve relying on other wizards to protect him. He wasn't quite sure if he was going to get out of this one alive, but one thing was for sure. He'd been given his abilities for a reason, and he finally had an opportunity to test them out against a real opponent. Screwing up wasn't an option. The idea was, at its simplest, to distract, boost up, and beat the shit out of the guy. Easier said than done. He needed to find a way to get him out of his hiding first. Whatever invisibility magic he was using, it made him practically invincible against Harry, even when he had higher stats due to his Wardstone perk. And then he had to improvise his way through somehow getting close enough to him to disable him. Ping. Quest alert. Get rid of Amicus Caro. Rewards. 1000 EXP. 1 stat point. Stat upgrades. Skill upgrades. Failure. Possible death. Yes, no. There was no question. He had to do it, not just for the sake of his safety, but also for his own self-reassurance that he was going the right direction with his ability growth. Fun stuff, Harry muttered to himself sardonically as the end of the day bell rang. It felt like the end of his life bell to him. On the way back home, Harry kept changing his mind between heading forward and fighting, or just escaping into the city and let the insane lunatic murder the Dursleys. But, even with as much hate as he had towards them, he didn't want to get taken away by the CPS to an orphanage or something. And so on he went, slowly and unsurely towards Privet Drive. The moment he entered the street, Harry knew that something was up. It was eerily similar to the way his school street had been the day he had found Ms. Rommel and the other wizards standing over Gordon. Not one person was out of their houses, all the curtains were closed in all the houses, and not one sound echoed along the street. No birds in the trees. No cats on the walls. No sign of life anywhere. Harry sighed. Apparently, he wasn't the only one who had a plan in motion. Caro was making his move too. Walking up to the middle of the street in front of his house, Harry paused, took a deep breath, and loudly said, "Whoever you are, I'm here. I know you're here. And I know why you're here. Do what you need to, but please, leave my family out of this." With that, Harry crossed his fingers and waited for Caro to take the bait. A couple of moments later, a chuckle came out of nowhere. A man who cares about his family. I can respect that. With that, the air a few feet in front of him rippled, and the man stepped out of nowhere. Amicus Caro was a frail, gaunt-looking man, hair trimmed down to near nothing. He was dressed in a tattered black gown-looking thing, and or so Harry thought, and in his right hand held a bone-white stick. "Is that your magic stick?" Harry asked. The distraction phase of his plan had begun the instant Caro had shown himself. He just needed enough time to gauge what unforeseen abilities Caro had and then find ways to make sure he wouldn't be killed by them. Caro smiled amusedly. "It is. Well, not mine. Had to go into a lot of trouble to find it, but I had to bring it along tonight. It's only poetic justice after all. And you seem to be more aware of who you are than I expected." "I know a few things," Harry replied, marking the stick as something to seriously avoid. "Good." The menacing grin widened. "That makes killing you better than just slaughtering some random clueless muggle kid. So, what will it be? Cutting your head off or having all the blood dry in your veins?" "Neither seems ideal really," Harry replied flatly. Caro shrugged. "I'd have offered the easy way out, but that didn't end up so well for my master." "It won't end up well for you either, Caro," a familiar voice spoke from behind him before he could ask him what he was talking about. Harry turned around, and in the middle of the road, dressed in a purple gown just like the one Caro wore, stood Ms. Rommel, her own magic stick in hand. Harry almost cursed then and there. His plan didn't account for someone else being there. He couldn't go all out if there was someone else involved. Catching his eye, she said, "Harry, go inside." "But, now," she snapped, and Harry gritted his teeth before heading into the house. Just as he had closed the door, he spun on his feet, and instantly apparated onto the roof of the house, landing softly behind the cover of the chimney's column. Peering out slightly from behind the chimney, he strained his ears to listen to what the two were talking about. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV3, 9%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 20% chance of not getting caught. 20% chance of a critical strike. Harry dismissed it and focused on listening in on their conversation. "You've been running for a while, Amicus. Surely you've realized by now that this was the only way it was going to end. You can't keep fooling an Auror with badly made polyjuice." Ms. Rommel said, her voice a lot softer than Harry had expected. "I didn't escape the ministry jail and evaded you all for these weeks just by using polyjuice. Even if you kill me or take me in tonight, the boy will die." Caro growled. Vance gave him a sad smile. "I can't let you do that. The boy you hurt with your enchantment a few days ago, he almost died. If it wouldn't have been me treating him, he would have." I cannot let you keep on hurting innocents. I've turned enough of a blind eye to that for a long time now. Not anymore. Innocent. Who? That boy. Amicus Carrow spat out. He destroyed the one chance the wizarding world had to escape from Muggle oppression. He killed my master and doomed us all. What in the world? Harry wondered, has he lost it? I didn't kill anybody. The boy has done no such thing. Ms. Rommel echoed his thoughts. You are delusional and full of baseless hatred. Come back, Amicus. You only have a few years left in your sentence, and if I vouch for you, they won't add any jail time. But if you harm a hair on Harry Potter or anyone here, I can't do anything. Amicus Carrow laughed. You think I haven't made peace with that? I'm a Death Eater, love. I made my peace the moment the Dark Lord burned his mark onto me. Besides, I've set up explosive enchantments throughout this street by the dozens. Touch me, and everyone here dies. Suddenly a huge wave of killing intent spread out and hit Harry like a ton of bricks. Ping, ping, ping. Skill leveled up. By detecting bloodlust, bloodlust leveled up. Detect bloodlust, LV4 90%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 30 feet and will tell origin. Harry looked at the fuming Ms. Rommel, impressed. She sure did know how to make a point. But contrary to being afraid, Carrow simply laughed. Now there's my fiery M. Don't worry. I promise I'll make it quick for the kid. I'm not heartless. And with that, quick as a viper, his hand shot out and a red flash of light lit up the street, making Harry avert his eyes. When he looked back, Ms. Rommel was sprawled unconscious on the street. Carrow walked over to her and knelt down, gently caressing her face. I promise I'll one day make it up to you. We have a lifetime to spend together, he said, but now it's time to settle an old score. With that, Carrow turned around, and Harry knew that if he didn't want his relatives to die a swift and painful death, now would be the time to interfere. It was time to put his plan in motion. And so, with Gamer's mind firing on all cylinders, Harry turned on the spot and silently apparated to a spot just a couple of feet behind the Death Eater. In one swift and planned movement, Harry used accidental magic to light his hands ablaze with the hottest fire he could conjure up, activated the Wardstone perk, and grabbed Carrow's right hand before using his boosted strength to bend and crush it with all his might. Carrow near instantly jumped away, but Harry had felt the flesh sizzling and the bones cracking under his palms, and he knew the deed was done when he saw the bone-white stick clatter onto the floor and a primal scream of pain ring in his ears. The Death Eater was completely thrown off balance, his weapon lost and his mind struggling to comprehend how the events had turned against him so swiftly, but Harry was on the top of his game. Taking advantage of the opening, he swiftly set his fists ablaze again and using his superior dex, weaved in between his opponent's guard and drove them into his knees. Carrow crumpled to the ground. His plan had worked after all. Being underestimated was the best weapon out there. Being faced by someone as helpless without magic as Carrow, Harry was in his element. He had fought playground fights his entire life. This time, he just had a bigger target to hit. Punch, punch, punch. Dodge the swinging arm. Punch to the spine. Punch to the groin. Punch to the back of the neck. There was no trick too dirty with his life at stake, and Harry wasn't holding back. His eyes were wide and he was shivering with adrenaline. This was the first time he had ever truly dominated someone in a fistfight, and it felt incredible. He had to force himself to stop when he did. By the time he was done, Carrow was a motionless, smoking heap lying on the Dursley's curb. Bloodlust, Harry realized. He'd just felt bloodlust for the first time. A loud ping broke him out of his reverie. Ping. Due to your survival of a vicious attack, your physical endurance has leveled up by 2. Physical endurance, LV3, 80%. Your body's durability increased and you take less damage. 9% less damage from physical attacks. Ping. New skill created. Critical strike. LV1, 60%. A precise strike that can cause 300% damage to the target. Chance of success Luke plus Dex. Ping. Quest success. Get rid of Amicus Carrow. Rewards. 1000 EXP. 1 stat point. Stat upgrades. Skill upgrades. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV4, 1%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 25% chance of not getting caught. 25% chance of a critical strike. Harry waved those away, thankful that he had managed to pull off the surprise attack. He quickly checked his stats. He'd felt his boosts fall away from exhaustion a few moments ago, so he wasn't surprised by the numbers. HP minus 170/200. MP 100. Glad that he'd checked his mana before trying to apparate or something, Harry quickly took out the hotcakes from breakfast that he had stored away and ate them up. A couple of hotcakes later, Harry's MP was full, and much to his pleasant surprise, the cuts and scrapes he received from the scuffle were fully healed. Not even a scar remained. Harry sighed with relief, but he didn't dare rest. He had to clean up this mess before anyone else, especially the Dursleys, noticed it. Dragging the steaming hot Caro over to where the unconscious Ms. Rommel lay, Harry placed a hand on both their bodies, and with a prayer to the heavens that his apparition ability could carry more than one person, he visualized the only teacher's office he knew well enough to have memorized and twisted on the spot. It was just as much, if not more painful than the first time he'd apparated, to carry 2 extra people, but he did do it, and a brief moment later, the 3 of them appeared in the dimly lit office of Ms. Rommel at Harry's school. "I did it," Harry said joyously before he turned to look at his passengers, and his jaw dropped. As it turned out, it wasn't the case. Ms. Rommel's entire head of hair was missing. Harry paused for a moment to stare at the sight of his most frightening teacher, knocked out and bald, before bursting out into hysteric laughter. Perhaps it was the adrenaline in his veins or just the sheer absurdity of his situation, but he just couldn't hold it in anymore. The school grounds echoed with the wild laughter of a small boy that night, that eventually broke down into hiccups and sobs. If anyone heard it, they never spoke of it again. He had been worried about leaving her with the Death Eater, but it was doubtful that the man was going to wake up anytime soon. When Harry had finally seen Miss Rommel moving about, clearly close to waking up, he had apparated back to the Dursley house, where he had been repeatedly questioned by the adult Dursleys about why he had been late, and had then been promptly locked in his cupboard for the night. Still, he'd managed to get a lying level out of it. Lying, LV3, 40%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 15% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Besides, getting grounded was perfectly fine with him, since he had to look over his spoils of war from his fight with Caro to look over. The first, and probably the most interesting, was the magic stick that he had dropped when Harry had first burned him. He'd found it lying on the ground in front of the house. When Harry had reached out to touch it, he'd gasped with shock when his hand had touched an invisible hard surface that seemed to cover the wand spherically. It didn't allow him to touch it, so Harry just used a shovel, which it seemed perfectly fine with, to scoop it and put it into his school bag and carry it into his cupboard, where he was now trying every way he could think of to get through the barrier. Finally, after an hour of experimentation, he impatiently threw half his MP towards the surface and winced when, with a spike of pain, his HP dropped by 50 and a new window popped up. New skill created. Runic Burnout LV1, 60%. A precise beeping of magic from a ward by using it to refill one's own core. It starts causing damage to HP when magic continues to be beeped after the MP is full. A common way to get around it is to use up mana as fast as it comes in. Harry nodded to himself as he read over the skill, noting that he'd have to be careful with the next wards he encountered. They seemed to have a knack for knocking him out. Besides, this skill was by and in itself dangerous, even without any MP cost. Putting all of that out of his mind, he used Observe on the wand. The Riddler's Wand. This wand is made out of yew and has a phoenix feather core, a rare and powerful combination. Yew retains a particularly dark and fearsome reputation in the spheres of dueling and all curses. However, it is untrue to say that those who use yew wands are more likely to be attracted to the dark arts than another. The witch or wizard best suited to a yew wand might equally prove a fierce protector of other. This wand that is very effective when used for curses and jinxes. It owes its loyalty to both Harry and its former master. It has been used by one Tom Riddle. 50% attack when used against wizards. 100% when used by an owner it is loyal to. He picked up the wand. Its hilt was bone and it seemed to glow when in contact with his hand. Harry held it tight as he got a good grip on the handle, before giving it a swish. Nothing happened, so he ended up putting it back into his inventory and once again looking at his statistics. Eyeing his STR, he frowned. It was far too little for the kind of threats that Caro had presented. And if this fight was any indication, strength could be a weakness of wizards that Harry could exploit. So Harry opened his status and put in an extra 4 points, raising it to 6. His use of magic in battle had also boosted his int by 3, which he hadn't noticed earlier. He then finally turned to his last reward from fighting Amicus, a trinket he had found in the Death Eater's pockets, a small rock with some strange symbols engraved on it. The observe on it had been interesting, so he had decided to hold on to it. The Astral Network Portkey. The Astral Network is a collection of a number of magical creature preserves around the world that have been hidden by their innate obfuscation magic. They can only be accessed via certain portkeys that are invisible to most wizards due to a variety of mind-bending magic that their creators used to protect the creatures inside. Through the years, many have been run down by invading dark magical creations like Inferian monsters. Do you wish to enter? Yes, no. Harry pressed no. Caro must have been using the forests to hide from the magic police. He was definitely interested in such a place if it could somewhere he could train against powerful foes and grow his skills faster, but he needed to be prepared for it. Quickly, he put on whatever he could find that would make for the most protection, even going as far as wearing 5 of his baggy t-shirts. Once the Dursleys were asleep, he snuck out of the cupboard and stocked up on water, before he finally called up the window again, this time to press yes. As soon as he did that, suddenly the runes started glowing. Harry placed his hand on it, and in an instant, a whirling rainbow of light enveloped him and was whisked away from Privet Drive. An awful ride on the portkey later, Harry struggled to his feet, grumbling with pain, and looked around at the dark forest around him. One of the first things he noticed was the giant gaping hole in the ground a few feet away from him. Curious, he went over to it. Looking in, he saw a set of stairs that lead deep into the earth. Harry sighed before he started walk down into the dark dungeon. Did all this weird stuff happen all the time and I just didn't even notice? Harry muttered to himself tiredly. Well, at least he hadn't gotten a headache today. Almost as if it was reminded of its joke by Harry himself, the universe decided to shake a small stone loose from the cave ceiling. A second later, it slammed into Harry's head, leaving him with a blinding headache. After the ringing in his ears had faded, Harry decided to avoid jinxing himself anymore and headed further into the tunnel that seemed to go on endlessly. Starting to get a bit bored by the monotony of it all, Harry decided to check his statistics to see where he was after the whole Caro ordeal. Status, Harry called out and his status page opened up. Harry Potter. Health minus 200 200ths. Mana minus 100 100ths. The Gamer. Title The Boy Who Lived. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex, while in home turf. Level 4 Express 1050 1200. Race Wizard. STR 8. Vit 1 plus 2 equals 3. Dex 3 plus 2 equals 5. Int 9. Wis minus 5. Luke minus 3. 0.7. MONEY 50 pounds per 10G0S0K. Harry Potter is a wizard, the son of Lily Potter and James Potter. He has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His magic has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry loves his mother and hates the Dursleys. Status Wizard, giving Harry plus 2 Vit, plus 3 Dex and the ability to control magic, talk to SS, control his appearance, and look cool. With some apprehension, Harry noted that his base vitality and dexterity were both very low, and so was his luck. Seeing the rest of his stats grow while those 3 remained low irked Harry. He knew that he would fall into the method of simply focusing on a few particular stats like Gordon had mentioned, which would probably turn him into some class of a wizard, but he wanted to keep his options open this early in the game. Besides, his speed, stamina, and luck had more than saved his butt during his tussle with the full-grown wizard killer he'd encountered, so he wasn't ever going to underestimate those particular aspects of himself again. He knew he should be saving up points, but right now, his style of fighting depended heavily on physical attacks. Until the time he learned more ranged magic attacks, he would need as many points in physical stats as he had. So, without thinking about it much more, Harry used his remaining points and improved his Vit, Dex, and luck, making his strengths a lot more balanced. His new stats were STR 8, Vit 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. Int 9. Wis minus 5. Luke 6.0. Despite his sure decision to use up his points, Harry hoped he would get a level up soon. The lack of stat points left him a bit leery. But with this and his perks, he could just have a chance of managing to make it out of this high-stakes grinding session. Alive. He kept walking, and after some time the stairs stopped descending. It was there that Harry found himself at the beginning of a long narrow tunnel that led off into darkness. It had to lead into ominous darkness, Harry muttered as he ducked under a bunch of low-hanging stalactites and started off into the tunnel. Why couldn't it lead to a cozy little room with TV and cola? Why the darkness? With a small hiss, his hand lit up with a small amount of fire as the moonlight that fell into the cave faded away, plunging the tunnel into pitch black. After what seemed like an hour of walking, jogging, and a piss-poor attempt at sprinting through the low, Harry walked out of the tunnel into a circular domed hall. Its smooth floor and high-rising domed roof had strange markings etched on them that looked like they were put there by sharp claws, faintly giving off the impression of being a replication of the night sky. Harry could just about connect some of the symbols and see Orion's belt and the Little Dipper, as well as the rough, jagged-edged crescent shape that seemed to be depicting the moon. It all screamed age and primitivism to Harry, and he couldn't help but wonder what kind of man, or perhaps something else, had done this. Taking a few steps forward, Harry looked up to admire the roof. Of course, letting himself go in a clearly dangerous place like that wasn't really a smart thing to do. He nearly jumped a meter into the air when he heard a strange groaning sound a few feet behind him. Just as Harry jumped around to look at what it was, a large chunk of the wall to his right collapsed, and out of the hole came a zombie of all things. It was gray, moldy looking, and had a chunk of its shoulder missing. Its eye sockets were filled with maggots, and its skeletal body had skin that was gray and almost transparent in color. It slowly ambled towards him. The lack of any clothing left its half-rotten privates dangling rather unpleasantly in front of Harry's eyes. Almost vomiting right then and there, Harry averted his gaze from the undead pendulum and fixed his gaze on the zombie's head. Observe. Inferius LV7. HP. 500 megapixels. 75. A nigh invulnerable undead that had been revived from the dead by the power of the necromantic arts. Its only weaknesses are fire and cranial injuries. It uses the tools it used in its life, but is now far more deadly as it has nothing to lose, and everything to gain. Hates being called a zombie. Kill to gain 25 express. Okay, Harry muttered, so, not a zombie. The thing looked like something out of a B-grade horror movie, riding so deep into the uncanny valley that it was practically giving Harry shivers. There were scars over its body, meaning that it had probably faced a lot of fights and lived, or rather unlived, to tell the tale, something that didn't bode well for Harry. Peachy. Just peachy, Harry said to himself as he prepared to roast the thing where it stood, when suddenly, fate turned on its head and he suddenly heard a ping. Ping. Shield of Lily perk activated. Grants +20 to all stats against all magicals with ill intent. Will nullify completely when Harry reaches 17. Represents the pure unconditional protective nature of a mother's love. Such is the power of Lily's sacrifice of her life for Harry. A grin spread across Harry's face. It felt incredible to see how his mother was protecting him even after being gone, even if it was slightly unnecessary in this case. Knowing that he was way too overpowered for the undead husk in front him, Harry decided to try something he hadn't done yet. Ranged attacks. Concentrating a large amount of his mana into a singular focal point in his hand, Harry ignited it with a thought. The slowly pulsating orb of light burst into flames in an instant, swirling around on Harry's hand while still keeping its shape intact. With a grin, Harry tossed the fireball right at the Inferius's face, causing it to start burning like it was doused in gasoline. Within seconds all that was left of it was ashes. Slightly unsettled by how easy it felt, Harry looked at the spot where the Inferius had been burnt to a crisp and suddenly noticed that there was something left behind. Did I just get some loot from that? Harry said out loud, gingerly walking over to the ashes and picking up the 1-pound coin and a rather rusty-looking knife, which he put in his inventory. He then paused to inspect Fiverr. It certainly looked real, but why in the world would a zombie drop money? Shrugging to himself, Harry the coin into his inventory, and much to his pleasant surprise, his amount of money increased to 51 pounds. A glint of greed appeared in Harry's wide eyes as he turned to look at the hole in the wall where the first Inferius had come from. A horde full of gray-skinned husks just like the one he'd slain earlier were pooling in through the gap. He should have been afraid, but instead, the only thought in his head was how much money he could pull together if he managed to defeat this many Inferi. He was standing in a money-printing machine, and all he needed to do to get rich was flame up and burn the horde down. Ping. Quest alert. Survive the horde of Inferi. And then defeat the boss. Rewards. +3 stat points. Question mark. Failure. Death. Yes, no. Confident in his abilities, Harry pressed yes. As soon as the window in front of him disappeared, he grinned, and his hands burst into flames. Gamer's mind activated and so did Shield of Lily, honing Harry's powers and mind down to razor-sharp focus. Digging his heel in, Harry jumped forwards, dashing between the ranks of the incoming horde and setting fire to as many Inferi as he could as fast as he could. He didn't have to do more than punch or push once to set them on fire since the dead, dried skin and muscles of the undead walkers were more than incredibly flammable. Emboldened by his success, he started playing around with his enemies, grabbing some of them from behind and knocking them off balance or just pushing them into each other to create spectacular domino chains of fire. With his superior speed and fire, Harry managed to run through little more than a dozen Inferi in no time at all. However, things were about to get a whole lot difficult for him. Finishing off his 14th kill of the battle, Harry paused to strain his ears. He'd been hearing a strange scuttling sound for a while now and had dismissed it for Inferi noises, but it was growing louder and louder by the second. Boom! The wall on the other side of the cavern blasted outwards, revealing, much to Harry's terror, a humongous swarm of giant 3-foot-tall spiders. Harry froze. Up and until that point, Gamer's mind had kept him in a state of perfect calm, but something about the spiders, Harry's vision blurred for a moment. The ground seemed to slip underneath him. The light in his vision started fading, his steps faltered. Not now. Harry thought through his mental mess in a fleeting moment of clarity, and the clouds cleared a little. Instinctively, he let loose a blast of fire in front of him. A shrill screech filled the cavern. When Harry's eyes refocused, one of the spiders lay a couple of feet in front of him, 3 of its legs burnt off into stubs, and the rest had stopped a safe distance away from him, clearly scared by the effectiveness of their target's attacks. Harry was just as scared. He didn't know what had caused him to falter like that. He'd never been scared of spiders as far as he remembered, but something had just made him break down in the middle of a life and death situation. Feeling a bit shaken, Harry tried using Gamer's mind. A hazy sense of calm fell over him, but the effect was not as powerful as he would have hoped for. Still, it was enough. The beginnings of a plan formed in his head. Harry spun on his heels and dashed towards the entrance of the tunnel that he had entered from. Behind him, he heard the scuttling start up again. Seeing their prey run had apparently restored the spiders' confidence, and the rest of the murderous abominations weren't far behind. Harry ran as far into the tunnel as he could, trying to make sure that all of the Inferi and spiders were in the tunnel. As soon as he felt confident enough with his position, he turned around, putting his hand together and pooling in as much mana as he could to the point where he could feel his lungs struggling in his. With a single thought, he ignited it and tossed it into the swarm of creepy crawlies scuttling towards him. It was less like the flamethrower Harry had hoped for and more like a controlled bomb, but it did a trick. Harry's magic sang as an immense shockwave and a wall of fire overtook the entire tunnel in front of Harry, incinerating anything in its path. When the light faded from Harry's eyes, all that remained of his army of enemies were a couple of stragglers with burnt legs near the back, ashes, and a large number of coins and bills that looked like they'd total up to a fair amount of moolah. Harry collapsed to his knees panting from exhaustion. After a moment to catch his breath, Harry noticed a box in front of him as the Shield of Lily faded. You have leveled up. +5 stat points. +5 OHP. +25 MP. The express he had gotten from slaughtering the zombies and spiders must have pushed him over. Harry then quickly pulled up all his stats. Harry Potter. Health -250 250ths. Mana -125 125ths. The Gamer. Title The Boy Who Lived. +2 OSTR, +2 OVIT, +2 Dex, while in home turf. Level 5 Express 462,400ths. Race Wizard. STR 8. Vit 4 +3 = 7. Dex 4 plus 3 equals 7. Int 9. Wis minus 5. Luke 6. Points minus 5. MONEY 75 pounds per 11G0S0K. Harry Potter is a wizard, the son of Lily Potter and James Potter. He has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His magic has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry loves his mother, and hates the Dursleys. Status wizard, giving Harry plus 3 Vit, plus 3 Dex and the ability to control magic, talk to SS, control his appearance and look cool. An important thing that Harry noticed was that his wizard status boost had also gone up, which must have had something to do with him leveling up. It hadn't done that when he had evolved from LV2 to LV4, which meant that it must have been only once per every 5 levels. Ping. For your logical thinking, you have gained plus 1 Wis. That's convenient, Harry thought as he closed the open boxes and quickly gathered up all of his loot, which all totaled up to a fantastic amount. 100 pounds and 12 G. It was amazing. If things kept progressing at this speed, Harry would have enough money to pay for his own school fees and finally rid himself from his dependency on the Dursleys without just turning into a street-side beggar. While walking back towards the domed hall, Harry couldn't help but wonder what was it that determined the amount of loot he got from his kills. He didn't know for sure, but he had a feeling about what he was. With a thought, Harry brought up his stats and pressed on Luke. Luke 6. Luck determines your luckiness. This is useful in certain skills and also determines what you get as loot. The higher your luck, the more chance you get of obtaining higher loot. Harry's eyes widened at this. This was what he needed. He then quickly put all his stat points in Luke. STR 8. Vit 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. Int 9. Wis minus 5. Luke minus 11. Points 0. Satisfied with that, he moved onwards towards the end of the tunnel, where he found the few inferi who had managed to survive the flame blast. Too wary to use up what was left of his mana, Harry decided to use something different. Pulling out his old kitchen knife that he'd stolen from the Dursleys, Harry used his other hand to pull some mana onto the blade and set it on fire, after which he stabbed them each in the head. One by one, they all dissolved into dust. Ping. A new skill has been made due to constant use. Blade Mastery, LV1, 80%. Allows the user to freely handle swords and knives. 5% more damage when using blades. After everything was cleared up, Harry walked around the chamber, gently brushing his fingers over the curious little symbols that adorned the wall all around him. Wondering if they had any magical properties to them, Harry gently pushed some mana into one of the symbols. Immediately, it started glowing. Then the ones beside it, then the next, then next. Slowly but surely, every single one of the symbols in the cavern lit up with a gentle silver light. Caught off guard, Harry could barely manage to stay on his feet when the whole cavern he was stood in groaned and started quaking. Loose rocks and dust fell from the ceiling and a group of bats, shaken free of their perches, flew around the cavern, forcing Harry to duck as the ceiling above him groaned and parted, opening up to the lush forest above. The moonlight flooded the cavern, and as soon as it touched him, the floor he stood on started rising as well, lifting Harry along with it slowly up to the ground level. Harry looked around with panic, desperately trying to figure out what was going on, when suddenly an extremely loud howl ripped through the air. "Wait a minute," Harry muttered as he realized what was going on. The boss that the quest mentioned, could it be what he was thinking? Harry's eyes flitted to the sky, and immediately his suspicions were confirmed. The full moon that shone on him so brightly was much more foreboding than it had been before. Every muscle in his body tensed, and Harry was suddenly on guard. If what he thought was actually true and there really was a werewolf that he had to fight, he didn't want to use fire and draw attention to himself. He'd read the stories. He knew how strong werewolves were known to be, and if even half the rumors were true, he didn't want anything to do with this one. Cautiously, he activated the Wardstone perk. Wardstone perk activated. Grants plus 1000 HP and plus 1000 MP when activated it at the cost of minus 25 megapixels per minute. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex. I'm going to have to watch how I use this, Harry realized as he reread the cost. I can barely use the perk for an hour with my current MP. Harry thought to himself. 1125 MP divided by 25 to be exact, 45 minutes. That was his limit if he used no magic at all when he was boosted, which was unrealistic. Knowing that his flamboyant use of fire magic burned through his mana fairly fast, he estimated that he'd have 15 to 20 minutes at max depending on how much magic he used. Gamer's mind, being back at full strength, helped Harry come up with a plan. At its simplest, it was quite similar to what he had done with Caro. Buy enough time to figure out its weaknesses, then find an opportune moment to strike at those weaknesses. Getting the idea to hide, he quickly ran towards a nearby tree full speed, using his boosted dex to run a couple of steps up its side before jumping and grabbing onto a low-hanging branch. With a grunt, he pulled himself up onto it and started climbing the branches up into the more leaf-covered area. That'd hide him better. He'd just found a place to perch and hide in between the leaves and branches when something burst through the foliage and onto the clearing he was just in. Harry stilled. It was a grotesque-looking creature. It looked like a wolf, but not so at the same time. Its front legs a little too long, its snout a little too short, its eyes a little too human. And its entire body was riddled with scars. Its eyes swept the clearing, presumably looking for the source of all the ruckus that had been caused when the platform had raised into the ground. Harry watched with bated breath as the glowing amber orbs looked across the clearing. Hoping to get some information to help him escape, Harry mouthed the command, "Observe." A window popped up. Beta Wolf LV-27. HP, 2700 3000ths. MP, 500 600ths. Race Werewolf. STR-35. Vit 15. Dex 35. Int 4. WIS 2. LUC 2. A human that upon the complete rising of the full moon, becomes a fearsome and deadly near wolf. This condition is caused by infection with lycanthropy, also known as werewolfery. Appears in the form of a wolf, but there are distinctions between them and regular wolves. They are bloodthirsty, strong, and will hunt any human they sense. Kill to gain 1000 express. While it was incredibly tempting to fight the werewolf and gain a level, Harry wasn't sure he was ready for this, and fighting someone with strength stats higher than even his boosted ones wasn't a risk he wanted to take. With a stab of panic, he realized that he had forgotten to pick the portkey up once he had arrived. Immediately deciding on his next move, he swiftly turned, found a branch from a nearby tree that was close enough to jump to, and leapt across, managing to land with relative ease. Quickly finding another branch, jumped, and started to leap and swing through the trees away from that godforsaken clearing, in search of a place where he could get on solid ground long enough to focus and apparate the long distance back home. He was quiet, but not quite enough. Bloodlust detected. Origin of BL Beta Wolf wants to kill you. Bugger. Harry thought as he glanced back at the forest thicket under his feet and saw the wolf running at breakneck speeds following him on the ground, easily keeping up with his treetop parkouring. Harry, knowing the wolf's stats and knowing his own, knew that running was futile. Furthermore, his wardstone perk was slowly running out of time. If he had to fight this creature, he decided that he'd rather do it with the perk rather than without. With that in mind, Harry jumped off the next branch he found footing on, twisted around midair and let himself plummet towards the ground, aiming for the werewolf. He started counting down the 60-foot-long fall downwards as he sped up. If he wanted to get a jump on it, he'd have to time this just right. 50 feet, 40 feet. The werewolf had reached the spot of ground where Harry would land and was on 2 feet, snapping and snarling at its falling prey. 30 feet. The snarls were growing louder by the second as Harry pulled almost 1,000 points worth of mana into his hands. 20 feet. He could almost feel the jaws ready to bite him to shreds. 10 feet. 9, 8, 7. Now. Bad doggy. Harry snarled, as he let loose a torrential stream of fire from both his hands downwards, right into the werewolf's face, repeating his attack inside the tunnel once again. The blast was so strong that it pushed Harry back into the air, tossing him back up and towards the left, where he landed with a painful thump on his back. Sure that he must have done at least some damage, Harry quickly got to his feet and turned towards the werewolf. It was lying on the ground, with its facial bones visible. Harry had burned its snout off and the remaining flesh on its face was charred and bloody. Harry froze. But it wasn't the grotesque and horrifying scene struck terror into Harry's heart. It was how that very bloody snout and exposed muscles were bubbling and writhing on the werewolf's exposed bones. Harry watched with shock as the bones whitened, the muscles and sinew reknit itself around it, and the skin grew back over it. "Observe," he said, his voice shaking, and the result shook him even more. Beta Wolf LV17. HP 2000, 2050.2100.2150.2200 3000. MP 500.450, 400, 350, 300 600ths. Race Werewolf. STR 35. Vit 15. Dex 25. Int 4. WIS 2. LUC 2. A human that upon the complete rising of the full moon, becomes a fearsome and deadly near-wolf. This condition is caused by infection with lycanthropy, also known as werewolfery. Appears in the form of a wolf, but there are distinctions between them and regular wolves. They are bloodthirsty, strong, and will hunt any human it senses. Kill to gain 1000 express. The beast's HP was going back up at the cost of its MP. Soon enough, the only physical evidence that remained of Harry's attack was the light scar on the skin that covered the wolf's snout. Steeling himself after that revelation, Harry lit up his fists on fire and ran closer towards the wolf while it struggled to its feet. The only way he could see winning this fight was if could bring down the werewolf's mana to 0 so it couldn't regenerate, and he would need at least 2 more fire blasts to take the beast down for good. What Harry needed to do was regenerate his mana, and until then, the only choice he had left was low mana using physical combat. Harry knew of the legends and stories that spoke of werewolves having venom in their teeth and claws. He would have to avoid getting struck by those. Luckily for him, as smart and strong as the werewolf was, it was still a beast above all. With Gamer's mind, it was easy enough to read its movements and dodge its first few angry swipes and snaps of his jaw. It helped him focus and profile the patterns and style of the wolf's movements. There was no restraint there. There was no defense. This animal was at the top of the food chain, the strongest and deadliest in its kingdom. It went in one direction, always forward, toward the prey. All offense. No holding back. Thus, during the first few punches he landed, Harry focused heavily on his defense and let his muscles settle into the rhythm of the ducking, dodging and then punching. Slipping under its lanky arms, Harry put his weight behind his fiery fist and drove it full force into the wolf's flank. He then ducked under the next swing and snapped his head downwards, barely missing the biting jaws of the wolf. Tensing his muscles, he then launched a continuous barrage of strikes at the wolf's abdomen, before finally ducking back out, spinning around the wolf and driving one last punch into its spine. The wolf howled in pain and swiped its front claws at Harry's left arm, only managing to tear away the cloth and scratch the skin on his bicep. But the scratch had enough of the venom in it to leave Harry's nerves burning with pain. He wanted to stop. He needed to stop. But he couldn't. Pushing the pain to the back of his mind, Harry pushed a fair amount of mana into his hand, turning the blazing fire blue with heat. Simultaneously, he struck out with his other forearm at the wolf's face to distract it and plunged his fiery hand straight in with the heel of his palm, pushing with all his strength. The wolf fell to the ground with the force behind the flaming shot. Pressing the advantage decisively, Harry struck its neck and dug his fingers in, grabbing at its windpipe and pulling in one powerful move, lacerating its throat and leaving its jaw hanging free. The attack would have killed a human. But this wasn't human. Empowered by the power of the moon, the wolf's neck healed, but in the process, it ended up draining up the last of its mana, rendering it killable. Harry relaxed a bit, sighing as he watched the mana drop to 0 on the observe screen, and that little moment was all the werewolf needed. A normal wolf wouldn't have had the joints in its front legs to allow it to use them as its hands. This wasn't a normal wolf. Out of nowhere, a double blow hit Harry on both sides of his head, jarring him completely. Harry stumbled back and fell down to the ground, giving the wolf a chance to get up. Looking at the incoming beast, Harry knew that he wouldn't be getting out of this one alive. His mana wasn't fully recharged. His stamina was waning. There wasn't much left in him. Covering his eyes with a hand, he tensed, anticipating the pain. It never came. It was a moment before Harry looked up to see what had happened, and when he did, his mouth fell open in wonderment at what he saw. The werewolf was trapped, howling and snarling in a tornado of swirling wind that was carrying it further and further from Harry before slamming it down onto the floor a good dozen meters away from him. Ping! Accidental magic skill has been evolved due to extreme use. Wandless magic LV7 1%. Allows you to control your magic in short sporadic bursts. You can try to use it in any way you wish and it will obey your every command. Has various discoverable branches. Cost -30 megapixels per minute. Branch A Remomancy allows you to control any form of elements. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish and it will obey your every command. Cost 100 megapixel per minute. Oh heck yeah, Harry muttered as he waved the screen away and stared the rapidly approaching wolf that was now free of the winds it was trapped in. He readied himself. I'm not going to die, he said out loud with determination, not today. Swiftly, Harry twisted out of the way of the rampaging wolf and as its inertia carried it forward, he turned and unleashed a concentrated jet stream of red hot at the wolf's exposed back. Howling with pain, the wolf turned faster than a creature its size should have and tried to swipe him with its claws. Testing out his new powers, Harry let his mana seep into the air around him, sending a blast of wind to deflect the incoming limb. He then dropped to his knees and slammed his fists into the ground, pushing his mana into the earth and commanding it to rise up in a spike. It obeyed, piercing the wolf right through the stomach before melting back into the ground. Despite all of that, it barely stumbled. The rage that clouded its mind stopped it from feeling the pain, but Harry took one look at the wolf's stats and knew he was doing damage. He fell back onto his favorite element, letting loose a fiery clawed hand that ripped downwards along the creature's cheek as he simultaneously stepped under its flailing arms to shoot a wind-powered elbow upward into its abdomen, knocking it off balance, before rolling out of its range and sending a final earth spike strike towards the spine. The spike pierced right through, and this time, under Harry's command, held its shape. Harry saw no reason to stop there. He was now the predator and his predator was now the prey. His hand arced down into landing another palm heel onto the bridge of its nose, incapacitating its smelling capabilities. The spikes then melted away, and the wolf crumpled to the floor. He then quickly backed off to a safer distance, planning to try out an idea he had just thought of. He let most of what was left of his mana out of his body and concentrated it all around the werewolf that was trying to get onto his feet. Then he pressed. The werewolf stopped, unable to move as the very water in its blood froze. Under Harry's next command, dozens of thin earthly needles erupted from the ground and punctured the werewolf's abdomen in every possible direction, almost killing him. Almost. Harry watched horrified through his observe window as the werewolf pulled free of its piercing bonds, healing slowly but surely, and start walking towards Harry. There was madness in its eyes. Panic started to set into Harry. His own mana was too low to do any big attacks, and his injuries were starting to catch up with him, making him feel lightheaded. HP -300 1,200. MP -45 1,100. Well, looks like this is it, Harry thought, finally feeling the resignation seep in as he continued on his train of thought. At least I'll get to see Mum and Dad. Maybe they'll even teach me some. Harry's thoughts suddenly ground to a halt. Almost as if on its own, his mouth completed his thought. Wand magic, Harry whispered to himself, and hope arose again. Inventory, he said and pulled out the Riddler's wand, pointing it at the limping werewolf that was slowly gaining on him. With no idea what to say or do, Harry simply pushed his own mana into the wand and desperately hoped for something that would stop the wolf. An almost invisible wave rippled through the air and struck the werewolf. It was as if an invisible sword slashed into the flesh of the werewolves, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. It fell onto the floor, bleeding and defeated. A hysterical laugh ripped through Harry's throat as he fell onto his knees. Ping. Due to your unique use of your skills you have gained +1 whiz. Due to your unique use of your skills you have gained +2 dex. Ping. Due to the fact you survived nearly dying your physical endurance has leveled up thrice. Physical endurance, LV.6, 78%. Your body's durability increased and you take less damage. 18% less damage from physical attacks. Ping. Skill leveled up. By detecting bloodlust leveled up. Detect bloodlust, LV5, 80%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 40 feet and will tell origin. Ping. Due to the fact you survived a werewolf attack you have gained to title, Wolfslayer. Gives the user a boost of +40 in all stats if their HP is less than 5%. Ping. Quest completed. Survive the horde of Inferi. And then defeat the boss. Rewards. +3 stat points. A new title. Total Express 13,625 Express. Inferi 145 x 25 equals 3,625 Express. Beta Wolf equals 10,000 Express. Ping. Ping. You have gained 2 levels. Harry suddenly felt himself surrounded by a veil of light and all his injuries and wounds disappeared. Feeling the breath settling back into his lungs, Harry marveled at the amount of stats he had now. His new title was pretty amazing too, but he hoped it wouldn't see much use. One thing was for sure. He really needed to learn to be less reckless. This fight was to close for comfort. Harry fell onto his back and lay there. From the horizon far hidden behind the trees, the first rays of sunlight filtered through. An array of sunlight fell and shone across his face. He had been resting there for just a few seconds when his attention was drawn by a groan towards his left. Shouldn't it be dead by now? Harry wondered as he got up to his feet and turned towards where the wolf lay, only to see the form of a man lying where it was. Wondering where he came from and where the wolf was, he looked around, until the fuzziness in his head cleared and he connected the dots. The beast was a werewolf. The man was the wolf. The stories on whether the werewolves knew what they were doing during full moon varied, so Harry decided to give the man the benefit of the doubt. Cautiously, he walked closer towards the man. The man groaned and turned. His side was still bleeding. Approaching him warily, Harry put a hand on the man's shoulder and shook him. The man's eyes fluttered open and as soon as he caught sight of Harry, he gasped. "What are you doing here, boy? How did," he grimaced with pain before continuing, "how did you even get into this place?" "My questions first. Why did you attack me last night?" Harry asked coldly. "Attack you? But last night was..." "No." He seemed struck as his face twisted with grief. With a tiny voice, he asked, Did the wolf attack you?" Harry nodded. The man seemed devastated, which led Harry to believe that he didn't remember the last night, but he couldn't be sure. "Check your arms and legs, boy. See if you've been bitten," the man finally said after a moment's silence. Harry looked a bit thrown by the comment, but he quickly checked his arms and legs, which seemed to satisfy the man. A werewolf's bite can be dangerous. It usually ends up killing most and turning the rest. You're a lucky one. The man shifted around and propped himself up on a nearby rock with a hand on his side. "What happened anyway? Don't you know? You attacked me after all. The transformation doesn't work that way. We wizards can't know or control anything. That's why my pack and I get together here for full moon. No humans come by this forest for some reason so we can move about without hurting anybody." The man's eyes dimmed as he looked at Harry apologetically, "So much for that. So the only reason you come here is to not hurt anybody." Harry felt something in his stomach coiling with guilt. "Well, the company isn't too bad, and I certainly don't mind the scenery," the man said with a small smile. "But I heard we're only trying to stop yourself from hurting someone and Harry's voice hitched halfway through the sentence. The coil in his stomach was growing painful at the sight of the bleeding. He'd never quite felt this kind of guilt. It was painful. Swallowing, he continued, "I have to help you. Won't your friends come looking for you? Can't I fetch someone?" "Afraid not, lad. The nearest town is at least a few hundred kilometers away and my friends won't be looking for me. They all have their jobs that they can't take more than a day off of. We all head out from wherever we wake up after the night," he said as he looked at his bleeding side and grimaced. "But you're bleeding out. I have to do something." "Nothing to do. What's your name, son?" "Harry." "Good name, young man, that's a good name," he said with a smile. "There's nothing to do. We all die someday. Today is just my day. I'm just glad I didn't end up killing you or worse. There is always something you can do," said Harry, shaking his head, his voice determined. He prepared some mana and stepped around the man. Holding together the lips of the cut, he let loose a concentrated stream of fire barely a centimeter wide, using it to burn the flesh along the cut, cauterizing the wound as he tried his best to ignore the man's screams of pain. "This should do it," Harry said, wiping away the blood on the wound with his sleeve. "I'm afraid not, young man, I've lost a lot of blood," the man said, his voice trembling with pain, "and I won't ask how you did that. I know it probably saved your life last night." Harry quickly cast Observe on the man, hoping for some information he could use to try and help him. Tears started building up in his eyes at what he read. The observation had changed from the wolf to the man. Jonathan Wright LV 27. HP 71,800 -1 per second due to internal bleeding status. MP -0.600. Race werewolf. A human that upon the complete rising of the full moon, becomes a werewolf. He was once a wizard who abandoned his family, in a courageous effort to protect them from the Death Eaters. He was soon after turned by the Death Eater werewolves as revenge for refusing to join their cause. He loves his wife and has a son, who he wants to protect with all his heart. "Aren't you a werewolf? Can't you heal fast or something?" Harry asked desperately, opening his inventory and taking out some pancakes and water bottles to help him regen, making John drink and eat some of it and washing the cauterized wound with the leftover water. John vomited the food right back out. His wound had hit his esophagus, and he couldn't even properly swallow the food without coughing up blood. "No magic left in me, I'm afraid. And I dare say, as I said, there is not much left to do. It's my time. No, I can't let you die. I'd have killed you. I can't." Harry cried out in frustration as he read John's description again. "Listen, Harry. Listen. It's all right. It's all right," Jonathan said, his voice soothing despite the shaking. "I forgive you. You did what you did to save your own life. No one blames you for that, least of all me." His eyes met Harry and true enough, there was no anger in them. Harry finally gave up fumbling around looking for anything to help and sat down on the GR beside the man, sobs racking through his tiny body. "Harry, how old are you?" 10. "I'll be 11 next week. I have a son your age." Harry said. His tears still hadn't stopped. "Do you know what Hogwarts is?" Harry shook his head. He'd heard that word before from some of the patrons at Leaky Cauldron, but he didn't know more than that. "No, you must be Muggle-born then." "Well, it's a school for magic. The best there is. Judging by what you did to fix my wound, you'll easily be able to get in. I want you to do something for me when you get there. There is a letter in my left pocket. Wrote it a while ago. Find my son, will you, Harry? Get it to him." He paused to take another breath. "And listen to me, Harry. Don't beat yourself up about me, all right? You always have the right to protect yourself. The worst thing you could do after today is to spend your life wallowing in guilt for doing just that. Promise me that you will live, Harry, and that you will live well." "I promise," Harry said, and his voice didn't waver despite the sobs that were wrecking through his body. They sat side by side for a while. There were no words that needed to be said. "It's a beautiful morning," John finally said, lost in the tranquil peace of the moment. "It is," Harry replied, and when he looked back at him, John's eyes were vacant. He had passed on. And as Harry watched, his body slowly dissolved into a gentle golden mist that floated away on the summer morning breeze of the forest, leaving behind only a gray jacket the color of the beta wolf's skin and a letter wrapped in a yellowing envelope. In a small locked tower, never visited by any student at Hogwarts, sits an ancient book that has not been touched by human hands since the four founders placed it there on completion of the castle. Beside the book, which is bound in peeling black dragon hide, stands a small silver inkpot, and from this protrudes a long, faded quill. These are the quill of acceptance and the book of admittance, and they constitute the only process by which students are selected for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If anybody understands what powerful and long-lasting magic causes this book and quill to behave as they do, they have never confessed to it, doubtless because it saves the staff tedious explanations to parents who are furious that their children have not been selected for Hogwarts. The book and quill's decision is taken as final, and no child has ever been admitted whose name has not first been inscribed on the book's yellowing pages. At the precise moment that a child first exhibits signs of magic, the quill, which is believed to have been taken from an augury, floats up out of its inkpot and attempts to inscribe the name of that child upon the pages of the book. Augury feathers are known to repel ink, and the inkpot is empty. Nobody has ever managed to analyze precisely what the silvery fluid flowing from the enchanted quill is. Those few who have observed the process agree that the quill might be judged more lenient than the book. A mere whiff of magic suffices for the quill. The book, however, will often snap shut, refusing to be written upon until it receives sufficiently dramatic evidence of magical ability. In fact, the book's sternness has a purpose. Its track record in keeping squibs out of Hogwarts is perfect. Non-magic children born to witches and wizards occasionally have some small, residual aura of magic about them due to their parents, but once their parents' magic has worn off them it becomes clear that they will never have the ability to perform spells. The quill's sensitivity, coupled with the book's implacability, have never yet made a mistake. R. Joanne. Minerva McGonagall was having a perfectly fine day. The article she was reading about the process of admissions was a well-detailed and well-researched one, and although not entirely accurate, got a lot of the important parts right. She sipped absently at her scotch as she turned to look at one of her personal enchanted quills go to work on a stack of parchment as it wrote down the last of the letters to the accepted students for the year. It was magically connected to the Book of Admittance, using its magic to jot down their names and their addresses down to the last detail onto the envelope. The quill had been responsible for a lot of Muggle-born rejections every year for quite a while, since most of them found it strange and creepy how accurately the letters knew their location. But the quill resisted any attempts at modification. It was a stickler for its own rules. So McGonagall routinely went through and erased most of the personal details that the quill may have written down. It wasn't part of her job, but she did it out of a sense of duty to those Muggle-born magicals that deserved a chance at harnessing their abilities and having a future in a place where they belonged. With a sigh she placed down her scotch on the table in front of her. She had been drinking too much as of late. Memories of the war at its worst came more naturally at this time of the year, when the conflict would have been at its prime all those years back, and with those memories came the thoughts of her husband and her DMLE friends who had given their lives in the war, sending her into a drinking spiral that Albus Dumbledore often had to come and put a stop to. And then there was Harry Potter. She told herself that to treat him different from any other student would be a disservice to both him and herself. But how could she treat the son of James and Lily like any other student? But she would try, she promised herself. She had her regrets letting Dumbledore place him with those muggles. Every year she would go and check up on him every year, always finding him a bit too small for his age, wearing clothes thrice his size and working in the garden most of the time. But hindsight was 20/20. Besides, she had felt the blood wards around Surrey felt them assess her worth and intent before letting her pee through. Harry Potter was untouchable in those wards. There was no doubt about that. And if anything was worth her suffering and guilt, it was Harry's safety. McGonagall went to pick up her scotch for one last swig. Perhaps in an alternate reality, where she was more inebriated than she was now, she would have pushed her tumbler off the table and into the ground, shattering it. Then, more irritated than before, she wouldn't have looked over that last batch of letters and would have waved her wand at them, spelling them away to the post room directly, which delegated professors to handle the Muggleborn and all the rest of the letters to be posted. However, in this reality, she took a swig and placed the tumbler back down without an incident and went over to the letter stack to look over the letters. After erasing the bedroom numbers off of the addresses of 2 Muggleborn children, she finally came down to the youngest student of the year. Confusion, guilt, and anger tore at her in a violent maelstrom of emotion as she looked down at the letter in her hand. Mr. H. Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. 4 Privet Drive. Little Whinging, Surrey. Minerva McGonagall was having a perfectly fine day. And then she wasn't. Ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. As Harry woke up, he was a bit surprised to realize that there were tears in his eyes. Quickly wiping them off, he snapped on Gamer's mind, cutting himself off from all emotions before they had the chance to grip him. Taking a deep breath, he got out of his cupboard and headed up to the bathroom to freshen up and start on the Dursleys' breakfasts. Lately, he had taken to keeping Gamer's mind engaged all the time he was awake. The dreams and nightmares had started the day after he'd returned from the dungeon. The guilt and self-loathing that had been eating away at him throughout the course of the day had been too much, and after realizing that the Gamer's mind didn't use up any of his mana and was capable of cutting him off from his emotions, he had decided to perpetually keep it active. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it in his sleep, so the night was when his demons came to haunt him. He tried not sleeping, but honestly, the sheer boredom from the isolation of his tiny cupboard was even worse than the nightmares that came to him. At first, the school officials had been insistent on keeping the students coming to school for the summer break in the name of extra classes, no doubt due to Ms. Rommel's interference. She had most definitely realized that there was something strange about Harry. The strange looks in class, her eyes following him around in the playground like a hawk. The time he had overheard her muttering to herself about impossible amounts of accidental magic, the missing of Caro's invisibility cloak that he'd forgotten to pick up that night, Harry was sure of it. She knew that something was up with him, and she wanted to keep an eye on him. So in order to avoid any form of suspicion, Harry just kept doing everything as he normally would, not even practicing magic around school anymore. Eventually, his strategy seemed to work, and she stopped following him around. Harry often wondered if she had just assumed that Caro had been caught off guard by his accidental magic or that some other wizard Samaritan had intervened, but he had neither the courage nor the wish to go find out what she thought. The school had finally let up after Harry had accepted a rather rewarding quest involving some seriously smelly compounds from the lab, a garden S, and a literature teacher who was terrified of both. It wasn't a prank in the best of spirits, considering the poor woman had fainted and then hospitalized after the prank, but Harry was finding himself more and more capable of ruthlessness with Gamer's Mind online all the time. Had he spent some time reflecting on his actions without Gamer's Mind, he would have been rather horrified with himself. But no emotions meant no limits. Besides, he had Hogwarts to look forward to. His limited research looking for other people's descriptions hadn't yielded much since Vance and Diggle were the only magicals that were around ever since Caro had left. So, on the day of his birthday, it was with an odd anticipation that Harry checked his post, waiting for the letter that promised to come. But it wasn't there. Harry was both a bit disappointed and worried. Jonathan had said that he'd make it, but what if it didn't? He had been fantasizing about all the ways he could get the letters as he made the morning tea, each fantasy more spectacular than the next. He had imagined a flurry of hundreds of owls attacking Vernon or a massive fire erupting in his room leaving behind the letter or even a portkey to take him to some ancient castle where they would evaluate his worth. But now, the doorbell rang, pulling Harry from his thoughts. Careful to avoid his uncle, Harry ran down to get it. Vernon had gotten more free-handed with his punishments, somehow noticing that Harry didn't scar anymore. He could fight back, of course. He could punch Vernon's guts inside out with one fist. But what would be the point? The rest of the Dursleys would probably just have evidence enough to shove him in a loony hospital and go off on their merry way. So he let Vernon be. Harry clicked the lock open and pulled open the door, blinking with surprise at what, or rather who was there. Of all the ways Harry had imagined a letter from a school of magic to arrive, he had never expected it to turn up with its own personal carrier wearing a set of clothes that would only barely look normal on most people. In the 18th century, the woman handed him a thick letter and spoke while Harry stared at the ornate crest emblazoned on it and the game window that had opened up in front of him. You have acquired a letter to Hogwarts. Do you wish to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and learn about all the cool shit you can do? Yes, no. Harry blinked and pressed yes. Hello, Mr. Potter. My name is Professor Minerva McGonagall. I am the Deputy Headmistress at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and I am here to speak to you and your guardians about your education. Harry's observe on the woman had yielded more information than just her name and position. Minerva McGonagall, LV 49, HP -17,000 17,000, MP -9,000 9,000. Race Witch. STR 13. Vit 21. Dex 22. Int 38. Wis 30. Luke 14. Minerva McGonagall is a witch and a registered animagus. She has a distinct dislike for dark wizards and is loyal to Hogwarts, where she is head of Gryffindor House, Transfiguration Professor and currently, Deputy Headmistress. She is a master of transfiguration and enjoys a good bottle of scotch and spending a quiet evening in her quarters. Wondering what Transfiguration and animagus were, Harry amusedly watched from the end of the hallway as his uncle and aunt's faces slowly turned purple as she told them that she was here to take him shopping for his school supplies for his upcoming admission to Hogwarts. But his joy remained quite short-lived, as what McGonagall said next came to him as an unpleasant surprise. I trust you have told him everything you knew about him being a wizard and the conditions regarding his parents' deaths. For the past week, Harry had assumed that the Dursleys knew that they were lying, but had been relieved of the knowledge that their relatives were in any way involved with magic by those Obliviator people in order to preserve the secrecy of the magical world. Apparently, he had given them the benefit of the doubt that they did not deserve. Not giving his aunt a chance to reply, Harry walked into the room, pushed his way around the aging professor and cut in. Hold on a second. You knew about all this. Harry shook the letter at her swiftly reddening aunt. You knew what I was and you still lied to me. And what is this about my parents' deaths? You lot told me they died in a car crash. Knew, shrieked Petunia suddenly. Knew. Of course we knew. How could you not be, my obnoxiously abnormal sister being what she was? Oh, she got a letter just like that and disappeared off to that school and came home every vacation with her pockets full of frog spawn, turning teacups into rats. I was the only one who saw her for what she was, a freak. But for my mother and father, oh no, it was Lily this and Lily that, they were proud of having a witch in the family. She stopped to draw a deep breath and then went ranting on. It seemed to Harry as if she had been wanting to say all this for years. Then she met that Potter at school and they left and got married and had you, and of course I knew you'd be just the same, just as strange, just as abnormal, and then, if you please, she went and got herself blown up and we got landed with you. At least we tried to make sure that you grew up to be normal. Harry saw red. He already knew that the Dursleys had lied to him, but somehow knowing the extent of their lies made it 100 times worse. Rage filled his mind, ripping through his gamer's mind shields. Suddenly, every object in the sitting room that was not bolted down started rattling. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to keep himself from literally putting these pathetic mongrels 6 feet under. You sick woman, how could you? I was your nephew and you just stuffed me in a bloody cupboard, pretended I didn't exist and lied to me for years. Is that your normal? Is that your damn normal? Tell me you daft lying giraffe. The blue vase that stood on a stool near Petunia's seat exploded into tiny shards, slicing open a cut on Petunia's cheek. That's enough, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said in a clipped tone, ignoring his aunt's panicked shrieks as she waved her wand, healing the cut on his aunt's cheek as well as making the pieces of the vase fly together and reassemble back on the stool. Would you like to step out for a moment and get freshened up? We will be going out in a moment. Harry simply gritted his teeth and obeyed, knowing that if he stayed in there for one more moment, he would end up deep frying the Dursleys with his magic. Who knew what sort of things the wizard police would do to him? Having seen those obliviators at work, he was pretty sure he didn't want to find out. He let himself out of the room before silently apparating outside to the garden window that looked into the sitting room. Crouching down, he carefully strained his ears. He wasn't going to miss out on the conversation where the Dursleys would finally get some of their come-up pantses. Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Silent Apparition LV3, 44%. Destination, Determination, and Deliberation. Apparition is a magical method of transportation and is basically the magical action of traveling by having the user focus on the desired location in their mind. It is by far the fastest way to get to one's desired destination, but is tricky to pull off correctly and disastrous if botched up. Cost -60 megapixels per minute. Waving away the screen, Harry focused on what was happening in the room through the window. McGonagall was speaking. Protections around your house were based on the crucial fact that Harry would feel at home in his aunt's house till he came of age and found his own home elsewhere. You have been towing the line when it comes to that. Be warned, Mrs. Dursley, that if Harry at any point decides that this isn't his home anymore, then any protection you and your family have from some very dangerous people will be gone. You will have to pick up your entire life and move elsewhere. Aunt Petunia looked far from cowed. She seemed to grow angrier and angrier as McGonagall kept talking until she finally burst out, "We didn't want the freak. We didn't want him to be dumped at our doorstep, but we still gave him a roof to live under and food to eat. He has had far more than he deserves. What more did you want from us? How is that not giving that freak a home?" Aunt Petunia shrieked. "Well, I'm sure Professor Dumbledore would like to apologize to you for believing in your humanity." McGonagall's voice was ice cold as she stood up. "I will be taking Mr. Potter and he shall be returning here to stay until September 1st. After that, you will not hear from him again. We will look into alternative arrangements for him next summer." Her voice grew even colder. "If you mistreat him, I will know. If you harm him, I will know. If you force him near that cupboard again, I will know. Forget about it. Absolutely not. He will not go and you will do nothing about it. Your kind has laws protecting normal people. You can't do jack squat to us, you old hag." Vernon spoke for the first time, having regained his voice for the first time since Harry's outburst. Harry couldn't help but wonder from the look on McGonagall's face if he was going to get himself killed, because McGonagall sure looked scary enough to do it. A wave of killing intent hit Harry. Bloodlust detected. And there goes Vernon, Harry thought with a grin. On the contrary, Mr. Dursley, you'll find that I can do a number of things, most of which will not require me to lift my wand at all. Her tone gained a sadistic edge. I could send your address and your nephew's story out to the wizarding public. Don't particularly like child abusers. And if we are generous and assume that you aren't dead by the time they're done with you, I will release a full statement to the Muggle police. That will make sure that you end up rotting in a 4x4 cell for the rest of your miserable little lives. So if you feel like it, do feel free to test me. Her voice had devolved into a menacing whisper by the end of her statement. Harry, while feeling rather touched that someone was doing this for him, permanently put McGonagall on his do not f.k. with list. That woman meant business. Quickly apparating back to the upper step of the stairs, Harry went to the bathroom and washed his face, making himself look like he'd been in the loo this whole time. Then he ran down the stairs and into the hallway, just as McGonagall stepped out from the room and called for him. Together, they stepped outside the house, and ignoring the half-hearted protests of the Dursleys, closed the door behind them. We are going to be apparating Mr. Potter. It is a form of wizarding transport that can be quite uncomfortable at first, so I suggest you hold on tight, she said as she offered him a hand, grabbing her wand with the other and twisted on the spot, pulling him with her to somewhere. She wasn't wrong about it being uncomfortable. Harry couldn't help but think that his own smoother apparition skills had to be something of a rarity in the wizarding world if someone like McGonagall couldn't pull it off. He was a bit surprised when they appeared in the small warm shop right where he had flowed out of when he was following Daedalus Diggle. His surprise must have shown on his face because McGonagall noticed and commented on it. It may seem very exciting now, Mr. Potter, but apparition can be quite dangerous when tried unsupervised. I would recommend you to wait till an appropriate age when you can learn it. Harry had to suppress a smirk at that. Of course, when he heard the next part his smirk vanished and all blood left his face. Many wizards have lost body parts due to faulty apparition. We call it splinching, and while it is reversible, it is also extremely painful. Splinching, Harry realized, so that was what happened to Miss Rommel, Vance, and her hair. They made their way along Charing Cross Road towards the Leaky Cauldron. Along the way, Harry read the list and couldn't help but wonder how he was going to pay for all the stuff on the list and whether the dingy run-down pub he remembered even sold all this. Sidestepping over a sleeping stray dog, he looked down at his list trying to make sense of some of the stuff in there. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes black, 1 plain pointed hat black for day wear, 1 pair of protective gloves dragon hide or similar, 1 winter cloak black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emetic Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. Wand. Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2. Setglore crystal files. Telescope set. BR scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Suddenly a screen popped up. Quest alert. Buy all your school supplies. Reward. 10,000 Express. Your very own money vault. Your personal wand. Failure. You guessed it, death. Your goals will forever be unfinished. Yes, no. If Harry was a gambling man, or rather a gambling pre-teen, he would have bet that the game was trying to use the quests, death, consequence as a way to blackmail him into doing stuff. Death for not buying school supplies. Whoever had heard of such a thing? With a huff, Harry pressed yes and focused his gaze back on the road. With some surprise, he noticed that he'd had the gamer's mind off the whole time after his rage out at Petunia. He quickly snapped it back on and his face lost all traces of the excitement he'd felt since getting out of Privet Drive and all emotions became muted to him. Through this veil of calmness, Harry noticed that they had reached the pub. Pushing open the door, they entered it. He was a bit surprised by the sheer size of the pub on the inside compared to the outside. He looked around at the robed patrons that were talking about everything and nothing and the warm homey vibe the pub gave out. He decided that he liked the place. Sticking close to McGonagall, he walked over with her to the common counter upon which the barkeep was leaning on. "Good mornin', Professor. The regular for ya. Been absolute ages since we saw you out of Hogwarts." He leaned over and noticed Harry, looking absolutely tiny as he tried to stand on his toes and look above the counter. "And who's this lad? What's your nah?" His question faded away as he squinted at Harry's face and noticed his scar. "Bless my soul," whispered the old barman. "Harry Potter. What an honor." Harry's eyes widened as the middle-aged patron sitting on the stool beside him choked on his drink, before looking down at him with a shocked look. "My goodness, it really is you," he said, grabbing his hand and shaking it as he cleared his voice and said much more loudly than before, "What an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter." The murmurs spread through the whole bar. "That's enough," Professor McGonagall said to the barkeep. Her hand tightened on Harry's shoulder. "Don't pester the boy, Tom, he is new to all this. Just arrange a private booth for us, please." "But is it him?" an old woman asked. "It's Harry Potter." With a scraping sound, she got up from her chair. "Ms. Crockford," McGonagall said warningly, her voice barely above a growl. The glare she shot around the room sent everyone cowering. "I only want to shake his hand," the old woman muttered as she shakily walked over to him. With a kind smile, she bent low and stuck out a wrinkled hand which Harry, a bit confused and uncomfortable even through his gamer's mind shield, carefully shook. She used her other hand and grasped their joined hands tightly. Tears fell from the woman's eyes. "Welcome back, Mr. Potter. Welcome back," she whispered to him. "Thank you," Harry said, sending frightened looks at McGonagall. This was overwhelming to him, and he needed to get out of the situation. Sensing his panic, McGonagall slammed her hand onto the counter. The whole place fell silent. "Enough," she said in a voice barely above normal, and with a smile and a nod Mrs. Crockford patted his cheek and turned her back on them. Within seconds, the crowd cleared up and Tom, the barman, led them to a small hidden little booth without any further trouble. "Professor," Harry said once they were sitting down. "What was that?" Professor McGonagall was giving him an odd look. "Mr. Potter, how much do you know?" she asked. Harry shot her a questioning look. "How much have your relatives told you about how your parents died?" Harry returned a steady look. He'd have to be pretty good at his lying to pull this off. Fortunately, the lie wasn't extreme at all and his always active gamer's mind allowed his skills to gain an almost surgical precision. "I was told that they were driving drunk and were killed in a car crash. However, from what you said earlier, I'm assuming that they lied to me. Now all I know is that they got blown up. All that I can get from that is that it wasn't good." "That is a correct assumption," Professor McGonagall said quietly. "What happened?" And thus, for the first of many times, Harry was told of he who must not be named. The Dark Lord Voldemort. A chill swept over Harry when he first uttered the name. His own mana fluctuated in sync with the very magic that saturated the air of the pub even as he pronounced the word. It seemed for a moment as if the age-old adage that names have power was truer than most thought it to be. The Dark Lord, the professor told him, had raged upon wizarding Britain for a long number of years. His followers, the Death Eaters, also called the Knights of Walpurgis, had followed in his wake. He was not the most powerful Dark Lord to ever come, but he was certainly the most brilliant. He was as cunning and manipulative as he was ruthless and vicious, inspiring almost fanatic loyalty amongst his followers. Their numbers weren't too great at first, but soon he enchanted the minds of youngsters with the thought of beguiling magic and elders with the draw of incomprehensible power. They flocked to him. She paused to take a drink of water before continuing. Soon, he had his people in every major wizarding organization. It was as if he was building a lethal blade at the throat of the wizarding world, and all it took was one invitation for him to use it. In one fell swoop, he almost beheaded it. Anyone who stood in his path, and people did, he killed. Blood lined whichever path the Dark Lord wished to walk. No one really knew what his true motives were, though his since followers claimed it to be blood purity. That was what the world believed. Harry kept staring at the table. His eyes were closed and he spoke with not a waver in his voice. "So what happened then?" The The Dark Lord came to Godric's Hollow, Professor McGonagall said in a whisper. The Dark Lord killed James, and he killed Lily. Then he tried to kill you. The killing curse strikes directly at the soul, severing it from the body. It cannot be blocked, cannot be shielded from, and whomever it strikes, they die. She took a deep breath. No one ever lived after he decided to kill them. He'd killed some of the best witches and wizards of the age. The McKinnons, the Bones, the Pruitts. But you were only a baby, and you lived. The killing curse rebounded and destroyed the Dark Lord. Have you ever wondered how you got that mark on your forehead? That is no ordinary cut. That's the mark of a survivor of a powerful, evil curse touching you. That is why you're famous, Harry. That is why you are a hero. Harry kept staring at his hands laying on the table. Fighting through the strange painful coiling of his stomach, he finally looked up. He could. We should be going. My relatives would expect me to be back soon. And we need to buy all this magic stuff, he said, making to get up from the seat. Frowning at the lack of expression on the boy's face, McGonagall grew worried. She could only take a guess about what was happening in the young boy's mind, and she wasn't too far off the truth. In a rather frightening way, it reminded herself of her own alcoholism. Debating between staying out of it and maintaining her distance from a student, she finally decided to throw caution into the wind. Not yet, she said, and Harry paused, frowning before he sat down. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, I know a thing or two about losing people, Mr. Potter. I have lived through the war. And I also know a thing or two about pushing away your grief so that it will not hurt you anymore. Harry looked up at her with the same blank expression. In his mind, he felt some muted surprise through the gamer's mind that her guess about him shielding himself from his own emotions was so close to the real truth. But it doesn't help, she continued, it ends up hurting your life, taking away what makes you yourself. You must acknowledge the grief, Mr. Potter, and only then can you truly move past it. Harry's expression did not waver, but he was well aware of the maelstrom of emotion roiling around behind his shields. He couldn't push himself into that. But it hurts, he said, trying to somehow convey to her the magnitude of what he was hiding from. The betrayal of the Dursleys, killing Jonathan, and the tragedy of his parents' death, he couldn't find the right words. It hurts to think about them. I remember that night. I think, he finally said in a small voice as he looked back at his hands. He heard a gasp from the professor but didn't stop. He couldn't, I have dreams about it sometimes. Green light. Her pleading with him to kill her and let me live. It hurt even when I didn't know who she was. Now, I know Harry. Harry looked up at her use of his first name. Her wet eyes were somewhere far away, lost in some distant memory, and it always will. But that hurt, that pain in your heart is what tells you that you are human. That you are a good person. And in the end, it will always make you stronger. After that, Harry had taken down his gamer's mind for the first time in a while. It took him a good 20 minutes to calm himself down. He spent that time sobbing into his hands in that quiet booth in the corner of the pub. Professor McGonagall simply sat there, rubbing his back and waiting for him to pull himself back together. Slowly the tears stopped and Harry eventually pulled himself together. It didn't take long for him to decide that he was feeling objectively better after letting all of that out of himself. He looked at the professor, intending to thank her, but as much as he tried, no words came out. She caught his eyes, and something in them must have conveyed what he wanted to say, because she gave him an understanding smile. Now eat up, Mr. Potter, she said, her face morphing into a rather mischievous smile he didn't even think it was capable of. I don't think Lily and James would ever forgive me if I let you get your first look at the Diagon Alley on an empty stomach. Soon, they finished up their meals and after applying on a simple magical disguise on him, McGonagall led them to the back of the pub. Harry was just starting to feel a bit confused about why they were standing in front of an old brick wall, when she answered his unspoken question. Pay attention, Mr. Potter, you'll need to remember this. 3 up, 2 across, she muttered as she tapped her wand on the wall. Just as Harry was about to ask what she was doing, the wall hollowed into a hole which shivered and expanded into a huge archway, revealing a long row of shops with signs advertising cauldrons and dragon livers and dozens upon dozens of wizards bustling around, getting their shopping done. His mind worked overtime trying to process all the colors, sounds and smells that assaulted his senses, and somewhere in there, Harry didn't realize that his mouth had fallen open. If anything is magic, this place is, he thought as the immense amount of mana that saturated the air hit him and left him speechless. After you, Mr. Potter. And thus they walked forwards, together, into the wizarding world. There were merchants hawking Hermes bags, made with real flubberworm hide. 10 sickles each. And, self-serving knives. Forks. Spoons. There were pants that turned you green and candy that made your ears smoke. The buildings looked like a child had glued them together for a crafts project. None of it was practical. None of it was cohesive. None of it made sense. It was the best thing Harry had ever seen. His head whipped around like a swivel, taking in every single thing that was in there. He would have used Gamer's mind, but a part of him just wanted to feel the pure unadulterated wonder of walking through the world of magic for the first time. The people, the sounds, the wares. Suddenly, he realized something. Professor, how am I going to pay for all this? He asked, waving his hand at the list he held. I'm pretty sure Uncle Vernon would have an aneurysm and die if he was asked to pay for my education. He paused. On second thought, I think we should tell him to pay for it. Enough of your cheek, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, although there was a small smirk on her face. Her meeting with Vernon hadn't exactly left the best of impressions on her. Answering his question, she said, and that won't be necessary. Your parents have left you with a substantial inheritance. While their assets had been depleted by quite a bit during the war, you should have enough to comfortably get through your Hogwarts years, especially since your tuition is already paid in full due to donations by several well-wishers of yours. Not to mention that you've received several monetary gifts from many people. Harry frowned as they passed Slugs and Jigger's apothecary. Could you please pee their names along to me? I'd really like to thank them. They must think I'm a horrible person for not replying to anyone. Ping. Quest alert. Say thank you to your benefactors, you ungrateful mongrel. Reward. 5000 EXP. Better relations with the magical world. Failure. Everyone hates you. Yes, no. Harry quickly pressed yes and refocused on what McGonagall was saying. It's common knowledge that you have been out of contact with Wizarding World since that fateful day, Mr. Potter. I doubt any of them expected a reply. Although, a letter from you would certainly make their days. Very well then. I shall arrange to have the names owled to you, Mr. Potter, she said as they made their way towards the giant gilded doors of Gringotts. After a clipped conversation with the goblin teller, who Harry realized with some embarrassment was taller than him, and a heart-stopping roller coaster ride deep into the cavernous caves below the huge bank, they finally reached his vault. You get paid to do this? Harry exclaimed breathlessly at the goblin that was operating the cart. It grinned with all its teeth and picked up the lantern to get out of the cart. Professor McGonagall followed after them and handed the key to his vault to the goblin, who then put it in the keyhole while Harry restlessly tried to fix his hair, which had come to resemble a cuckoo's nest after 2 horses and a sheep had defiled it. The moment the doors opened, however, his hands dropped to his sides and his mouth hung open. Heaps upon heaps of golden galleons. Stacks of silver sickles. Piles of bronze nuts. Harry could only just stand there, and stare with his mouth open at the family vault. From just outside the door of the vault, Professor McGonagall watched him, leaning casually against the wall. But her eyes were intent, and even without Gamer's mind, it was fairly obvious why to Harry once he picked his jaw off the floor. Being dropped in front of a pile of gold was a test of character so ancient it'd have fit well in one of Ms. Romel's fairy tales. McGonagall would expect him to jump with greed at the gold and judge him bad, or ask her about how much money he should take and judge him good. Harry smirked. Well, that's just a setup asking to be screwed with, he thought with a smirk, before he turned back towards the goblin that stood near the door and started asking questions. 20 minutes later, ignoring the questioning looks from a very confused McGonagall, a tired Griphook, the goblin answered Harry's final question. A taxation fee of 1/25th part would suffice for the smelting of the coins, he said warily. Harry had just made him explain every facet of the wizarding economy in detail. Gold to silver conversion rates, which seemed to be lower than the muggle ones he'd read on last Sunday's newspaper, how the financial system worked, and whether they had a stock market system, which they did. Harry nodded. Thank you very much, Mr. Griphook, he said and went into his vault contemplating his new plan. Without the extra load of shielding his mind from emotions, Gamer's mind worked as it should, making logical connections and supplying information to Harry whenever he needed it. The wizarding economy was almost completely isolated from the Muggle economy except for the regular influx of Muggleborn bringing more money into the wizarding economy. All he had to do was melt down some galleons, exchange it in the Muggle world for a bucketload of silver, bring in the bucketload of silver, smelt it all to sickles, exchange the sickles for galleons, melt the gold down, take the gold to the Muggle world, exchange it for more silver than he'd started with, and repeat, thereby opening up an infinite loop of legal loophole money for Harry to exploit. Ping. Due to your skillful reasoning of a master plan you have gained +3 wis and +2 int. Why had no Muggleborn seen this? Or maybe they had, and they didn't have the resources to pull something like that off. Maybe they were too enchanted by the magic they'd just discovered. Maybe they were silenced. In any case, Harry realized that with a plan that obvious, someone had to have already done this in the past when gold was even cheaper in the Muggle world. If he were to ever take a shot at it, he would need more information than just what he'd gained in half a day in the wizarding world. He didn't have any intention of getting caught. With that decided, Harry took the pouch and started filling it with coins. When he had reached 30, Professor McGonagall coughed. "I think that will be more than enough to pay for your school supplies, Mr. Potter." Harry paused. It was, but he had other plans too. With a sheepish smile, he nodded and opened up his inventory in front of himself. Pretending to stumble as he stood up, he fell face first into a pile of galleons and sickles, taking a good portion of it into his inventory. "Do be careful, Mr. Potter," the professor chided as they headed back for another roller coaster ride to the surface. MONEY £175 per 2042G 182s 25k. Of course, Professor, Harry smiled as he read his balance, always. They'd quickly made their way out of the bank and started crossing things off the list diagonally across the Diagon Alley, starting at slugs and jiggers for the BR scales, crystal phials, and a set of 5 cauldrons, one each of gold, silver, brass, copper, and pewter. It is cheaper when bought in a set and you will need the rest in later years as well. Each cauldron has its own uses, Mr. Potter. Pewter is all-rounded and for beginners. Enhances stability while copper enhances potency. Silver is used as a catalyst for speed. Gold is an important ingredient in some powerful potions and needs to be added to gradually and slowly to add by hand, so every time you stir it, you're eroding a bit of gold off the cauldron and mixing it into the potion. I suspect you won't need the pewter one for long, your mother being as good as she was at potions. McGonagall had said while picking up a package of general ingredients for him. Harry had then and there promised to himself that he would do well in potions. Upon further questioning, she had told him that she was not very proficient in potions, but a man named Snape, who would be his teacher, was. "You should talk to him sometime, Mr. Potter. He was a friend of your mother," she'd said before, muttering under her breath, "Lord knows he needs it. I'll expect your full attention in all your classes, Mr. Potter. I will not have any fooling around in my transfiguration classes," she'd added a few minutes later while she was strong-arming a green-haired shopkeeper called Sean McLaughlin into giving him a state-of-the-art BR-colored Muggle telescope for half the price that it would have cost him in the Muggle world. Harry couldn't help but be glad to have her with him. McGonagall's many years as a teacher had apparently earned her quite some respect. Prices dropped by the sickles as the woman kept getting recognized by old students, and all the while she kept giving him tidbits of information that greatly help him understand this new world he found himself in. With a sturdy feather-light trunk holding his new clothes, books, and purchases, the duo headed towards the highly anticipated wand shop, Harry getting increasingly nervous as they drew closer. "Calm down, Mr. Potter. You're eroding the sidewalk. There is very little that you have to do for the process. It will mostly involve Mr. Ollivander doing most of the work," McGonagall said, sensing Harry's excitement and nervousness. The shop was narrow and shabby. Healing gold letters over the door read Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. A single wand lay on a faded purple cushion in the dusty window. As they entered, a bell tinkled and a man emerged from between the huge shelves that housed thousands and thousands of wands in their boxes. Harry looked around warily as the man put back the wand he was polishing. There was some sort ancient magic in the air, curiously drifting around him, sensing his worth. McGonagall had retreated to a nearby seat and the man had come closer and stood barely a foot away, staring at him with those silver eyes that seemed to shine like brilliant moons in the gloomy shop. "Mr. Potter," he finally spoke, "you have your mother's eyes. It seems only yesterday she was in here herself, buying her first wand. 10¼ inches long, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work." Ollivander moved closer to them. Harry wished he would blink. Those silvery eyes were a bit creepy. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Well, I say your father favored it, but it's really the wand that chooses the wizard, of course. Ollivander had come so close that he and Harry were almost nose to nose. He could see himself reflected in those misty eyes. And that's where Ollivander touched the lightning scar on Harry's forehead with a long, white finger. "I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did it," he said softly, 13½ inches. "You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. Well, if I'd known what that wand was going out into the world to do." He shook his head and then, to Harry's relief, spotted McGonagall. "Minerva, how good to see you again. Fur, 9½ inches, elegant, refined and very powerful. It has served you well, hasn't it?" "It has," said McGonagall. Ollivander nodded and turned to Harry. "Well, now, Mr. Potter, let me see." He pulled a long tape measure with silver markings out of his pocket. "Which is your wand arm?" Well, I'm right-handed," said Harry. "Hold out your arm. That's it." He let the tape measure fly from his hand and start measuring Harry from shoulder to finger, then wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit and round his head. As it measured, Ollivander moved back into the shelves he'd emerged from and spoke. "Every Ollivander wand has a core of a powerful magical substance, Mr. Potter. I prefer unicorn hairs, phoenix tail feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons. No two wands are the same, just as no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are quite the same. And of course, you will never get good results with another wizard's wand." Ollivander was flitting around the shelves, taking down boxes. "That will do," he said, and the tape measure rolled itself up and flew right back to Ollivander's pocket. "Right then, Mr. Potter. Try this one. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Just take it and give it a wave." Harry took the wand and, feeling foolish, waved it around a bit, but Mr. Ollivander snatched it out of his hand almost at once. "Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Try it." Harry tried, but he had hardly raised the wand when it, too, was snatched back by Ollivander. No, here, ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy. Go on, and try it out." Harry tried. And tried. He had no idea what Ollivander was waiting for. The pile of tried wands was mounting higher and higher on the single spindly chair in the room. At around an hour's time, McGonagall grew impatient and spoke up. "Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander. I will just be finishing up a few purchases outside. Mr. Potter, please wait for me here after your selection is finished." And she let herself out. Harry turned back to Ollivander to find him standing straighter, his eyes sharper than they'd ever been and an unnerving smirk on his face. "Now that she is gone, would you like to show me the wand that you have been using?" "Mr. Potter." A tense pause filled the room for a minute while Harry considered what to do. He could run. He could attack. Or he could talk. "How did you know about that?" Harry asked warily, pulling out the Riddler's wand from his pocket and holding it at the ready. With an amused look, Ollivander took it from his hand. "I am a wand maker, Mr. Potter. It is my job to know things about my customers' wands." Ollivander smirked as he looked at the bone-white wand that Harry handed him. "Yes, I believe this wand will obey you just fine. You've won its allegiance fair and square. Of course, Mr. Riddle has modified it, despite my many warnings not to do so," he said disapprovingly as he fussed over the shape. "Bone handle. Such a melodramatic one he was," he muttered as he cracked the bone open with a knife and washed the wand with some strange-smelling green water, that somehow ended up giving the white a more golden sheen. He wiped it off before handing it back to Harry. "There you go. I've taken the liberty of washing it clean of its dark magic. Perhaps it can one day redeem itself with you. Now, do hold on for a minute, I believe I know which wand will choose you. Wait here." He headed back to the shelves and re-emerged with an old-looking box. One of my best, he said as he handed it to Harry, upon whose touch the wand let loose a bunch of golden ribbons of light. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. In its heart it holds the tail feather of the same phoenix as your other wand, making them brothers. They will serve you well. Why are you doing this? Harry asked. Why give me 2 wands? Because you will need it, Ollivander said before he disappeared into the shelves again. Ping. Quest completed. Buy all your school supplies. Reward. 10,000 express. Your very own money vault. Your personal wand. Ping. You have gained a level. Harry Potter. Health minus 400 400ths. Mana minus 200 200ths. The Gamer. Title The Boy Who Lived. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex, while in home turf. Level minus 8 Express 16940 19,200. Race Wizard. STR 8 plus 20 equals 28. Vit 4 plus 3 plus 20 equals 27. Dex 6 plus 3 plus 20 equals 29. Int minus 11. Wis 10. Luke 14. Points 15. MONEY 175 2040 seconds G 182 S 25K. Harry Potter is a wizard, the son of Lily Potter and James Potter. He has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His magic has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry loves his mother, and hates the Dursleys. Status Wizard, giving Harry plus 3 Vit, plus 3 Dex and the ability to control magic, talk to SS, control his appearance and look cool. After waving away the screens, Harry awkwardly sat there waiting for McGonagall to show back up. After a while, a curious little question popped into his head. So why only 3? Pardon, Ollivander said, peeking up from above a shelf. He was on the ladder. Why only 3 types of cores? Harry repeated. The book said that there were many types of creatures with magic. Good question, Ollivander replied, looking a bit excited to have heard someone ask a question about his profession to him. He climbed down and a chair dragged itself from the depths of the store, upon which he sat. Prior to my own proprietorship of the family business, wizards used a wide variety of wand cores. A customer would often present the wand maker with a magical substance to which they were attached, or had inherited, or by which their family swore. I, however, insisted that the best wands would never be produced merely by encasing the whiskers of a pet Kneazle or the stalk of a Dittany plant that once saved a wizard's father from poisoning, or the mane of a Kelpia which had once met on holiday in Scotland in the customer's favorite wood. The best wands should have cores of immensely powerful magical substances, expertly enclosed in specially selected and complementary wand woods, the result to be matched to an owner with whom the wand itself felt the most affinity. He spoke passionately before pausing and chuckling. There was initially substantial resistance to my new way of crafting wands by the simple-minded folk. But it swiftly became clear that Ollivander wands were, forgive my lack of humility, superior to anything that had come before. My new methods of locating wand woods and core substances, marrying them together and matching them to ideal owners are all, of course, secrets that are coveted by my rival wand makers worldwide. So, any chance you'll tell me about them? Harry asked only half jokingly. He'd felt the magic the old man was weaving and he knew he had to ask. To his surprise, Ollivander chuckled, meet me after Hogwarts and we'll talk. After much insistence, Professor McGonagall had finally agreed to let him off near Charing Cross, but not before making him promise to catch a taxi and go straight back home. Harry had no intention to go through the painful process of being apparated by someone else. Quickly, ducking into the bathroom of a nearby shop, he had shoved all his new stuff into his inventory and apparated on his own back to number 4. Upon knocking on the door, Vernon had simply dragged him upstairs and shoved him into the cluttered second bedroom of Dudley's and left to talk to his wife in a hushed tone that Harry couldn't make out from his room. Honestly, he couldn't bring himself to care about them anymore. Thinking about how Professor McGonagall's words in the Leaky Cauldron had helped him more than she would ever know, he quickly started to rearrange and sort out his inventory, sorting his clothes and books out into separate boxes, taking extra care with the letter he had to deliver to Jonathan's son, when suddenly he came upon a book that he'd picked up in the forest. It was brown and had a single label on its cover, ID Create Escape. With some hesitation, Harry picked the book up and suddenly a blue notification came. Ping! You have obtained a skill book. Would you like to learn the skill, Instant Dungeon Create, and Instant Dungeon Escape? Yes, no. Harry gave a grim smile. This was his reward for killing an innocent man. With a sigh, he pressed the yes button and suddenly the book burst into flames, letting the new knowledge flood into Harry's mind. Ping! You have learned 2 new skills. ID Create, LV1, 0%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. ID Escape, LV1, 0%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Harry smiled at that and quickly closed the boxes. A lot happened in the dungeon. He had faced death and had come back stronger for it. He certainly felt strong, and yet the price of his strength weighed strong on him. Still, at the end of it all, he had finally found a place where he belonged. That night, for once, no nightmares came his way, only sweet dreams of a green-eyed red-haired woman and a man who looked like him lulled him to a peaceful rest. ID Create, a rather frail-looking boy in tattered clothes intoned as he walked along a sidewalk in the bustling streets of London. A man sitting on a bench on the other side of the road blinked as the boy walked behind a streetlight pole on one side and didn't come of the other. That boy, Harry Potter, was having a whale of a time by startling the life out of random strangers on the street. He'd discovered soon after that fateful day of magic shopping in Diagon Alley that sneaking up on people using his instant dungeons and startling them by popping out of nowhere was a rather clever little cheat for leveling up his sneaking, ID Create, and ID Escape skills. He couldn't wait to get to the point where he would be able to gain access to some other forms of dungeons that involved fighting enemies and leveling up his skills. He had read in one of the many gaming pamphlets he'd perused that dungeons were basically grinding heavens, supplying the player with enemies to fight in waves until they wanted to stop. Harry couldn't wait to get into that dungeon, but at the moment, he was having fun in this one too. Harry looked up at the red sky of the dungeon. Through a series of observes and discoveries, he had learned quite a few things about instant dungeons. For one, there seemed to be no moving objects in there. No wind, no cars, no people, no animals. If it could move, it didn't exist in the ID. Another crucial thing he'd learned the hard way was that his position in the ID at any moment was equivalent to the position in the real world. He had once entered into an ID, broken open his room's lock in the ID, and then used ID Escape a while later in the garden expecting to exit back in his room, only to pop out into reality barely a foot behind Petunia. Luckily, she had not noticed him appear out of nowhere, but he had then been forced to listen to Vernon rant and rave for hours on end. Luckily, old Mrs. Fig had come over to taste some of Petunia's new baked muffins, and she had managed to resolve the situation before it got too bad. Mrs. Fig. That had been another little surprise for Harry. A chance observe directed at her had ended up revealing much more than Harry had anticipated. As it turned out, she was actually a member of the Order of Phoenix placed in Privet Drive to guard him. Harry couldn't help but wonder how someone like her could be considered a guard. Perhaps she was some sort of British Batman type of person, an innocent old lady by day and crime-fighting vigilante with bulging muscles and secret gadgets at night. Probably not though, considering her stats as he remembered them. Arabella Fig. LV 30. HP 1500. Race Squib. STR 8. Vit 14. Dex 3. Int -21. Wiz 43. Luke 12. Arabella Fig is a non-magical born of 2 magical parents and a member of the Order of the Phoenix. She was assigned to watch over Harry in exchange for a house and a small pension for her old age. Although initially, she did it as a job, she has come to like Harry as a humble and clever little boy she thinks he is. She loves her son despite him abandoning her in an old age home prior to her joining the Order. Harry shook his head and walked over to the nearest ledge of the South Bank Center, on which he was standing on. The view of the London spanning out in front of him against the backdrop of the red sky was as intimidating as it was awe-inspiring. Ping. Due to extreme use and climbing, your sprinting skill has evolved. Parkour LV 15, 30%. Your speed in parkouring is that of a superhuman being 28 miles an hour. He had been working on improving his parkour index for almost 8 hours now, and the results were starting to take great shape. Harry waved away the message and refocused on the sight before him, focusing on the newly finished Canary Wharf building, which still had most of its scaffolding left around it. Harry wondered if there was anyone mad enough to attempt to climb that high with no safety equipment. Well, there is now, he muttered with a smirk as he stepped ahead and dropped off the 300-foot building. That night, Harry was lying on his brand new bed in his brand new room. Of course, neither of those were brand new, the bed being almost half a decade old and the room being all but a bin for Dudley's useless stuff. But they were new to him, and that was all that mattered. Above him, his inventory lay sprawled open as he sorted through his stuff and arranged them all into neat stacks and boxes. Sorting through. His inventory had become a pleasant stress-relieving thing for him lately, and now, filled with any and all useful things he could find in Dudley's pile, his inventory was in dire need of some stacking up. His room, after some clearing up, it had become quite livable. A bit small, but it was the best Harry had ever had. That, combined with the thought of not having to come back to the Dursleys the next summer, was what was tiding him over the month of August. Harry pulled out the potions textbook by Jigger and the reference book that McGonagall had made him buy. Harry was about to set the reference book called Introduction to Reactions by Fine Brothers aside when he suddenly noticed something in the dark of his room that he hadn't noticed in the broad daylight in Flourish and Blots. The book was glowing with a faint light. Curious about what the cause was, Harry grabbed it and started fumbling around with it. Ping! You have obtained a skill book. Would you like to learn the skill, potions? Yes, no. Looking back at the stack of books he'd pulled out, Harry noticed that while all the school course books were entirely devoid of any glow, all the reference books for each of his subjects were glowing. Harry grinned. This was going to be fun. A couple of days after that night, the Dursleys had plans to visit the new traveling circus that had set up shop in London. Unfortunately for them, none of their neighbors were available to take Harry in for the day. Afraid that the freak would ruin their day, the Dursleys had gladly and immediately agreed when Harry had told them that he'd get himself home before nightfall and let himself out of the car near the Royal Library. With the Dursleys gone, Harry, of course, was entirely too delighted to see shelves after shelves of books, and even more so when he noticed that quite a few of those were giving off the barely visible glow that seemed to only be visible to him. Without further ado, he took to the books with a gusto, not even realizing that his int had gone up by 3 even before he had finished his second book. Int 14. He, however, did look up from the Richard Feynman lectures when a ping rang in his ears. Ping. A new skill has been made due to hard work and practice. Science, LV1, 80%. A branch of knowledge that deals with the workings of the world. Physics, basic concepts of physical science. Chemistry, basic concepts of chemical science. Botany, basic concepts of science dealing with flora. Zoology, basic concepts of science dealing with fauna. Science. In a world with magic, science could at times feel so pointless, but if the game agreed that it was a skill worth having, then it was something to work on. Harry waved it away and turned back to his book. Boy, I better not hear from Petunia that you reached home late, Vernon growled at Harry as he walked out of the Grunning's main premises and into the small sea of warehouses and production buildings that surrounded them. Harry didn't care. He had a man to follow and a mission to complete. A couple of days prior to that fateful day, Mr. Grunnings had paid a courtesy visit to the Dursleys' home, bringing with him some expensive wine and a can of caviar the Dursleys could barely conceive of affording. Harry, of course, had been locked in his bedroom beforehand, but Mr. Grunnings had insisted on a complete house tour of his favorite employee, and the Dursleys had been forced to reveal the existence of their abnormal little nephew. The fat greasy man had bent down, grinning at Harry as he offered him a hand. Prompted by Vernon's furious miming from behind his guest, Harry had shaken his hand, accidentally pressing a little harder than he'd intended to. "Oh ho, Mr. Grunnings had exclaimed, getting onto his feet. Your nephew has the handshake of a man. Vernon. Tell me, young man, have you ever had any interests in drills and construction equipment as such?" Harry started to shake his head, but seeing Vernon turn redder than a tomato, he quickly turned his shake into a nod. Grunnings could barely seem to contain himself. "Well, then it is settled. You, young man, simply must come and see our facilities tomorrow." And settled it was. No matter how much Vernon had tried to protest, Grunnings had been set on Harry going to visit their factory, and after he'd observed the man, so was Harry. Winston Grunnings. LV 28. HP minus 4000. Race Muggle. STR 25. Vit 13. Dex 6. Int 14. Wis minus 8. Luke 13. Degenerate human trafficker and owner of a drilling firm called Grunnings, Winston is a major player in a multi-million-pound criminal enterprise. He has been known to have an unhealthy obsession with extremely underage girls and wishes to close his last deal tomorrow and retire to the Bahamas. Then and there, Harry hadn't gotten a quest alert, but he had decided on stopping him anyway. Besides, it even made sense from a pragmatic point of view, because so far, the one noticeable trend he had found in all of wizard kind was that wizards tended to be extremely physically weak, probably because they tended to use magic for all their activities. If they were all like that, then if he somehow got close enough to one, he could take down one even twice his level. Missions like these were perfect for growing his physical stats. And so he had gone to Grunnings the next day, trying to get as much information as he could about where the deal was happening. But no matter how much he tried to observe and find out more things about that last deal, he couldn't find anything. So he'd resorted to his last tactic, following Grunnings around until something popped up. As it turned out, it just had. Disappearing from Vernon's gaze into a space between two warehouses, Harry quickly shimmied up onto the roof of a warehouse along a pipe. Once he found a high enough vantage point, a quick sweeping gaze of the area with Gamer's mind immediately found Grunnings entering one of the older, more debilitated-looking production buildings. It was a fairly large one with 5 floors and a skylight on the roof. More suspiciously though, it had a very buff-looking guard armed with a gun guarding the front door. Quickly apparating onto the roof of that building, Harry found an open skylight and leaned in to assess what was going on just as Grunnings walked into the room. A pair of chairs stood in the middle of the room, on one of which Grunnings sat down, and on the other sat a thin man in a pinstriped suit holding a briefcase. Harry had a simple plan. He'd wait till they brought out some sort incriminating enough evidence that the police could use to put them away, then disable them and leave them tied up with the evidence in front of a police station so that the police could do their job. All in all, the situation that night would have been a lot less painful for those involved had they not dragged out the girl. She looked about 16 and was barely dressed in her tattered clothes. Her face was sunken, her limbs were rickety, and the way she flinched whenever one of the fat man's bodyguard moved did not bode well for how she'd been treated by them. For a fraction of a second, Harry saw red and Gamer's mind wavered, but it recovered near instantly, shielding Harry from his instinctive rage. He paused. He knew he had to do something, but he couldn't charge in fireballing. Each and every one of those goons and thugs had a gun. It was best to first listen to what they were saying. So has your friend in the mask terrified you so much that feel the need to do your deals halfway across the world now? I didn't think kingpins of criminal empires were that easily scared by masked costume fetishists, Grunnings said with a smirk. Don't be idiotic, Mr. Grunnings. We are here trying to shake the tails Interpol has been sending. Tales that found their leads thanks to leaks in your organization. And I would advise you against so flippantly addressing my employer. He doesn't like being spoken about in that tone, the man in the suit said, his voice cold as steel. Well, he isn't here now, is he? And why doesn't he try to arrange a distraction for all of his managers at the same time? Does he realize how humiliating it is to have kids swarming all over his building in the name of work visit day? Grunnings shot back, but the tremble in his voice gave away his nervousness. Whoever this kingpin bloke was, he was dangerous. Anyhow, this little girl is a special one. We saw her do some really inhuman things, and thought she might be of some experimental value to your client. Ping. Quest alert. Destroy the goons, help the girl escape. Reward. 3000 express. Failure. See that girl? Yeah, that one. The goons will violate her tonight and later she will be drained of her bone marrow by scientists for illegal experimentation by the next week, and by the end of the month she will be forced to act as a suicide bomber right in front of Buckingham Palace, killing hundreds. So accept the bloody quest. Yes, no. Harry stared at the failure screen, horrified. How could there be people like that? Something inside him curled. Something deep, something forgotten. Mutilate them, murder them, kill them. They deserve it. Harry's scar burned, Gamer's mind snapped, and a hot rage the likes of which he had never felt filled Harry. With nary a thought, he opened up his inventory and pulled out his wolf cloak. He'd discovered in his spare time that it had various magical properties, like disguising him by using illusions and changing his voice. It seemed like oddly fitting to use the memento of his own greatest regret to do some good. Obscuring his face in the shadows of the hood of the jacket, he got ready to break in. This was going to be a bloodbath. Zipping up the front of the jacket, Harry stepped off the edge of the roof, falling all the way down the 150-foot-tall building and landing with a thump straight onto the lone guard guarding the door, shattering dozens of his bones and knocking him out on impact. He then rose to his feet and opened the door quietly, slipping through. Inside he found several guards walking around with guns in tow. Slipping into the shadows, he tried to stay out of sight as he evaluated the threat in front of him. The girl was on the 5th floor, and there was 4 floors chock full of armed men against him. This wasn't going to be easy, but he wasn't going to be holding back. With a combination of apparition and sneaking, he made headway through the hallways, but with his sneak being a relatively low level, he was bound to get caught eventually. Luckily for him, it was a random guard. "Who are you?" the man asked, threateningly shaking his gun at him. "Nobody of consequence." "Well, then nobody better disappear fast," he snapped, fingering the trigger of his submachine gun, "or else." Harry opened his inventory box in front of him and expanded it to cover his entire body like a wall. "Fine then. Make my day," he said with a grin and pulled the trigger. The submachine gun went off, spraying bullets at Harry, only for each bullet to enter Harry's inventory and disappear. The man stopped shooting and looked at Harry with wide eyes. "Wah, what are you?" "As I said," Harry repeated as a needle-thin spike of earth shot out from behind the man, puncturing the man's spine, causing him to fall down. Paralyzed. "Nobody of concern." Harry looked at the gun the man dropped and used observe. PP-2000. A machine gun made by the KGB Weapons Division. It is a 9mm round and is capable of using armor-piercing rounds while being capable of storing 44 rounds. It was previously used by Russia but is also common in the hands of the Russian mafia. Bullets left 23. Harry put the gun away. He was sure he could find some use in it in the future. He then checked the man's pockets and scored another cartridge of bullets and a cigarette lighter. Moving quick as AS, he dumped the body in the shadows and then moved quick as AS. As he approached a turn, another man appeared. The new grunt didn't even have time to respond as Harry knocked the man out with a punch and looted his body. Dashing up the stairs into the 1st floor, Harry then climbed up onto the 2nd floor and began knocking out every man patrolling the place. A punch to the gut, a chop to the neck, a slam to his fist being boosted by using fire shooting out of his elbow was a weapon good enough to take out even the beefiest of men. It took him 15 minutes to clear the floor of the henchman, which was a great speed, but he wasn't here to set a score. He was here to save that girl and time was running out the more he dawdled. Finally deciding to abandon his minimum magic plan, Harry let his instincts take control. Running up the stairs to the next level, he started apparating around like mad, letting loose pillars of fire and powerful jet streams of wind down hallways, taking down enemies by the dozens. They will hear the screams. A part of his mind that he could barely hear through his bloodlust said, let them know that death is coming, let them cower." Harry paid neither of the voices any heed. Halfway through, something in him had snapped. There was little reason left behind his rage. He had tasted blood, and he was in no mood to stop. It wasn't long before the next floor was clear of enemies too. His mind was thrumming with rage as he walked up the stairs to the level where they held the girl. Magic shivered at his fingertips, begging to be commanded into form. Kill them all. It was as if his rage was a living demon inside him, telling him to do it. Something inside him tried to resist, but it wasn't nearly strong enough. As the 4 men on the level came into sight, Harry locked eyes with each one of them, feeding on the fear and confusion that filled them, before focusing his mana around the 4 men on the level and clenching. Not the air around them, but on the water in their blood, freezing them right where they stood. Harry's scar flared with tremendous pain. Kill. Harry obeyed. The blood in their vein froze. Deprived of oxygen and frozen in place, they desperately struggled to breathe. Their skin slowly paled, and their bodily functions shut down one by one. Grunnings was the first to go and then went the guards. Filled with a morbid sense of curiosity, Harry observed the remaining man. James Wesley. LV 25. HP -8400 8400. Race Muggle. STR 18. Vit 17. Dex 23. Int 23. Wiz 17. Luke 17. The face of a criminal empire. The man behind numerous political assassinations all around the world. Considers himself loyal to his employer and a professional person. He is one of the best-known criminals in the American criminal underworld. Is a master marksman and really good at chess. Just as Harry had finished reading, the window faded away and Wesley dropped to the floor, gone for good. Ping. Skill has been evolved due to creative use. Wandless Magic LV9, 11%. Allows you to control your magic in short sporadic bursts. You can try to use it in any way you wish and it will obey your every command. Has various discoverable branches. Cost -20 megapixels per minute. Branch A Remomancy allows you to control any form of elements. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish and it will obey your every command. Cost -80 megapixels per minute. Ping. Quest completed. Destroy the goons, help the girl escape. Reward. 3000 Express. Ping. You have leveled up. Harry Potter. Health -450 450ths. Mana -250 250ths. The Gamer. Title The Boy Who Lived. +20 STR, +20 Vit, +20 Dex, while in home turf. Level 9 Express 19940 38400. Race Wizard. STR 12. Vit 10 +3 = 13. Dex 9 +3 = 12. Int 14. Wiz 10. Luke -19. Points 15. MONEY 175 pounds per 2042 G 182 S 25K. Harry Potter is a wizard, the son of Lily Potter and James Potter. He has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His magic has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry finally aware of who he is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry loves his parents and hates the Dursleys. Status Wizard, giving Harry +3 Vit, +3 Dex and the ability to control magic, talk to SS, control his appearance and look cool. Perhaps it was the pings, or perhaps it was the fact that finally, the fighting was over, but the rage faded, and Gamer's mind finally took hold again. With wide eyes, Harry turned around to look at the carnage of dead and unconscious he'd left behind him. Oh no, he muttered, what have I done? But he didn't have much time to wallow in his misery. With a start, he remembered the girl and shook his head. No matter how carried away he'd been, he couldn't just stop here. He still had work to do. It was like John had said. He had the right to protect. Not just himself, but other innocents around him. He looked around for the girl, only to realize she'd fallen unconscious. Immediately, Harry turned around and started looking through the loot around him, picking up anything that he found. 5 pump-action shotguns. 4 Alaska 47s. 3 sniper rifles. 17 mini surveillance bugs. A pack of ammunition. 7 impact grenades. Money 1,650 pounds. Harry piled up the 4 people he had killed, and putting a hand on the pile, transported it all to an ID and then used ID escape to get out of the ID. Since the ID reset every time he went into it, the bodies would be gone the next time he entered it. Finished with his work, Harry picked up the girl and prepared to apparate away, but stopped when he heard a thud behind him. He turned around to see a man behind him, wearing all black with a black piece of cloth covering his eyes and the upper half of his head. Who are you? I've been following that man for a long time now. What did you do to him? The man spoke warily, easing into a fighting stance. Harry frowned. He had no interest in fighting more. He had done enough of that while he had been berserk with rage. Besides, the man was no danger to him. Ping. A new skill has just been created. Bloodlust, LV4. You scare the crap out of your enemies. 25% chance of working. 20% scary. With his wolf cloak hiding his identity in any and all ways, giving his voice the undertone of a growling werewolf, Harry's voice was already fairly intimidating. Combined with bloodlust, it was downright terrifying. No one you'd like to mess with, Harry said, and turning on the spot, apparated away. Well, there you are, boy, Uncle Vernon said, a nasty grin on his face. Platform 9 and Platform 10. Your platform should be somewhere in the middle, but they don't seem to have built it yet, do they? Quote. Figuring he was reasonably safe saying anything he wanted to him seeing as how he wouldn't see the man and his blob of a son ever again, Harry rolled his eyes. You, uncle, elevate the meaning of the word moronic to a whole new level every single time you open your mouth, you know that. Harry said, while flippantly looking around in search of any other Muggleborn or magical family taking a kid to the station. McGonagall had told him to run straight at the divide between platforms 9 and 10, but without any knowledge as to which side of the divide was he to run at, Harry wasn't about to risk looking like an idiot in the middle of one of the most crowded stations in the world. Although he did rather like the clever sense of making sure that only a running person could enter the barrier which made sure no one leaning on it would fall into the station. Of course they don't have the platform be obvious, Harry added, it's magic. You do remember the word don't you uncle? That 5-lettered word, spelled M-A-G-I-C. Don't you? Harry was having way too much fun riling Vernon up. He was turning purple and the passerby people were staring at him. For a moment, he amusedly wondered how much he should charge them for a session with an extremely rare purple whale. Ping. A new skill has been made through your act of taunting. Taunt, LV1, 50%. You can cause your opponent to lose their cool and do something stupid. 5% chance of working. Then where is it, boy? Vernon spat angrily. You just walk right through the portal. How? Magic. Harry replied with a grin as Vernon turned even purpler. This was way too much fun. In fact, you can come with me, if you like, and see it for yourself. All you have to do is sacrifice an appendage of your own, Harry suggested, smirking as Vernon turned purple to pale, thinking of the appendage dearest to him. Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry saw a couple with 2 teenagers go straight through the platform 9 face of the wall. With a curt goodbye, he quickly left Vernon behind and headed towards the barrier. Packed with muggles, of course. Harry looked up abruptly as he heard the wizarding term for non-magicals. Looking around, he caught sight of a family of redheads from where the voice had come and quickly hurried after them. Now, what's the platform number? The old woman asked playfully. 9 3/4. The little girl piped up, Mum, can't I go? Harry Potter will be there this year. Harry couldn't help but grin at that. He had a fan. Gingerly, he approached them. Excuse me, Harry said. Hello, dear, the woman said kindly, first time at Hogwarts. Harry nodded. Oh good. Ron's new, too, she exclaimed, reaching behind her to drag one of the smaller ones out of the pack of redheads, before patting him on the back. Well, aren't you going to say hello to your classmate, Ron? Yes mum, the freckled boy said before sticking his hand out at Harry with a nervous grin. Hello. I'm Ron. Harry smiled gingerly. There was going to be a reaction. Shaking Ron's hand, he said, Hi Ron, my name is Harry Potter. As he had anticipated, the reaction was immediate. Ron's eyes immediately flew to his forehead and the little girl let out an abrupt squeal and promptly hid behind her mother's skirt, peeking out shyly at Harry. It was rather adorable, Harry decided, even if the whole getting recognized thing was a bit uncomfortable. Are you really? Ron asked. Are you really Ron? Harry replied amusedly. Of course I am, Ron said, looking confused. Why wouldn't I be? I could say the same to you, Harry replied and turned to the woman. So, I was wondering if you could help me get onto the platform ma'am. He asked. She nodded. Of course, dear. All you have to do is walk straight at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop and don't be scared you'll crash into it, that's very important. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Go on, go now before Ron. Harry thanked her for her help and stealing himself, ran full tilt at the wall. The imposingly solid brick drew closer, 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 and then it felt like he was walking through a veil of mist, and then he was somewhere else. Harry looked around, smiling a little at the sight of so many wizards that had dressed up, obviously in an attempt to fit in with the muggles in the station outside, but had failed spectacularly. A woman with a dead vulture arranged on her hat walked past him, and Harry almost broke out into a fit of giggles. A dozen different things were assaulting his senses, and it felt amazing. Thank you for your help ma'am, Harry said to the red-headed woman and went down the station. He had most of his stuff in his inventory, but he'd stuffed a few of his school books and some odd knick-knacks into his trunk just to blend in a bit. So he quickly found a compartment, and sliding the door close, picked a spot by the window to sit, listening to the chatter of the redhead family by the train for a few minutes before tuning them out and turning to his copy of The Two Towers. Ever since Harry had learned that Tolkien was a wizard, he'd been reading his books whenever he had free time, which he had a lot of, since he basically absorbed all the information in all the reference books he had, some of which taught up to and beyond third-year stuff. Harry doubted that he'd ever even need to look at the books again, but even so, the school books each had their own way of describing the concepts and he had fun reading them. After a few minutes, the door to the compartment slid open, and two remarkably similar-looking redheads, no doubt part of the family he'd met earlier, stepped in. "Blimey, we found, I am," said one of them. "Are you?" "He is," the other confirmed. Harry had overheard their names, Fred and George, but he couldn't tell which one was Fred and which one was George. "Aren't you?" "I'm confused, if that's what you mean," Harry finally replied. "Harry Potter," chorused the twins. Harry nodded, and a grin spread across the two boys' faces. "Welcome back, mate. Hope the time with the Muggles didn't scare the magic out of you." Harry paused a moment, before remembering that everything in his life was public knowledge at this point. Deciding to just roll with it, he chuckled and replied, "I'm definitely hoping not. First CL with Professor McGonagall is gonna be really awkward if that's happened." The twins seemed pleased. "Will you look at that Gred?" one said, and the other continued, "Looks like our savior isn't as airheaded as we were worried he was And then the first one picked back up again, "So, any expectations for the house you want to be in, Mr. Potter?" "My parents were in Gryffindor, so I suppose I could go there, but I'd probably do fine in Ravenclaw as well," Harry replied, casting Observe. The results almost made him choke on thin air. Fred and George Weasley. LV7. HP 13 20 13 20. MP-900 900ths. Race Wizard. STR 8. Vit 12. Dex 13. Int 14. Wiz 7. Luke 12. Born as conjoined twins and separated at birth by a magical surgery, Fred and George Weasley are consummate pranksters and lifelong purveyors of mischief. They have the ability to subconsciously communicate with each other using their thoughts as long as they are within a certain range of each other. They occasionally work with their friend Lee Jordan and study in their third year at Hogwarts. Their dream is to open a joke shop. They think Harry is a nice guy and hope that he isn't some stuck-up celebrity who judges people by how much money they have. Harry didn't stare, but he couldn't help but wonder with incredulity at the fact that these guys could communicate with each other in their heads. Curious to see what other special secrets they were hiding, Harry started casting Observe on them, hoping for more information while engaging in light banter with them. Suddenly catching sight of a yellowing piece of parchment sticking out of George's pocket, he observed it as well. The Marauder's Map. The Marauder's Map is a magical document that reveals all of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not only does it show every classroom, every hallway, and every corner of the castle, but it also shows every inch of the grounds, as well as all the secret passages that are hidden within its walls and the location of every person in the grounds, portrayed by a dot. It is also capable of accurately identifying each person, and is not fooled by animagi, polyjuice potions, or invisibility cloaks. Even the Hogwarts ghosts are not exempt from this. This time, he did stop and stare. "You all right, mate?" George asked, concerned about their new friend. Yeah, just fine," Harry said, waving away both the screens and their concerns. Just then, their younger brother entered the compartment. "Fred, George, is anyone sitting there?" he asked, pointing at the seat opposite Harry. "Everywhere else is full." "I guess that's it for us, Harry," said George. "Take the seat, Ron. We've got to get back to Lee. We will see you two later, then." Harry wondered if he should steal the map from them, but ultimately decided not to. He wanted to try and explore the castle on his own. And if an emergency called for it, he could always ask. "Bye," said Ron. The twins slid the compartment door shut behind them. "Are you really Harry Potter?" Ron blurted out. Harry nodded. "Oh well, I thought it might have been one of Fred and George's jokes," said Ron. "And have you really got, you know?" He pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry sighed. It looked like Ron was a little clueless. Asking him to show his only scar from the night his parents died was a bit too daft, but figuring that Ron was probably too engrossed in his idea of meeting a hero that he forgot his manners, Harry pulled back his bangs to show the lightning scar. Ron stared. "Wicked," he said. "Yeah, It was really considerate of Voldemort to give me such a wicked-looking scar when he murdered my family and attempted to kill me as an infant, Harry said dryly, hoping he would catch on and they could move on from the subject. But Ron just stared at him, fascinated and a little horrified. You really shouldn't say his name, you know. Harry raised an eyebrow. That was what he got from it. That he had said the name of a dead wizard. Not Harry's not so subtle ribbing on his tactlessness. I know, Harry finally replied, remembering the first time he'd said the name and felt its power. For a dead wizard, his name sure seemed to hold some serious magical weight. Ron, on the other hand, looked torn between the desire to impress upon Harry the importance of not saying Tom Riddle's pseudonym and asking more about the night the two had met for the first time. Finally, he asked, do you remember it? You do realize I was 15 months old, right Ron? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. I know. Ron defended, although his tone of voice indicated that he didn't seem to really grasp that Harry was far too young to have even properly remembered the event, much less actually play some part in Voldemort's downfall. I just thought that you might remember because of the scar. Now it was Harry's turn to stare. You know, I'm starting to think that you don't actually know much about how scars work, mate. And to answer your question, yes, a little. What do you remember? Ron asked eagerly. Harry paused, before frowning. What did he remember? He'd seen bits and pieces from his nightmare, but he had never really tried to put it all together before. Putting aside the fact that he should be offended that Ron was actually asking questions about what he remembered about the first time someone attempted to kill him, now seemed to be as good a time as any, considering he had a few hours to kill. Well, Harry said, closing his eyes and trying to piece together all the flashes he'd seen over the years. The visions effortlessly floated to the front of his mind. I remember someone, my father, telling my mother to take me and leave. Then there's laughing, and someone else, my mother, begging the Dark Lord to spare my life. He told her to stand aside and let him kill me, but she didn't, she said no and asked him to kill her instead. He did, and then there was a lot of green light and my forehead felt like it was on fire. Harry's coiled more and more, and by the time he had finished and opened his eyes, there were tears flowing down his face. Ron looked horrified. I'm sorry, mate, I didn't think. No, you didn't, Harry cut him off flatly, wiping off his tears as he got to his feet. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Ron. I suppose I'll see you around at Hogwarts, he said in the same flat tone, and opening the compartment door, walked out. Feeling confused, frustrated, and rather unbearably sad for some reason, Harry did the only thing some his age would have done when faced with such turbulent emotions. He blamed it on someone else. More specifically, Ron. Well, now I know what house I don't want to be in. The one into which he goes, Harry thought angrily as he went up the train looking for another compartment to sit, one with only a boy and a bushy-haired girl. He slid open the door. Excuse me, can I sit in here? Getting a nod from the girl and the rather timid boy, Harry sat himself down beside the boy and joined in on the conversation. But how does that make sense? It's just the way it is, Neville replied to Hermione's indignation with a shrug. So what are you talking about? Harry asked. 15 minutes later, with an innumerable number of facts about Quidditch stuck into his brain, Harry stood firmly on Hermione's side of the argument while Neville looked devastated at having lost another one to the anti-Quidditch campaign. She's right, Neville. 150 points for someone to catch a golden ball. That makes absolutely no sense. Harry said with a shrug. He could definitely get the appeal of flying really fast, but the rules of this game were abhorrent. It was as if they took football and then went ham with it. You haven't ever seen a professional match. The chasers score fast really early, and catching a snitch before an hour is extremely hard. It just adds that much more unpredictability to the game. You never really know who's going to win. Neville apparently personally abhorred flying, but much like other children of his age born into wizarding families, was incredibly passionate about Quidditch and willing to do anything to defend his favorite sport. They won't change the game just 'cause you say so. Neville exclaimed. I am the boy who lived, you know, people will listen to me. And maybe if I can persuade them to change the game at Hogwarts, the innovation will spread. The compartment grew silent at the statement. Harry suddenly remembered that he hadn't really given them his last name. Oh dear. Are you really? Said Hermione, her voice transforming. I know all about you, of course I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Did you? Said Harry, immediately putting a stop to her tirade. He had messed up his friendship with the first person his age he'd met because he let this kind of conversation go on for too long. He'd be damned if he made the same mistake again. If you did, you'd also know that the only person to survive that night was me, and I have never been interviewed by anybody, nor have I even tested for anything as far as I know. So, most likely, most of what you read, especially about me killing a dragon and discovering Atlantis, is a lie. But they're books. They wouldn't lie in them. Hermione raised her voice indignantly. Wouldn't they? It was the time right after a war, Hermione, Harry said grimly, families were dead and children were orphaned. So these stories and so-called facts would have been printed to give hope to a broken and bleeding society. That was the truth then, and that is the truth today. It is also the only reason I've allowed them to stay on shelves and not taken their publishers to court for breaking the law. Even a lie spoken with best intentions doesn't make it the truth. Due to reaching a logical conclusion and spreading it around, you've gained one whiz. Whiz 13. Hermione was staggered to a standstill. Harry reminded himself that even if they were both the same age, they had very separate upbringings, and she had no gamer's mind to help her be objective and assess situations like Harry did. Her worldview was based on books and elders always being right. Harry had just broken one of the legs of the stool that her entire worldview stood on. After a few silent moments, Hermione finally spoke again. You two had better change, I expect we'll be there soon. She stood, still in shock and off balance, and walked out of the compartment, presumably to the bathroom to change. Harry and Neville took off their jackets and pulled on their long black robes. You really scared her, I think. Neville's voice had gained back his stutter after the topic of Quidditch had passed. Before Harry could answer, the compartment door slid open and 3 boys stepped in. Is it true? He said. They're saying, all down the train, that Harry Potter's in this compartment. So it's you, is it? Indeed it is, said Harry. He was looking at the other boys. Both of them were thick-set and looked extremely mean. Standing on either side of the pale boy, they looked like bodyguards. Harry quickly observed them. Gregory Goyle, LV3, HP -220 220ths, MP -100 100ths. Race Wizard, STR8, Vit3, Dex3, INT2, Whis -1. Luke 4. Goyle, along with fellow Slytherin Crabbe, is best friends with Draco Malfoy. They often follow Malfoy around and do his bidding. He has the IQ of a half-dead goldfish and can be accurately described as one of the reasons to avoid inbreeding. Vincent Crabbe, LV3, HP -220 220ths, MP -100 100ths. Race Wizard, STR8, Vit3, Dex3, INT2, Whis -1. Luke 4. Crabbe, along with fellow Slytherin Goyle, is best friends with Draco Malfoy. They often follow Malfoy around and do his bidding. He has the IQ of a half-dead goldfish and can be accurately described as one of the reasons to avoid inbreeding. Draco Malfoy, LV4, HP -320 320ths, MP -140 140ths. Race Wizard, STR5, Vit4, Dex4, Int6, Whis3, Luke 3. Draco Malfoy is a pure-blood wizard and the only heir of the Malfoy family. The son of a Death Eater, Draco was raised to believe strongly in the importance of blood purity. He wishes to be sorted into Slytherin House. Despite his father's violent torturous teaching sessions about blood purity and old times, Draco looks up to him and admires him. He thinks that Harry is a great dark wizard for killing the Dark Lord, who will be to him what Lord Voldemort was to his father. He really wants to get on his good side. Harry sighed. It only made sense. He had fangirls and an unexpected and convoluted celebrity backstory. He didn't honestly know why he was surprised by conspiracy theorists. This is Crabbe and this is Goyle, said the pale boy carelessly, mistaking Harry's stare at his game windows for him asking who his henchmen were, and my name's Draco Malfoy of House Malfoy. He turned to Neville. Heir Longbottom, glad to see you made it onto the train all right. While his words were nothing but polite, his voice held a sort of demeaning contempt that made Harry's spine tingle. Heir Malfoy, I suspect you came here because you wished to form an alliance with House Potter. I assure you that it will not happen unless you're entirely civil to Heir Longbottom here, who already has my friendship. Harry had read enough fantasy novels and etiquette books to know exactly what to say and in which tone to say it. And apparently, he was somehow successful, because Malfoy nodded to his bodyguards and they left the compartment. My apologies, Heir Potter, he said. Harry simply nodded, not trusting his fantasy book knowledge to take him too far, and waved him to the seat in front of him. Draco sat down. Draco looked around, before spotting the books. I see you've been reading ahead. A little, Harry admitted with a shrug. My father had me begin reading a few months ago. He wouldn't let me cast anything, but he showed me a few spells with his wand, Draco bragged. How much have you read? Harry asked, curious. Oh, just a few chapters into each book, he answered, trying to sound nonchalant but failing. He was quite proud of his accomplishment and was enjoying the chance to brag in front of the boy who lived. I started reading when I got back from Diagon Alley. I've spent most of my free time reading, and besides, it's really interesting to match all the accidental magic with the stuff in the books. Harry replied, not wanting to reveal too much. He could probably go off into his third-year theory exams right now if he wanted, but he didn't want to draw too much attention. Ping. A new skill was created due to your A.S. being jealous of the crap that flows through your mouth. Bullshitting, LV2. A combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. Really? Aiming for Ravenclaw are you? Draco said, a bit surprised. Harry shrugged. They do have the resources to gain the most knowledge, and knowledge is an essential tenement of survival in any society, Harry said, trying to recall some of the big words from that thesaurus he'd been glancing at a while back. You don't want to lead or fight battles or, all that stuff? Draco asked tentatively. Harry rolled his eyes. Please do try not to imply that I'm some sort of savior that has come to lead the wizarding world. I'm just a first year who wants to learn magic, like you. Impressed, Draco smiled. You're not what I had expected, Heir Potter. Even if you happen to not get into Slytherin, don't be a stranger. I can agree to that. Harry shook Draco's hand, who then got up and left, goons in tow. Harry looked at Draco's description as he left, frowning at the line about his father. His father was a Death Eater who was physically abusing his son. And even after that, the son showed no distaste towards his father. Harry frowned. There was something fishy up there. A voice echoed through the train. We will be reaching Hogwarts in 5 minutes' time. Please leave your luggage on the train, it will be taken to the school separately. Harry's stomach lurched with nerves and Neville was positively shivering, looking very pale. Together, they quickly joined the crowd thronging the corridor. The train slowed right down and finally stopped. People pushed their way toward the door and out onto a tiny, dark platform. Harry shivered in the cold night air. Then, a lamp came bobbing over the heads of the students, and Harry heard a voice, Furs years. Furs, years over here. A positively huge man's hairy face beamed over the sea of heads. Hagrid, Harry thought, matching the description with the name Professor McGonagall had given to him. Come on, follow me any more Furs years. Mind your step, now. Furs, years follow me. Slipping and stumbling, they followed Hagrid down what seemed to be a steep, narrow path. It was so dark on either side of them that Harry thought there must have been thick trees there. Nobody spoke much. Neville only sniffed once or twice. Ye, all get furs sight o' Hogwarts in a sec, Hagrid called over his shoulder, just round this bend here. There was a loud, ooh, from the kids ahead of him. The narrow path had opened suddenly onto the edge of a great black take. Perched atop a high mountain on the other side, its windows sparkling in the starry sky, was a vast castle with many turrets and towers. But that wasn't what Harry was staring at. He was staring at the new red window that had popped up in front of him the second he lay eyes on the castle. You have decided to enter the ancient wards of Hogwarts. Should you choose to do so, your wardstone perk will be deactivated due to being inside a more powerful set of wards. You will be unable to use them unless you get yourself out of its wards. Yes, no. Deciding that he was already too far gone to turn back, Harry pressed yes forged on ahead. He used observe on the castle. Hogwarts Castle. Hogwarts Castle is a large, 7-story high building supported by magic, with 142 staircases throughout its many towers and turrets and very deep dungeons. The castle was built in the late early Middle Ages. Hogwarts is built in a valley area with the fairly large Great Lake to the south of the main building. The deep Forbidden Forest extends around to the west of the castle. Due to its extremely advanced age and the sheer amount of magic present in or around it, the castle is implied to have developed some form of sentience or awareness. "No more in 4 to a boat," Hagrid called, distracting Harry from his observe box. He was pointing to a fleet of little boats sitting in the water by the shore. Harry was followed into his boat by Neville, a boy named Terry Boot and a red-haired girl with pigtails. Hermione notably avoided them and went into another boat. "Everyone in!" shouted Hagrid, who had a boat to himself. Right then, forward, and the fleet of little boats moved off all at once, gliding across the lake, which was as smooth as glass. Everyone was silent, staring up at the great castle overhead. It towered over them as they sailed nearer and nearer to the cliff on which it stood. "Heads down!" yelled Hagrid as the first boats reached the cliff, and Harry shared an amused smile with Draco Malfoy when everyone else all bent their heads. The cliff was way too high to be a danger to anyone except the massive man leading them. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy that hid a wide opening in the cliff face. They were carried through a dark tunnel, which seemed to be taking them right underneath the castle, until they reached a kind of underground harbor, where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. Then they clambered up a passageway in the rock after Hagrid's lamp, coming out at last onto smooth, damp grass right in the shadow of the castle. They walked up a flight of stone steps and crowded around the huge, oak front door. Hagrid raised a gigantic fist and knocked 3 times on the castle door. They were fetched by McGonagall to what Harry suspected was the entrance hall to the Great Hall that he had read about in Hogwarts: A History. He shivered at the thought of the book. Apparently, some parts of it were magically hidden from the sights of underage children, hiding away the more explicit happenings that had happened in the halls of the castle. Harry, of course, had broken through it with Gamer's Mind and Runic Burnout and had promptly sworn off the book forever. And then there were ghosts. Full-on, silvery, intangible ghosts. One, Harry noticed with some disgust, even had blood patches and chains. Harry wondered why they weren't mentioned in the Hogwarts: A History book. Perhaps the writers were having a laugh at the expense of the startled Muggle-raised students every year. Either way, they had managed to make their way onto Harry's shitlist. "We're ready for you now." McGonagall's clipped voice cut through Harry's inner rants. Feeling oddly as though his legs had turned to lead, Harry got into line behind a boy with sandy hair with Ron standing behind him, and they walked out of the chamber, back across the hall, and through a pair of double doors into the fabled Great Hall. It did not disappoint. Not even in the wildest corners of his overactive imagination had Harry even imagined such a place. Lit by thousands and thousands of candles that were floating midair over 4 long tables, where the rest of the students were sitting. Briefly wondering how the wax didn't fall into the food, Harry looked at the tables that were laid with glittering golden plates and goblets. At the top of the hall was another long table perpendicular to the house tables where the teachers were sitting. Professor McGonagall led the first years up here so that they came to a halt in a line facing the other students, with the teachers behind them. The hundreds of faces staring at them looked like pale lanterns in the flickering candlelight. Dotted here and there among the students, the ghosts shone misty silver. Mainly to avoid all the staring eyes, Harry looked upward and saw a velvety black enchanted ceiling dotted with stars. It was hard to believe there was a ceiling there at all, and that the Great Hall didn't simply open up into the heavens. Harry quickly looked down again as Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years. On top of the stool she put a pointed wizard's hat that was patched and frayed and extremely dirty. Maybe they had to try and get a rabbit out of it, Harry thought wildly as he wondered what the sorting test was. For a few seconds, there was complete silence. Then the hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth and the hat began to sing. "Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black. Your top hat's sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you have a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, don't be afraid, and don't get in a flap. You're in safe hands, though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. The whole hall burst into applause as the hat finished its song. It bowed to each of the 4 tables and then became quite still again. Observe, Harry instantly thought. The Sorting Hat. This magical hat enchanted with the intelligence of all 4 founders of Hogwarts. It normally stays in the headmaster's office until it is needed. During the opening banquet at the beginning of each school year, it speaks to the wearer inside of the hat with a small, quiet voice, using legilimency to interpret their thoughts and respond to them. After a moment of consideration, the hat announces its choice aloud for all to hear, and the student joins the selected house. The moment of consideration varies in length, from over 5 minutes to less than a second. So that's what it was. The 4 founders. Harry almost drooled at the thought of the amount of knowledge that the hat held. 10 minutes with it would probably boost his own intelligence by a metric ton. Professor McGonagall now stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted, she said. Abbott, Hannah, a pink-faced girl with own pigtails, stumbled out of line, put on the hat, which fell right down over her eyes, and sat down. A moment's pause. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table. Harry saw the ghost of the fat friar waving merrily at her. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff, shouted the hat again, and Susan scuttled off to sit next to Hannah. Boot, Terry. Ravenclaw. And so it went. Sometimes, Harry noticed, the hat shouted out the house at once, but at other times it took a little while to decide. Finnegan, Seamus, the sandy-haired boy who had stood next to Harry, sat on the stool for almost a whole minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor. Granger, Hermione. Hermione almost ran to the stool and jammed the hat on her head. Harry winced in sympathy for the hat when he saw a new tear appear on the brim. Ravenclaw, shouted the hat. When Neville was called, he fell over on his way to the stool. The hat took a long time to decide with him. When it finally shouted, Gryffindor, Neville ran off still wearing it, and had to jog back amid gales of laughter to hand it over to McDougal, Morag. Malfoy swaggered forward when his name was called and got his wish at once. The hat had barely touched his head when it screamed, Slytherin. Malfoy went to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, looking quite pleased with himself. Harry still was a bit disturbed by the boy's description, but he hoped he could find out more as the school year went along. There weren't many people left now. Moon, Knott, Parkinson, then a pair of twin girls, Pottle, and Pottle, then Perks, Sally Ann, and then, at last, Potter, Harry. As Harry stepped forward, whispers suddenly broke out like a pit full of SS all over the hall. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. The last thing Harry saw before the hat dropped over his head was the hall full of people craning to get a good look at him. Next second, the hall in front of him disappeared as he landed with a thud on what was looking like an entirely white surface. From in front of him, a dry voice spoke. Well, this is unexpected. Harry Potter knew he wasn't good at a lot of things. He wasn't any good at cooking, despite his aunt's unending attempts at forcing him to be so. His steaks were so chewy they could have been mistaken for a Star Wars character, and he had once put enough ginger into a macaroni to turn it into a Weasley. He also knew that he was rubbish at writing, mostly due to his terrible handwriting and his god-awful glasses. But one thing Harry knew for sure that he was quite good at was keeping his cool when he was thrown into random as all heavens situations. So when he was somehow transported out of the Great Hall and into a massive white room with 4 very dead people in it, Harry stayed firm and didn't panic. There was no shrill screaming or tossing fireballs in the general direction of those people, none at all. What the bloody hell am I doing in this place? Harry asked after he had finally calmed down and taken a seat in one of the all-white chairs in the room. The chairs mirrored nearly everything in the room. White walls, white furnishing, white chandelier, white table, white everything. Even the 4 people sitting in front of him were white. Language, the plump lady in yellow said. Harry flatly stared at the woman, before ignoring her remark. He'd had more than enough weird situations being thrown at him to warrant a few curse words. Now please tell me what I am doing with you all. I can't even believe this. The founders. Didn't you all die 1.5 million years ago? 1,000, the man in green corrected him. And how did you know who we are? Harry raised an eyebrow. You are quite literally wearing red, yellow, green and blue, the house colors of Hogwarts, and I was transported here when I put on the sorting hat said to be imbued with the founder's intelligence. Not exactly a Sherlockian deduction to make. I suppose not. Not for a Ravenclaw at least. Rowena Ravenclaw, the lady in blue spoke with a smirk on her face before answering his question. The sorting hat uses legilimency, more specifically Salazar's skill of legilimency, to show us the to-be-sorted child's thoughts for us to assess and sort them into our houses. His skill at the arts is so great that most children don't even notice the probe. Yet for some reason, it just bounced off your consciousness, reflecting itself back and turning it on its own user. Harry's eyes widened with shock. Wait a minute, are you saying what I think you're saying? Godric Gryffindor nodded. You're in the consciousness of the sorting hat. Its very mind, if you will imagine it so. Harry quickly remembered what he was thinking about this magical artifact holding so much knowledge before one of his earlier thoughts flew back into his head. Bloody hell. You guys have to teach me everything. There is so much I have to ask about magic. And Hogwarts. I mean, you're the founders. He rambled nervously, hoping to all the heavens above that he hadn't alienated these people. Calm down, child. Helga Hufflepuff stopped his ramblings, sharing an amused look with Ravenclaw. I'm afraid we can't give you any knowledge, nor can we teach you our arts. The only reason our souls were allowed to return to this school was that we agreed to bind ourselves to the ancient rules of non-interference. We can't interact directly with any living person, nor can we influence the living in any way at all. You coming here is an anomaly, she said before she turned and smirked at Salazar Slytherin. Now why don't you tell us how you have such powerful shields on your minds? Salazar has been trying to break through them since you got here. I do think he'll pop a vein if he doesn't figure it out soon. No. Slytherin raised an eye. Excuse me. I said no. I won't explain how I do it, Harry replied, getting more and more confident with every word. I have read of the ancient laws you speak of. They are prominent features of Greek mythology. They mention a barter system. A give or take of sorts between those bound by the laws and those not. A reward system. So I will tell you what I'm doing, but in exchange I want you to give me a reward. Your knowledge. They were all silenced for a bit, and then Gryffindor let out a full-bellied guffaw. Looks like this one is headed for your house, Salazar, he spoke between bouts of choking laughter. Helga Hufflepuff spoke, ignoring the chortling bearded man beside him. Yes. There is such a system, Mr. Potter. And yes, we will grant you a reward for telling us how you blocked us. Now please, do reveal your secret. And Harry, after extracting a promise of confidence, told them about his powers. Extraordinary, muttered Slytherin, stroking his goatee while Gryffindor had Harry describe all the mechanics of his video game. Hufflepuff almost had an aneurysm when he told them of the werewolf, and Ravenclaw only watched with glinting eyes. And that's it, Harry concluded and waited for the founders to fulfill their ends of the bargain. They looked at each other for a second, before leaning in together and discussing something in a hushed voice. Soon, they turned to him as one. Each of us has a haven inside Hogwarts. As one they spoke. In each of those are our greatest achievements. Our greatest creations. Find them, and they will be your next clue. Your path will lead you to the unknowns we once traveled in our primes in each of our own quests for knowledge and power. But beware, Harry Potter, for the trials in those paths will test your very limits. Well, wasn't that cryptic, Harry muttered as his gamer's mind dissected their every word for clues, storing away into perfect memory everything from their tone to their facial expression while they spoke of the dangers. We've lost many great pupils to this path, Mr. Potter. Be careful, should you choose to follow it. It's not for the faint of heart, Hufflepuff spoke in a gentle voice. Harry nodded and they all sat there in an awkward silence. It was a minute before Harry spoke, breaking the ominous atmosphere in the room. So, is this it? Do I go back to Hogwarts now? Gryffindor shook his head. Not quite. We still have your sorting left. You certainly have the mind of a Slytherin. And then there is the Parseltongue. Slytherin sighed. looking at Harry with calculating eyes. "While that may be true, my house will have him with many of his enemies' children. He will not be safe there. And thus it will not be the best place for him to grow into the man that must explore our pasts. I don't think my puffs can quite handle you, Mr. Potter." "No offense of course," Hufflepuff said with a smile. Harry nodded and smiled back, deciding that he liked the kind woman. "Well, I for one won't reject such a promising student. He would certainly do well in Gryffindor. However, I do believe that he'd do better with the over-obsessive bookheads he is so similar to. Plus he'll have privacy there to do his personal quests," Gryffindor said. Ravenclaw didn't reply, but it was obvious that a conclusion had been arrived at. With a nod and a wave of his hand, Slytherin sent Harry in his chair flying back, where he slammed into the wall behind him surprisingly painlessly before promptly blacking out. "Ravenclaw!" the Hat yelled as Harry came back into consciousness in the real world, hearing it shout out the last word to the whole hall. With a smile, he took off the hat and started walking towards the Ravenclaw table when suddenly his legs almost buckled underneath him as a massive head-splitting weight seemed to fall onto his shoulders. Pain like nothing he'd ever experienced ripped through his body, and he almost crumpled to the floor then and there. No, he thought. He couldn't draw attention to himself. Not now. Not after what had just happened. Steeling himself, he fixed a nervous smile on his face and walked shakily toward the table. The prefect, Clearwater, got up and shook his hand, jostling Harry and making him wince under the extreme pain he was under. Every muscle in his body was turning into fire. Harry sat down opposite the ghost he'd seen earlier. The ghost patted his arm, giving Harry the sudden feeling he'd just plunged it into a bucket of ice-cold water. It was a momentary relief. "What is happening to me?" Harry thought as he gritted his teeth. The only reason anyone didn't notice his rapidly reddening face and his winces of pain was because they were all focused on was Zabini, Blaze, whose sorting was taking more than 5 minutes. Quickly thinking of a plan that was sketchy at best and downright suicidal at worst, Harry pulled most of his magic into his hands, whipping up a small windblast under the table to extinguish his mana levels a bit, and focused on the feeling of pain. Runic burnout, he thought with all his might. Suddenly his sight cleared, the weight on his head subsided, his vision cleared up, his mana filled back up, and his mind was filled with knowledge that wasn't there before. Ping. Due to successfully surviving a mental attack from an ancient artifact and later surviving its whiplash, your skill has leveled up 3 times. Runic burnout LV5, 44%. A precise beeping of magic from a ward by using it to refill one's own core. It starts causing damage to HP when magic continues to be beeped after the MP is full. Common way to get around it is to use up mana as fast as it comes in. Ping. Due to successfully surviving a mental attack from an ancient artifact and later surviving its whiplash, you've acquired a new skill. Mind Arts, LV3, 87%. The act of magically navigating through the many layers of a person's mind and correctly interpreting one's findings, either with others or one's own self. One of the rarest magics today due to its regulated teaching. Cost -50 megapixels per use. Harry sighed. Whiplash was something he never wanted to experience again. Finally free of pain, he settled into his seat comfortably and looked towards the front of the hall. He could see the high table properly now. And there, in the center of the high table, in a large gold chair, really more of a golden throne, sat a wizened and bespectacled ancient wizard with a silver-white beard that looked like it would go almost to the floor if it were visible, watching over the sorting with a benevolent expression. It was an image as stereotypical in appearance as a wise old man could possibly be without holding a staff and spouting random proverbs. The wizened wizard had applauded every student sorted with an unwavering smile that somehow seemed freshly delighted for each of them. Harry recognized him at once. Dumbledore's silver hair was the only thing in the whole hall that shone as brightly as the ghost's. His observe on him showed nothing. Albus Dumbledore. LV. HP. MP. Race Wizard. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luke. Guessing that perhaps it was the magic in the castle or perhaps Dumbledore was too powerful for his observe, Harry looked around him at the table, deciding that he'd reserve using his observes for when he'd go to the teacher's classes. To the golden throne's left side was a man with sharp eyes, a face that was dour enough to make Harry think the man had just watched someone strangle his kitten, and greasy hair, who had applauded no one, but somehow kept managing to be looking straight back at Harry every time Harry looked at him. Further to the left sat a pale-faced man Harry had an odd feeling he'd seen before somewhere. Perhaps in the Diagon Alley. Harry shrugged. He had seen more people there than he cared to identify at once. To that man's left sat a string of 3 older witches who didn't seem much interested in the students. Then to the right side of the tall golden chair sat a round-faced middle-aged witch with a yellow hat, who had applauded every student except the Slytherins. Near her sat a tiny man standing on his chair, with a handlebar mustache, who had applauded every student but smiled only upon the Ravenclaws. And on the farthest right, occupying the same space as 3 lesser witches was the mountainous entity who'd greeted them all after they'd disembarked from the train, Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds. As the man standing on his chair the head of Ravenclaw, Harry whispered towards Hermione, who was sitting beside him, hoping he hadn't alienated what looked like the only person here who could give him some competition in the brain department. For once Hermione didn't answer this instantly. She was shifting constantly from side to side, staring at the headmaster who was now giving out odd warnings about forests being forbidden and so on forth. Bah! As if any school rule would ever stop Harry Potter from exploring a magical forest full of training opportunities. Harry decided almost immediately that he'd be exploring the forest that very night. Curious what Hermione was thinking of him after he rammed a figurative train into her ideologies in the train, Harry cast observe on her. Hermione Granger. LV 5. HP -250 250ths. MP -150 150ths. Race Witch. STR 3. Vit 5. Dex 4. Int 12. Wis 5. LUC 2. Hermione Jean Granger is a Muggle-born witch and the daughter of 2 dentists in London. She grew up as a normal girl until, at age 11, she learned that she was a witch and had been accepted into Hogwarts. She possesses a brilliant academic mind, and is a gifted student. She was very studious and bookish and can be very bossy and obnoxious. She doesn't know what to think about Harry, and as such, is trying her best to avoid thinking about him. Harry wondered what he was expecting. Maybe he'd expected an entire description worth of how she had secretly enjoyed it when Harry shattered her worldview and secretly had the hots for him. He shook his head. Best avoid that line of thought. Puberty hadn't even come into his line of sight and he still wasn't sure he actually understood the appeal of, say, girls and courting just yet. Yes, he is, replied Prefect Clearwater, that is the charms professor and the head of Ravenclaw, Professor Phileas Flitwick, the most knowledgeable charms master alive, and an ex-dueling champion. Why's he so short? Hissed a student whose name Harry didn't recall. Is he a half-breed? A chilling glance was leveled at the boy from many directions. It seemed the good professor was well liked in his house. The professor does indeed have goblin ancestry, Prefect Clearwater answered flatly. How did that even work out? Harry wondered to himself. HSSH. Shushed another prefect, though the Ravenclaw witch had spoken quietly. Harry looked down at his empty gold plate. He had only just realized how hungry he was after all that had happened to him. Looking up, he realized that Dumbledore had just finished his speech. Now before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. A figment of a thought vaguely along the lines of, what in the name of galloping gargoyles was that? Did pass through Harry's head momentarily, but it promptly vanished as his mouth fell open. The dishes in front of him were now piled with food. He had never seen so many things he liked to eat on one table. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops and lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fries, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and, for some strange reason, peppermint humbugs. The Dursleys had never exactly managed to starve Harry. He'd been way too resourceful to not sneak away a sandwich or two under his shirt, but he'd never been allowed to eat as much as he liked. Dudley had always taken anything that Harry really wanted, even if it made him sick to eat it all. For the first time in his life, Harry piled his plate with a bit of everything on the table and began to eat. It was incredible. That does look delicious, said the lady ghost in the dress sadly, before promptly disappearing with a poof of silvery mist. One time, while almost inhaling a chicken leg, he'd thought he'd caught Dumbledore staring at him with not a twinkle in his eyes and a severe expression on his face, but when he looked again, the man was pleasantly conversing with Hagrid over the heads of 2 other teachers. Dismissing it as his imagination, he went back to the food and spent the rest of the dinner deflecting questions about his curiously long sorting. Being Harry Potter, and being at the center of a curious sorting event, and then being sorted into Ravenclaw was closely akin to being transfigured into a piece of cake and tossed into a crowd of Dudleys to get gorged on. He was being pulled apart in so many directions it was making his head spin. Just then, Professor Dumbledore came to the rescue, and now, before we go to bed, let us sing the school song, declared Dumbledore. Harry noticed that the other teachers' smiles had become rather fixed. Wondering why Professor Quirrell was pulling his turban tightly over his ears, Harry looked back at Dumbledore. The headmaster gave his wand a little flick, as if he was trying to get a fly off the end, and a long golden ribbon flew out of it, which rose high above the tables and twisted itself, slike, into words. "Everyone pick their favorite tune," said Dumbledore merrily, "and off we go." And the school bellowed, "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, Hoggy-Warty Hogwarts. Teach us something please. Whether we be old and bald, or young with scabby knees. Our heads could do with filling. With some interesting stuff. For now they're bare and full of air. Dead flies and bits of fluff. So teach us things worth knowing. Bring back what we've forgot. Just do your best, we'll do the rest. And learn until our brains all rot. Oh dear Lord." Tears streamed from Harry's eyes as the deafening cacophony of noise bled through his tightly clamped ears and shattered his canals, and by the time the slowly stopped with everybody finished the song at different times, Harry's ears were ringing. At last, only the Weasley twins were left singing along to a very slow funeral march. Dumbledore conducted their last few lines with his wand, and when they had finished, he was one of those who clapped loudest. "Ah, music," he said, wiping his eyes. "A magic beyond all we do here. And now, bedtime. Off you trot." And Harry, with many other traumatized first years, left, dazed to high heavens, for his common room. Albus Dumbledore was a man defined by his mistakes. His sister's death, his brother's estrangement, his fight with Gellert Grindelwald, and of course, Tom Riddle. On this fateful night, he was wondering if he'd have to add Harry Potter to the list now. Over the decades, Albus had developed the habit of scanning through the first-year children's minds at the welcoming feast. While he knew that what he was doing was sketchy at best and downright criminal at worst, he felt that the risk of prosecution and the slight against his own morality was worth protecting the world from another psychopathic murderer. So, he identified and marked dark wizards in the school itself, using that information later to hopefully guide them out of the path of becoming a dark wizard, and failing which, use their identities in protecting of innocence. Yet that little habit was also the reason behind his greatest weakness. Pragmatic people liked to call Albus naive and unnecessarily forgiving, to the point of being foolish when they would see him arguing to protect the Death Eaters from the key, or the death sentence. A dead dark wizard is a killer and murderer less. They would scream at him. And to a certain degree, after the end of the last war, when he had seen Sirius Black betray his closest friend, Albus found himself agreeing with them. But how could he sentence them to death? How could he stare them in their eyes, the very eyes that held nothing but innocence and dreams, when they walked through the doors of the Great Hall when they turned 11, and order the Dementors to get their souls beaked out? He couldn't. And he knew that his inability to shake the images of the murderers and rapists as innocent children from his mind was one of the biggest liabilities to the light side. His thoughts were conflicted as when he sensed his deputy about to knock on his door. "Come in, Minerva. What is this about Albus? You know I have the class with first years first thing tomorrow." Minerva seemed a bit frazzled, her slippers and fur gown evidence of her hurry in coming to his office on his call. "I've come across something disturbing during my scans in the feast. It's troubling." Minerva's lips pursed. She had never approved of his actions. In a clipped voice, she spoke. "What is it?" "It's about Mr. Potter." He paused and took a deep breath. What he was about to say was not to be said lightly. "His mind has shields. Shields well beyond anyone 3 times his age could ever have." "What are you implying, Albus?" Her tone was worried, Albus noted. Minerva had shown unprecedented concern over the boy ever since she had returned, ripping into Albus after she returned from her trip to Diagon Alley to help him buy his supplies. She hadn't held back, and Albus hadn't dared contradict her promise of getting the boy out of that place. Suspecting what he did now, He wasn't sure he even wanted the boy to go to Privet Drive, a place he couldn't keep a watchful eye on him. With a sigh, he placed his suspicions on the table. I suspect that night the killing curse did more than kill the Dark Lord and give Harry a scar. Minerva was quick to catch on. You suspect he's possessed. By you know who? I do. But you do know that such shields can also be a side effect of serious physical and mental trauma. Her voice was accusing, and Albus knew that she was referring to the time he had not done anything about Severus Snape's home life despite knowing of his father's routine abuse, forcing him to turn to the other powerful wizard that did offer to help him. And now, the faded dark mark on his potions master's hand forever remained yet another reminder of Albus's devastatingly powerful mistakes. I know. But still, Minerva stood up. Well, I doubt it, Albus. I studied with Tom Riddle in Hogwarts. If there is one thing you and I know about him, it's that he is incapable of any emotions except rage. Harry is. Still Minerva, keep an eye on him will you? He said, tiredly massaging his forehead. Minerva sighed. I will. But Albus, don't treat him like a pariah like you did with Riddle just because you suspect he is dark. Doing that only pushed Riddle more to the other side. Do yourself a favor and don't make the same mistake with Harry. With that one last warning, Minerva walked out the office. Albus gently took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. So Harry was either dark, or he was abused so badly that he physically and mentally cut himself off from the pain of his past. Either way, it was another devastating mistake on his own head. He sighed, before emptying a vial of a calming draught into his mouth. Harry sat on his four-poster bed as sleep continuously evaded him. The Ravenclaw dorm beds had curtains, which with the word Duro could turn solid and wouldn't open for anybody except its user. They also had a built-in silencing charm that muffled all outside sounds. You had to keep your alarm in your bed in case you fell asleep with the silencing charm on, but it was a small price to pay for the privacy it afforded. The prefect had led them to the Ravenclaw common room, which was located on the west side of Hogwarts at the top of a spiral staircase, presumably on the 5th floor, and had a door without a doorknob or keyhole, but a bronze knocker in the shape of an eagle. In order to enter the room, a person had to answer a riddle asked by the eagle knocker. If they answered incorrectly, they had to wait for someone else to get it right. The Ravenclaw common room was one of the airiest rooms at Hogwarts. It was a wide, circular room with a midnight blue carpet, arched windows hung with blue and bronze silks, and a domed ceiling painted with stars. During the day, Ravenclaw students had an excellent view of the school grounds, including the lake, Forbidden Forest, Quidditch pitch, Herbology gardens and the surrounding mountains. The room was furnished with tables, chairs, and bookcases, and by the door leading up to the dormitories stood a tall statue of Rowena Ravenclaw made of white marble in all her snooty glory. According to Prefect Robert Hilliard, the sound of wind whistling around the windows of the tower was relaxing while going to sleep. It wasn't. It really wasn't. It sounded like the Grey Lady and Fat Friar, who was the Hufflepuff ghost, were getting frisky with each other just outside the window. It was stupid. It was distracting. And if not for the silencing charm, nothing would ever get done. With absolutely nothing else to do, Harry started writing the last of the thank you letters to the people who had sent him gifts in the 10 years he had been absent in the wizarding world. A lot of them had given him money, which was rather nice and practical. He'd also, on Professor McGonagall's suggestion, written a letter thanking Amelia Bones, the director of DMLE, for getting some of her Aurors to sort through his mail and remove any malignant or cursed items. She had written back, assuring him that the Aurors who did it were happy to do it, since their jobs had become much easier after that night. Apart from her, he hadn't received any replies, but knowing that most of those people were parents who had children to send off to Hogwarts, Harry didn't expect any replies until Hogwarts had started and the poor parents finally managed to scrounge together some free time. He finished up the last letter with a smile. It was to a girl 6 years of age who had sent him her lucky teddy bear and a note that had a message written in a messy scrawl. Love you Harry Potter, Gemma. Harry put away the fountain pen back into his inventory and put the letter in his book bag. He'd borrowed Terry Boots all tomorrow to send it off. While he knew that practicing with quills were important as they were the only writing tool allowed in exams, fountain pens had an inimitable class of their own. Besides, if his track record held true, he would soon manage to get a skill for penmanship. He could grind that and get better at it. Ping! And there it was, right on cue. A new skill has been created due to writing a metric ton of letters. Calligraphy, LV10. You can write with any writing instrument with your mastery of the art of script. This skill can make a significant difference in runes, arithmancy and other forms of written ritual magic. Ping. Due to getting to level 10 in a special skill, choose one of the following calligraphic techniques to learn. Single calligraphy technique, marked up. A technique which uses beautiful writing to get your teachers to give you extra marks. Increases reputation and opinion of teachers. Chance of success 30+ level of calligraphy. Cost cooldown period of 10 seconds. Runomancy attack, runic burst. An attack which upon activation unleashes a number of rune-amplified spells on your foe. The spells are chosen randomly out of your combat spell arsenal. The number of spells is only limited by the amount of times you choose to attack your enemy or your mana pool. Attack number of spells X with % damage plus dex. Cost cooldown period, plus 5 seconds for every spell. Wandless magic mind arts, compulsion script. A technique that uses both magic and mind to push the reader's opinion of what you write to be positive, making them more likely to do what you wish them to do. An extremely essential tool for many magical politicians. Attack level of wandless magic plus level of calligraphy. Cost of wandless magic. Harry looked at the options available to him and wondered which one he should choose. The first one was entirely useless to him. It was cool and would make sure that he would end up getting O's, but it would discourage Harry from hard work and that wasn't what he wanted. The third one was very tempting. Harry had promised himself that he'd work for the betterment of werewolves after he'd learned of the difficult conditions they lived in, and that would require him going into politics eventually. This skill was obviously tailor-made for that. So he was torn between that one and runic burst. Harry's gamer mind worked at speeds that wizards twice his age would have trouble comprehending. It quickly compared information he already knew, information he'd acquired by absorbing books, and his own personal knowledge archives, trying to come up with a preference for one of them over the other. The thing was, Harry deduced, his status as the boy who lived already gave him unprecedented popularity in the magical world, already giving him a boost of opinion with most people. If he played it right and gave a few regular interviews and open letters, then his political career wouldn't even need the technique. Plus, the description implied that there were politicians who knew the technique already. That meant it could be learned. But runic burst was a unique and rare move, and Harry knew that the ancient runes class offered in Hogwarts only taught most basic written spells. Even better, its attack was limited only by Harry's stat points. Maybe I should take it, he thought. He was no slouch in dex with a solid 12 with his +3 bonus added. And he could always improve later in the future. In fact, the plans of exploring the Forbidden Forest could be useful for that. Jumping across treetops had done a lot of good for his dex so far. Perhaps a sound investment now would lead to him reaping the rewards later. That settles it, Harry said as he clicked the second option from the 3 given options. Are you sure you want Runomancy attack, runic burst? Yes, no. He quickly pressed yes and the other 2 options disappeared. The knowledge on how to use runic burst flew into Harry's head. Ping. Congratulations. You learned runic burst. Calligraphy, LV10. You can write with any writing instrument with your mastery of the art of script. This skill can make a significant difference in runes, arithmancy and other forms of written ritual magic. Special moves. Runomancy attack, runic burst. An attack which upon activation unleashes a number of rune-amplified spells on your foe. The spells are chosen randomly out of your combat spell arsenal. The number of spells is only limited by the amount of times you choose to attack your enemy or your mana pool. Attack number of spells X with % more damage plus dex. Cost of wandless magic by 50%, cooldown period plus 5 seconds for every spell. Harry closed the box and laid back on the pillows, any desire for sleep gone. He knew that he physically didn't need to sleep unless he had to refill his HP and MP, but it was a good way to pass time and rest his mind. Remembering his idea of exploring the Forbidden Forest, he peeked out of his curtains and took a look at the wall clock in the dormitory before starting to get ready to explore. Ping. Quest alert. Explore the forest. Reward. 2000 EXP. Failure. Eventual death by laziness arsehole. Yes, no. Pressing yes, he put on his wolf jacket with the hood down and pulled out his second wand. He had read that there were spells to trace and test wands that had the trace on them, so he wanted to avoid using his original wand. So he put his holly wand into the inventory and quietly sneaked over to the window and opened it, hoping to all heavens that he wouldn't come face to face with two amorous ghosts. Luckily, he didn't. Climbing onto the ledge of the window, he paused for a moment to wonder how on earth he was about to get down to the bottom of the tower. It was a straight 120 feet drop interspersed with nothing other than the occasional flagpole, gargoyle or a window jutting out. His well-honed parkour skill was going to be put to heavy testing. Eyes darting around the surface of the tower, he plotted a tentative course down to the bottom of the tower and judging his speed and direction, Harry let himself fall. Grabbing onto the jutting flagpole a few feet below the window, he dug his hand into the gaps between the stone bricks and swung around until he found adequate footing. Quickly letting go of the edge, he fell and caught the edge of the stone below it. Descending so, he managed to get down about 40 feet until the first major obstacle hit. All the stone below him had been smoothed out through hundreds of years of erosion. There were no more ledges to grab onto and no more holes to stick his feet into. Pooling his mana into his hands, Harry slammed his hand into the stone in an attempt to use earth element magic on it and create a notch for him to hold onto. "Ow," he said with a wince as his fingers cracked against the stone. Hogwarts, magic was too strong for him to bend the castle using. Magic. Manipulating the wall was out of the question. Harry momentarily considered using his firepower to propel himself mid-air but discarded the idea. Fire would cause too much attention. Earth was out of the question. Wind he wasn't too confident in. That only left one option. It was time to try out the new trick he'd been practicing. Extending his still hurting hand up into the air above him, he let his mana flow out into the air around him, feeling it saturate his surroundings as it reached out farther and farther, searching for what Harry wanted. Luckily, it had been raining during the grand feast, and the air was full of it. Harry closed his eyes and his brow furrowed as he focused with all his might, twirling his hand in a gentle swinging motion as he pulled the mana back in, pulling with it the humidity in the air surrounding him. Water vapor condensed around his free hand, creating a blob of water that grew more and more in size as water drew in from the nearby atmosphere. Harry didn't know a lot of science, but he understood force. Mass times acceleration. With gamer's mind, he ran through the basic motion formulae and calculated the force with which he'd hit the ground and compared it with the viscosity of water, coming up with the thickness of the layer of water he'd need to cushion his fall. Creating a thick wall of water under him, he jumped and pushed away from the tower, free falling straight towards the ground. But all was not well with his plan. Almost instantly, the layer of water started to crumble. Harry's eyes widened as he realized that he hadn't accounted for the resistance of the wind, which was breaking away chunks of water from his protective shell by the second. With the ground approaching at an increasingly faster rate, Harry's eyes widened as a humongous tendril of mana shot out, almost as if of its own volition, and pierced the ground. Harry could only gape for a moment. He had no idea how he'd reached a target so far, but he didn't have time to theorize. With a not inconsiderable amount of difficulty, he bent it to his will and raised it to form an incline to catch him in midair. Slamming into the makeshift slide, he skidded down the ramp and landed face first on the ground. He lay there for a minute, letting the pain in his limbs fade before he dared to try and get back up again. Luckily, the water had shielded him from the initial landing, but the rocks and stones on the floor hadn't left him without his fair share of cuts and bruises. "That went a lot worse than I'd imagined," Harry groaned into the ground. After a few minutes of catching his breath and dusting himself off, he shaped the earth back into its initial shape and made his way past the groundskeeper's wooden hut, trying not to tremble under the sheer force of his loud snores. With a deep sense of anticipation, he stepped into the forbidden forest. The crescent moon lit the entire forest with an almost dreamlike light. The trees seemed sentient, filling the air with a haunting song with their rustling leaves that spoke of the thousands of years of battles they'd witnessed and the secrets they would forever keep. Harry shivered and pulled his jacket around him tighter. He quickly found a tree low enough that he could use it to climb up to the higher ones. Clutching onto a branch, Harry pulled himself up onto it and jumped up, tightly grabbing onto the foot-long thick vines, then swung from the top and climbing onto a solid branch that was high enough to be out of the reach of ground predators and low enough for him to escape if anything on the tree tried to kill him. He took a deep breath. Looking straight ahead, his mind plotted out routes along the branches, ways that he could take running and jumping across the treetops and branches that would be most efficient for Dex training. With some trepidation, he started heading for the one that ran to the deepest part of the forest. The enchanted forest beckoned him into its heart. The deep, haunting ballad of its ancient song called out to him. In a corner of his mind, Harry absently compared the song to the call of a siren, calling onto its prey before choking it to death. Almost as if sensing the very thought, the song turned a bit more severe, as if reprimanding him. Harry realized why this was called the Forbidden Forest. This amount of mana, the sheer magical weight, was not to be taken lightly. There was some ancient magic in this forest. Harry sent out a mental plea to whatever mysterious creature's magic he was feeling, asking it to not crush him like a bug and give him a chance to prove himself worthy to roam its realm. Suddenly, almost as if on cue, a pack of beautiful pure white wolves broke out from the various bushes and trees that surrounded the pathway of trees Harry was jumping and converged under him and started running with him under the trees. Knowing at first glance that these were not werewolves, Harry cast Observe on their collective group while adjusting his path to take him a bit higher into the treetops should the wolves try to attack. Forbidden Forest Wolf Pack. If two werewolves meet and mate at the full moon, which is extremely rare, the result of the mating will be wolf cubs which resemble true wolves in everything except their abnormally high intelligence. Such a litter was once set free, under conditions of extreme secrecy, in the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, with the permission of Albus Dumbledore. The cubs grew into beautiful and unusually intelligent wolves, and some of them live there still, which has given rise to the stories about werewolves in the forest. They think Harry is interesting and are wondering why the Immortals sent them to evaluate a two-legged one. Harry, upon reading the last line, jumped towards the branch of the next tree, grabbing it with both hands and swinging his whole body around the branch, diffusing the inertia of the high-speed run he was in before swinging into a stable perch. Noticing that he had stopped, the 8 wolves trotted to a halt and sat down on their haunches around the tree, staring up at Harry with their unusually intelligent eyes. Keeping the last line of their description in his mind, Harry climbed down the tree slowly, not making any sudden movements. The wolves backed up, almost as if realizing that Harry wasn't at ease. Harry gave them an uneasy smile. "So, how do you evaluate me?" he asked. "Is there some sort of test? Want me to pull a rabbit out of my hat? Thought I'd have to do that in the sorting, but as it turned out, that didn't happen. And I don't have a hat. I do have a jacket though. I could pull something out of that, maybe." Harry was starting to ramble, hoping to gods above that the forest wouldn't kill him with its extremely powerful magic. But the eyes of the wolves looked mildly amused before the largest one shut him up with a bark. A smaller wolf emerged from the middle of the pack, heading towards Harry slowly, who froze his limbs to prevent himself from lashing out. Unpleasant memories of another wolf were being stirred in him. The wolf sniffed at Harry's hand for a second, before turning back to his pack mates and letting out a shrill yip. One by one, each of the wolves came up to him and sniffed him until only the largest one remained. After a moment of tense staring, Harry decided to make the move. He maintained eye contact and, very slowly and carefully, bowed. Much to his relief, the wolf lowered his own and unmistakable bow back, before letting out a howl that rippled through the forest. The crushing mana that Harry was feeling immediately lightened and started flowing around him again. The forest, or whatever entity was testing him, was done. The message was clear. You are worthy. The howl, though, apparently, was not for his judgment, but a call, because a moment later, over a dozen smaller female wolves burst into the clearing in a trot with some unbelievably adorable cubs that looked barely a month old. Harry stared flabbergasted as one of the tinier ones ran over to him and started using its paws to claw Harry's pant legs. The entire pack had into the clearing, some licking their coat, some playing, clearly knowing that Harry was no threat to their young. Ping. Quest completed. Explore the forest. Reward. 2000 EXP. Harry took all that in with a small smile. Bending down, he noticed that the box above the little cub's head read, Billy. Momentarily wondering if Dumbledore had given him that name, he reached out to pet its head, at which point little Billy decided to remind him that he was a wolf. Chomp. AARRGHH. Screw you, Billy. Harry had spent a few more minutes with the wolf pack nursing his poor abused hand that had been through so much that evening, before he waved them goodbye and set out jumping through the trees again, this time feeling a lot freer without some ancient sentient being attempting to cave in his skull with the pressure of its magic. Much to his happiness, his original objective had been achieved and his dex had gone up by quite a bit. Dex 12 plus 3 equals 15. With that done, Harry started heading back towards Hogwarts to get some shut-eye, but fate had decreed it not to happen, as Harry stumbled onto a talk between two half-men half-horses. Making sure that he was well hidden, he kept an ear on the conversation. "You have been coming here every night for days now, Firenze, the elders are concerned. They have nothing to worry about, Ronan, the stars are clearer here," Firenze replied in a dreamy tone. "The stars are clearer back home as well, Firenze." Ronan's voice held a small bit of steel. "Do not worry, brother. I have no wish to run off or abandon our herd. That is the concern of our elders, is it not? The elders worry that you have strayed too deep into the divine arts," Ronan said passionately. "They are worried that we may lose you. They have nothing to worry about." There was a moment of silence, in which Harry wondered what they were talking about. "Thank you for reassuring us, brother," Ronan finally said and trotted back off. Harry, seeing an opening, immediately cast an observe on Firenze. "Your scrying magic will not work on centaurs, Harry Potter," Firenze said, cutting through Harry's surprise at no window popping up. "Our kind invented it." Harry paused, before warily dropping out of the tree. "How do you know I was there?" "The stars spoke of you coming soon." He looked up at the sky. "Mars has been bright these days. My people find it disturbing. Changed has upset so many, regardless of who they are born as." His eyes refocused on Harry. "But you don't fear change, do you, Harry Potter?" "No, you revel in it." He turned and trotted off towards a muddy path on the forest floor. "Follow me, Harry Potter, I have promised to bring you to someone who has been waiting for you." Harry took off behind the centaur. "Who's been waiting for me?" "All will soon be clear," came the rather cryptic response. "Add a turban and a crystal ball and you could make a killing at carnivals," Harry muttered under his breath before following him. Harry's mental rant about overly cliched mysterious centaurs had continued on endlessly while he had walked on with the four-legged creature. It was, however, interrupted when they suddenly stopped dead at the edge of a rather unusually large clearing in the trees. Firenze looked straight ahead and said in a grave tone, "Harry Potter, I would advise you to not use your magic in there. The ancient beings do not take kindly to such insults." Harry was about to ask what he was talking about when he suddenly felt the wards. Throughout his time as the gamer, Harry hadn't felt many wards. There was the Privet Drive wards, which had since dissolved, and the massively powerful Hogwarts wards. This feeling of raw waterfalls of protective mana surrounding the clearing, it trumped them both. Harry felt like he was being squeezed through a tight tube as he stepped into the clearing. His breath stopped as his lungs were squeezed dry and he slowly pulled through the wards. As his breath came back to him and his eyesight cleared, Harry's senses were assaulted by a veritable myriad of light and sound. Even with Gamer's mind, it took a solid few minutes for the light bulb to go off in his head. So they were the immortals testing me, he finally realized. Phoenixes, dozens of them flew around the clearing that had formed where before there were only trees. Most of them were colored in gold with the occasional cheery blue. Their feathers glowed faintly in darkness, casting a dancing light upon the clearing, giving it an almost dreamlike beauty. On the ground were nests, many of which each held a single egg each that glowed with a brilliant inner fire. Suddenly, Harry realized what he was witnessing. He gasped. "Be honored, Mr. Potter," Firenze said, a slight bit of awe filtering into his own voice. "The immortal beings convene and lay eggs only once a century. Very few of your kind have ever witnessed this wondrous event. Your ability, the one that shields your mind, it has made you by far the youngest of those few." Harry didn't have to be told. The cries of the hundreds of phoenixes flying around, some tending to their young and some warming their eggs while others playfully fought about in the air, they were going straight to Harry's heart and lifting his spirits up so high that Harry felt almost dizzyingly high. A small part of his mind worried that he would have withdrawal issues afterward, but he couldn't care less at the moment. He was too busy witnessing a miracle. Firenze led the still dazed Harry to one of the nests that contained an egg. As they arrived, a beautiful colored phoenix dove down gracefully and landed next to it with a flap of her wings, leveling a flat stare at him. Harry could feel his gamer's mind barriers melting away as if welcoming the warm presence of the ancient being, letting it look right into his mind. After a few moments, she withdrew and looked away, turning to the egg and brushing it with her tail feathers, letting out a gentle trill. With a gentle pulse, the egg started glowing brighter than ever before, and a crack appeared on its side. Before his eyes, the crack spread, and soon the shell split open into pieces and revealed the whitest little chick Harry had ever seen, with a tiny beak and big feet and stubby wings and a tail that was too small for its body. As the mother phoenix cleaned off all the remaining egg fluid from the little chick's feathers and helped it onto its feet, its eyes opened to reveal the brightest amber irises Harry had ever laid eyes on. After being helped onto its feet, it stumbled around for a bit, taking in all the bright lights and colors around it until it caught sight of Harry. Letting out a happy little chirrup, it waddled over to him on those tiny little legs. Stopping right in front of him, it looked up at him and let out a commanding chirp. Harry let out an incredulous chuckle, before bending down to pick it up. For some reason, his eyes were pricking. Raising the little chick to eye level, he turned to his four-legged companion in confusion. "What is happening?" he asked Firenze, for he was thoroughly baffled. Firenze smiled. "I would have thought it was fairly obvious, Harry Potter. She has chosen you as her companion." Silence. "But the books said that phoenixes only chose the pure of heart," Harry finally said quietly, not because he wanted to, but because a stone had suddenly materialized in his throat. I've done horrible things. I don't deserve this. I'm not even close to pure of heart." Firenze looked at him for a moment before looking back at the newborn phoenix, who decided to curl up in his palms and take a nap, and answering, "I believe the young one would beg to differ." He stood there quietly for a while, wondering what he could say to that. Deciding to drop this line of worthy or not conversation, he asked, "So what do I call her? What is her name?" "I do not believe she was born with one," Firenze said. "What do you wish to call her?" Harry thought for a moment, before replying, "Hedwig. I want to call her Hedwig." When Nymphadora Tonks, daughter of Andromeda Tonks née Black, had joined Hogwarts in 1984, she was a bright bubbly girl with dreams of becoming the best potioneer to ever pass through the hallowed halls of Hogwarts. She spent a lot of her nights from her 1st through 5th years reading through the books, memorizing formulas, going through reactions and writing down notes. Many of her days were spent trying to impress Professor Severus Snape with her encyclopedic knowledge of potions, trying to persuade him into giving her an apprenticeship and set her on her path to her very own potions mastery. It seemed hopeless at first, but it had finally paid off. At the end of her 7th year, Professor Snape had called her to his office mere hours before she was supposed to leave for the Hogwarts Express and told her that he would be offering her an apprenticeship. That meeting had ended in Professor Snape almost physically throwing her out of his office after she had whooped in a voice loud enough to wake the entire castle and in her excitement, hugged the professor. The dour man had not taken kindly to that. Nymphadora had then proceeded to brag about her upcoming apprenticeship all the way to King's Cross to her friends and all the way back home to her parents. Unfortunately, things weren't going to be so good for her the rest of the summer. Despite her mother's insistence that she take her wand with her while going out to the city to buy groceries one day, she had refused. "I can't use it anyway, Mum. Ministry owls will be there in a jiffy and the Aurors will be on my case for breaking the statute and I'll be expelled. I can't be expelled after Snape finally agreed to apprentice me," she'd exclaimed. That had proven to be her first mistake. While coming back home from the store, she passed through the local park, where she caught sight of a little boy of no more than 5 years of age staring at her. With a cheeky grin, she checked around to see that no one was looking their way, bent down and used her metamorphagus abilities to convert her nose into a pig's snout and oinked. The boy giggled and ran away, and Tonks, with a smile on her face, continued on her way back home. That was her second mistake. A man named Grunnings had been out and about in the park for his morning walk. As a man who ran the majority of an international crime syndicate and was also diabetic, morning exercise routines were a daily thing for him. Yet, this morning was quite different, because he'd seen something extraordinary. He had seen a girl change her appearance in inhuman ways from afar and followed her with his bodyguard, greedily fantasizing about how much money the right people would pay for a freak like her. Tonks was unaware of her tale and walked happily all the way back to the suburbs, where she ducked into an alley to take a shortcut into the street parallel to the one she was on, upon which her house was. And that was her final mistake. Grunnings instantly gave a signal to his bodyguard, who dashed into the alleyway and shoved a handkerchief dripping with chloroform up her nose. They then stuffed her into a bag, not too concerned about breaking bones, and carried her nonchalantly across the road to their car. Throwing her into the trunk, they drove away. When she finally woke up, she found herself in the hands of degenerate thugs who called her a freak and tortured her physically and mentally for hours, trying to get her to change her appearance again. And after a week full of torture and being broken, again and again, she had finally given in and changed her face. The man, Grunnings, he'd been there, celebrating with a glass of red wine. After she'd finally given in, he'd grabbed his cheeks and forced open her mouth, pouring down half a bottle of red wine down her throat, mumbling fanatically about how she was going to be making him a rich man. She was too thirsty to care at the time. The next day, her legs were shattered again, undoing any healing that had happened in the past week, and her mouth was taped shut. They hadn't even bothered to blindfold her as they had taken her to the abandoned building in London. She didn't know why. Maybe they had wanted her to see her life shatter in front of her eyes. The man that was driving the car had jerked on her hair, pulling her ear to his mouth, and had told her of how they would get to play with her for one last night before shipping her off to her buyer. Then he'd injected her with some drug that made her sight extremely fuzzy and her mind sluggish. There was very little she remembered after that. There were sounds of gunfire and explosions, a whoosh of bright fire, a demon's voice, the feeling of being carried by someone with air rushing across her face, then passing out. When she had woken up on August 25, she was in St. Mungo's. Her parents told her between sobs that they'd found her half dead outside their house. The Aurors had searched the place she'd described, but they had found it entirely empty. Healing in magical world was more advanced than the Muggle world ever could be, and thus, Tonks was free to go the very next day. A healer had used a memory buffering spell to dull her memories of the capture since Tonks had refused point-blank to obliviation. She wanted to keep the memories. After a few days of rest, during which she had shut herself in her room and only seen her parents at mealtimes, her mother had tentatively asked if she would be returning to Hogwarts this year for her apprenticeship. She had dressed within minutes, gave her concerned mother a tired smile hoping to alleviate some of the poor woman's worries, grabbed her wand, and apparated to Hogsmeade, where she'd learned that it was going to be the first day of classes for the new firsties. As she walked through the halls of Hogwarts towards the dungeons, absently musing that had she been a year younger, she would have gotten to see the famous boy who lived in his first year before graduating. She shook her head and turned right, walking forward a few more feet before knocking on the door that opened into Professor Severus Snape's office. "Come in." The professor was at his desk, presumably writing out the lesson plans for the day. "Your apprenticeship starts from after Halloween, Miss Tonks. I presume you haven't forgotten how to read the calendar. Because if that is the case, I'm afraid I must retract my offer," he said without looking up. Last year, Tonks might have even cracked a smile at the quip. Now, she just didn't have the strength. "About that, Professor, I'm afraid that I am going to have to refuse the offer. There have been some extenuating circumstances," she said in a flat voice. Professor Snape's hand stilled. "Is this your idea of a joke, Miss Tonks?" His voice was tight. With a pang of nervousness, Tonks realized that he was getting angry. "Do you realize how many students I have refused before I agreed to apprentice you?" Tonks flinched, and then instantly regretted it. "I'm sorry, Professor," she said, keeping her eyes down while trying to hide her flinch. The side effects of the incident were kicking in. She had been showing problems staying around men for long. When she'd flinched away from her father the time he had gone to hug her, he'd almost cried. She spent most of her time since then trying to curb this instinct. It was getting better, but it wasn't gone. Despite her attempt to hide it, Snape must have caught the flinch, since his voice suddenly lost its anger. "Is there anything you wish to tell me?" he asked quietly. When she looked up, his black eyes met hers and a sob wrecked through her as tears rolled from her eyes. She told him everything. They will not be escaping punishments for their crimes. The man's eyes burned with rage. "I will make sure of it." She thought of the screams and the few wisps of memories she had from the time she was drugged. "They are taken care of," she said. Snape didn't ask her what she meant. "Very well then," he said after a few moments of silence, "is there any course of action you wish to pursue now?" Tonks thought for a minute. "I was thinking of the Auror program." The professor stared at her for a second before pulling out a fresh piece of parchment. He scribbled something on it, put it in an envelope, cast a sealing spell on it and handed it to her. "Take this to Alistair Moody." She eyed the envelope before taking it and putting it into her pocket. She nodded at her old professor and turned to leave. "And do be careful, Nymphadora." Tonks gave him a small smile and closed the door behind her. "You have slept in your own bed, HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured." The message greeted Harry as he was woken up by his alarm clock ringing loudly beside him. Thankfully, his magically silencing bed hangings were closed, and the clock was inside the hangings on the bed, so his early alarm didn't end up waking up the entire dormitory. Rubbing his eyes, Harry groped for his glasses, putting them on once he found them. The sight in front him focused in his eyes. Harry stared. There, on his stomach, sleeping with her head tucked under her wing, was Hedwig the chick. Except that she wasn't Hedwig the chick anymore. In what looked like a few hours, she had grown into Hedwig the prepubescent flaming albino turkey. It was almost as if somebody had unloaded a vat full of growth hormones into the phoenix's feed. Her beak was longer, her pale tail feathers had gained a golden sheen towards their tips, her wings and tail were more proportional to her body, and her overall size had almost doubled. She looked a bit lanky, like her body had suddenly grown a lot in length while forgetting to compensate in breadth. Harry, a bit worried about his new friend's health, cast an observe on her. Hedwig. LV 30. HP Infinity, Infinity. MP Infinity, Infinity. Race Caucasian Phoenix. STR 89. Vit 56. Dex 33. Int 20. Wis 15. Luke 24. Hedwig is an immortal phoenix. She has the ability to regenerate. She will undergo a full life cycle at the end of which she will burst into flames and rise from the ashes as a newborn chick. This burning day will happen less and less as she will start to age slower and slower in her life cycles. The first burning day usually occurs a few days after the birth of the phoenix. She also has unrestricted teleportation to places she has seen before and boasts magical tears and song. She thinks Harry is pretty cool, but she is currently asleep and will rip his hair out one by one if he tries to dump water on her. Well, Harry muttered under his breath, deciding that the irony of dumping water on a phoenix to wake her up was not worth his hair. Scrapping the ideas he'd started cooking up, he gently lay her down back on the bed. Covering her up with a blanket, Harry went and freshened up. None of the others were up yet, so he had free rein over the showers. After taking his time to freshen up, he went off to the common room bookshelf to look up some spells. After first using the ID books, he'd soon realized that he could only learn a skill from a book once. For instance, from absorbing his reference potions book, he'd gotten a respectable LV3 in the new skill to start with, but that meant that any further leveling up could only be done by hard work. It took him hours of studying his school books to get up to LV4. Theoretically, he'd mused, there were books out there that, had he absorbed to create the potion skill, would have started him out at LV10 or even more. Added to that, there were only a precious few books that were old enough to have gained magic of their own, allowing them to be absorbed. Unfortunately, that meant that freshly printed books could only be learned entirely by hard work. Harry sighed. Guess it isn't fair to get cheats for everything, he thought. Besides, reading was fun. One of the first thoughts Harry had after getting Hedwig was about how he would carry Hedwig around with himself since she was too young to actually fly around in the Forbidden Forest by herself when Harry was in class and too noticeable to leave in the dorms unguarded. Furthermore, her burning day was close. Even after thinking all night, he'd failed to come up with a concrete idea. Surrounded by the one-sided reflective windows of the Ravenclaw boys' bathroom, however, he had a rather interesting thought. There were windows in the office buildings of Muggle London that let in light from the outside, but didn't let light from the inside go outside, maybe something like that. Harry, with this seed of an idea, went over to the common room bookshelves and located and pulled out 3 books. Looking through the Construction Magics by Colin Furze, Harry went on to the Windows section and looked up the spells for the glass panes that went into tinting windows. The spell was simple enough, and there were little to no wand movements involved. He quickly memorized the charm, thankful that it was an easy one. Ping. Spell learned. Speculo Laterres. This spell is used in the construction of mirrored glass out of plain glass. Minus 20 megapixels per use. He opened up the Beginner's Guide to Spell Modification and Creation by Griselda Marchbanks and skimmed through the first few pages reading about how the most common examples were Protega Duo and Protega Maxima. He was quite surprised when he read that Wingardium Leviosa was actually a spell just called Leviosa and it only had Wingardium as a prefix to focus the magic of the user on only the feather, since the youngsters that were mostly taught the spell as an introduction to charms had incredibly volatile magic. That way, if their dangerous and sometimes explosive magic was focused entirely on the feather, no bystanders would be hurt. He quickly turned over to the prefix and suffix glossary on the back that showed which suffix to add to a spell to add what property to it. Running a finger down the list, he quickly matched the word vestimentus to cloth. Jotting down a couple of quick notes from the how-to section of the book, he removed letters from the original spell and converted the text into the appropriate tense before adding vestimenta to it. Then, tearing off a piece of Dudley's old t-shirt, he cast his new spell on it. Speculo vestimenta. The piece of cloth turned glassy for a second and returned to its original state, completely unchanged. With a shiver of anticipation, Harry turned it over and sure enough, it was entirely transparent from that side. Ping. Spell learned. Speculo vestimenta. This spell is used in the construction of mirrored cloth out of plain cloth. Minus 15 megapixels per use. Yes, Harry exclaimed with glee. He'd done it. He'd created a spell of his own. Harry was grinning widely as he turned to his last book, Easy Spells to Fool Muggles, and leafed over to Silencing Charms. After a few minutes of reading and trying to decide which spell was the best, he settled on Quietus, which reduced the target's volume to almost inedible levels, over Silencio, which silenced a target entirely. Quietus, Quietus, he muttered, practicing the wand movements until ping. Spell learned. Quietus sonorus. This charm is used in quietening of sounds. Often used to counteract the amplifying charm, sonorus. Minus 10 megapixels per use. Harry raised an eyebrow. So he could learn the counter of a curse and vice versa just by knowing one of the two spells. But surely that could only be applicable if the spell had a clear counter. Nodding to himself, Harry put the books back and ran back to the dormitory and back into his bed, closing the curtains. He pulled out his school robes and cast the mirroring spell in the Quietus on its front pocket. Hedwig had woken up by that time and was staring at him as he did the spell. She let out a questioning trill at Harry, who grinned as put on his robes. I'm making sure you can come along with me to the first day of my classes. We'll have fun, he said with a smile. Hedwig let out a happy little chirp, flapping her wings as she flew onto Harry's extended palm, who then carefully deposited her into his front pocket. With the spells, she'd be able to see and hear everything through the cloth, while Harry could only just about hear her through the Quietus charm if she needed him. The pocket had already had an extension charm placed onto it in Diagon Alley according to Professor McGonagall's wishes, who wanted him to be able to carry his stationery without it straining his book bag. Of course, Harry still had his inventory, but he couldn't tell her about it, so he agreed to the undetectable extension spell Capacious Extremis. McGonagall had incanted at his robe's pocket, which was coming in use now by providing Hedwig with a comfortable space to stay in. So together they went boy and bird, off to the Great Hall to get something to eat. Harry was surprised to note that no one from any other house was up yet, with only a few teachers like Professors McGonagall, Snape and Flitwick at the staff table, eating. Professor Dumbledore was there too. He gave Harry a smile, eyes brightly twinkling before he went back to chewing on his sausage. Harry decided to try and observe him again, hoping that whatever was blocking his observe powers last night would be gone now. Albus Dumbledore. LV. HP. /? MP. /? Race Wizard. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luke. Damn it. No luck. So his level must be too high for me to observe him, Harry thought as he went over to the Ravenclaw table. After devouring a full-spread breakfast and dropping pieces of fruit down his pocket for Hedwig to eat, Harry saw Professor Flitwick coming down the tables to hand him his schedule. Good morning, Professor. Good to see you up so early, Mr. Potter. And good morning to you as well, of course. Now here you go, there is your schedule, he said, before leaning closer and quietly adding, and between you and me, Mr. Potter, your mother was practically a prodigy when she was here, and your father wasn't a slouch either. so I wouldn't worry too much about doing badly in the classes. It's in your blood. The tiny professor grinned at him before heading back to the head table again. Harry smiled thankfully. The professor had probably assumed that he couldn't sleep well because of being nervous for his first day of class. While that wasn't the case, Harry was more than grateful for the sentiment. He had a feeling he was going to like the Charms class. His first class that day was Charms with the Hufflepuffs, where they were lectured for half an hour by the diminutive professor who stood on a single huge book that floated in the middle of the podium in front of the class. Harry heard Terry Boot, who sat beside him, violently suppress a choke at the sight of someone, let alone their head of the house, standing on a book. Harry chuckled, thinking, Godric Gryffindor wasn't kidding about Claws being over-obsessive book lovers. He then refocused on Professor Flitwick, who had progressed from describing the plans for this year's class to talking about spells. Now let me tell you something interesting, he said. How many of you have read the first chapters of your Transfiguration book? A majority of Ravenclaws and 2 Hufflepuffs raised their hands. Well, for those of you that haven't, a part of it describes how conjuration is a Newt-level magic, so difficult that you wouldn't learn about it until you reach the beginning of your 7th year, he said while turned around towards the wall behind him. He pointed his wand towards the wall and swung his wand in the shape of a horizontal S before giving it a flick. Aguamenti, he intoned, and a fountain of water sprung from his wand, splashing against the wall. Can anyone tell me what this charm was? Yes, Miss Granger. Sir, that was the water-making charm. It is used to create and shoot water out of the caster's wand. It's one of the spells that we will be learning this year. Hermione rattled off. Textbook Miss Granger. Take 2 points. The professor exclaimed. Before continuing, Professor McGonagall will teach you in depth about the dangers of transfiguration, but put in a simplified manner, conjuring is one of the most dangerous forms of magic out there. So what about Aguamenti? Are you not creating water out of nothing in this spell? Is this not a conjuration? And if it is, why is it taught to first years like yourselves? Anyone who answers will have earned 5 points for their house. Not a single hand rose. Harry even felt Hedwig still in his pocket. She was finding this interesting too. Nobody. Well, let me give you another clue. The professor was having fun. He pointed a finger at his wand's tip, intoning, Ebublio. A purplish bubble the size of Harry's fist surrounded the wand's tip. This is the bubble charm, a variation of a charm that is used in underwater swimming. This bubble is unbreakable and doesn't allow anything from the outside reach the inside. Now, let us try this spell again. Aguamenti. The professor chanted again, swinging and flicking once again. This time, however, the wand gave only a few spurts of water before it stopped entirely. Swing and flick, almost exactly like the hand movements I used for the water vapor trick. Suddenly it clicked in Harry's mind and his hand flew up. The professor acknowledged him with a grin. I see Mr. Potter has it. Go on, Mr. Potter. Tell us. It's not a conjuration, he said, stuttering slightly, a bit unnerved at sight of the entire class staring at him. Upon receiving an encouraging nod from the professor, he steeled himself and continued on. The spell pulls in water vapor from the surrounding air and converts it to water, spouting it from the wand. Right in one, Mr. Potter. Take 5 points. Excellently put. The answer is that it is not a conjuration. This spell was invented based upon the cooling charm, to cool down water vapor in the air, and then combining it with the summoning charm, to pull the water vapor to the wand and maintain a constant flow. You'll learn more about how it was done in your 3rd year, if you choose arithmancy as an elective, he explained. The entire class was listening. Professor Flitwick was clearly a pretty good teacher. Now, Mr. Potter, since you have answered this question, perhaps you'll be able to answer my next one. He turned back towards the wall, which was still wet from his first water summoning spell. He once again incanted, Aguamenti. This time, there was no steady stream or fountain of water like the last time. A powerful gushing water stream of pure destructive force struck the wall with a boom. The class watched with gaping mouths as the water stopped and its aftermath was revealed. There was a massive crack in the wall where the water had struck it. Now, Professor Flitwick continued, the spell was the same, the incantation was the same, the wand movements were same and the caster was the same. Yet the effect was entirely different. Mr. Potter, would you like to take a guess at what was different the second time? Harry's eyebrows furrowed. Power. He took a guess. A common and quite popular answer, Mr. Potter. But unfortunately, entirely wrong. Flitwick said. He looked around at the entire class, meeting each of their eyes as if he wanted to convey an important and life-changing message. Intent. Intent is the difference between the faint stream of water and a destructive jet that could cut stone. Intent is the difference between the magic of the light that will brighten your way and the light that will blind you. Intent is the difference between the fire that warms and the fire that burns. Intent is the key to magic. Remember my words, my students, and commit them to your memory. Magical power will not allow you to cast great spells. The best it will do for you is to change how many spells you can cast. Intent, however, is the key that will forever help you in practicing powerful magic. The professor somberly looked down at his own hand which held his wand. There are no limits to magic. So long as you have a powerful enough imagination with the intent to back it up, nothing is impossible. All you need to do, is believe. The charms class was being discussed by every Ravenclaw the entire way to the Transfiguration class. On the way over, Harry had been approached by a few people who wanted to know how he'd known the answer to the question. He had tried to explain the basics of the states of matter to them, at the end of which he'd ended up with a new skill. Ping. Due to you teaching, you gained a new skill. Teaching, LV1. You impart to your student a piece of what you know. Wis plus int % how much the person understands. Plus 20% if their int is lower than yours. So that was pretty sweet. Going over to his skill tab, he took a look at his academic skills, which were basically his skills in the subjects, and was glad to see that the class had raised his charms level. Charms, LV5, 8%. Your skill in the art of charms with your magic is shown in this skill. Apparently the classes were actually pretty good for helping up his skill levels. He had no doubt that he'd have to work hard to get another level up in any of the subjects, skills, but the level up that he had got was quite welcome. Harry briefly wondered if there was some sort of quest for doing really good in subjects and getting points. Ping. Quest alert. You da MVP bruh. Win your house the house cup. Reward. Respect from the teachers. Your housemates love you. 10% more chance of getting laid. 50,000 EXP. Failure. Housemates scorn you. Your chances of success in your political goals decreases. Yes, no. Harry scoffed at the getting laid line. The game was starting to develop a sense of humor. Why not? He thought, pressing yes on the quest. I plan to do good in all the classes anyways. Stepping into the Transfiguration classroom, he took in the sight before him. They once again had the class with Hufflepuffs, who all seemed to be admiring the long arches and beautiful architecture of the classroom. There, on the board was written a single formula. T equals WXC SXA XZ. Where T equals transformation success rate. W equals wand movement. C equals concentration. S equals subject sentience level. A equals body weight. Z equals magical capacity. After the entire class settled down, the side door opened and a stern-looking McGonagall entered and the class started. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, said Professor McGonagall, her gaunt face frozen into a grave mask. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. With that, her right hand slipped into her sleeve, pulling out her wand with a flourish and using it to tap her desk twice. Almost like she'd broken some invisible table-shaped bowl holding the material in the shape of a table, the wood turned liquid before smoothly reshaping itself into a pig. A couple of Muggle-born students let out small yelps. It looked around curiously, before fixing its eyes of Susan Bones's pigtails and snorting. Susan let out a shrill shriek, upon hearing which the professor gave another flick of her wand, turning the pig back into a desk again. Transfiguration is a dangerous discipline. More dangerous than conjuration. More dangerous than ritual magic. More dangerous than high arithmancy. Even more dangerous than apparition. In the days of the founders, apprentices were not allowed to learn transfiguration until their 7th year. Unfortunately for you as well as myself, research has since shown that transfiguration must be learned and practiced at a young age in order to improve your capability as an adult. She paused to give a warning look to a pair of snickering Hufflepuffs in the back before continuing on. It means that as your professor, I am obliged to walk the fine line between my responsibility to keep you all safe, and to make you into competent transfigurers. There is no dearth of accidents in transfiguration, nor is there any lack of deaths. You should be quite scared of making any mistakes, because if the accident does not get you, you will have to deal with me and that, I assure you, will not be pleasant. Several students gulped. Harry noted that most of them wizard-born students. It made sense since they understood what conjuration and apparition were and how dangerous they could be. Professor McGonagall stood up and walked around her table to the board behind her desk. Why, I believe, you must be wondering, is transfiguration so dangerous? What's so incredibly terrifying about turning a teddy bear pink or turn a matchstick into a needle? Transfiguration is not permanent, said Professor McGonagall, writing it down on the board in neat capital letters. She then repeated it in a sharper voice. Repeat this phrase 1,000 times in your head. Write it down in your notebook. Draw it onto the insides of your eyelids. Memorize it at all costs. Forgetting this rule can and will have lethal consequences. Mr. Potter, stand up, so you understand what I am telling you. Harry stood up and stiffly nodded. Yes, Professor. Do you now? McGonagall asked, before turning around and muttering a spell, encasing her desk in a transparent bubble. The eBublio charm, Harry realized with a start. It was the spell Professor Flitwick had used to contain the air near his wand tip while demonstrating the Aguamenti spell. McGonagall pointed her wand at the table, before twisting and pulling away. In a cloud of brown that slowly disappeared into the colorless air inside the bubble, the table disappeared. Turning back to Harry, she asked, Do you understand what I have done here, Mr. Potter? You have used a banishing charm, Harry replied, in order to make the table disappear. A good answer, but incorrect, McGonagall said, before looking around at the class and asking, would anyone else like to take a guess? No one raised their hand. McGonagall turned back to the giant bubble at the head of the classroom, before explaining, what I have done here is convert the wood of the table into air of a similar composition as the atmosphere surrounding it. Now do tell me, Mr. Potter, since you seem to be one of the few who understand, what do you think will happen when I breathe in that air and then the transfiguration wore off? Harry tapped his fingers on the edge of his desk, fidgeting nervously as he tried to think of an answer to that question. Gamer's mind went to work on the question, drawing conclusions from all the science he knew. If someone were to inhale the air, they would take in the oxygen, including the oxygen that was created by transfiguration. It would be absorbed into his bloodstream, traveling into his muscles, being converted into complex compounds and materials. If it turned back to wood suddenly, converted back to the complex organic compounds that wood was made of, the entire metabolism would go haywire. Energy-carrying ATP molecules would implode, molecular transport systems would collapse, muscles would atrophy, nervous system would shut down, and the body would simply shut off. You have gained +1 wis and +1 int for coming to a scientific conclusion. Harry paled. McGonagall's face was stiff as she nodded, waving her wand to make her table materialize back out of thin air before removing the bubble charm from it. Harry knew that she saw his terror clear as day on his face. Yes, Mr. Potter. You would become extremely sick, and if the wood is not taken out of you soon enough by proper magical healing processes, you will die. Professor, Harry said quietly, if rather urgently, if something like that ever happens, and someone inhales or drinks something that has been transfigured, is there any way of maintaining the transfiguration? Keeping the air as air until every bit of it goes out of your body? Not by an individual, Professor McGonagall said. While the healing cure follows a similar procedure, it is extremely precise and needs the proper equipment. Sustaining a transfiguration on your own is an incredible drain on your magic, which increases with the size of the target form. She turned to the formula. The principle of transfiguration is represented by this very formula. For centuries, it has been used to predict if a transfiguration is magically possible and whether it will have negative effects on the subject, and has many other uses. Note how the wand movement and concentration increase the success rate while body weight and subject sentience decrease it. Your magical capacity tells how long you can maintain the transfiguration. Note it down. Quills scribbled as students rushed to note down the formula. Harry could tell that most of them were shaken. He was surprised to notice that his hands were trembling a bit. He put down the quill and looked back, up towards the professor, who'd decided to sit down at her desk. When everyone finished, Professor McGonagall leaned forwards. Today's lesson was not meant to teach you to transfigure. It was to teach you what not to. You must never attempt to transfigure the human body without a designated spell to do it. You must not, under any circumstances, transfigure something into a consumable, air, or anything that might enter the human body. This is a reason why the formula states that the mass of the subject must be constant. If it's not, the transfiguration is unsafe. If you are unsure if a particular free transfiguration is safe, apply the formula. If it is not well above the average success rate, you must not do it. She looked around, driving her point in. Is that well understood by every single student? She said. Yes, they all said. After casting a piercing look around the class, she told them to pull out their notebooks and went on to teach them the different types of transfiguration, including the branch of silent spell-less transfiguration most taught at Hogwarts, called transformation, and the existence of transfiguration spells for specific transformations. She also talked about inborn abilities such as animagus or metamorphagus, as well as potions such as polyjuice potion. And so, after taking a lot of complicated notes, they were each given a match and started trying to turn it into a needle. Harry was one of the few that completed the transformation that class, after which, he received a new level up. Ping. Skill has leveled up twice because that insane class you just had. Transfiguration, LV4, 25%. Your skill in Transfiguration branch of magic with your magic is shown in this skill. On Wednesday, he'd observed the defense professor, Professor Quirrell, while he was teaching Susan Bones how to cast a basic deflecting charm to deflect away the coloring paintball spells that her partner for the class was supposed to be sending at her. Oddly enough, he'd lost much of his stutter the moment he'd started teaching the class, which made Harry incredibly curious about him. Quirinus Quirrell, LV, HP, /? MP, /? Race Wizard, STR, Vit, Dex, Int, Wis, Luke. Harry's eyebrows had disappeared right into his hairline. Professor Quirrell is as powerful as the headmaster. Harry thought with a not inconsiderable amount of shock. Honestly, he couldn't fit the image of the professor with what he was seeing on his screen. But perhaps, Harry thought after a while, all this stuttering was a ruse to make people underestimate him, just like Harry was doing with his own abilities. Or perhaps, he didn't want to be famous for being as powerful as Albus Dumbledore. Harry could understand that too since he didn't quite like his fame either. Harry had then resolved to give the man his privacy. The herbology class after that was decent since Professor Sprout made it quite fun, but something about herbology reminded him a bit too much of the Dursleys, so he couldn't really enjoy it. Neville, though, was brilliant at it, as Harry managed to witness since his herbology classes were with the Gryffindors. Soon afterward, Hedwig had finally had her first burning day. It was a bit difficult to watch, but she had promptly grown up to her adult size by the end of the next day. Harry calculated the next burning day to be around the middle of October and resolved to be more prepared for it next time. After her first burning day, Hedwig had taken to flying off into the Forbidden Forest for most of the day in order to spend some time with other phoenixes that lived there. She would happily chirp to Harry at night about all that the magical birds do at day, and Harry, who had started associating her various sounds with her emotions, managed to react appropriately to her stories despite not quite understanding them. As for classes, also with Gryffindors, he had the history of magic, the most boring class that anyone could ever imagine existing. One would think learning from a ghost would be quite exciting, but Professor Cuthbert Binns managed to turn even the most interesting topics mundane. He just droned on and on and on. There was no roll call, so quite a few Gryffindors simply tended to leave the class midway and Binns never even noticed. And so in a flurry of magic and classes and homework, the first week at Hogwarts passed until Friday came. Friday was an important day for Harry. It was the day he was finally going to have a chance to meet the infamous Professor Severus Snape. Harry knew that the man knew his mother, which was why he really wanted to talk to him and find out more about his mother as her friends had known her. "What have we got today after breakfast?" Harry asked Terry as he poured sugar on his porridge. "Double potions with the Hufflepuffs," said Terry. "Snape's head of Slytherin House. They say he always favors them. I've heard he's even made first years cry." Poor Neville, who had double potions right after their own periods and was sitting right beside them, having come over to talk to Harry, was scared out of his mind. He looked terrified. Harry offered him a few words of encouragement, but honestly, he wasn't too optimistic considering all that he'd heard about the man. But to hope on was to live on, so he hoped on and went off to the potions classroom. Potions lessons took place down in one of the dungeons. It was colder there than up in the main castle, and it would have been quite creepy enough even without the preserved animals floating in formaldehyde glass jars on bookshelves all around the walls. Professor Snape started the class by taking the roll call. He paused at Harry's name, looking at him for a second before continuing on. After he'd finished, he walked to the center of the podium he stood on, fixed them all with a stare and spoke. "You are here to learn the subtle science of potion making," he began. He spoke in barely more than a whisper, but they caught every word. "As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect that many of you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop or death. The only question is, are you capable of learning the strongest kind of magic there is, or are you a bunch lazy good-for-nothing dunderheads?" More silence followed this little speech. Hermione was on the edge of her seat, looking desperate to start proving that she wasn't a dunderhead. Harry used this moment of silence to cast an observe at him. Severus Snape, LV 39, HP -15,400 15,400, MP -8,200 8,200. Race Wizard, STR 16, Vit 26, Dex 31, Int 33, Wis 23, Luke -11. Severus Snape is a potions master and a converted dark wizard. He has a distinct dislike for dark wizards, but has to pander to their kids because he has to maintain his dark reputation to keep his potions master license being taken away. He is loyal to Hogwarts where he is head of Slytherin House and potions professor. He is a master of potions and enjoys chamber music and relaxing potion making. He doesn't like Harry because of his father bullying him when he was in school but is reserving his opinion of him, hoping he has some of his mother's intellect. The last line left Harry a bit shaken. His father was a bully. Harry shook his head. He didn't know enough. There had to more to the story than his father just being a bully, there had to be. And if there was, he'd find it out. Until then, he need stick to the plan. Do the best he could do in the classes. When Harry finally focused back on the professor, he had the class's complete and undivided attention. Realizing with a jolt that he wasn't writing anything down, he quickly noted down all the claims the professor had made in his speech. The stoppering death thing needed research. Professor Snape noticed Harry writing down what he had said and given him an odd look, as if debating whether or not to do something, before he turned and started the lesson. Good, Harry thought. Perhaps he could yet convince the professor that he wasn't like whatever his father had been all those years back. The professor then went through the lesson, outlining what they would be doing as they got out their equipment and paired up. In their first class, they were learning how to use the equipment and the techniques needed to chop, cut, slice, and dice properly. With Gamer's mind up, Harry was working well as he cut the ingredients in the precise shapes that they had been instructed to cut them into. About halfway through, Professor Snape had come over to his and Terry's table and nodded a bit before moving on. At first, Harry did find it a bit weird that the man had stared into his eyes for a few awkward seconds before moving on, but he quickly remembered that Professor McGonagall had once told him that he had his mother's eyes, and that the professor was a friend of hers. He couldn't help but sad for the black-robed man. Professor Snape? A Ravenclaw asked, raising his hand a few minutes later. Yes, Mr. Cornfoot. Professor Snape asked, turning to the table where Cornfoot stood. You mentioned the insides of the cauldron slowly erode and feed the potions metal as we stir, so does that mean they'll grow thin and, break? He trailed off and gulped. Evidently, he too had heard about the professor's bias against Muggleborns and all non-Slytherins. Harry looked on with a bit of interest, curious how the professor would react. No, Mr. Cornfoot, they normally don't. The erosion is quite slow. I doubt you'll have to worry about buying a new one during your years at Hogwarts. That is, unless you plan to brew any aggressive or corrosive potions in them. Much to the surprise of most of the class, the professor's tone was rather flat, devoid of any disparaging comments or tongue lashings. Oh, okay, Professor, thank you, Cornfoot said, relief flooding his face when the situation did not turn out as he had expected. The potions master turned away, walking around some of the other stations to make sure the Hufflepuffs were cutting correctly before he circled back around and headed up to the front, correcting a few of the students on his way. Harry finished up his dicing and looking around, noticing that most of the others were finishing up as well. Now set up your cauldrons and adjust the flame to a medium, Snape said. You will be using the ingredients you just prepared to make an acidic infusion of Atropa belladonna, which will be an essential component of the burn salve which you will be making in the next class. Are all the burner burning now? Very well then. You will be answering questions while your cauldron warms up. He made his way through the Ravenclaws asking 1 or 2 questions each, taking a point for every wrong answer, until he reached Harry. He paused for a second before asking, "Tell me, Mr. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry swallowed. This was a tricky one. His mind went to the 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore, where he'd read that asphodel could act a stabilizing agent and wormwood contained benzodiazepines which were powerful hypnotic agents. So an infusion of wormwood would be stabilized to create a very powerful sleeping potion, sir. Correct, Mr. Potter. It is known as the Draught of Living Death. Now, where would one look to find a bezoar? This one was quite straightforward. A bezoar is the kidney of a goat, Professor. So I'd say the lower abdomen of a goat. And what, Mr. Potter, is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Ah, a trick question. Harry smiled a bit before he answered. They are 2 members of the same genus, Professor Snape. Although monkshood has applications in sleeping potions while wolfsbane leans more towards healing. Professor Snape simply gave a small nod and moved on to the Hufflepuffs, who fared much worse than the Ravenclaws. Things got a lot more exciting halfway through the brewing. Harry had been so engrossed in the potion making that he hadn't even noticed that he'd started sensing the slow-flowing waves of magic floating through the class, until suddenly he felt an erratic flux in the magic to his right. It was coming from Ernie Macmillan's cauldron. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the professor's neck had snapped towards Ernie as well. He could sense it too. Harry knew it. And sure enough, within a few seconds, clouds of acid green smoke and a loud hissing filled the dungeon. Professor Snape rushed forward, grabbing a boomslang tooth off of Hannah Abbott's bench and dropping it into the bubbling potion before snatching the ladle out of Ernie's hands and giving the potion 2 quick stirs, making it settle down. He then proceeded to rip Ernie a new one. The rest of the lesson was without incident. They brewed their infusions and bottled them in glass vials, marking them with their names. They left them on Professor Snape's table before leaving. Harry hung back outside the classroom door while everyone else went off to go start on an early homework-free weekend. He was conflicted, thinking to himself about how he would ask the professor about his mother. There was no way he could get him to talk about her by asking him directly. Maybe I could ask him about how he could sense the magic change in the potion, he mused. I can do it too, so if he could help me with that, maybe I'll get some magic sensing skill or something like that. And if it goes well, maybe I could sneak in a couple of questions about Mum to him. Something about the plan just felt right, and Harry decided that it could be the way to go. If he gave up one piece of knowledge about himself to the professor, it could act as a springboard to persuade him into telling him about his mother. McGonagall had said that he was a friend of hers. Besides, Harry was sure that the professor had felt the magic change in Ernie's potion too. The sharp look that he'd given the cauldron right when its magical flow turned erratic had given him away. He turned around and knocked on the door to the classroom. "What is it, Mr. Potter?" Harry let himself in, instantly finding himself pinned under the professor's stare. Steeling himself, he spoke. "How did you sense that, fluttering in Ernie's potion?" "What are you talking about, Mr. Potter? In for a penny, in for a dime. I know you felt it. The magic was going haywire around the potion. I did too. How did you do that? Why can't anybody else in the class do it? How do you sense magic? Is this because of Voldemort?" Harry started rambling. "Enough, Mr. Potter," Professor Snape snapped. "I'd suggest you don't use that name. If you do feel the magic around you, then I don't need to tell you why. You must have felt it stir each time you uttered it. But why? It's just a name, isn't it? I swear to heavens it should be Minerva explaining this," Professor Snape tiredly muttered under his breath. "Most people will find themselves uncomfortable talking about this, but let me give you an impromptu history lesson," he finally said. "The practice of saying, you-know-who, instead of the Dark Lord's proper name began when he put a taboo on his name during the Wizarding War. The taboo was a spell that acted as a magical beacon, calling the Dark Lord's servants whenever someone uttered his name. Saying that tabooed name shattered most weak wards and was a death warranty to whoever said it. I would highly recommend being more sensitive about how you use that name, Mr. Potter. A lot of people are still afraid. Shoving that fear in their faces by yelling out the name of their family's murderer is nothing short of insulting. Harry was shocked into silence. He hadn't thought of that. An enchanted name of all things, and even if the name hadn't been spelled, the professor was right. Shouting the name of a murderer in public was a douchebag thing to do, to say the least. Apologetically, he muttered, I didn't know. No, you did not. And about this so-called magic sensing that you seem to possess, it is a side effect of an art called occlumency, which involves organizing your mind through meditation. It allows the user to be more sensitive to magical currents around them. When properly trained, this ability can differentiate between various spells and wards, and is an incredible tool for duelists, Snape said, not breaking his flat tone. Can you teach me? Harry started saying hopefully before being cut off. A teacher cannot show favoritism to a student by offering them extra classes, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape said, before picking up his eagle feather quill and starting to grade the potions. Harry stood there for a minute, disappointed, before turning to leave the classroom. Detention, Mr. Potter. For the next 3 weeks. Evenings on Saturdays, Harry turned around with shock. The professor hadn't looked up from his papers. Don't be late. Quote. Harry grinned happily and ran out. The prefect's bathroom was something of a legend at Hogwarts. From 1st through 7th years, there were many who spoke of this sensual and titillating place that was built as a hard-earned reward for the tired and overworked prefects, and how it stood in magnificent contrast to the rickety showers and plain stalls that the rest of the castle had to live with. Rumors of its contents included a pool-sized bath, a massive diamond-encrusted chandelier, and multicolored crystal faucets that gave perfumed and soapy water to the desired combination of the lucky one who had the fortune of using it. But getting in and experiencing its joys was not easy. The door to the prefect's bathroom was entirely too well guarded. A massive metal armor stood across its door, blocking the path of anyone intending to access the bathroom. It only let people in after they said the password, which was a jealously guarded secret amongst the prefects. Even people who were dear friends or romantically involved with the prefects and did get to see the bathroom, never knew the password. Furthermore, the rumors of the night getting violent towards anyone who tried to bypass it without the password, magically or otherwise, were not entirely wrong. The protections on the bathroom were almost entirely impossible to get past. Thus, it wasn't much of a surprise that Harry had managed to bypass the protections within 5 seconds. Inside, he floated in the massive bath, holding up a book in one hand and a wand in the other while Hedwig flew around the room with cheerful trills, exploring around and doing aerial loops and turnabouts. The mermaid that was painted on the stained glass window delightfully clapped and giggled at the Phoenix's antics. Saturday mornings had classes for upper years and were completely free for first years, so no one was there to catch him mucking around. Besides, Harry had decided, wasn't this the real reason first years had the weekend off? So that they could explore the castle. Blue screens kept popping up in Harry's vision as he progressed through the book. Ping. Spell learned. Reparo. This charm is used to seamlessly repair a broken object and works on most materials. -25 megapixels per use. Ping. Spell learned. Periculum. This spell is used to send out red sparks from the wand with a vast range. Often used to signal that one is in danger, and thus in need of help. -15 megapixels per use. Ping. Spell learned. Mucus ad nauseam, febribus ad purter. This spell is used to opponents a cold and a runny nose. Counter febribus ad purter cures cold. -10 megapixels per use. The fact that he automatically learned the counter to a spell if he learned the spell and vice versa was something Harry felt was a very exploitable facet of the gamer abilities. He had an inkling of a suspicion that his ability to pick up on magical currents was what had made it possible for it to happen, but there was no way to make sure. But he did have a sound theory behind it. His gamer's mind could feel the magical waves of the spell he learned, so it simply reversed the frequency, mana patterns, and phase characteristics of the spell, and voila! He automatically knew how to cast the counter curse. All he needed after that was the incantation, which was provided in the notification that popped up. He'd been lucky until now. So far, the magical waves were simple enough that he could easily learn the counters to them, but he had a strong suspicion that it would get much more difficult to pull off with more complex spells. Spell learned. Leviosa. This spell is used to make things float. It's often used with a prefix. -5 megapixels per use. With that one last spell, Harry swam over to the edge of the pool and climbed up, putting on his clothes. Come here, Hedwig. Hedwig burst into flames right where she was flying a second ago and appeared with another burst right on Harry's shoulders. Waving a goodbye to the mermaid on the glass, Harry walked over to the door of the bathroom. He left the bathroom the same way he'd entered, popping into his instant dungeon's dimension, blowing a hole in the wall, walking through the hole and then breaking out of the ID. The red sky outside shattered, showing the bright blue skies of the sunny day in Hogwarts, and a random Kneasel that was passing by the door jumped a foot into the air and ran away as an 11-year-old boy appeared into existence out of nowhere. He let Hedwig go free to play in the forest and jogged off towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Harry walked into the common room to find Terry, Stephen Cornfoot and Michael Corner on one of the tables, each thumbing through their own books, writing what Harry soon realized was their Monday's Transfiguration essay. Harry paused and frowned. He had been remiss in making friends with his dorm mates. He had talked to each of these guys throughout the last week at various times, but he liked to work and spend a lot of time alone, so he didn't really know any of them really well. Luckily for him, his celebrity status often worked in his favor and gave him an advantage in social interactions. Most people already liked him and were quite friendly with him, so he didn't have to worry too much about them hating him from the moment they met him. Harry was glad for that. "Hey, Harry." Terry's voice broke him out of his thoughts. "Morning, Terry," Harry chimed back. "How is the Transfiguration essay going?" "It just never ends, does it?" Michael exclaimed, throwing his arms up in the air. Harry and Stephen dodged the droplets of ink that flew from the quill in his hand. "How are we supposed to explain why Metamorph Maguses?" "Metamorphmagi," Stephen corrected. "Metamorphmagi can change their appearances. Isn't that contradicting itself? How can it not kill them if they can transfigure themselves? And don't they teach human transfiguration in the 6th year? How does that even arg?" Harry listened to Michael's rant with a bemused smile as he pulled a chair out and sat on it. "You've finished the essay, haven't you? Why don't you help us out here?" Terry asked curiously. "All right then." Harry pulled a parchment and a quill to himself. "Well, it's a bit like this." He drew 3 circles on the parchment before writing down, "Metamorph, Human Transfiguration, Animagus," in them. He pointed at the circles and spoke to the 3 Ravenclaws around him. "These are the primary oppositions that most people make with the whole, no transfiguring people or stuff that goes into people, theory." The professor explained why Animagus wasn't outright free transfiguration last week. "It's limited," Terry interrupted. "They can't go transforming into whatever they like. Limited transfiguration isn't free transfiguration, so it's not the kind of transfiguration that we're doing." "Exactly," Harry agreed. "It's the same with metamorphs. They are limited too, otherwise, the ones that had fought in the last war would have been able to turn into a horde of bees or, I dunno, 10 dragons, and destroyed the Death Eaters. As far as I've read, they can change only their facial appearance, bone length and skin color. That's pretty limited. And like Terry said, limited transfiguration is not free transfiguration." Harry crossed off the animagus and metamorph circles before continuing. "And human transfiguration is usually done by spells, since it's impossible for anyone to know a human's anatomy and the target transfiguration well enough to imagine it all in their head. I think I read about it in some book from the common room shelf last night." He neatly wrote down the word Proficiency. "Pretty sure that's the spell that is used in human transfigurations. So, if you have to make your hair yellow, then you just add the prefixes and suffixes and it comes down to." He paused to remember what the spell was, before writing down Pylorum Proficiency Flaviosa on the paper. "This spell, I mean, it looks pretty hard to do. That's probably why they teach us that in Newt year." Stephen, who had been quiet the entire time, spoke up. He had a small smirk on his face. "I think I have a pretty good idea of why McGonagall was warning us against practicing human transfiguration." Harry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Just take one look at the third years and above, Stephen said, they're all just spending their time trying to impress some girl or boy. Don't you think they'd change their own appearance in a jiffy if they could? Make themselves prettier or more handsome, even if they risk losing a nose or a head of hair. You see where I'm going, don't you? I do, Terry replied, stroking his chin. McGonagall was trying to make sure that all of us respect the dangers of transfiguration enough to not just go transfiguring ourselves into Lockharts to get girls. That, actually doesn't sound unlikely. I did read that puberty does pretty crazy stuff to you, Terry spoke while stroking his chin. Harry was impressed. He'd underestimated Stephen and Terry. Exactly, Stephen exclaimed, and even though human transfiguration and metamorphs and animagi are much less dangerous than free transfiguration, McGonagall is also trying to make sure that we accept who we are as people. Most people probably get over their issues by the time they get to the final years, so that's when they start teaching human transfiguration. Stephen said excitedly. And, thus, not free transfiguration. That's the essay done, Michael exclaimed. Stephen looked at him, slightly taken aback, before he realized what had happened. Michael had been writing his essay the entire time Stephen and Terry had been on their tirade. Terry smacked him over his head. Don't you have any sensitivity, you buffoon? We've been discussing the theory of transfiguration and how it affects the psychology of wizards, and you haven't even been paying attention. Oi, Michael protested, rubbing the back of his head with a wince. I've been listening. Besides, my essay is done and yours isn't, so you don't exactly get the moral high ground. Stephen and Terry sent a dirty look at him and picked up their quills to finish up their essays. Well, I'm off to the dorms. Have to change out of these robes. Why didn't you tell me we could go without these on weekends? Harry asked. You didn't ask. Now come on. I'll go with you and let these philosopher types finish their essays. Michael said with a smile. Together, they both walked up the stairs to the Ravenclaw dorm. Anthony Goldstein was still snoring off in his bed. Harry looked at the wall clock. It was 11 in the morning. He's still sleeping, Harry said with a wry smile on his face. Michael chuckled. Let him be, it's Saturday. Harry grinned and put away his robes. They wouldn't survive what he had planned for the rest of the day. Michael was rummaging around in his book bag as he turned around to leave. I'm off exploring. I'll turn up at the flying class and then probably turn up straight in the midnight astronomy class. Don't worry about me if you don't see me much today, Harry said. Your detention with Snape starts next Saturday. What about the potions essay? Michael asked in dismay. Surely you couldn't have finished everything. Already finished. Harry tossed over his shoulder, running down the stairs and out of the common room. As Harry walked through the corridors of Hogwarts, he opened up his skill list and scrolled over to his ID Create skill. ID Create, LV5, 20%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon zombies. Harry had unlocked the monster dungeon zombies in Hogwarts a few days ago while repeatedly breaking in and out of IDs in order to grind and level up his skill. Since then, Harry had checked out a book from the library to explain exactly what the differences were between Inferi and zombies were. He opened Newt Scamander's book to the required paragraph and read it. Zombies are living dead creatures that dwell in the southern part of the United States of America. They are able to be identified by their grayish skin and rotten smell. While zombies have much in common with Inferi, they are in fact two distinct creatures. While Inferi are made out of soulless dead bodies, zombies were created out of live humans by a dark wizard in an experiment who wanted to use the zombified person's soul to sustain himself. However, this turned upon him as it turned out that creating a zombie takes a permanent drain on the creator's magic. The wizard was turned into a squib after making his sixth zombie, and being defenseless against the half-dead monsters, was devoured. Many others have experimented with zombies but all have either been killed or turned into squibs and then into zombies. Many attempts have been made to eliminate zombies by wizards, however none have been very successful, due to a zombie's ability to infect muggles with a bite and turn them into new zombies. While wizards have been proven immune to this infection, a zombie's extreme strength can prove a danger to anybody. Fire is their only known weakness since they are very flammable. Impossible to domesticate and known wizard killers. Fire, I can do fire, Harry thought to himself. He looked around to make sure no one was watching and then intoned clearly, "ID create, zombies." The world's sky turned red again as Harry took out Riddler's wand, sheathing his own back into the inventory and ran off towards this dimension's forbidden forest and entered it. After all, where else would the zombies be? He quickly flitted in and out of the leaves of the trees he was running on, making every landing and grabbing every branch he wished to. Nothing seemed impossible for him. It was the first time Harry had truly appreciated how his high STR and dex had affected his body. Every muscle seemed perfectly toned, responding to his every thought and command, not showing even a single trace of fatigue as he jumped, ran, and swung from branches and treetops, searching for his first opponent. A massive thunderous crack emerged from somewhere deeper into the forest. Harry was about to wonder what it was, when suddenly he caught something out of the corner of his eyes. It was a man, or at least looked like a man, putrid gray going by skin color. His eyes were popped out of his sockets and his skin was peeling off in several places. Pressing down his sense of disgust, Harry quickly observed it. Zombie. LV6. HP, 300/300. MP, 2020. STR 25. Vit 6. DEX2. Int -1. Wis -1. Luke 0. An undead come back to life for one thing and one thing only, the meat of the living. Thinks the word zombie is offensive to zombies and wants to be called a walker. Kill to get 50 express. Harry dismissed the screen and tossed a fireball at the zombie from his position in the tree, scoring a one-shot kill. The zombie disappeared in a shower of dust, leaving behind a 2-pound bill. He jumped down from the tree, pocketed the bill, and then walked further into the forest in search for more zombies. It didn't take long for Harry to find what he was looking for. Or more precisely, for what he was looking for to find him. Less than 5 minutes into his walk, he was ambushed and quickly surrounded by a horde of zombies in a forest clearing. Harry looked around. There were 5.1428 zombies out there. Some of them armed. For a moment, he considered killing them all in one shot with his elemental control. He could, and rather easily too, but he decided not to. He still had a few hours of free time left, and it was that he would much rather spend grinding rather than waiting around for his MP to regenerate from a massive remomancy attack. Guess I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way then, he decided. Another thunderous crack ripped through the forest. Ignoring it and smiling like a maniac, Harry lit a fist on fire and punched the nearest zombie in the face with his full strength, snapping its neck backward and setting its head on fire. One down, 27 to go. Taking a quick look around to judge the numbers around him, he ran towards the least concentrated area and jumped, delivering a flaming kick to another one's gut, setting it on fire and sending the flaming zombie stumbling back towards its friends. Any other zombie that came in contact with it caught fire as well, thinning the horde significantly. 20. He turned and saw a small group of zombies coming too close for comfort. Sending a blast of wind to push most of them back, he then parried the incoming armed zombie's sword with a push to the flat side of the blade and placed a hand on its stomach, blasting a hole in its midsection. He then let rip a small wave of fire at the remaining members of the group, deciding for once and all to screw the saving mana plan. He was having fun. 14. An idea struck Harry. He still had the muggle weapons from the time he had raided Grunnings's little meeting. Opening his inventory, he chucked the zombie's sword in and grabbed an impact grenade. Pulling out the pin, he lobbed it straight towards the most crowded group of the undead. Boom. Shit, he thought instantly. The trees had caught fire from the explosion. This was not good. Harry called for the underground water with his mana and sent a concentrated jet towards the trees, extinguishing the fire and destroying most of the remaining zombies, updating his zombie counter with every kill. 1. Harry paused for a second, and then sidestepped the sword swing that came from behind him. In one smooth motion, Harry swung around, pulled out a shotgun from his inventory and aimed and pulled the trigger. 0. The zombie's head flew off in many pieces and Harry slammed to the ground onto his butt from the recoil of the shotgun. Ow. Rubbing his bum, Harry decided that he would shelve the idea of using guns until he'd outgrown his skinny frame, no matter how cool he thought it would look. Getting to his feet, Harry prepared himself. His mana reserves were running a bit lower than he wanted them to. His hands and knees were bruised, and there was a cut on his arm where a sword had glanced him. To make things even worse, the massive explosion was sure to have alerted every hostile in the area. Harry cursed his stupidity and quickly ran to the edge of the clearing and shimmied up a tree. He started to wait, letting his mana regeneration get his magic back to top form and downed a few pancakes in an attempt to fill his HP back up. The more dangerous enemies were sure to come soon, and he'd have to take them out from the trees above. Hand-to-hand was no longer a viable option. Sure enough, they came. And it wasn't any zombie this time. Oh no sir, it was not. At first, Harry heard a low grunting and the shuffling footfalls of huge feet. From under the trees on the right side, something huge was moving toward him. Harry shrank into the shadows and watched as it emerged into a patch of moonlight. It was a grotesque sight. 12 feet tall, its skin was a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with its small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredibly horrible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor because its arms were so long. Observe. Special enemy detected. Troll. LV12. HP, 800/800. MP, 50/50. STR60. Vit12. Dex -1. INT2. Wis -1. Luke 0. A vicious forest troll that wants to kill anything in its way. One of the only creatures known to thrive with undead creatures, it is incredibly resistant to magic, has tough skin and incredible strength but is very dumb. He has mommy issues since she tried to eat him when he was born. Kill to get 75 express. Thrives with undead creatures, didn't really explain how a creature that was technically living existed in an undead dungeon. Worriedly, Harry eyed his new challenger when suddenly bloodlust detected. Without a second's hesitation, his legs coiled like a frog and he sprang from his spot out into the open air of the clearing. The troll in the middle of the clearing seemed to be expecting it as it swung its club with all its force, intending to baseball shoot Harry's life right out of him. Harry used a quick burst of wind midair to get himself away from the swing of the club and slowed down enough to land off to the side of the clearing. Balancing himself, he turned around to see what had caused his bloodlust warning to trigger. The tree he was standing on was merely a destroyed stump now, and a massive troll. Larger and meaner looking than the one already in the clearing was standing on it with its massive club resting on its shoulder. There are two of them. Harry realized, dread sinking down into his stomach. He had no idea what he was going to do now. Trolls were supposed to be very hard to kill. Deftly dodging the barrage of rocks and swinging clubs that was being thrown his way, Harry desperately sent out his mana, searching for anything that could help him. Fire and earth were completely useless due to tough skin and magic resistance respectively. And he had yet to find a way to use wind to kill monsters. All this and more was passing through his head when he heard a soft, rhythmic thudding echoing in his mind. Swinging under the club of the smaller troll and jumping backward, Harry suddenly realized what he was hearing. Water, rushing through the veins of the troll, into and out of its beating heart. It was much in lesser amount than any human blood, but it was there. And it was enough. Harry tilted his head to smile at the new challengers. Now all he had to do was to distract them enough to get his mana into their bloodstreams. And he knew just the way to do it. He pulled out his holly wand and leveled both of his wands, one in each hand, right above the center of the clearing. Hoping that the description was right about them being dumb, he incanted Periculum. A massive burst of red sparks shot skyward from his wands and settled above the clearing, floating. The trolls couldn't take their eyes off of the cloud of sparks and slowly raised their hands and started gurgling at it. It was working. Harry sent out his mana and commanded their blood to answer his call. It did. Knowing that these creatures were not very intelligent and were probably only attacking out of instinct, Harry decided to give them a quick and painless death. With a little bit of effort, Harry jostled around the blood near their hearts, causing it to clot. The blood flow to their hearts stopped and they suddenly gave a giant heave, fell down and dissolved into golden dust. Harry let go of his control and then looked at his mana. Mana, 37/250ths. He really needed to improve the size of his mana pool, and that was only possible by getting much more int points. Turning around to look at the troll foot he got as the loot, he grimaced and decided to not take it. Sometimes, the rewards were just a little bit shit. Harry turned and saw around 20 zombies coming at him. With a grin, he turned into the forest and he quickly ran deep inside. The zombies followed him, extremely slow and no real match for Harry's speed. Harry smiled as he got a brilliant idea. He focused an air current under his feet and boosted himself upwards, grabbing onto a branch and swinging himself onto the tree. Then, he waited. His original sniping idea hadn't worked with the troll, but it was sure to work with these zombies. Zombies were quickly picked out in ones and twos as Harry used his earth control to drive spikes into the zombies and take them down. Over the next hour Harry hit small groups of zombies across the forest, slowly boosting up his stats, and after he was done with the final group of zombies, he walked out of the forest near the Hagrid's hut, extremely tired. He took out some meat and ate it, filling up his energy. Harry then moved to enter back into the forest for a bit more grinding when suddenly he heard the thunderous crack echo through the forest once again. It was much closer now. What is this? Harry wondered as he started following the sound. He'd been hearing these cracks since he'd entered the ID and he was starting to get very curious about what was causing them. Harry ducked through the underbrush as he looked for the source. He'd just reached the clearing near the Black Lake, the one that was a favorite for students that wanted to indulge in activities of the more lascivious kind. The sight that greeted him was a strange one, to say the least. In the center of the clearing stood a huge horde of zombies. No, horde was the wrong word, the appropriate term was an army. For they were exactly that. Together as one, they slammed their feet into the ground, all together, once again generating the massive crack of sound that had led Harry here. Harry was slightly relieved. He could take zombies. At least it wasn't a dragon or something. He pulled out his wand and readied an incendio spell, waiting for them to attack. But they weren't poised to attack him, no. Instead, they were facing inwards. Harry watched as all the zombies crawled onto and over each other, working as if they were one single sentient organism, climbing and riding each other as they slowly fused into one giant monster that stood at over 30 feet tall, tall as the length of the longest Hogwarts greenhouse. With fear starting to set in, Harry cast Observe. Legion Zombie. LV 34. HP, 15,200 15,200. MP, 1200 STR 82. Vit 30. Dex -8. Int 4. WIS 2. Luke 0. An assembly of zombies that come out when a large amount of zombies are killed. It has insane strength and stamina but is slow. Some say that as if you kill enough of these Legion zombies there is an even higher level of enemies of face. Kill to get 5,000 express. Harry knew that he didn't really stand a chance against this thing. His MP bar was full now, but he still needed more mana to even begin to fight this thing. There was only one thing left to do. So Harry turned and ran. As long as he was inside Hogwarts wards, his most powerful weapon, the Wardstone perk, was entirely useless. The only way to win was to get out of the wards. And so, he kept running on, with the giant zombie lumbering closer and closer behind him, crushing trees and rocks under its feet, until he felt a sinking pressure fall upon him, judging him before letting him through. With his fingers crossed, Harry activated his perk. Ping. Wardstone perk activated. Grants plus 1000 HP and plus 1000 MP when activated it at the cost of -25 megapixels per minute. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex. Yes. Harry readied himself and waited until the Legion zombie was right on top of him. The second the zombie put a foot out of the Hogwarts ward line, Harry pulled his hands upwards and pulled massive amounts of his mana in his hands and concentrating with all his will, he yelled, Runic Burst. It was his first time using this particular attack, which was why it took him by surprise. Dozens of rune-inscribed discs of light appeared all around the Legion zombie and from within themselves, let loose a barrage of their respective spells onto the massive zombie orgy fest. Harry recognized multiple incendios, flipendos, lapifys and mucus ad nauseams in the multicolored blasts of the attacks. The spells did an almost devastating amount of physical damage on the zombie. The flipendos put it off balance and lapifys rigidified parts of its exterior making it even slower. The incendios were the most devastating as they burnt off Legion's foot at its knee, absolutely destroying its mobility. The Legion zombie toppled over onto the ground. Harry lowered his arms and started to pant. The spell was powerful sure, but it used up mana to its fullest, and it had taken a lot out of him. He pulled up his stat screen and looked at his mana. Mana, 35 1250ths. Harry had used all his mana in the last attack. It was going to take him almost 10 minutes to get it back up to full again, but Harry didn't know whether he had that much time left. He then turned to the legions. HP 12,260 15,200ths. Harry stumbled and almost fell down in shock. All that for nothing. The creature's HP was still at a solid 80% of its total. Harry's attack barely managed to take out 20% of its total HP. The legion tried to stand up on one leg, only to immediately fall down, causing the ground to rumble on the impact. At least it was slower now, Harry thought with relief. He moved back away from the reach of the legion. If maybe he kept out of its reach for a long enough time enough for his mana to fill up again, then he could end this quickly. For the next 10 minutes, Harry kept moving back and dodging, again and again, every time the legion tried to reach for him. The fact that he was incredibly slow and had only one leg helped a lot. Eventually, Harry's mana was charged up fully again. Quickly hatching an idea for a new attack, Harry stood in the middle of a stream that flowed through the forest and he raised his hands again, this time for an elemental attack. This time, Harry aimed for the legion's head. Several water spikes rose out of the water and skewered the gigantic creature's head. And then Harry let rip a massive blast of fire at the head, making the water evaporate into scalding steam and burning off most of the legion's head. Critical strike. Steam scald attack 2940 by 300% times more equals 8820 attack. Harry smiled as he lowered his arms yet again. Apparently, the game liked to name his combo attacks. Harry quickly observed its health bar. Thankfully, this critical attack had done damage much more substantial than the attack before. HP 3,440 15,200ths. All he now had to do was wait. As Harry waited for his mana to charge up, he looked around and realized he was nearly at the Quidditch pitch. He'd covered quite a distance dodging the Legion zombie. With yet another attack idea in mind, he lifted one hand up and focused his mana into the air around the troll. A massive burst of swirling wind started at the Legion's feet. Harry winced. Controlling air was hard for him. Even with his high mana regeneration rate he wouldn't be able to handle this for much longer. With his burst of mana, he let loose a wave of fire at the swirling wind vortex. The flames quickly grew and fed upon the air of the vortex of wind as they fed upon the oxygen in the Legion's flesh and turned into a massive fire tornado that started burning off the Legion, who was stuck inside it due to being entirely immobilized. Critical strike. Fire tornado 2520 by 300% times more equals 7560 attack. The Legion zombie didn't stand a chance. It slowly began to dissolve into dust, leaving an exhausted Harry behind. Heaving for breath, he dropped to the floor, every limb bursting with exhaustion. Ping! You gained a new title, you insane twat. Apprentice Zombie Killer 30% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. +5 to all stats when dealing with the undead. Ping! You gained a total of 14,875 express. Ping! You leveled up. Harry Potter. Health -525 525ths. Mana -300 300ths. The Gamer. Title The Boy Who Lived. +2 OSTR, +2 Vit, +2 Dex, while in home turf. Level 10 Express 39815 76,800. Race Wizard. STR 12. Vit 10 +4 equals 14. Dex 12 +4 equals 16. Int 16. Wiz 14. Luke -19. Points 20. MONEY 1,875 pounds per 2042 G182S 25K. Harry Potter is a wizard, the son of Lily Potter and James Potter. He has bad eyesight, making it difficult for him to do well in class. His magic has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Strange things seem to happen around him. Harry is unaware of who he is, and wishes to find meaning in his life. Harry loves his mother, and hates the Dursleys. Status Wizard, giving Harry +4 Vit, +4 Dex and the ability to control magic, talk to SS, control his appearance and look cool. Harry smiled at the larger mana pool he now had and swiped the box away. His new title was also sure to be useful later when he would come here to grind here again. Harry pushed himself back onto his feet and limped over to where the Legion zombie had dissolved and looked at what he got as loot. There were 3 things there for him. Wiggenwald Potion, low level x3. Restores 45% of HP. Restores 30% of MP. Essence of Murtlap, high level. Restores subjects' health by a rate of 10% a minute. Harry quickly stored the potions in the little jar away and picked up the skill book. Skill book. Area Sense. Ping. You have obtained the skill book, Area Sense. Would you like to learn? Yes, no. Harry pressed yes immediately, and then the book burst into flames, filling Harry's head with the knowledge to use this brand new skill. Ping. You have obtained the skill, Area Sense. Area Sense, LV1, 0%. Allows the user to get a sense of the area around him, her. A more permanent version of the supersensory charm. The higher the level, the more information is provided. Effective until 20 feet. Harry then closed the box and intoned, ID Escape. The alternate dimension shattered around him, and Harry found himself back in the real world. The sound of animals wandering around filled the forest air, and the birds took the blue sky. Harry quickly put the U-wand into his inventory, pocketed his own one, and stored everything else in his inventory. For a moment he looked at the sky, reveling in the peace, until he realized that the sun was right overhead. It was noon. Oh shit. The flying class. He suddenly remembered and took off running towards the Quidditch pitch. Harry had made it just in time to blend in with all the other boys of the first year and make his way to the center of the Quidditch pitch, where Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor, stood with a bunch of brooms lying in rows. The girls would be learning to fly separately. Apparently, for some reason, girls didn't want to learn how to fly on broomsticks in the presence of boys. Upskirt issues, Terry had called them. The ground was nice and dry, and hard. Harry briefly paused to consider the numerous perils of flying on a broom of all things. It sounded awesome at first, but now, being only minutes away from it, the stupidity of the whole thing was starting to set in. Why a broom? He could do with a plank or even a carpet, but a broom? That just seemed to be asking for trouble. Harry paused to take a deep breath. It was all right, he told himself. He'd flown before using his powers, sort of, and he had no fears of height. It was just that he had problems trusting those rickety-looking brooms as much as his own powers. Well, what are you all waiting for? Hooch barked, pulling Harry out of his reverie. Everyone, stand by a broomstick. Come on, hurry up. Harry glanced down at his broom. It was old and some of the twigs stuck out at odd angles. Stick out your right hand over the broom, or left hand if you're left-handed, called Madam Hooch. And say, up, up, everyone shouted. The broomstick leapt eagerly into Harry's hand. That put him right at the front of the class. Apparently, saying, up, was a lot more difficult than it looked, because most of the broomsticks were still rolling around on the ground, or trying to inch away from their riders, as if terrified by the sheer realization that they'd soon be stuck between the legs of prepubescent boys. Poor brooms, Harry thought amusedly. Terry Boots' broom had simply rolled over on the ground, and Neville's hadn't moved at all. Harry wasn't surprised. There was a quiver in Neville's voice that said only too clearly that he wanted to keep his feet on the ground. Madam Hooch then showed them how to mount their brooms without sliding off the end, and walked up and down the rows, correcting their grips. After she was done, she surveyed the field of boys and nodded. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground, hard. Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle 3-2. Harry had a bad feeling about this. Just as he had thought that, one of the brooms shot skyward, accompanied by a boy's screams of horror. The boy was spinning at an awful rate as he ascended, they only got glimpses of his white face. With a sinking feeling in his gut, Harry realized who it was. It was Neville. Come back, boy, shouted Madam Hooch. Harry saw his scared white face look down at the ground falling away and saw him gasp, slipping sideways, and he was thrown off the broom. No, Harry yelled, throwing his mana out in a desperate effort to bend the air around the boy to keep him from falling, but it was too far too little. Neville plummeted to the ground fast. Suddenly, almost as if of its own volition, Gamer's mind snapped onto Harry's mind, sending as much mana as possible outwards into the area on the ground Neville was falling towards, creating a massive updraft of wind. It wasn't much use in stopping his fall, but Neville slowed down. It wasn't much, but it saved his life. Wham! A thud and a nasty crack echoed across the pitch. Neville lay face down on the grass in a heap. His broom was still rising higher and started to drift lazily toward the forbidden forest and out of sight. Harry blinked, shaking off the loud buzz caused by Gamer's mind taking over so fast. Dropping his broom, he took off as fast as he could towards the fallen boy, discreetly casting Observe. Neville Longbottom, LV3, HP -60 150ths, MP -100 100ths. Race Wizard, STR3, Vit 5, Dex 4, Int 6, Wis 5, Luke -1. Neville Franklin Longbottom is a pureblood son of House Longbottom and the son of the now brain-dead Frank and Alice Longbottom. He grew up with his grandmother and uncle until, at age 11, he was accepted into Hogwarts. He possesses a good heart and is a gifted herbologist. He is unconscious. The HP wasn't too badly decreased, which was a huge relief. Reaching the downed boy, Harry positioned his inventory subtly into his pocket to pull out a Wiggenwald healing potion. None of his classmates or his teachers saw him tip the potion into Neville's unconscious mouth since they were still running towards them. So, Harry pretended to be checking his pulse, before rising to his feet to reassure the worried Gryffindor boys that Neville was alive. Madame Hooch was bending over Neville, her face as white as his. Harry heard a few groans. Apparently, the potion had done its job, and Neville was now conscious. Broken wrist, Harry heard Hooch mutter, "Come on, boy, it's all right, up you get." She turned to the rest of the class. "No one is to move while I take this boy to the hospital wing. You leave those brooms where they are or you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say, Quidditch. Come on, dear." Neville, his face tear-streaked, clutching his wrist, hobbled off with Madame Hooch, who had her arm around him. When they were out of earshot, one of the Slytherins started giggling. That set off the others. Gritting his teeth, Harry swung around to see who it was. It was Malfoy who had burst into laughter. "Did you see his face, the great lump?" "Shut up, you slimy Slytherins," snapped Seamus Finnegan. The Gryffindor first years looked as if they were about to launch into a fist fight. "Look," said Malfoy, ignoring the Gryffindors as he darted forwards and snatched something out of the grass. "It's that stupid thing Longbottom's Grand sent him." A remembrall glittered in the sun as he held it up. Harry remembered Neville showing it to him while coming to the pitch. "Give that here, Malfoy," said Ron Weasley quietly, and everyone stopped talking to watch. Malfoy smiled nastily. Harry frowned. He wanted to help the Malfoy heir, but he wasn't making it easy to like him. "I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find," he said. "How about up a tree?" Deciding that this was getting a bit too much, Harry intervened. "Malfoy, can I talk with you for a second?" Privately. That brought Malfoy to an immediate and stuttering halt. Shooting a dirty look at the Weasley, he walked over to Harry before saying in a low tone, "If you're going to tell me to give this back to Longbottom then you." Harry cut him off. "I have no intention of telling you to do anything, Heir Malfoy. I intend to simply inform you what is going to happen if you choose to bully Heir Longbottom and flaunt the school rules in such a public manner. With these many students as a witness, not even your father will be able to prevent your removal from this school. Thievery is grounds for expulsion after all. So, if you choose to continue what you were doing, not only will you be disgracing the name of the House of Malfoy, but you will also be adversely affecting your own life. I say this not as a warning, but as advice to a potential ally," Harry said with the practiced clipped tone he'd learned from years of living with Aunt Petunia. Malfoy was hesitating. Harry almost had him. "If you have any worries of harming your reputation, don't worry. Just give the artifact to me and I will pass it on to Heir Longbottom," Harry said in a gentler tone. With the final assurance of his reputation remaining safe, the situation was quickly resolved. Draco gave the remembrall to him and went off towards the Slytherins to calm them down. Later on the way back to the castle, Harry met a Gryffindor to hand over the remembrall to give to Neville. On a whim, he observed the guy as he took the remembrall. Dean Thomas, LV4, HP -200 200ths, MP -125 125ths. Race Wizard, STR4, Vit 5, Dex 5, Int 7, Wis 6, Luke 5. Dean Thomas is a half-blood son of Jonathan Wright and Marie Corsaw. He grew up with his mother and stepfather until, at age 11, he was accepted into Hogwarts. He possesses a good heart and loves his stepsisters. Jonathan Wright, Harry muttered as he saw the werewolf's name on the description. This was his son. He'd found him. The astronomy classroom was a tower with the best view of the night sky, a massive model of the planets rotating inside the classroom and a roof that opened up to reveal the beautiful night sky. Harry had tried to listen to the lesson, but it mostly involved memorizing charts and planets. Although Professor Sinistra promised that the subject would get pretty interesting by the next class, he couldn't help but feel grossly underwhelmed. So, Harry quickly memorized the planets and charts with his gamer's mind and sat through most of the class thinking about the letter with yellowing edges that lay in his inventory. That night, after the extraordinarily long and overstretched astronomy class, Harry had something to ask Hedwig when she came back through the windows into the dorms after everyone else had fallen asleep. "Girl, can you flame this letter to a guy in the Gryffindor dorms? I'd really like this to not be seen getting delivered," Harry asked, explaining his problem and showing the White Phoenix the letter from John the werewolf. The Phoenix looked at the letter before chirping a dejected negative. Harry sighed. Of course she couldn't. Harry had specifically forbidden her from exploring Hogwarts on her own. He'd been worried about what'd happen if she was caught. So she'd been off all week exploring places all outside Hogwarts. That had been necessary, but now it was proving to be very inconvenient. Both boy and bird settled down, thinking about how to tackle the problem. After a few minutes of deliberation, Hedwig suddenly let out an excited little chirp and promptly took off with a flap of her wings, diving out the window and into the night sky outside. Harry stared at the window, wondering what had happened when suddenly she flew right back in. And she was not alone. Behind her flew in a red-feathered golden-tailed phoenix. The two phoenixes played around in the air for a minute before alighting back onto Harry's bed. There was a moment of awkward silence. Harry turned from the red-plumed phoenix back to his own white one, who was looking at him confused. A strange little itch was starting to build up in his gut. Trrrrwwwee. Hedwig trilled, confused. "Hedwig," Harry muttered, rubbing the bridge of his nose, "I swear to you that if this is some sort of boyfriend that you've picked up, we are going to be having some serious words. I'm afraid that is not even close to the truth, Mr. Potter." Harry looked up and stared at the red flaming bird. The voice had no doubt come from it, but its mouth, beak, it hadn't even moved. There had to be some sort of mind arts involved. "What in the wait a minute, did you just speak?" "Indeed, Mr. Potter. And while I am glad to see young Hedwig has the protection of such a dedicated guardian, she will not be needing said protection from myself. I am but a humble friend of hers. And to answer your unasked question, yes. Hedwig will be able to speak to you. It will take her some more time to fully learn your language. Perhaps by next autumn, if she pays attention." "Well," Harry muttered apologetically, "I suppose I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions." "True wee." Hedwig pecked him right on his head. "Ow. Calm down, you crazy bird." "Fine. Sorry. What's your name again, Fox?" "I'm sorry, Fox. It's quite fine, Mr. Potter. You two do remind me quite a bit of Albus and me in our younger days. Always bickering. Always overprotective. Now, the young one said you wished a letter delivered anonymously. If that is so, then I assure you that there is no bird that knows this castle as well as myself." Fox puffed up his. Clearly, he was quite proud of the fact. Yes. Do you know where Dean Thomas is? I need this delivered to him. Anonymously if possible. Dean Thomas E.H. Gryffindor, if I remember correctly. Well, no fears, sir. The Tower of Gryffindor is a place I'm well acquainted with. And Hedwig did request that I keep this a secret from my human partner as well. I assure you that I shall be quite discreet." Harry nodded and held out the letter for Fox to take. The phoenix grabbed the yellowing letter from Harry's hands and flamed away. "Wait a second. Did he say, Albus? As in Albus Dumbledore?" Harry asked, staring at the spot from which the bird had disappeared. Receiving no reply from his companion, he turned around to face the furious bird who was staring at her shiny sharp claws with a terrifying glint in her eyes. The only reason that night the entire dorm didn't wake up due to the fierce fighting between the two friends was because of the silencing curtains on the beds. Saturday had been an entirely different day for Harry than for Headmaster Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. As the young hero had been off slaying a massive legion zombie in an instant dungeon dimension, the headmaster had been running around in his office in a way that strongly resembled a headless chicken. "Why, Half an hour ago the headmaster had been notified by the protective wards of the school that a student was in mortal danger. Such a thing was nothing new in the halls of Hogwarts, since students that were learning magic tended to be extremely destructive, blowing up cauldrons being one of the most common examples, even if it was rarely mortally dangerous. However, something that was worsening the situation was the addition of the Philosopher's Stone to the third-floor corridor and the public announcement to forbid students from entering it. It had the exact opposite effect and had ended in students almost regularly stumbling upon the giant three-headed dog, which meant that the wards hit an alarm almost every single day. When they did, standard and boring procedure ensued: check the location using portraits, armors and house elves, check if there's a presence of professor nearby, ask the professor to check on the incident, and if there are no professors in the immediate vicinity, ask any professor to visit location in a specific time, usually the second after location check was made. There was a reason Hogwarts teachers were permitted limited use of a time turner after all. A misbehaving spell or potion could kill students a bit too fast to react without one. The end result usually left the students safe, if a bit scolded and damaged, but otherwise alive, with the vigilant professors saving the day. The standard and boring procedure was one that never failed. But Saturday was different. As he was about to go send off a portrait to notify nearby professors and put on one of his gloomier robes, the blue one that had ballerinas dancing all over around, he suddenly noticed the smell of something burning. Looking around, he realized what it was with a jolt of panic. He hurriedly walked over to the giant assortment of silver whirring instruments on his desk and picked up the small table clock that had started emitting sparks. Its single dial, that had Harry Potter's face on it, was on mortal peril, and was trembling, as if mortal peril didn't quite capture the severity of the danger Harry Potter was in. So he immediately activated another contraption that showed Harry's rough position within the castle. This contraption gave a giant heave and melted, almost as if it couldn't decide whether Harry was inside the castle or not. Albus Dumbledore was panicking now. There was no reasonable explanation that he could come up with for something like that. He was wary and was genuinely becoming worried. Harry Potter was in an unknown location and in direct danger to his life. Dumbledore's brain promptly shut down for a second, only to reboot in a few seconds and burst up with dozens of locating, messaging and guiding spells. He tried each and every one of them. He even tried to send his Phoenix Fox to help. Nothing worked, and for the first time in decades, Dumbledore was not sure what to do. He went for the closest device only to stop, turn and go for a supposedly better solution, only to rethink, stop, make a step, run, stop again and turn. His thought process was much too complex to match a chicken, but his behavior so strongly resembled one that any outsider who saw him would instantly make the comparison. And then suddenly it stopped. The clock stopped sparking and moved out of mortal peril to flying class, and the melted device somehow completely fixed itself and pointed in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. Thoroughly puzzled, he cast the strongest disillusionment he knew and promptly apparated onto the Quidditch pitch stands, where a young boy had somehow ended up with an out-of-control broom and was lying still on the ground. He was about to go down and help, since he knew the boy could be permanently disabled if not treated quickly, when he noticed that Harry Potter of all people was rushing towards the boy. Dumbledore clearly saw him pull out a potion, the glowing green of which he easily identified as a Wiggenwald healing potion, and tip it into the boy's mouth. Knowing that the boy would survive and that Harry Potter was safe, he apparated back to his office with questions revolving through his mind. What was happening? Why did the contraptions go off? Where did Harry get the healing potion? One thing was clear: Harry was not possessed. Lord Voldemort would have let the Longbottom boy die instantly without a single thought. So was he being paranoid? Was Harry just a boy from violent home conditions? He spent a long time pondering over these questions. It was midnight when the cry of a phoenix filled the school grounds and distracted him from his ponderings. Dumbledore's trained ears recognized it as the cry of a much younger one than his millennium-old companion. Fawkes perked up and soared out of the open window. A friend of his, perhaps. Dumbledore thought as he rose and went over to the window, where his eyebrows climbed up his wizened forehead as he watched Fawkes and a pure white phoenix fly straight into the window of the Ravenclaw tower that he knew to be the nearest to Harry Potter. Turning around, he quickly cast a Patronus with a flick of his wand and spoke a message to it. "Alpheus, I regret to intrude, my friend, but I have to ask you to send me the Mirror of Arised." I will answer any of your questions when I come over to pick it up. Say hello to little Emily from me." Sending the Patronus away, he went on to write the last of the letters to his teachers, each detailing the final series of traps to be set for the Philosopher's Stone. Although he was apprehensive about Quirinus's trolls, he felt sure that the alerting charms on them would allow him to quickly save Harry if he couldn't handle that part of the traps. Besides, Quirinus had assured him that they were the most docile trolls he had ever seen, and Dumbledore had no reason to doubt his old friend and employee. The Philosopher's Stone had always been meant to be a test for Harry Potter's strength of magic and knowledge, but the mirror would add a necessary test for his character as well. Dropping into his occlumency barriers, Dumbledore started planning out when and where he would drop the clues for Harry to get him interested in protecting the stone. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of the next week passed without any real excitement. Most of the class was still stuck with transfiguring needles and matchsticks back and forth, so Harry's transfiguration skill hadn't leveled up anymore. Neither had his charm skill. Due to excessive amounts of schoolwork and research, he had relegated all the grinding and training to weekends. He had learned many new spells though and considered that a good flip side to all this. Thursday night brought with itself some interest and relief from the boring rhythm that Harry had fallen into. Astronomy was famous for being one of the most mediocre classes in all of Hogwarts. Not too good and not too bad. Rarely anything interesting ever happened. Thus, Harry was quite surprised when in his second class, instead of just Professor Sinistra standing on the podium, there was another witch in black robes standing with her. And what's more, all first-year students from all houses were there, waiting impatiently for whatever big announcement they had all been gathered for. Intrigued, he sat down near the front and looked forth with interest. After the entire class settled down and the buzz of curious murmuring ceased, Professor Sinistra spoke, "Welcome, welcome. You spent most of your first class here memorizing and learning the basics of the astronomy class. Incredibly boring, I know, I know." Some of the students chuckled, clearly agreeing. "But I'm afraid it was necessary. For any of you to understand how today's class could impact your magical education, you needed to be well versed in the basics. I'll let Professor Vector take it from here." The witch in black robes stepped up to speak. "All of you here have been aware of the magical world for at least a month now. In this time, you have done your research and seen the various cultures and traditions of the wizarding world. The reason why you were taught the basics of astronomy in such a hurried manner is that today, your second astronomy class, is scheduled to be your first ministry-approved WOMBAT test." A nervous chattering filled the entire class. The chalk rose from the teacher's desk without any volition and started writing. Wizard's Ordinary Magic and Basic Aptitude Test. A surprise test, by the ministry. While Harry knew that while he was smarter than most people in the room, even he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous about this test. Ping. Quest alert. Score the highest in the Wombat. Rewards. 1000 XP. 25 house points. Failure. Loss of reputation in Ravenclaw. Yes, no. Harry pressed yes. Now fear not, Professor Sinistra assured the nervous students. The test will only ask questions about the basic knowledge of the wizarding world and the very basics of the subjects you have covered at Hogwarts in the past 2 weeks. Think hard before answering and do not guess your answer. A wrong answer will have a negative marking of 1 mark, a right one will get you 4 marks and an unanswered question will get you none. Do not cheat. This exam will affect your end-of-the-year grade, so be careful. And as an added incentive, since this exam is being conducted much earlier than usual this year, the highest 3 scorers will earn 25 points each for their house. Professor Vector added with a smirk, "You have 5 minutes to prepare yourself. You will be provided with quills and answer sheets, so please put all your belongings in your bags." There was a shuffle as students rushed to put everything away. Professor Vector waved a wand and all the students' bags flew and piled onto Professor Sinistra's desk. Another wave and any bits of paper or anything in the students' pockets came flying out. They were pretty strict on the no cheating policy. A final wave and the exam papers appeared on the students' desks. Good luck. There are 15 questions and 30 minutes. Begin. Harry quickly flipped to the first question. Part 1, Magical Law. Which Ministry of Magic departments and/or committees would you contact to resolve each of the following dilemmas? Questions 1 to 3. 1. Your neighbor is concealing a stash of flying carpets, some of which he is allowing to fly loose around his back garden. This one Harry knew. He quickly wrote down, misuse of Muggle artifacts office. 2. Your friend C possesses a Muggle penny farthing old bicycle that has been enchanted to skim an inch above the ground, achieving speeds of over 100 miles per hour. C did not personally enchant the penny farthing, never rides it and merely wishes to keep it, for sentimental reasons as it was her grandmother's. Do you report her? The Obliviator people might get involved if a Muggle sees them, but if C isn't going to ride it and only wants to keep it for sentiment, no Muggles will probably see it, Harry muttered before writing down no. There was a chance that this could be a wrong answer, but he had to follow his gut. The next one was a multiple choice. 3. Which of the following should be most severely punished by the Wizengamot? A. The injury of 3 Muggles due to a poorly performed forgetfulness charm. B. The death of a chicken due to a poorly aimed bat bogey hex. C. The use of the Cruciatus curse on a shark about to attack a Muggle. D. The use of the Imperious curse on a Muggle mugger. Harry promptly dismissed A and B. The others involved unforgivables. Unsure of the comparison between cursing an animal and cursing in self-defense, Harry guessed D and moved on to the next one. 4. Which of the following does not require a Ministry of Magic license? A. Krupp ownership. B. Sale of magical artifacts. C. House elf ownership. D. Apparition. Harry knew apparition did and rationalized that there must be some sort of trade license in the wizarding world. Tossing a mental coin between A and C, he chose C. 5. Which of the following wizarding laws, in your view, stands in most urgent need of change? A. The detection of underage magic in all magic households currently impossible. B. The ban on goblin possession of wands ought to be lifted. C. The reclassification of centaurs and merpeople ought to take their views into account. D. The guidelines on house elf welfare need to be enforced. E. Definitions of Muggle baiting needs to be made less stringent. Oh. Harry suddenly realized what this was. The Ministry diplomats Harry was willing to bet that Malfoy Sr. were using these tests to vet upcoming young aspiring politicians and their views. Furthermore, they knew Harry Potter was going to be giving the test, so they wanted to know what he thought about the wizarding world and how aware he was of it. They wanted information on him so that they would know what buttons to push when he'd enter the political arena. Harry could bet that his answer to this question was going to be read at the Ministry more times and by more people than any other. Smart, but about as subtle as a bull in a china shop, Harry muttered and put in the answer they'd expect an 11-year-old to put. Option 8 was bubbled. Ping. Quest alert. Mislead the people at the Ministry who think they can spy on you. The nerve of those people. Rewards. 1000 XP. Failure. Death. Warning. This quest's acceptance renders quest. Score high in the wombat, null and void. Yes, no. That was a yes for sure. After that Harry carefully nitpicked his answers, doing everything to make it look like an answer sheet written by a 10-year-old Muggle-born child who didn't know anything about the wizarding world. He did answer all the factual questions correctly though. He had to make sure not to sound too childlike, so he made sure to match the Ravenclaw stereotype of memorizing everything. When he was done, the answer sheet had all the factual questions correct and most of the insightful wizarding knowledge questions entirely wrong. Any outsider who read it would only see it as the answers of a first-year Ravenclaw, nothing special. Answering, the Kneazle is known to have the ability to detect suspicious or unsavory characters at number 14 and Mercury. To an astronomy question at number 15, he submitted the answer sheet, which rolled up, magically scored him at 47/60ths, and flew off to Professor Sinistra, who was collecting and writing down the scores against the students' names. Just like that his first magical test was done. Ping. Quest completed. Mislead the people at the Ministry who think they can spy on you. The nerve of those people. Rewards. 1000 XP. And just as Harry was reading the message, Professor Sinistra looked up from where she was noting down the scores. 25 points each to Hermione Granger, Draco Malfoy and Terry Boot for the top 3 scores. Harry smiled. This was going to be an interesting game. The Ministry had made a move, and Harry had countered and disguised his own attack as a feint. Now all that was left to be done was wait and watch. Everything returned to normal, or at least what passed for normal at Hogwarts, after that interesting little class. On Friday, after finishing up his work and leaving Hedwig to sleep on his bed, Harry left at midnight to go explore the castle. He had spent a lot of time thinking of the Founder's clues and when he'd start working on it, but he hadn't had the time until this point. Oh well, no better time than right now, he told himself as he slipped into an empty ID and made his way over to the entrance hall. What better way to start than the still portraits of the Founders themselves that hung in the entrance hall? The magical processes of preserving a person's essence in a magical portrait hadn't been invented in their times, but the still portraits hadn't been moved from the entrance hall ever since they'd been put there on the day of the establishment of the school. So if there was any clue to be found, it would be there. He had slipped out of his ID and had just started scrutinizing the frame of the Ravenclaw portrait when the click-clack of boots filled the entrance hall. Believing it was some teacher or Filch, Harry slipped behind the statue of the one-eyed witch and kept an eye out for whoever was coming. It wasn't any professor, nor was it Filch. It was a black-robed figure, around whom the darkness and shadows seemed to coil together, almost as if writhing in agony. Harry stilled as he felt the figure's magic unravel and whip around him. Whoever it was dangerous. Slowly and carefully, Harry peeked out of his hiding spot and cast Observe on the man. Quirinus Quirrell, LV, HP, /MP, Race Wizard, STR, Vit, Dex, Int, Wis, Luke, Quirrell. What is he doing? Harry thought, an uneasy feeling rapidly rising in his. The hooded figure Quirrell glided swiftly down the front steps of the castle. Clearly not wanting to be seen, it walked as fast as possible toward the Forbidden Forest. Resolving to follow and find out, and definitely not wishing to be seen by someone who was clearly a very powerful wizard, Harry put on his wolf jacket and used a spying technique he'd worked out the previous weekend. He slipped into an empty ID, ran full speed down the stairs and by Hagrid's hut and climbed up a tree with some dense canopy. Then, he broke out of the ID. To the outside world, Harry might as well have just disappeared from one spot and reappeared at another. This interdimensional hopping allowed him an unprecedented amount of stealth. Quirrell had reached the Forbidden Forest and had slowed down to drift along the forest floor, completely silent except for his cloak slithering over dead leaves nearby, pausing for a moment to look at his surroundings before continuing on his prowl once again. It didn't take long for Harry to recognize what Quirrell was doing. He had done the same thing when he'd gone looking around the forest for zombies in the ID. He was hunting. Harry followed Quirrell in a similar manner for hours, Quirrell prowling along the dead leaves of the forest floor hunting for whatever he was hunting for, and Harry spying on him from top of one tree, only to use his ID to get to the next tree entirely undetected. Ping. A skill has leveled up due to sneaking around. Sneaking, LV 10, 1%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 55% chance of not getting caught. 55% chance of critical strike. Harry waved away the message. It seemed like something was finally happening. Quirrell suddenly perked up and ran off in one direction. He was clearly chasing something. Something that Harry had not seen in his hurry to read his game window. Activating his sneaking skill, he started running amongst the trees, trying and failing to keep up. Somehow Quirrell was much faster than him, and whatever he was chasing was almost an invisible blur of silver. Quickly thinking of an idea, Harry boosted off a branch and grabbing hold of another offshoot, swinging himself up high enough to see which route the hunter and the prey were taking. Once he caught sight of the path, he slipped into an ID midair and focused on bursting his mana out of his feet. A jet stream of fire erupted out of his feet and propelled him forward at breakneck speeds towards the nearest clearing, one he was sure his targets were going to pass through. He reached it within seconds and broke out of his ID after catching himself on the branch of a nearby tree and swinging into a resting position on it. The sight that he caught was disturbing, to say the least. Somehow Quirrell had struck his much faster target down, probably with a curse since he didn't seem to have caught up with his fallen prey yet. The target lay in the middle of the clearing, letting out weak squeals of pain. Harry couldn't believe his eyes. Observe, he muttered quietly. Unicorn, status. Bleeding minus 10% horsepower per minute. LV 20. HP, 305 thousandths. MP, 64 thousandths. STR 25. Vit 30. Dex 60. Int 18. Wis 15. Luke 16. A female unicorn that has the ability to run fast at the expense of her innate magic. She can also sense the worthiness of a person by the very same magic. One of the most powerful and potent magical creatures out there, they are said to represent true beauty and purity. She is dying from the massive dark magic cut she's received on her side. She doesn't know Harry. It was a unicorn, and it was almost dead. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful and sad. Its long, slender legs were stuck out at odd angles where it had fallen, and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. A single beam of moonlight illuminated its flank, the rise and fall of which was the only indication to any outsider that the mare was even alive. Harry was about to take one step towards it when a slithering sound made him freeze. A bush on the edge of the clearing quivered. Then, out of the shadows, the hooded figure that was Quirrell came crawling across the ground like some stalking beast. No, Harry thought as he looked closer. He was trembling. Quirrell was entirely drained. He wasn't emulating a beast, he was too tired to stay on his feet. Quirrell reached the unicorn and did something that almost made Harry gag. He lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side and began to drink its blood. A rage filled him as he saw the man defile such a pure creature. The unicorn's cries of pain only served to increase that rage. Just like the night of Grunning's death, Harry's scar started burning, and something stirred in him, something strange and dark. Hurt, kill, destroy, deserves it. For once, the game concurred. Ping, quest alert, save the unicorn, rewards, +5 stat points, 5000 express, failure, death, yes no, Harry slammed yes. Pushing quite a bit of his mana through the tree and into the ground below him, he commanded it. It obediently rose without an iota of resistance, as if the forest itself supported his act of protective vengeance. A giant earthen fist shaped itself out of the rising earth and slammed into Quirrell's form, sending it flying across the clearing, where instead of fighting back, he struggled back to his feet and quickly scurried off. Harry paused, confused as he watched the clearly superior wizard retreat into the forest. The pain in his scar slowly faded away. He dropped down from the tree and ran towards the unicorn, sliding to his knees next to the downed creature. Clamping down the gamer's mind on his panicking thoughts, he started taking stock of all the injuries. Several cuts, bruises, broken limbs, magical burns, and the giant gaping wound in its flank. Harry pulled out the bottle of essence of murtlap he had in stock and applied it to the edges of the wound. Essence of murtlap, high level. Restore subject's health by a rate of 10% a minute. At least that was counteracting her bleeding status. Harry was about to apply more of the medicine when an angry voice snapped from behind him. "What are you doing, wizard? Put down your weapon and walk away from the mare." Harry looked around. It was a group of young centaurs, the human half of the oldest of them looked barely 17. Each of them had an arrow notched in their bows. Harry spread his inventory between himself and Unicorn, ready to shield himself and the mare from arrows. "I was helping her. She was hurt by a wizard in a cloak and I was trying to help her," Harry said while slowly backing off. "And why should we believe you? Mayhap it was you who hunted her down." They aimed their bows threateningly. "I need to help her. She's bleeding out and I don't know how long I can stop it for. Don't let me near her if you don't want to, but if there is any magic you have that can aid her, help. Please," Harry pleaded. He didn't have time to fight. The murtlap's effects would fade soon and it needed to be reapplied to counteract the bleeding. Perhaps they heard the sincerity and desperation in Harry's voice, for they slowly lowered their bows. The eldest of them came closer to take a look at the unicorn, before gravely replying, "Our healing magic is not fast enough to save her, but whatever you have done seems to have helped her. We will guard you and your patient young sorcerer, weave your healing magic without fear. Save her," the leader of the group of young centaurs said. Harry promptly got back to the bottle of murtlap essence and started reapplying it along the edges of the wound, while taking off his jacket and using it to put pressure on the unicorn's flank as he desperately shoved away the memories of the werewolf John's death by bleeding. This wouldn't end the same way. He was going to make sure of it. The bleeding didn't even slow down. "Her time has come," a centaur from his left muttered to his friend, his pity clearly audible in his voice. "Not today," Harry snapped, "not if I can help it." And not even sparing a look at them, he put away the essence of murtlap, realizing that there wasn't much more that it could do for her wounded side. Her wounds had started slowly clotting. Next thing he had to do was to tackle the blood loss. Harry didn't have blood replenishment potions on him, so the Wiggenwald potions he had left would have to do. He poured the potion down the unicorn's throat while maintaining the pressure on her flank, attempting to stem any and all bleeding. Observe. Unicorn status. Bleeding -10% horsepower per minute. LV 20. HP 265 thousandths. MP 64 thousandths. STR 25. Vit 30. Dex 60. Int 18. Wis 15. Luke 16. A female unicorn that has the ability to run fast at the expense of her innate magic. She can also sense the worthiness of a person by the very same magic. One of the most powerful and potent magical creatures out there, they are said to represent true beauty and purity. She is dying from the massive dark magic cut she's received on her side. She doesn't know Harry. It wasn't working. Quickly trying to think of anything else, Harry looked around. His eyes caught a bird flying above the clearing and an idea struck him. Desperately pouring all of his mana into his voice, he screamed into the night, "Hedwig! Help!" A minute passed, and nothing happened, but just as Harry was about to give up, two balls of fire burst above the clearing, coalescing into two familiar birds. It was Hedwig, and she'd brought Fawkes to help. They both flew down and without even needing to hear anything, joined Harry in healing the unicorn. Fawkes flew onto her flank and started dripping tears onto the wound, which instantly started closing much faster than before, while Hedwig perched near the equine's head and started singing a soulful tune, easing both Harry's nervous franticness and the unicorn's heavy breathing. Slowly, more and more centaurs from the forest's herd came, standing at the edge of the clearing, fighting off spiders and maggiras and any other dark creature that came towards the clearing with their lethal arrows. They watched, as the boy and the two birds tirelessly labored over the unicorn. Fawkes would lift the unicorn's legs and Harry would set them back into position and cast a solidifying spell at the broken bone with his wand. Hedwig sang a soothing tune, relieving the mare's pain that it felt from having its bones and joints snapped back together. One by one, as if they were putting a scattered puzzle back together, they worked tirelessly with not a thought of giving up. At last, Hedwig and Fawkes, armed with their ability to lift incredible weights, helped Harry lift the unicorn to a standing position, and Harry used his strength to balance the unicorn and help it take its first shaky steps. When the unicorn started trotting around the clearing, albeit with a limp, Harry understood for the first time why becoming a healer was such a popular profession in the wizarding world. The sheer sense of relief and satisfaction that filled him upon seeing his work successful was beyond compare. Harry fell down to his knees with relief. The unicorn saw him drop to the ground and idly ambled over to him to give him a lick on the hand and then going back to trotting around the clearing. He smiled at that. Ping. Quest completed. Save the unicorn. Rewards. +5 stat points. 5,000 express. A brand spanking new perk. Ping. You have gained a new perk. Unicorn's Boost. Allows user to run as fast as a unicorn for a brief amount of time. That's around 70 kilometers per hour. Much faster than most other magical creatures. Ping. You have gained a new skill by performing surgery on a magical creature. Healing. LV1 0%. Allows the user to heal diseases or ailments affecting himself or others. Limit 1 ailment can be cured per use. Cost 300 megapixels. A familiar voice filled his mind. We did it, Mr. Potter. That we did, Fawkes, Harry said with a smile as he watched the centaurs disperse, the younger females amongst them helping the unicorn towards the direction of her herd. Harry lay there for some time afterward, his two avian friends keeping him company, and once he felt a bit like himself again, he grabbed hold of Fawkes's tail feathers, and with Hedwig perched on his shoulder, they vanished in a burst of fire. When Harry had walked into the black-eyed man's office the next evening for his detention training, he had leveled a stare at Harry's eyes. A screen had popped up, saying, "Legilimency attack averted." Harry had willed it away and stared back at his professor's eyes. "Any reason you're trying to get in here, Professor?" he had asked, tapping the side of his head. "Your shields are adequate. You won't be needing to meditate or further learn occlumency," the professor had said and walked off into a side door, which had led into a cavernous room with walls of black rock. It had a few potions stewing along one wall and the rest of the room was entirely empty. From then on, a long and rigorous training exercise began. The professor would cast dark and dangerous spells at the wall opposite of Harry and Harry, with his eyes closed, would have to select which one of the given list of spells he was casting. When Harry had asked why they weren't starting with easier spells, for a moment Snape had gained a faraway look in his eyes. "This ability you have, Mr. Potter, it comes at great cost. Only those with the most difficult of childhoods have ever formed their shields this early. The Dark Lord had, Albus Dumbledore had, he had looked away. I had, and now you have." Harry felt awful. The normally closed-off and strict professor clearly felt that Harry needed the empathy and shared a deeply intimate part of his childhood with him. He felt rather horrible for deceiving him with his gamer's mind shields and had then and there decided that he would work hard and do justice to the professor's teachings. Keeping the high cost of this gift in mind, it would be insulting to use this as a way to pass tests or win a dueling contest. Furthermore, for someone of your notoriety, detecting dark and dangerous spells is useful. I am making you recognize dark spells, Potter, so that you will always know when one is heading for you. So that you will be able to protect yourself, and if you cannot, you will at least know how incompetent you are before you die. Shaking the thoughts of the conversation off, Harry refocused himself on the task at hand. A spell splashed against the nearby wall. What was that? The magic felt sharp, almost as if it wanted to hurt, not kill, like it wanted to cut. Diffindo. From the list, Potter. Diffindo at its worst can only cut a few millimeters of flesh. It is neither dark nor dangerous. Harry ran his finger down the list, wavering between a sectum sempra and exquiquere. Realizing that sectum meant cut, he said, sectum sempra. Ping. Mind Arts, LV 5, 7%. The act of magically navigating through the many layers of a person's mind and correctly interpreting one's findings, either with others or one's own self. One of the rarest magics today due to its regulated teaching. Cost -40 megapixels per use. Somehow, using his gamer's mind for shielding and sensing spells seemed to be leveling up his mind arts. It was almost as if exercising one facet of his mind was somehow exercising everything related to it. Or maybe gamer's mind was actually a form of modified occlumency, in which case, strengthening his mind arts skill was somehow bettering his gamer's mind, which was amazing. Correct. Now rest for a few minutes. I have to see to a potion. Snape walked over to the potion station along the wall and started dicing some kind of slivery-looking fruit. Harry sat down on the chair that stood near the working professor and closed his eyes, letting the smooth magic of potion-making waft through his senses. If this was how it felt for Professor Snape to brew potions, Harry could definitely see why the professor chose to have a potions position and not Dada, even though the man was clearly well versed in dark arts and their counters. Speaking of which, getting his courage up, Harry asked, "Professor, is it true that you wanted to teach Dada?" There was a moment of silence and Harry had wondered if he'd gone too far. Then came the reply, "I did apply for the position, yes." "So why didn't they give the position to you? You're clearly a better teacher than Quirrell. I'm sure Professor Quirrell will do a fine job of teaching you. You should respect his abilities more, Mr. Potter." His tone was sly, almost sarcastic. But Harry was feeling conflicted. He'd have to tell someone about Quirrell soon. He couldn't let someone like that man teach a school full of children. He'd considered McGonagall and Flitwick, but right now the teacher who was most likely to believe him was the one he was talking to right now. "Professor, I have to tell you something." Harry told an extremely edited version of the story of the previous night to him. He told him that he'd been out of bounds in order to visit the library and had seen Quirrell put on a hooded robe, and then he had followed him to the Forbidden Forest, where he'd seen him hunt down a unicorn and promptly run away. "You shouldn't have followed him," Snape said. He put down the ladle he was stirring the potion with and put the fire on medium. Then he turned to Harry. "It appears that Quirinus Quirrell is a more dangerous man than I initially anticipated. The fact that he hasn't harmed any students in the school shows that he's after something else, something that requires the school remaining open. Something powerful and useful enough that he'd risk drinking unicorn blood for it. You know what drinking unicorn blood does, don't you, Potter?" "Afraid not, Professor. It is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." The professor's voice was quiet, and after he finished talking, the silence weighed heavy on the entire room. What could even be worth it?" Harry whispered, last night's memory of the broken unicorn fresh on its mind. "You're an intelligent student, Potter. You'll work it out yourself. But when you do, think twice before going after it. There are people who'd rather have you go after it as a test of your character, to see whether you are worthy of the trust this world places on you." He paused, as if deliberating whether to say what he wished or not. "But I say don't. You don't owe this world a thing." Harry vowed that he would remember that. The professor picked up his wand and they both resumed their initial positions. Harry sensed another spell splashing harmlessly into the obsidian wall behind him. "What was that?" the professor's silky voice asked. Harry looked down at the only spell left on his list. Avada Kedavra. When Professor Snape had let Harry go, the time was well after the curfew. And of all people, who should Harry run into while he walked through the dungeons towards the stairs to the entrance hall but the crowned prince of Slytherin himself, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy, Harry acknowledged in the usual stuck-up fantasy book nobleman character style that he had perfected through hours of practicing in front of the mirror as the blonde boy fell into step beside him. "Is it not too late for students to be out of bed?" "I could say the same about you, Potter," the blonde replied in kind before stopping Harry with a hand on the shoulder. "You have been avoiding me." He was right. Harry had been avoiding the Slytherin. Mostly because Draco Malfoy's reputation as a bully had alienated him from most of the other three houses, but also because the boy confused him a little. His identity as an abused kid who loved his father confounded the heck out of Harry, and since he spent a lot of time with the Ravenclaw boys both in and out of class, who weren't very keen on seeing him talk to Malfoy, he usually tried to stay away. Well, that and Harry wasn't very fond of the obnoxious boy who liked to pick on Neville whenever he saw him. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. And you haven't done yourself any favors by alienating most of the other houses. I have yet to meet a student outside of Slytherin that wants to even be seen around you." Harry replied, falling into the same cold persona that he used to deal with the pureblood. The blonde let go of his shoulder. "What are you He was cut off by a meow that echoed through the corridor. "Filch's cat. That dratted mule of a man must be behind it," Draco hissed. "Come on, we need to hide." They both raced off towards the nearest classroom door and let themselves in. Quietly shutting the door, they both put their ears against the door and listened with bated breath. "Sniff around, my sweet. They might be lurking in a corner," they heard the muffled voice through the door. It was Filch speaking to Mrs. Norris. "They're in here somewhere," they heard him mutter, "probably hiding." His voice faded away as they heard the shuffling of feet that went deeper into the dungeon. "He's gone. Let's go," Harry mouthed to the other boy. The blonde grabbed the handle and pushed. The door didn't budge. "It's locked," Draco snarled. "The foolish caretaker must have bolted it shut." "I don't think so," Harry muttered. Draco watched, puzzled as Harry took out a piece of paper from his pocket and slid it into the gap between the door and the wall. Then he slid it through the entire length of the door, without encountering any resistance. The paper slid all the way through. "This door doesn't have any bolts or locks," Harry said, looking at the door curiously. "I think he used a locking charm." Draco frowned. "But I thought the caretaker was a squib. They could be just rumors. Besides, don't worry about it too much. Locking charms wear away pretty easily. We should be able to get out pretty soon." Draco stared for a moment before nodding. They both went over the room and each sat down on one of the chairs. "So what were you doing down in the dungeon so late, Mr. Potter?" "You can call me Harry. If we're going to be stuck in this room we might as well stop being so formal." "I was going back to the tower from Snape's detention." Quote, "Detention in the first week." Draco sounded impressed. "That has to be some sort of new record." "Fastest in 50 years, Harry replied with a smile. "What were you doing outside your dorms? Doesn't Slytherin have a curfew or something?" "Oh, we do. It's just that none of us obey it. Besides, Filch rarely comes down to the dungeons, so we don't have problems." He frowned at the door. "Usually." They sat there in silence for a few moments. Harry thought back to how he'd seen that Draco's description said that he was being tortured by his father. Draco Malfoy. LV4. HP -320/320. Race Wizard. STR5. Vit 4. Dex 4. Int 6. Wis 3. Luke 3. Draco Malfoy is a pure-blood wizard and the only heir of the Malfoy family. The son of a Death Eater, Draco was raised to believe strongly in the importance of blood purity. He wishes to be sorted into Slytherin House. Despite his father's violent torturous teaching sessions about blood purity and old times, Draco looks up to him and admires him. Reading it all again and thinking for a second about what he'd say, Harry asked, "So why are you so keen on having an alliance with me? What do you mean?" For some reason, Draco's voice had gone entirely emotionless. "Your father wasn't exactly on the side of my parents' lot in the Wizarding War," Harry replied, "and even before the war our houses were political opposites. I've looked it up. And while my fame might be an attractive trait to your father to capitalize on, I sincerely doubt someone of his political clout would need a celebrity endorsement. I mean, look at his resume. Hogwarts board governor, top ministry diplomat, an active member of Wizengamot and a majority owner of the Wizarding World's biggest newspaper, the Daily Prophet. He has an arm or leg in every major branch of the Wizarding World. Someone with that kind of political power doesn't need my fame. So what does he want from me? More importantly, what do you want from me, Draco?" I don't know wha." Draco seemed entirely thrown off. Clearly he hadn't expected Harry to work it out. "Spare me the lies, Draco. The truth please." The skill of bloodlust added that extra bit of magical intimidation to Harry's voice. Draco looked afraid and hopeful at the same time, and Harry absently realized what this bloodlust voice could look like to someone who wanted him to turn out to be a Dark Lord. He'd read in Draco's description that it was exactly what he thought. The blonde boy replied after a moment, "Well, lots of stuff has been in circulation for years about how you survived what should have been a lethal attack. Father believes that you're a great dark wizard. The fact that you'd been removed from the wizarding community seemed to have supported this. He and a lot of his allies believe that you'll prove to be another, greater pure-blood champion. That you'd bring back the glory of the old days and protect us from the Muggle invasion." A long silence stretched through the empty room. Harry didn't break it. "So are you?" Draco asked, breaking the silence that had stretched, looking desperately hopeful. "A dark wizard? Are you in training? Is father right?" "No." Harry's voice was flat. Draco started to hyperventilate. "Maybe you're too young. I'll keep your secrets. I can wait. I can wait for as long as you need to train." "I mean, no, Draco. I won't follow the path of the man that murdered my parents. I am not the next Dark Lord. But you have to be. You're Harry Potter. You destroyed the Dark Lord. And you didn't even know your parents really. You could have been brainwashed by Muggles. You have to be. Draco," Harry said sharply, breaking Draco out of the panic attack he was slipping into. "Calm down. It's okay. You don't understand. He spent months before the Express training me. He would force me to learn how to act as I should in front of a new Dark Lord. Hours of telling me of how you'd bring back the glory days. And every time I got something wrong, and if he found out that all that was for nothing, he'd. Draco's hands were trembling. Harry knew then and there what Malfoy Sr. was torturing Draco about. Guilt settled like a heavy weight in Harry's stomach. He didn't agree with their side's motives, nor their methods. But desperately clinging on to the last shreds of hope for something they desperately wanted, Harry could understand that. Draco took a deep breath and continued. He seemed to have given up on his Dark Lord theory and was getting angry. "Before you entered our world, my father would ask for how I was. He would care for what I wanted. But ever since you came around, every single letter is about, what is Potter doing and, did you manage to gain Potter's trust, and, is Potter a Dark Lord? And it's like he's forgotten me. When I came to this school I thought I was finally free to act as I wanted. And now I have to go around censoring everything I say and do so that Potter doesn't find it offensive. I don't care. I don't want to do this anymore." "Then don't." Harry's voice was quiet, yet somehow just as intense as Draco's screams of rage. "Tell your father you have my trust." Their gazes met and Draco knew that Harry understood. "And do I?" Draco asked, calmer now, "do I have your trust?" "Not yet." The door clicked open. "Well, looks like the locking charm finally wore out," Harry said quietly. There was a moment of silence in which the two boys stood at the opposite ends of the classroom. "I suppose I will. See you around, Harry," Draco finally replied and slipped out of the room. Much like how he hadn't seen Harry cast the locking charm when they entered the classroom, he had not seen Harry cast the Alohomora charm from the wand up his sleeve. The crackling of the fire burning in the common room fireplace echoed around the room, barely masking Harry's worried footsteps as he paced back and forth. It was early morning the Sunday after Snape's detention, and Harry was feeling unusually conflicted and worried about what he should do. The professors, or at the very least Snape, suspected Quirrell's misdemeanors, and yet for some reason, they didn't seem to have any intention of sacking him. Harry had not heard even a whisper of any rumor of the Dada professor being in any sort of trouble. Why? Harry kept trying and failing to think of why they would do that. Perhaps they were trying to make sure that Quirrell wouldn't be able to run free around the wizarding world doing whatever he pleased with no surveillance. Dumbledore was a pretty powerful wizard, so they could be trying to contain him till they collected enough evidence of his illegal deeds. Harry's train of thought ground to a stop. What did he do that was illegal? Harry whispered to himself, and it all clicked in his head. He himself had no tangible and real evidence that anything wrong was going on. The only thing he had seen him do was to try to kill a unicorn, which was pretty reprehensible, but still legal. Their body parts were used in potions after all. Damn it! He exclaimed out loud, angrily dropping into the chair by the fireplace. When it all came down to it, all Harry was doing was working off a hunch and a vague clue that a professor had given him. A powerful hunch, but a hunch nonetheless. He had to collect more evidence, more information on what Quirrell was up to. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he leaned into the paper in front of him. The entire conversation of the night of the detention was written on it. Every single thing of any importance that the professor had told him about Quirrell was in those paragraphs on the paper. Picking it up, he started reading it again. Quirinus Quirrell is a dangerous man. The fact that he hasn't harmed any students in the school shows that he's after something else. Something powerful and useful enough that he'd risk drinking unicorn blood for it. You know what drinking unicorn blood is, don't you, Potter? It is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn. The only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips. You're an intelligent one, Potter. You'll work it out yourself. But when you do, think twice before going after it. There are people who'd rather have you go after it and test your character. But I say don't. You don't owe this world a thing. Cutting it all down, he was left with just a few raw hard facts. Quirinus Quirrell was a dangerous man. He was after something in the school. Something powerful. Snape knew what it was, and he believed that Harry would want to go after if he knew about it. Quirrell had been careful not to do anything illegal so that he couldn't be removed from the school before he got what he wanted. Harry looked at the information he had with disdain and threw the paper into the common room fire. This wasn't enough to do anything at all. Okay, calm down, he told himself, there has to be something hidden in there. Snape was giving me a hint. All I need to do is figure out what it means, right? Single quote. Calming down, he started to consider the larger picture. Quirrell had been a Muggle studies teacher for years before he was Dada. Why hadn't he stolen what he needed before this? Because whatever he wants wasn't here before. It's something new to the school. It's something powerful, so it has to be pretty well hidden or guarded too. And it's something Snape thought I would go after. Most people just think of me as some sort of young hero, and I don't think I've given Snape any reason to think otherwise, so I guess he must have thought that I would try to protect the artifact, whatever it was. So what is something new too? The school and well protected, Harry mused out aloud. New and protected. Well, it could be whatever is being hidden in that third-floor corridor, a voice said from over his shoulder, making Harry jump a foot. It was Terry. Grinning at Harry, he sat down on the chair beside him. Hidden? Harry asked, intrigued. Yup. Heard there's a real Cerberus in there, standing on a trapdoor. Terry said as he leaned back into the chair and closed his eyes. How come I didn't know that? Where'd you find out about it? Harry asked incredulously. Terry looked at him with raised eyebrows before dryly replying, you would know if you talked to people outside the common room a little more. The Weasley twins have been in there at least twice. Harry's face reddened a little. I thought Ravenclaws were all about books and knowledge. Isn't socializing more of a Slytherin thing? Socializing is a human thing, Harry. And people can give you knowledge, too, you know. Embarrassed, Harry muttered a thank you and they both lapsed into silence, waiting for rest of the boys to come down and leave for breakfast. Internally though, Harry was cursing himself in his head for not seeing it earlier. The answer had been staring at his face from literally the first day he'd entered the school. The third-floor corridor. That needed more investigation. One thing was sure, Quirrell was not safe to be around children, least of all around his new friends. Until he was sure that the turbaned professor was no threat, Harry was dead set to keep working to foil whatever he intended to do. "So what are you guys doing today?" Harry asked Terry, who plonked himself down beside him at the Ravenclaw table, as he poured a spoonful of sugar into his porridge. "Nothing too concrete. I'll probably check out the fiction section of the library," Terry said. "Got to say, Muggles may not have magic, but their fiction has these wizarding novels beat fair and square." "Homework," Michael chimed in through a mouthful of potatoes. "Well, Anthony and I are off to the Quidditch pitch to see the Ravenclaw team practice," added Stephen, frowning at Michael, as if revolted by his despicable table manners. He turned to Harry. "Wanna come?" "I thought it was supposed to be the two of us," Anthony muttered. Harry frowned a bit. Had he somehow alienated the boy? He had always been polite to him. Replying to Stephen's question, he said, "Nah mate. I'm good. I have my issues with that sport and I don't think I could sit through an actual game without lecturing both of your ears off." As the boys chuckled at Harry's now infamous disapproval of the game, Harry discreetly cast Observe on Anthony. Anthony Goldstein, LV5, HP -250 250ths. MP -150 150ths. Race Wizard. STR4. Vit 4. Dex 5. Int 7. Wis 5. Luke 4. Anthony Goldstein is a half-blood wizard and the son of two Muggle-born potion shop owners. He grew up in a magical household in Ravenstonedale until, at age 11, he learned that he had been accepted into Hogwarts. He is a smart and studious boy but likes to play Quidditch and sleep a lot. He likes Harry but is a bit jealous of Harry's ability to make friends so quickly. Harry's eyebrows went up. Was he jealous of Harry's ability to make friends? The one who people only talked to because he was famous. The one who never left his dorm room unless it was for the classes or the library. Regardless, Harry himself used to have his fair share of problems making friends during his Dursley days, so he understood Anthony's plight quite well. He decided to let him have some time with Stephen. "I think I'll go off exploring again," Harry said. "Didn't you go exploring last weekend too?" Terry asked. "There's just so much to see, I guess," Harry replied with a shrug and went back to his porridge. Like Anthony, his gamer's mind had stopped him from misjudging many people, and Harry was thankful for that. His eyes drifted towards the Gryffindor table. He had judged Ron Weasley on the train, walked right out on the boy when he dredged up his memories from the night of his parents' deaths. Had he alienated a tactless, but ultimately innocent boy, just out of his own instinctive anger? He shook his head. What was done was done. There wasn't much he could do about it now, so there wasn't much point in thinking about it. Just then, the mail arrived. Harry had gotten used to this by now and didn't give it too much mind, but it had given him a bit of a shock on the first morning when about 100 owls had suddenly streamed into the Great Hall during breakfast, circling the tables until they saw their owners, and dropping letters and packages onto their laps. Nobody had brought Harry anything so far. This morning, however, a tiny brown owl dove out of the flock and straight down towards him. Harry, having not been paying much attention to the owls, didn't see this until a window flashed up. "Warning! High-speed avian missile incoming." "Huh. Bonk." The owl smacked headfirst into Harry's forehead and knocked him straight off the bench and onto the ground. Ow. The owl struggled to its feet, shook itself, flapped its wings, and flew up onto the table hooting angrily at the rest of the students on the table, who were laughing. It dropped a note onto Harry's plate, grabbed a piece of bacon, and flew off. Harry struggled back into his seat and, ignoring the laughter of his friends, tore the letter open at once. It said, in a very untidy scrawl, "Dear Harry, I don't know if you remember me, but I knew your mum and dad back in the day, and they'd have my head if I didn't write to you after you came to Hogwarts. I know you get Tuesday afternoons off, so would you like to come and have a cup of tea with me at around 3? I want to hear all about your time at Hogwarts so far. Send me an answer back with a school owl. Rubeus Hagrid. If there was anyone who would know about a three-headed dog in the school, it was sure to be the groundskeeper. Harry pulled out a quill, scribbled, "Yes, please, see you on Tuesday," on the back of the note, and dropped it into his pocket, in which Hedwig stayed. "Could you get this to the groundskeeper girl? His hut's near the forest edge. You've seen it," he muttered down to Hedwig, who was warbling with laughter inside the pocket, having seen the entirely amusing series of events through the one-sided transparent pocket. "Calm down, you spoiled little roast chicken," Harry muttered. He heard a faint chirp and a pair of whooshes, dim through the quieting charm. The letter was delivered. After eating and waving goodbye to his friends, Harry made his way to the grounds, let Hedwig free, and started jogging along the walls of a section of the castle where nobody was roaming, hoping to increase his dex a bit. The last time he'd handled the Legion zombie well, but it had drained him pretty hard. He'd have to get faster, since the Legion's biggest weakness was its speed and range of attack. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Opening up a window, he quickly flipped to his perks. Sure enough, it was there. Unicorn's Boost allows user to run as fast as a unicorn for a brief amount of time. That's around 70 kilometers per hour. Much faster than most other magical creatures. But how much was a brief amount of time? Harry clicked on the time, and the perks text box expanded a bit and more text appeared. Usage time, dex plus whis minutes plus mana pool capacity, seconds. Speed and time improvable by practice. He pulled up his stat. Window. HP minus 525 525ths. MP minus 300 300ths. STR 12. Vit 10 plus 4 equals 14. Dex 12 plus 4 equals 16. Int 16. Whis 14. Luke minus 19. Points 25. He started calculating his run time. Usage time equals 16 plus 14 minutes plus 300 seconds equals 35 minutes. So his run time came down to 35 minutes. Which wasn't so brief after all. Harry sent a mental thank you to the unicorn that had given him the ability. Quickly deciding that it was time for an upgrade, Harry started distributing his stat points. While grinding would be much easier, Harry wasn't going to have time to grind his stats with all the exams and homework that was heading his way, and stat points were often given as rewards for his academic quests, so he could afford to splurge a little. He put 10 in Vit, 4 in Dex, 6 in Whis and the remaining 5 in Luck. STR 12. Vit 20 plus 4 equals 24. Dex 16 plus 4 equals 20. Int 16. Whis 20. Luke minus 24. Nodding at his new stats, he turned back to the perk, which now had a usage time of 48 minutes. This perk had almost limitless potential. Harry wondered how fast he could actually move using the Unicorn Boost perk. There were some really cool things that could be done with super speed. Why, there was even that new, Flash, TV show that had just come on air in 1990. Harry had managed to catch a few glimpses while Dudley watched it. It was about a guy that could move really fast, and he did some pretty amazing stuff like running up walls and running on water. Putting that out of his mind, Harry activated the boost prepared to do some really fast running when suddenly. Arrow incoming. This time, Harry had learned from his early morning mistakes, and he ducked. Looking back at the forest from where the arrow had come, he saw a centaur holding his bow. He turned around, and saw a piece of paper attached to the arrow. Tearing it off, Harry read it. Follow the messenger. Frowning, Harry looked back at the so-called messenger that had almost murdered him. Deciding to give him a real scare, he dropped into an ID, ran using the unicorn boost to the point just behind where the young centaur was standing in the real world and broke out of the red ski dimension. You could have killed me, he growled over his shoulder. The centaur, who Harry recognized as the leader of the group he'd seen earlier while healing the unicorn, let out a squeak. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm a bit new to this delivering messages by arrows to look intimidating thing, he said sheepishly after he composed himself. Follow me. The elder is waiting. And follow him Harry did. He led Harry through a yet unexplored path through the forest and into a clearing where another centaur stood. He looked much older than the messenger with wilted skin and strange markings on his face. The young centaur took a bow and backed out of the clearing. It was not until the sound of him galloping away faded did the elder centaur spoke. Harry James Potter, he spoke. His wizened voice seemed to somehow hold the tenor of 1,000 ancient voices that echoed off the trees surrounding them. You have been judged worthy. Worthy of what? Harry asked. The centaur said no more and turned around to pull something out of the leaf satchel that he was wearing. Harry used observe on him. Mahu. LV. HP. /? MP. /? Race centaur. STR. Vit. Dex. Int. Wis. Luke. I would prefer it if you would not attempt to scry me again, Harry Potter. Harry almost smacked his head as he remembered that centaurs could sense his observe. Sorry, he quickly apologized. The centaur, Mahu, pulled out a bow. It was a sleek and powerful-looking weapon, made of a wood that almost seemed to shimmer in the rays of sunlight. An almost luminescent string joined the two ends of the bow, taut and ready to fire. Despite knowing that wands and guns had made bows obsolete in the modern day, Harry couldn't help but admire the sheer quality of the workmanship that had gone into making it. This, Harry Potter, is the legendary Gandiva, Mahu said, holding out the bow towards Harry. A gift from our people for protecting our forest's inhabitants. Harry grabbed the bow and suddenly it shrunk down to fit his form. It was clearly magical and also incredibly well balanced. Harry used observe on it. The Gandiva. This 6,000-year-old legendary bow is one of the most powerful magical weapons out there. It is indestructible, can create arrows inexhaustibly and fires arrows with the strength of 1,000 bows. Its arrows can be enchanted to do a variety of things and can penetrate most magical shields. It can turn into a ring when not being used. When in ring form, it can protect its user from all forms of poison. It's unable to be lifted by anyone it judges unworthy. If you hold this, you've impressed a lot of right people. Attack 100 plus 10x level of archery. Plus 50% when used against the ill-intentioned. Plus 100% when used by a magically competent being. Harry experimentally pulled back the string with some effort. An arrow appeared into existence, notching into the bow as if it had been there all along. Harry pointed it at a tree in front of him, trying to keep his wobbling hand steady, and let go of the string. The arrow somehow hit the target tree despite Harry's unstable hands, and ripped a hole straight through it and lodged itself into the next tree in line. Harry's mouth fell open. That tree had to have been at least 4 meters in girth. He looked at the bow. The game wasn't kidding when it said that Gandiva had the strength of 1,000 bows. Ping. Due to trying out a bow, a new skill has been created. Archery, LV1, 2%. You can shoot an arrow, it may or may not hit its target. Accuracy -5%. Fuming at the unfairness of the game at giving him an only 2% accuracy, Harry frowned. This is a weapon for the righteous, Harry Potter. It is an aid to those whose hearts are pure. It will not only fight your enemies but will also help you keep yourself true to your path. Do you accept this gift and free this forest of the dead it owes you? I do. Harry said, thank you. Then go forth, Harry Potter, and use it well. Harry nodded and bowed to the elder centaur. With a tilt of his head back to Harry, Mahu turned around and slowly trotted out of the clearing. Well, Harry muttered out loud into the empty clearing. At least I know what today's training is going to be. ID create. Zombies. The red ski dimension appeared and Harry started preparing for his planned archery grinding. First, he lit a blazing hot circle of fire, a few feet wide, all around him and made sure that his mana wasn't being drawn too much. If any zombie managed to get close enough, it would be burnt to a crisp. He then equipped his Apprentice Zombie Killer title. Apprentice Zombie Killer, 30% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead, +5 to all stats when dealing with the undead. His new stats were STR 12 +5 = 17. Vit 20 +4 +5 = 29. Dex 16 +4 +5 = 25. Int 16 +5 = 21. Wis 20 +5 = 25. Luke 24 +5 = 29. This should do just fine, Harry told himself as he pulled out his wand. Periculum. Harry yelled, pointing at the sky. Red sparks flew towards the sky and settled floating above the clearing. This should get the attention of most zombies in the forest. I probably won't go up to legions today, Harry decided. He put his wand back into the inventory and pulled the string of the bow taut, notching an arrow and getting ready for the first horde to come. Clark the flesh-eating zombie was having a good day. He'd feasted on some troll remains and was about to propose to Lois the flesh-eating zombie by giving her the leftovers from the juiciest and best brains he had ever eaten. He happily hobbled along towards the red spot of light in the sky, singing his favorite song. Arghaaraaaraa. Ararararam. Argok. Uck. Zombie songs were strange in their own way, but culture was culture, and everyone deserved a right to their own. Suddenly, Clark saw a two-legged creature that had white skin and was holding a bow in his hand, and started hobbling towards it. It could be his brains he'd give Lois. That would surely win her heart. Braiaiaiaians, he said resolutely and hobbled on. But fate had other plans. Winning his sweetheart's heart wasn't going to be that easy. Looking across the clearing, he saw his arch-nemesis Bruce the flesh-eating zombie coming towards the clearing from the jungle with his own set of brains. Surely he wouldn't dare. Surely he wouldn't try to steal the creature's brains and spoil Clark's love life. Surely not. Arrgghhhhhh. Clark yelled at Bruce and started hobbling faster. Arrgghhhhhhgurgle, Bruce gloated. He was almost right behind him and getting ready to trip Clark up. Quadruple A, they both promptly shut up as a pair of arrows aimed at the opposite side of the clearing somehow missed their mark by 15 meters and pierced them right through their hearts and pinned them straight into the trees behind them before turning them both into dust. And thus ended the lives of Clark and Bruce. Harry frowned at the last two dead screaming zombies and quickly picked up all the loot and broke out of the ID with an ID escape. Before a Legion zombie could form. Ping. Due to accurate shots, somewhat, +3 to dex. Ping. Due to use of a professional bow's drawstring, your STR has risen by +2. Ping. Due to constant bow and arrowing you have leveled up a skill 9 times. Archery, LV10, 40%. You can shoot an arrow, it may or may not hit its target. Accuracy 10%. Special magic arrows. Fire arrows, it's arrows with their heads on fire. What do you want me to describe about that? Plus 10% damage. That is some pretty decent growth. At least I have a secondary weapon now if I can't use magic for some reason, Harry decided and put his loot into the inventory. 1000. 30 G. 24S. He then mentally commanded the bow to turn into a ring. The bow liquefied and flowed into the shape of a plain gold band, which he put on his finger. Then he called for Hedwig, who flamed them both back to the Ravenclaw Tower, and that was that for Sunday. After learning about the theory of Avafor's spell, which changed the target of the spell into a bird, on Monday in Transfiguration and brewing a boiled cure potion in potions on Tuesday morning, Harry set off early on Tuesday afternoon to talk to Rubeus Hagrid. The gamekeeper's wooden hut's chimney spewed smoke, indicating that the caretaker must have started preparing for the tea. A crossbow and a pair of galoshes were outside the front door, leaning on the wall. When Harry knocked on the door he heard a frantic scrabbling and scratching from inside and several booming barks. There was a dog inside. Harry grew a bit weary, Marge's dogs were always bad news. Then a deep booming voice, Rubeus Hagrid's voice, rang out saying, "Back, Fang back." The caretaker's big, bearded face appeared in the crack as he pulled the door open. Harry took a moment to acknowledge the contrast in both of their statures. "Hang on," the half-giant said. "Back, Fang." Harry cast Observe. Rubeus Hagrid, Keeper of the Keys. LV 35. HP -24,000 24,000. MP 1000 1000. Race half-giant wizard. STR 58. Vit 50. Dex 12. Int 20. Wis 25. Luke 12. Rubeus Hagrid, who prefers to be called Hagrid, is a half-giant wizard and son of Mr. Hagrid and the giantess Fridwulfa. Hagrid attended Hogwarts in 1940 and was sorted into Gryffindor, but his wand was snapped and he was expelled later on. He was trained to be the gamekeeper of Hogwarts and allowed to live on the school grounds at the request of Albus Dumbledore. He likes Harry because he remembers him as a wee lad. He really wants to get to know him. Nothing bad then. That's a relief, Harry thought. "Ah, there ye are, Harry," he exclaimed and let him in, struggling to keep a hold on the collar of an enormous black boarhound. There was only one room inside. Hams and pheasants were hanging from the ceiling, a copper kettle was boiling on the open fire, and in the corner stood a massive bed with a patchwork quilt over it. Harry looked up into the fierce, wild, shadowy face of the groundskeeper and noticed that his beetle eyes were crinkled in a smile. I haven't introduced myself, Avenue I. Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Now don't go callin' me Mr. and Alda. Just Hagrid, he said. Will do Hagrid, Harry returned the smile. The half-giant was much gentler than his stature indicated. Last time I saw you was only a baby, said Hagrid, fidgeting nervously. Ye look a lot like dad, but y'ave got yet mum's eyes. Harry's smile grew at that. Make yourself at home, said Hagrid, going over to bring the tea and letting go of Fang, who bounded straight at Harry and started licking his shoes. Like Hagrid, Fang was clearly not as fierce as he looked. Harry petted his head. You knew my parents, Hagrid? Harry asked Hagrid, who was pouring boiling water into a large teapot and putting rock cakes onto a plate. That I did, said Hagrid. I spent years o' me life chasin' father and his friends away from the forest. And mother was a sweethier. Always kind ter everybody. The rock cakes were shapeless lumps with raisins that almost broke his teeth, but Harry pretended to be enjoying them as Hagrid told him endless anecdotes about his parents. In return, he told him all about his first lessons. Fang rested his head on Harry's knee and drooled all over his robes. The moment Harry heard Hagrid call Filch, that old git, after he'd told Hargid an edited version of how Filch had almost caught him outside bed, he decided that he liked Hagrid. The half-giant wasn't the brightest of bulbs, but he was incredibly honest and lovable. And, as fair that cat, Mrs. Norris, I'd like ter introduce her to Fang sometime. Do ye know, every time I go up ter the school, she follows me everywhere. Can't get rid of her, Filch puts her up to it I tell ye. There was a small pause in the conversation as Hagrid sipped at his mug full of tea. Harry picked up a piece of paper that was lying on the table under the tea cozy. It was a Daily Prophet. Gringotts break-in latest. Investigations continue into the break-in at Gringotts on the 31st of July, widely believed to be the work of dark wizards or witches unknown. Gringotts goblins today insisted that nothing had been taken. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied the same day. But we're not telling you what was in there, so keep your noses out if you know what's good for you, said a Gringotts spokes-goblin this afternoon. Hagrid, said Harry suddenly feeling a sinking feeling in his stomach, this Gringotts break-in happened on my birthday. It might have been happening while Professor McGonagall and I were there shopping at Diagon Alley. Hagrid seemed to not want to meet Harry's eyes. He grunted and offered him another rock cake. Harry read the story again. The vault that was searched had in fact been emptied earlier that same day. Was it actually that far a conclusion to draw that the vault and the third-floor corridor were related? The thief wouldn't have been after money, it'd be much easier and less suicidal robbing. A house for that. It had to be some precious treasure or a valuable artifact. After all, the only place safer than Gringotts was Hogwarts. So it made sense that it was moved to Hogwarts on the same day. In fact, it was probably McGonagall who emptied it while Harry was selecting his wand. Everything fit. Whatever was taken from Gringotts was now at Hogwarts, and Quirrell was after it. He'd have to get some more information out of Hagrid. Putting down the paper, he took another sip of tea. So Hagrid, he said casually, is there really a three-headed dog in the third-floor corridor? Hagrid dropped the teapot and started coughing. How do you know about Fluffy? He said in between coughs. Fluffy? Harry asked incredulously. He'd named a giant three-headed dog so fierce it was said to guard the gates to the underworld, Fluffy. Yeah, he's mine, bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year. But why is he in the school, Hagrid? I mean, isn't it dangerous to the students? Harry pressed. In the back of his mind, he felt bad for trying to take advantage of his new friend. He promised himself that he'd get him a good Christmas present to at least try to make up for this. Rubbish. Fluffy wouldn't harm a fly. Music and he just falls asleep. Hagrid said, waving his concerns away. Harry filed away that information for later. There are rumors spreading in the school that Fluffy's up there guarding something, Hagrid. And there are kids who've been trying to get past it. I just want to know if they'll be safe. Ping. Skill leveled up. Bullshitting LV4 35%. A combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. Musta, been those two Weasley twins up ter no good again. Harry grumbled quietly before he spoke in a louder voice. Don't worry a boo, it Harry. Dumbledore's himself got me to put him there and he'd never let any student in danger. Gray, man Dumbledore. Now, don't ask me any more, said Hagrid gruffly. That's all top secret, that is. Harry tried to push for more. But, I'm tellin' ye Harry don't go lookin' into all this, said Hagrid hotly. Now, listen to me, meddlin' in things that don't concern ye. It's dangerous. You forget Abu, Fluffy, and you forget what it's garden. That's all Bedwy, Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Harry's expression grew triumphant for a second before he schooled it back into a polite smile. Hagrid looked furious with himself. The conversation then changed back to Harry's parents' school days by an unspoken agreement between the giant and the boy, and with an invitation to come by whenever he felt like it, Hagrid sent him off just before the sun went down. Harry had a pretty solid idea about what the three-headed dog was guarding in the third-floor corridor. A quick perusal of the library had revealed Nicholas Flamel to be the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, fabled to give immortality and unlimited wealth to its bearer. Harry now had a target, a suspect and a motive for a possible crime. All he needed was a time, and he would be able to catch the thief red-handed. The next few weeks were extremely unpleasant for Harry. He had an incredibly hard time sitting still in Quirrell's class, letting the stuttering man ask him questions and answering them as if everything was normal. He'd resolved that he'd work hard on getting more information on Quirrell, but apparently, the man had the entire school fooled. Even the infamous Weasley twins didn't prank the man too much out of pity, and going to any other teachers wasn't even in question since he couldn't let anybody know about his powers. It was a miracle that Snape hadn't suspected anything nor taken points for him being out of bed so late. Harry had foregone grinding on the Sundays and scoured the library for any form of spying magic, but every spell he found turned out to have some weakness or the other. And almost none of them lasted long enough for what Harry needed. It wasn't until the second weekend of October that Harry hit something actually concrete enough to help him. It was midnight, and Harry found himself on his bed in the Ravenclaw dorms with his curtains drawn. The book Enchanted Encounters lay beside him as he tinkered with the little piece of Muggle technology in front of him. Observe. Spy bug. A bug is a secret listening device that is used to listen in on conversations while not being in the same room. It is a recording and transmitting device often hidden in places not easily detected. Harry used a quill's nib to pry it open. Sighing at the sparking electronics, he cursed the fact that high amounts of magic seemed to destroy any electronic technology. He frowned as he remembered something. Isn't the British Ministry of Magic located right under London? How does that work out without blowing up most of London's electrical systems? Shaking his head, he got back to working on making it work as a magical contraption. He threw away the electronic components and layered a listening charm onto the tiny beetle-shaped contraption and connected the receiver earpiece to it. Then, carefully doing as the book said, he carved a single tiny rune of permanency on top of the bug. Turning back to the book, he read the next part. Pour the willingly given essence of a magical creature on the rune carefully, Harry read before turning to his avian friend. Hedwig, could you? Hedwig fluttered down from the bed's headboard, brought her head close to the tiny bug and dropped a single tear onto the rune he'd just carved. The rune flashed once and then started glowing a very dim blue. A gentle, almost inaudible hum started emanating from the bug, showing that the charm was active. That should do it. Harry put the earpiece into his ear, and Hedwig hopped over to the bug and chirped at it. Sure enough, the chirp came through to Harry through the earpiece. He shot Hedwig a grinning thumbs up. Observe. Enchanted spy bug. This bug is a secret listening device that is used to listen in on conversations while not being in the same room. It has a listening charm connected to a receiver and can stick to surfaces easily. Harry smiled. At least he hadn't had to tape a mechanical tape recorder to the roof of the third-floor corridor. That probably wouldn't have lasted long. Ping. You have unlocked a new skill. Enchanting LV1, 65%. You can use this skill to imbue magical properties to a non-magical object by layering spells and runes together. The process can make the spells last much longer than normal. High enough level in this can even make the spells permanent. 10% chance of success. And now he had this. Enchanting was a 7th-year subject and Harry was learning the basics in his first year itself. That was great. Harry grabbed Hedwig's tail feather and they quickly teleported right into the third-floor corridor, where Harry levitated the bug towards the ceiling and stuck it there. Then, they promptly flamed out of there. It was too risky to put such a magical device near Quirrell and risk exposure. He'd surely just kill Harry and make a grab for the stone and run for it. He was powerful enough for it. But if he put his big in the third-floor corridor, he'd know every time someone went in there and he'd be ready. Or so he thought. But soon, hours turned into days, and yet nothing happened. Harry had taken to sleeping with the earpiece on since he knew that Quirrell would be busy with classes for the day and would most probably make his move at night. He'd expected to hear something pretty soon, but it wasn't until well into the night on Wednesday next week that Harry finally heard something from the receiver of the spy bug. It activated with a static buzz, waking Harry up. He promptly made sure his bed curtains were drawn and silenced and he pulled out his wand. Sonorous, he cast at the receiver, and Hedwig and Harry both huddled over the receiver to listen to what was going on. There was the sound of more than one sets of footsteps, a door opening and panting. The dog, Harry thought. Someone must have come to feed it, he realized, when he heard the sound of jaws snapping and the almost nauseating sound of the three heads swallowing. "You still won't tell me how to get past the beast," came a smooth voice from the receiver. It wasn't Quirrell. It was Professor Snape. "It's what Nicholas asked for. No two protectors will know each other's traps. And one simply does not refuse Nicholas Flamel, Severus. He is the reason half the students can even afford to attend the school. We have to attempt to accommodate his requests." This voice wasn't Quirrell either. It was Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. His voice seemed reprimanding, almost as if Snape should have known not to ask such a question. "I'm still unsure why you haven't just kept the stone in your pocket all the time. Surely it'd be safer on your person than anywhere else," Snape said, his tone unapologetic. The headmaster chuckled. "I'm afraid Nicholas doesn't believe me to be that free from temptation. And rightly so. Even I don't believe myself to be that free from it. But you asked me to set up a word puzzle, of all things. One that even a child could get through. I realize you want Potter to come after the stone to test if he has been corrupted by the Dark Lord or not, but after what he saw Quirinus do in the Four. The boy could have been lying. I am fully capable of telling when someone is lying. I know Severus. But he could have been mistaken. He saw a cloaked man who looked like Quirinus. That is not conclusive. While it is troubling, it could have just as likely been a passing vampire that got a bit too excited upon seeing a unicorn. The centaurs would have handled him after Harry saw him and ran off. But Severus, Quirinus Quirrell has been your colleague for 10 years. At his personal risk, he has chosen to teach a year of defense before retiring despite the curse the position bears out of his own free will. I fail to understand where your sudden animosity is coming from." There was a small period of silence where the dog's sounds of eating echoed from the receiver. Snape didn't reply. The headmaster finally broke the silence, "And even if what you suggest is true, which I honestly doubt it is, and Quirinus has been helping Lord Voldemort, then he will try to get me out of the school when he tries to make a move for it. When he does, he will be caught red-handed trying to steal the stone. No harm no foul." There was a brief period of silence when Harry tried to string together everything he'd just heard. The headmaster wanted him to come after the stone to test his character. So that was what Snape was warning him about. And Voldemort was involved. It made so much sense. The stone was famous for its powers of immortality and healing, so it made sense he'd try to use it to bring himself back. "Speaking of people coming after the stone, when I told you to clue young Harry about the stone to set him off in the right direction, that was quite a risky thing you did, Severus, telling him not to go after it," the headmaster said. Harry stilled. "I meant every word of it," Snape replied, his tone defiant. "Besides, what would you have had me do, headmaster? Hand the entire schematics of the third floor to him in a letter with a neat little bow on the top? If the boy will come after the stone, he will do it of his own free will. If I had outright told him to go after the stone, he would have suspected something. There is more Lily in him than his face shows. There was a chance he would have listened to you and not investigated it. We are lucky he went to Hagrid at all. It was you who suggested to him to write to Potter. Do not pretend you didn't expect him to go. It was only a matter of time before that buffoon blurted something out about the stone." Harry was shaking. It was all a manipulation, the detention, the advice, all of it. Some sort of play to make sure that he was some sort of hero. To make it all worse, the headmaster didn't even acknowledge that Quirrell and Voldemort were a threat to the stone. This was all going downhill. Harry's mind was left reeling. And once again I must bow to your superior understanding of a student's mind, Severus. I'm not sure I entirely agree with this so-called test you've set up. There have to be safer ways to test the boy. Ways to do so without risking his life. Not with the shields he has developed, Severus. The old man's voice was almost sorrowful. And whose fault is that? There was a heavy sigh and the sound of the door closing. Good night, Severus, the headmaster said, and the sound of footsteps slowly faded away. The receiver turned off with a small buzz. Harry looked at Hedwig, who seemed to be very distressed, before activating Gamer's mind. Now was no time to get angry or worry about things. He needed to look at this objectively. The headmaster was planning to test him to make sure he wasn't a dark wizard or something. It seemed that Draco and his father's stupid little Dark Lord Potter conspiracy was something the old man had considered as well. But there was an even bigger problem. A real Dark Lord was coming after the stone. Damn it. Damn it all to hell. Harry said angrily. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of the one person his parents gave their lives fighting. He had to go after the stone anyways. But one thing was clear. While Snape and Dumbledore seemed to have good intentions, they were not to be trusted, and in the meantime, there was something else to worry about. Halloween was coming. The next few days passed in a sort of a hazy blur, mostly without event except for the times Harry's subject skills leveled up due to some difficult classes. Potions, LV6, 75%. Your skill in brewing and creating potions with your magic is shown in this skill. Transfiguration, LV6, 2%. Your skill in Transfiguration branch of magic with your magic is shown in this skill. Charms, LV7, 18%. Your skill in the art of charms with your magic is shown in this skill. For some reason, he'd never had a skill show up for entirely theoretical subjects such as history or astronomy. It was a shame really, since he could have used some motivation to go sit in Binz's classes. On the morning of Halloween, Harry was feeling a bit out of sorts, so at breakfast he'd gone up to the head table and informed Professor Flitwick that he'd be unable to attend the extra classes that had been set to take place that day, to which the tiny professor had given a sad smile and told him not to worry about it. He'd wandered around the castle's corridors for a while with no particular destination in mind, letting the ever-changing stairs and corridors guide his way wherever he went. Eventually, he wound up in the astronomy tower, which had the nice benefit of being always empty during the day. The non-stop chattering, celebrating, and cheering that his classmates seemed to be partaking in was starting to sour his mood a little bit. He didn't begrudge them their joy, of course. The wizarding world had seen the end of a war to end all wars on this day, and they deserved to celebrate it. It just so happened that the day of the greatest celebration in the wizarding world coincided with the worst tragedy of his entire life. Deciding that it would be best to spend his Halloween up here in the tower so that he wouldn't end up putting a damper on the celebrations, Harry pulled out a book from his inventory and settled snugly onto the ledge of one of the windows overlooking the Great Lake. The afternoon soon passed and the moon had just risen when Harry heard someone's footsteps coming up the spiral staircase of the tower. Hurriedly, he jumped off the ledge of the window and onto his feet, barely in time before the door opened and a woman walked in. It was Professor Vector. "Oh, Mr. Potter, what are you doing here this late? Shouldn't you be getting ready for the feast?" she asked, noticing Harry from over her stacks of books. "I was feeling a bit unwell, Professor," Harry said in a perfectly level tone, although it seemed the professor had made the connection already, since her face wilted and her expression turned into one of pity. There was a moment's silence, in which Harry turned back towards the window, not wanting to see the pity in her eyes anymore. "Did you know Mr. Potter," she said after a moment's pause, putting down her books on the table and walking over to where Harry stood next to the window, "that most wizards believe that the veil between life and death is the thinnest on Samhain night?" Harry looked at her questioningly. "Professor Snape had mentioned to me that you seem to have an aptitude at sensing magical currents. Is that true?" He hesitantly nodded. "Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind me teaching you a little trick," she said, before pulling out her wand from up her sleeve and using it to scribble onto the glass of the window a little circle with a little triangular symbol inside it. Harry didn't know much about runes or magical symbology, but he decided to hazard a guess that the symbol was some sort of magical rune when it started glowing with a gentle white light. Professor Vector then took Harry's hand and placed it upon the rune. Its shape was warm, almost hot, against Harry's cold skin. "Close your eyes," she said, "and feel." Harry, slightly puzzled, did so, letting his mana-sensing abilities unravel around him. He didn't feel anything for a moment. But then suddenly, a wisp of magic floated around his senses, hauntingly familiar, and lovingly caressed his cheek. A small gust of wind seemed to pass through the tower, ruffling his hair. Harry's throat choked up. He opened his eyes and realized that his cheeks were wet. Leaning against the wall, Professor Vector was looking at him with a sad smile. "It's an Arabic runic spell called the Kostrament. The breath of the ones lost. When my father passed away, I was only a few years older than you are now. This helped me make peace with it. One thing you learn as you grow older, Mr. Potter, is that the thing about loved ones is, they will always be with you." Harry could do little more than nod. "Now, I will see you at the feast, won't I?" she asked, ignoring Harry's attempts at regaining his composure. "Yes, ma'am," Harry said quietly, and she left after giving him a small smile. After taking a few minutes to pull himself together, Harry left for the Halloween feast. Harry ducked into a secret passage behind a tapestry of a Dutch witch singing to a puffskein which connected to a secret door behind the statue of Gregory the Smarmy. Carefully slipping out, he joined the throng of Ravenclaws that were heading towards the Great Hall. Looking around, he found Michael and Terry, and pushed through a few seventh-year boys to them. "Hey Harry, where were you today? I didn't even see you in class," asked Michael, noticing him. "Up in the astronomy tower," Harry replied. "Detention? I didn't think Professor Sinistra even gave detentions," Terry asked incredulously. Harry shrugged. He didn't like lying to his friends. But it was personal. Besides, it wouldn't be a lie if he let them draw their own conclusions, would it? "Ping. You're lying by inaction, so try not to be delusional. Skill leveled up. Lying, LV5, 30%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 25% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is." Harry's left eye twitched. The game was becoming a bit too sassy for his taste. He waved the window away. They had reached the doors of the Great Hall and the prefect pushed the giant double doors open and let them all in. The delicious smell of baking pumpkin wafted through to nose. 1,000 live bats fluttered from the walls and ceiling while 1,000 more swooped over the tables in low black clouds, making the candles in the pumpkin stutter. The feast appeared suddenly on the golden plates, as it had at the start of term banquet. They took their seats at their regular spots and they oohed and awed at the clever decorations. Some of the older students had even decided to wear costumes. Fred and George Weasley were at the Gryffindor table, having put on glasses, painted their hair black and drawn a lightning bolt on their forehead. They shot Harry a pair of wide grins and thumbs up, at which Harry couldn't help but chuckle. As Harry looked around at his housemates eating and having fun, he smiled disbelievingly. He wasn't feeling down at all. He was having a good time. Maybe Halloween wasn't so bad after all. In retrospect, he would have decided that he definitely shouldn't have jinxed it. Being Fate's premium spittoon, no luck stat was going to be able to help him. The doors to the Great Hall slammed open with a bang, and in came Quirrell, sprinting into the hall yelling, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll! Troll in the dungeon! Is it too much to ask for a quiet day?" Harry muttered angrily. Everyone stared as Quirrell reached Dumbledore's chair, slumped against the head table, and gasped out, "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He then sank to the floor in a dead faint. There was an uproar. It took several ear-shatteringly loud purple firecrackers exploding from the end of Dumbledore's wand to bring silence to the horde of screaming students. Harry was frowning. Why would Quirrell be afraid of a troll? Unless... Harry's frown turned into an intense glower as he slammed his hand onto the table, causing the Ravenclaw sitting opposite of him to slip off his seat with a yelp. Of course, he thought, all the teachers would probably go after the troll and that's what he wants. He is probably going to try to use this as a distraction to get the stone. "Prefects," Dumbledore instructed, oblivious to Harry's epiphany, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Slytherins, follow the Hufflepuff house to their dormitory." The Ravenclaw prefect was in his element. Follow me. Stick together, first years. No need to fear if you follow my orders. Stay close behind me. Make way, first years coming through. Excuse me, I'm a prefect. No, I haven't seen your baboon. Move. As soon as they moved out of the Great Hall, Harry ducked behind one of the doors and whispered, "ID create." As soon as he was in his little pocket dimension, he quickly ran up the moving stairs and onto the third-floor corridor, where he hid himself behind a large stone griffin a small distance from the corridor entrance where Fluffy was hidden and broke out of the ID. After a couple of minutes, a figure appeared around the corridor and started walking towards the door that contained Fluffy. It wasn't the turbaned Quirrell though. It was Snape. He promptly checked in on the door, presumably to check if the trapdoor was still closed or not, and started to wait for something. One more minute passed, and another figure appeared at the end of the corridor. Harry gritted his teeth as he realized that it was Quirrell this time, and from the way his body tensed up, he wasn't too happy to see Snape. He walked up to the dour-faced man and they started talking. He could only hear bits and pieces of the conversation. Snape's angry voice reached his ears. "What the headmaster is guarding is none of your business, Quirinus. Stay out of it or you'll regret it." Harry looked at his watch, and his eyes widened. Snape would handle Quirrell. There wouldn't be any stealing happening tonight. Harry had to get back to the tower now. The prefects would notice him missing soon enough. He created an ID and took off running towards the first floor, where a secret passageway was located that led straight to the Ravenclaw Tower. Reaching the first floor, he broke out of the ID and was about to push the right brick to open the passageway, when suddenly he heard voices around the corner. He stilled. The professors were in the dungeon, and everyone else should be in bed, so who was this? Treading lightly, he shimmied along the wall, trying to stay in the shadows and quietly listen to what was being said. "But do you have any idea where she is, Ron?" a young boy's voice said. It was a student, and Ron Weasley was involved somehow. "I told you, Dean. I can't remember." Ron's voice replied. He was tempted to just leave, but this was too dangerous. They were out with a troll around. Harry sighed and finally decided to try and get them to go back to their common room. "Aren't you supposed to be in your common room? What are you doing here?" Harry asked, coming around the corner and revealing himself. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Dean asked, startled. "It's none of his business, Dean. We have to keep looking," Ron said defensively, pulling Dean away. Dean stopped Ron. His eyes hadn't left Harry. "Wait, Ron, he's in Ravenclaw, her house. Maybe he has some idea." They told him what had happened. Apparently, the afternoon had been a charms class for all four houses, and Ron had somehow ended up sitting beside Hermione, who'd tried to correct his pronunciation of the levitating spell. Defensively, Ron had mouthed her off, and she had run off crying. She wasn't in the feast when the troll was announced, so Ron, feeling guilty, had asked Dean to come looking with him. Quest alert. Save Hermione and defeat the troll. Bonus. Keep the troll alive. Rewards. 6,000 XP. 10 house points. Bonus reward. Skill book. Failure. Death. Of course. Yes, no. Selecting yes, Harry sighed. "You sure seem to have a habit of touching people's sore spots, Ron." "I said I'm sorry, all right." His face twisted. "She was being all bossy and acting like a know-it-all and I said whatever came to my head. How was I supposed to know?" "Harry, we have to go look for her now." Dean interrupted. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll and chances are that it won't take much time for it to find its way to wherever she is." "Do your Ravenclaw friends know where she is?" "I haven't asked, and we don't have time to go back to the common room and ask." Harry replied. Why in the world did this game not have a mini-map? "The second-floor girls' bathroom," Ron suddenly exclaimed. "What are you talking about? Hermione is in the second-floor girls' bathroom. She has to be. I heard one of the Potter twins say to the other that someone was crying in there while coming down to the feast. One of them is in your house, isn't she? She's Granger's friend, right?" Ron asked frantically. Harry nodded. "All right, you two get to the bathroom and warn her. Just get her, run upstairs and hide. I'll keep a lookout in the corridors. If the troll tries to go up, I'll warn you. Keep an ear out for me." "Harry, that's a troll. If you find it you won't be able to get away faster duh." Harry cut Dean off. "Trust me on this one. I'm fast enough. And remember, trolls stink like all heavens. So if you smell something, just run." They nodded and started running towards the stairs. Ping! You have unlocked a title. Leader allows the user to control his followers easily and gives A+10 to all stats for all followers. Harry immediately attached the title onto his status and instantly noticed Dean and Ron become faster, taking longer strides. They were being boosted by his title. He watched them disappear into the second floor and quickly activated his Unicorn Boost perk. Unicorn's Boost allows user to run as fast as a unicorn for a brief amount of time. Speed and usage time upgradable. Usage time, Dex plus Wisp minutes plus Mana Pool capacity, seconds. Looking around once to make sure no one was looking, he zipped down the first floor, checking rooms and corridors faster than any human could move. In almost no time at all, he'd searched the entire first floor. It was entirely empty. He was about to go up to the second floor to search it in a similar manner, when suddenly he heard a scream rip through the air. Quickly zipping up the stairs and into the second floor, he ran full tilt towards where the scream had come from. Looking down a corridor, he saw that Dean and Ron were desperately trying to pull open the bolt on a door. Harry slowed down and ran at human speeds to them. What happened? Harry, we have to do something to get this door open. The troll is in there. Harry looked at them as if they had lost their marbles. Are you mad? It's locked in, and we don't even have to get away. Find Hermione and let's get out of here. Where's the girls' bathroom? Dean's face twisted. Ron's face had lost all color. Harry, this is the girls' bathroom. Hermione's in there. Harry paled. Whipping out his wand, he incanted at the bolt. Alohomora, the bolt blasted apart and the door banged open. Harry's nostrils filled with a disgusting smell, a mixture of old socks and the kind of public toilet no one seems to clean. Much taller and hunkier than the trolls he'd faced in the ID, this one stood at well above 15 feet tall, and had his massive club dragging along the floor. And there, beyond the troll, crumpled under a broken sink, pitifully whimpering, was Hermione, who was shrinking against the wall opposite to them, looking as if she was about to faint. The troll was advancing on her, knocking the sinks off the walls as it went. Harry used Observe. Mountain Troll. LV19. HP, 1800-1800. MP, 50-50. STR 72. Vit 21. Dex 5. INT 2. Wis -1. Luke 0. A vicious mountain troll that wants to kill anything in its way. It is incredibly resistant to magic, has tough skin and incredible strength but is very dumb. Harry tried to use his mana to push blood control. But a window popped open. Magical ward detected, no magic can be done on the target's body. He couldn't even blood control the troll. He was willing to bet that Quirrell had warded the troll so that the teachers would have a hard time taking it down using magic. Damn it. If only he'd been alone, he could have gotten her out with his unicorn boost speed. But not now. You get her out, he whispered to his companions, and I'll distract it. They nodded, not being able to think of anything else. Harry steadied his breath and whipped out his wand. On my mark then. 3, 2, 1, go. The two boys took off towards where Hermione was lying and Harry yelled at the troll, take this. Periculum. A shower of red sparks flew right at the troll's face. The troll let out a massive groan and dropped its club, stopping a few feet from Hermione. Spongify. Harry cast at the troll's club, turning it as soft as sponge. No point in taking any risks with the troll's weapon. Come on, run, run. Harry yelled at Hermione and the two boys helping her up, shooting another spark spell at the troll's face. They dodged the troll's flailing arms and shuffled as fast as they could out of the bathroom. The shouting and the echoes seemed to be driving the troll berserk. It roared again and started toward Harry, who was nearest and had, in his efforts to distract the dull creature, boxed himself in between two stalls and the troll between him and the door. Once they were out, Harry made to move towards the door, when he suddenly realized his situation. He'd have to get out of here. ID create, he thought. You cannot enter the ID when in fight with a boss-level enemy. Harry gritted his teeth. He couldn't use anything except wand magic now. He couldn't risk anyone else knowing about his powers. The distraction of Harry reading his screen was enough for the troll. It swung its club sideways, managing to hit Harry. The Spongify on it managed to prevent any serious injuries, but it was still enough to send him flying off his feet. He slammed into a stall wall and onto the ground. A wooden splinter dug into his palm, making it sting. Status, he whispered. HP minus 255 525ths. MP minus 183 hundredths. Groaning, he looked up and caught sight of the troll raising its club one more time. Soft or not, one more hit like that and I'm dead, Harry thought, readying his wand and trying to pull up mana to protect himself. Suddenly, Ron's voice filled his ears. Wingardium Leviosa. The club flew suddenly out of the troll's hand, rose high, high up into the air. Harry, realizing what was going to happen, mustered the strength to raise his mauled wand arm and incanted Lapify, countering the softening spell's effect and making the club hard again. It turned slowly over as the troll dumbly stared at the floating weapon, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face, with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Ping. Quest success. Save Hermione and defeat the troll. Bonus. Keep the troll alive. Rewards. 6000 XP. 10 house points. Bonus reward. Skill book added to inventory. Harry got to his feet, shaking and out of breath. He'd fought much more dangerous creatures, but this was somehow more difficult than all the others before it. Looking back, his gamer's mind easily highlighted a dozen ways he could have easily won. Hindsight was, in his case, 20/20. Due to surviving a dangerous situation, your physical endurance has leveled up twice. Physical endurance, LV 11, 12%. Your body's durability increased and you take less damage. 33% less damage from physical attacks. Ron was standing there with his wand still raised, staring at what he had done. Dean was at Harry's bleeding hand with worry. But it was Hermione who spoke first. Is it dead? Harry observed it. Mountain troll, status, unconscious. HP, 1800. MP, 50/50. I don't think so, said Harry, pulling out the splinter in his hand and holding a clenched-up piece of his robe up to it to stem the blood. I think it's just been knocked out. Any of you hurt? Some small bruises. Nothing bad, Dean assured. Ron chuckled and looked at Hermione. Guess you were right, Granger. It is Leviosa, not Leviosa. Hermione snorted, before turning serious. Thank you. All of you. I don't know. A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the three of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone somewhere must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall came bursting into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Flitwick bringing up the rear. Professor Snape bent over the troll. McGonagall was looking at Ron, Harry, and Dean, her lips white with fury. What on earth were you thinking of? Flitwick wasn't far behind. They'd never seen him so angry before. You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitories? Harry noticed Hermione about to open her mouth. Realizing that this could potentially piss the teachers off, he intervened. Please, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Snape gave Harry a swift, piercing look. Mr. Potter, Flitwick exclaimed. With Dean's help, Hermione had managed to get to her feet at last. All three of them couldn't keep the shock off their faces. I wasn't at the feast because of what I told Professor Flitwick in the morning about. McGonagall and Flitwick's eyes softened at this. Snape, on the other hand, was almost smirking. They noticed I wasn't there when the troll was announced and came looking. The troll had trapped me in the bathroom, Professor. If they hadn't found me, I'd be dead now. They were all really brave and Dean distracted the troll and Ron knocked it out with its own club. They didn't have time to find anyone. It was about to finish me off when they arrived, Harry rattled off in a single breath. Ping, you just leveled up a skill, you sly beast. Bullshitting LV 5%. A combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. Harry willed the screen away. Well, in that case, said Professor McGonagall, staring at the four of them. Mr. Potter, show me your hand. Harry gave his bleeding hand to Snape, and the man muttered a spell over the wound, Vulnera Saniter. Much to Harry's relief, it closed up. Flitwick spoke, if you're not hurt anymore, you'd better get off to your dormitories. Students are finishing the feast in their houses. They turned to leave and briskly started walking. Dean, Ron and Hermione were giving him impressed looks, when suddenly Professor McGonagall called after them, well, I still say you were lucky, but not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll. You each win 5 points for your houses. Professor Dumbledore will be informed of this. That was something else. You were amazing. We didn't even get points taken off. Dean said once they were out of earshot. They reached the intersection where they were to part into their respective dormitories. So, you play chess? Ron asked the Ravenclaws awkwardly. Harry shook his head while Hermione nodded. We could play each other someday. Bet you haven't seen Wizard's chess yet. Dean offered. They all agreed, and after some awkward goodbyes, they left for their common rooms. But from that moment on, any animosity that was between them disappeared. There were some things you couldn't share without ending up liking each other, and knocking out a 15-foot mountain troll was one of them. To be continued, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.